Dark Alliance. The CIA, the Contras, and the crack cocaine explosion to sue. With love and thanks. Contents forward. Congresswoman Maxine Waters acknowledgements. Author's note. Part 1. Prologue 1. A pretty secret kind of thing. 2. We were the first. 3. The Brotherhood of Military Minds. 4. I never sent cash. 5. God, Fatherland and Freedom. 6. They were doing their patriotic duty. 7. Something happened to Yvonne. 8. A million hits is not enough. 9. He would have had me by the tail. 10. Teach a man a craft and he's liable to practice it. 11. They were looking in the other direction. 12. This guy talks to God. 13. The wrong kind of friends. 14. It's bigger than I can handle. 15. This thing is a tidal wave. 16. It's a burn. 17. We're going to blow your fucking head off. 18. We bust our ass and the governments involved. 19. He reports to people reporting to Bush. 20. It is a sensitive matter. 21. I could go anywhere in the world and sell dope. 22. They can't touch us. 23. He had the backing of a superpower. 24. They're gonna forget I was a drug dealer. Part 2. 25. Things are moving all around us. 26. That matter, if true, would be classified. 27. A very difficult decision. Epilogue. Notes on sources. Cast of characters. Glossary of organizations and locations. Forward by Congresswoman Maxine Waters. The night that I read the Dark Alliance series, I was so alarmed, that I literally sat straight up in bed, poring over every word. I reflected on the many meetings I attended throughout South Central Los Angeles during the 1980s, when I constantly asked, where are all the drugs coming from? I asked myself that night whether it was possible for such a vast amount of drugs to be smuggled into any district under the noses of the community leaders, police, sheriff's department, FBI, DEA, and other law enforcement agencies. I decided to investigate the allegations. I met with Ricky Ross, Alan Fenster, Mike Rupert, Seal Reno Castillo, Jerry Gusta, and visited the L.A. Sheriff's Department. My investigation took me to Nicaragua, where I interviewed Enrique Miranda Jamie in prison, and I met with the head of Sandinista intelligence Tomas Borga. I had the opportunity to question Contra leaders Adolfo Calero and Eden Pastora in a Senate investigative hearing, which was meant to be perfunctory, until I arrived to ask questions based on the vast knowledge I had gathered in my investigation. I forced Calero to admit he had a relationship with the CIA through the United States Embassy, where he directed USAID funds to community groups and organizations. The time I spent investigating the allegations of the Dark Alliance series led me to the undeniable conclusion that the CIA, DEA, and FBI knew about drug trafficking in South Central Los Angeles. They were either part of the trafficking or turned a blind eye to it, in an effort to fund the Contra War. I am convinced that drug money played an important role in the Contra War and that drug money was used by both sides. The saddest part of these revelations is the wrecked lives and lost possibilities of so many people who got caught up in selling drugs, went to prison, ended up addicted, dead, or walking zombies from drugs. It may take time, but I am convinced that history is going to record that Gary Webb wrote the truth. The establishment refused to give Gary Webb the credit that he deserved. They teamed up in an effort to destroy the story and very nearly succeeded. There are a few of us who congratulate Gary for his honesty and courage. We will not let this story end until the naysayers and opponents are forced to apologize for their reckless and irresponsible attacks on Gary Webb. The editors of the San Jose Mercury News did not have the strength to withstand the attacks, so they abandoned Gary Webb, despite their knowledge that Gary was working on further documentation to substantiate the allegations of the series. This book completely and absolutely confirms Gary Webb's devastating series. This book is the final chapter on this sordid tale and brings to light one of the worst official abuses in our nation's history. We all owe Gary Webb a debt of gratitude for his brave work. This, sadly, is a true story. It is based upon a controversial series I wrote for the San Jose Mercury News in the summer of 1996 about the origins of the crack plague in South Central Los Angeles. Unlike other books that purport to tell the inside story of America's most feudal war, Kings of Cocaine by Guy Goliata and Jeff Lean and Desperados by Elaine Shannon spring to mind, Dark Alliance was not written with the assistance, cooperation, or encouragement of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration or any federal law enforcement agency. In fact, the opposite is true. Every Freedom of Information Act request I filed was rejected on national security or privacy grounds, was ignored, or was responded to with documents so heavily censored they must have been the source of much hilarity down at the FOIA offices. The sole exception was the National Archives and Records Administration. Dark Alliance does not propound a conspiracy theory, there is nothing theoretical about history. In this case, it is undeniable that a wildly successful conspiracy to import cocaine existed for many years, and that innumerable American citizens, most of them poor and black, paid an enormous price as a result. This book was written for them, so that they may know upon what altars their communities were sacrificed. G.W. Every government is run by liars and nothing they say should be believed. I. F. Stone, 1907 to 1989, Part 1, Prologue. It was like they didn't want to know when I came to work in the sprawling newsroom of the Cleveland Plain Dealer in the early 1980s. I was assigned to share a computer terminal with a tall middle-aged reporter with a long, virtually unpronounceable Polish name. To save time, people called him Tom. To me, arriving from a small daily in Kentucky, Tom was the epitome of the hard-boiled big city newspaperman. The city officials he wrote about and the editors who mangled his copy were fucking jerks. A question prompting an affirmative response would elicit fucking a Tweety instead of yes. And when his phone rang he would say, "It's the big one," before picking up the receiver. No matter how many times I heard that, I always laughed. The big one was the reporter's holy grail, the tip that led you from the daily morass of press conferences and cop calls onto the trail of the biggest story you'd ever write, the one that would turn the rest of your career into an anticlimax. I never knew if it was cynicism or optimism that made him say it, but deep inside, I thought he was jinxing himself. The big one, I believed, would be like a bullet with your name on it. You'd never hear it coming. And almost a decade later, long after Tom, the plain dealer, and I had parted company, that's precisely how it happened. I didn't even take the call. It manifested itself as a pink while you were out message slip left on my desk in July 1995. There was no message, just a woman's name and a phone number, somewhere in the East Bay. I called, but there was no answer, so I put the message aside. If I have time, I told myself, I'll try again later. Several days later an identical message slip appeared. Its twin was still sitting on a pile of papers at the edge of my desk. This time the woman was home. "I saw the story you did a couple weeks ago," she began. "The one about the drug seizure laws. I thought you did a good job." "Thanks a lot," I said, and I meant it. She was the first reader who'd called about that story, a front-page piece in the San Jose Mercury News about a convicted cocaine trafficker who, without any formal legal training, had beaten the U.S. Justice Department in court 3 straight times and was on the verge of flushing the government's multibillion-dollar asset forfeiture program right down the toilet. The inmate, a lifer, had argued that losing your property and going to jail was like being punished twice for the same crime, double jeopardy, and 17 judges from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals agreed with him. Faced with the prospect of setting thousands of dopers free or returning billions in seized property, the U.S. Supreme Court would later overturn 2 of its own rulings in order to kill off the inmates sued. "You didn't just give the government's side of it," she continued. "The other stories I read about the case were like, oh my God, they're going to let drug dealers out of jail. Isn't this terrible?" I asked what I could do for her. "My boyfriend is in a situation like that," she said, "and I thought it might make a good follow-up story for you. What the government has done to him is unbelievable." "Your boyfriend? He's in prison right now on cocaine trafficking charges. He's been in jail for 3 years. How much more time has he got?" "Well, that's just it," she said. "He's never been brought to trial. He's done 3 years already, and he's never been convicted of anything. He must have waived his speedy trial rights," I said. "No, none of them have," she said. "There are about 5 or 6 guys who were indicted with him, and most of them are still waiting to be tried, too. They want to go to trial because they think it's a bullshit case. Raphael keeps writing letters to the judge and the prosecutor, saying, you know, try me or let me go. Raphael's your boyfriend? Yes. Rafael Cornejo. He's Colombian. No, Nicaraguan. But he's lived in the Bay Area since he was like 2 or something. It's interesting, I thought, but not the kind of story likely to excite my editors. Some drug dealers don't like being in jail? Oh. What's the connection to the forfeiture story? I asked. Raphael, she explained, had been a very successful businessman, and the government, under the asset forfeiture program, had seized and sold his automobiles, his houses, and his businesses, emptied his bank accounts, and left him without enough money to hire a lawyer. He had a court-appointed lawyer, she said, who was getting paid by the hour and didn't seem to care how long the case took. Raphael had the most gorgeous house out in Lafayette, and the government sold it for next to nothing. Now what happens if he's acquitted? He spends 3 or 4 years in jail for a crime he didn't commit, and when he gets out, someone else is living in his house. I mean, what kind of a country is this? I think it would make a good story. It might, I told her, if I hadn't done it half a dozen times already. 2 years earlier, I'd written a series for the Mercury called The Forfeiture Racket, about the police in California busting into private homes and taking furniture, televisions, Nintendo games, belt buckles, welfare checks, snow tires, and loose change under the guise of cracking down on drug traffickers. Many times they'd never file charges, or the charges would be dropped once the victims signed over the loot. The series created such an outcry that the California legislature had abolished the forfeiture program a few weeks later. But I knew what I would hear if I pitched the woman's story to my editors. We've done that already. And that was what I told her. She was not dissuaded. There's something about Raphael's case that I don't think you would have ever done before, she persisted. One of the government's witnesses is a guy who used to work with the CIA selling drugs. Tons of it? What now? I wasn't sure I'd heard correctly. The CIA. He used to work for them or something. He's a Nicaraguan too. Raphael knows him, he can tell you. He told me the guy had admitted bringing 4 tons of cocaine into the country. 4 tons. And if that's what he's admitted to, you can imagine how much it really was. And now he's back working for the government again. I put down my pen. She'd sounded so rational. Where did the CIA stuff come from? In 17 years of investigative reporting, I had ended up doubting the credibility of every person who ever called me with a tip about the CIA. I flashed on Eddie Johnson, a conspiracy theorist who would come bopping into the Kentucky Post's newsroom every so often with amazing tales of intrigue and corruption. Interviewing Eddie was one of the rites of passage at the Post. Someone would invariably send him over to the newest reporter on the staff to see how long it took the rookie to figure out he was spinning his wheels. Suddenly I remembered who I was talking to, a cocaine dealer's moll. That explained it? Oh, the CIA. Well, you're right. I've never done any stories about the CIA. I don't run across them too often here in Sacramento. See, I mostly cover state government. You probably think I'm crazy, right? No, I assured her. You know, could be true, who's to say? When it comes to the CIA, stranger things have happened. There was a short silence, and I could hear her exhale sharply. How dare you treat me like I'm an idiot, she said evenly. You don't even know me. I work for a law firm. I've copied every single piece of paper that's been filed in Raphael's case, and I can document everything I'm telling you. You can ask Raphael, and he can tell you himself. What's so hard about coming over and at least taking a look at this stuff? That's a fair question, I allowed. Now, what was my answer? Because I lied and I do think you're crazy? Or because I'm too lazy to get up and chase a story that appears to have a 1 in 8,000 chance of being true? You say you can document this? Absolutely. I have all the files here at home. You're welcome to look at all of it if you want. And Raphael can tell you. In the background a child began yowling. Just a minute, will you? That's my daughter. She just fell down. The phone thunked on the other end, and I heard footsteps retreating into the distance. Well, that's a promising sign, I thought. Were she a raving dope fiend, they wouldn't let her raise an infant. She came back on, bouncing the sobbing toddler. I asked her where she lived. Oakland. But Raphael's got a court date in San Francisco coming up in a couple weeks. Why don't I meet you at the courthouse? That way you can sit in on the hearing, and if you're interested we could get lunch or something and talk. That cinched it. Now the worst that could happen was lunch in San Francisco in mid-July, away from the phones and the editors. And, who knows, there was an off chance she was telling the truth. Okay, fine, I said. But bring some of those records with you, okay? I can look through them while I'm sitting there in court. She laughed. You don't trust me, do you? You probably get a lot of calls like this. Not many like this, I said. Flipping on my computer, I logged into the dialogue database, which contains full-text electronic versions of millions of newspaper and magazine stories, property records, legal filings, you name it. If you've ever been written about or done something significant in court, chances are dialogue will find you. Okay. Let's see if Raphael Cornejo even exists. A message flashed on the screen, your search has retrieved 11 documents. Display. So far so good. I called up the most recent one, a newspaper story that had appeared a year before in the San Francisco Chronicle. My eyes widened. 4 indicted in prison breakout plot. Pleasanton inmates plan to leave in copter, prosecutors say. I quickly scanned the story. Son of a bitch. 4 inmates were indicted yesterday in connection with a bold plan to escape from the federal lockup in Pleasanton using plastic explosives and a helicopter that would have taken them to a cargo ship at sea. The group also considered killing a guard if their keepers tried to thwart the escape, prosecutors contend. Raphael Cornejo, 39, of Lafayette, an alleged cocaine kingpin with reputed ties to Nicaraguan drug traffickers and Panamanian money launderers, was among those indicted for conspiracy to escape. The story called Cornejo a longtime drug dealer who was convicted in 1977 of cocaine trafficking in Panama. He also has served time in a U.S. prison for tax evasion. He owns several homes and commercial properties in the Bay Area. This sure sounds like the same guy, I thought. I scrolled down to the next hit, a San Francisco Examiner story. The 4 men were charged with planning to use C4 plastic explosives to blow out a prison window and with making a 9-inch shank that could be used to cut a guard's guts out if he tried to block their run to the prison yard. Once in the yard, they allegedly would be picked up by a helicopter and flown to a Panamanian cargo ship in the Pacific, federal officials said. The remaining stories described Cornejo's arrest and indictment in 1992, the result of an 18-month FBI investigation. Suspected drug kingpin. Head of a large cocaine distribution ring on the West Coast. Allegedly involved in a major cocaine pipeline that ran from Cali, Colombia, to several West Coast cities. Importing millions of dollars worth of cocaine via San Diego and Los Angeles to the Bay Area. That's some boyfriend she's got there, I mused. The newspaper stories make him sound like Al Capone. And he wants to sit down and have a chat? That'll be the day. When I pushed open the doors to the vast courtroom in the San Francisco Federal Courthouse a few weeks later, I found a scene from Miami Vice. To my left, a dark-suited army of federal agents and prosecutors huddled around a long, polished wooden table, looking grim and talking in low voices. On the right, an array of long-haired, expensively attired defense attorneys were whispering to a group of long-haired, angry-looking Hispanics, their clients. The judge had not yet arrived. I had no idea what my tipster looked like, so I scanned the faces in the courtroom, trying to pick out a woman who could be a drug kingpin's girlfriend. She found me first. "You must be Gary," said a voice behind me. I turned, and for an instant all I saw was cleavage and jewelry. She looked to be in her mid-20s. Dark hair. Bright red lipstick. Long legs. Short skirt. Dressed to accentuate her positive attributes. I could barely speak. "You're..." She tossed her hair and smiled. "Pleased to meet you." She stuck out a hand with a giant diamond on it, and I shook it weakly. We sat down in the row of seats behind the prosecutor's table, and I glanced at her again. That boyfriend of hers must be going nuts. "How did you know it was me?" I asked. "I was looking for someone who looked like a reporter. I saw you with a notebook in your back pocket and figured that obvious, is it?" I pulled out the notepad and got out a pen. "Why don't you fill me in on who's who here?" She pointed out Rafael, a short handsome Latino with a strong jaw and long, wavy hair parted in the middle. He swiveled in his chair, looked right at us, and seemed perturbed. His girlfriend waved, and he whirled back around without acknowledging her. "He doesn't look very happy," I observed. "He doesn't like seeing me with other men." Why was he trying to break out of jail?" I asked. "He wasn't. He was getting ready to make bail, and they didn't want to let him out, so they trumped up these phony escape charges. Now, because he's under indictment for escape, he isn't eligible for bail anymore." The escape charges were in fact the product of an unsubstantiated accusation by a fellow inmate, a convicted swindler. They were later thrown out of court on grounds of prosecutorial misconduct, and Cornejo's prosecutor, Assistant U.S. Attorney David Hall, was referred to the Justice Department for investigation by federal Judge Sandra Brown Armstrong. In a San Francisco Daily Recorder story about the misconduct charge, it was noted that it is not the first time that Hall has been under such scrutiny. While serving with the Department of Justice in Texas, the Office of Professional Responsibility reviewed Hall after an informant accused Hall of approving drug smuggling into the U.S. Hall said the office found no merit in the charge. She pointed out Hall, a large blond man with broad features. "Who are the rest of those people?" I asked. "The two men standing over there are the FBI agents on the case. The woman is Hall's boss, Teresa Canepa. She's the bitch who's got it in for Rafael." As she was pointing everyone out, the FBI agents whispered to each other and then tapped Hall on the shoulder. All three turned and looked at me. "What's with them? They probably think you're my hit man." She smiled, and the agents frowned back. "Oh, they just hate me. I called the cops on them once, you know." I looked at her. "You called the cops on the FBI?" "Well, they were lurking around outside my house after dark. They could have been rapists or something. How was I supposed to know?" I glanced back over at the federal table and saw that the entire group had now turned to stare. I was certainly making a lot of friends. "Can we go out in the hall and talk for a minute?" I asked her. We sat on a bench just outside the door. I told her I needed to get case numbers so I could ask for the court files. And, by the way, did she bring those documents she'd mentioned? She reached into her briefcase and brought out a stack an inch thick. "I've got 3 bankers' boxes full back at home, and you're welcome to see all of it, but this is the stuff I was telling you about concerning the witness." I flipped through the documents. Most of them were federal law enforcement reports, DIA 6S and FBI 302s, every page bearing big black letters that said, "May not be reproduced property of U.S. government." At the bottom of the stack was a transcript of some sort. I pulled it out. "Grand Jury for the Northern District of California, Grand Jury number 93-5 Grand Jury INV. Number 9,301,035. Reporter's transcript of proceedings. Testimony of Oscar Danilo Blandon. February 3, 1994. I whistled. Federal grand jury transcripts? I'm impressed. Where'd you get these? The government turned them over under discovery. Dave Hall did. I heard he really got reamed out by the DEA when they found out about all the stuff he gave us. I looked through the transcript and saw parts that had been blacked out. Who did this? That's how we got it? Raphael's lawyer is asking for a clean copy. As you'll see, they also cut out a bunch of stuff on the DEA 6S. There's a hearing on his motion coming up. I skimmed the 39-page transcript. Whatever else this Blandon fellow may have been, he was pretty much the way Cornejo's girlfriend had described him. A big-time trafficker who dealt dope for many years, started out dealing for the Contras, a right-wing Nicaraguan guerrilla army, in Los Angeles. He'd used drug money to buy trucks and supplies. At some point after Ronald Reagan got into power, the CIA had decided his services as a fundraiser were no longer required, and he stayed in the drug business for himself. What made the story so compelling was that he was appearing before the grand jury as a U.S. government witness. He wasn't under investigation. He wasn't trying to beat a rap. He was there as a witness for the prosecution, which meant that the U.S. Justice Department was vouching for him. But who was the grand jury investigating? Every time the testimony led in that direction, words, mostly names, were blacked out. Who is this family they keep asking him about? Raphael says it's Menezes. Norwin Menezes and his nephews. Have you heard of them? Nope. Norwin is one of the biggest traffickers on the West Coast. When Raphael got arrested, that's who the FBI and the IRS wanted to talk to him about. Raphael has known Norwin and his nephews for years. Since the 70s, I think. The government is apparently using Blandon to get to Menezes. Inside, I heard the bailiff calling the court to order, and we returned to the courtroom. During the hearing, I kept trying to recall where I had heard about this Contra cocaine business before. Had I read it in a book? Seen it on television? It bothered me. I believed that I had a better than average knowledge of the civil war in Nicaragua, having religiously followed the Iran-Contra hearings on television. I would videotape them while I was at work and watch them late into the night, marveling the next morning at how wretchedly the newspapers were covering the story. Like most Americans, I knew the Contras had been a creation of the CIA, the darlings of the Reagan right, made up largely of the vanquished followers of deposed Nicaraguan dictator Anastasio Somoza and his brutal army, the National Guard. But drug trafficking? Surely, I thought, if there had been some concrete evidence, it would have stuck in my mind. Maybe I was confusing it with something else. During a break, I went to the restroom and bumped into Assistant U.S. Attorney Hall. Just in case he and the FBI really did think I was Coral's hitman, I introduced myself as a reporter. Hall eyed me cautiously. Why would the Mercury News be interested in this case? He asked. You should have been here 2 years ago. This is old stuff now. I considered tap dancing around his question. Normally I didn't tell people what I was working on, because then they didn't know what not to say. But I decided to hit Hall with it head on and see what kind of reaction I got. It would probably be the last thing he'd expect to hear. I'm not really doing a story on this case. I'm looking into one of the witnesses. A man named Blandon. Am I pronouncing the name correctly? Hall appeared surprised. What about him? About his selling cocaine for the Contras. Hall leaned back slightly, folded his arms, and gave me a quizzical smile. Who have you been talking to? Actually, I've been reading. And I was curious to know what you made of his testimony about selling drugs for the Contras in LA. Did you believe him? Well, yeah, but I don't know how you could absolutely confirm it. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, he said with a slight laugh. The CIA won't tell me anything. I jotted down his remark. Oh, you've asked them? Yeah, but I never heard anything back. Not that I expected to. But that's all ancient history. You're really doing a story about that? I don't know if I'm doing a story at all, I said. At this point, I'm just trying to see if there is one. Do you know where Blandon is these days? Not a clue. That couldn't be true, I thought. How could he not know? He was one of the witnesses against Rafael Cornejo. From what I heard, I told him, he's a pretty significant witness in your case here. He hasn't disappeared, has he? He is going to testify. Hall's friendly demeanor changed. We're not at all certain about that. When I got back to Sacramento, I called my editor at the main office in San Jose, Dawn Garcia, and filled her in on the day's events. Dawn was a former investigative reporter from the San Francisco Chronicle and had been the Mercury's state editor for several years, overseeing our bureaus in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Sacramento. We had a good working relationship and had broken a number of award-winning stories. Unlike many editors I'd worked with, Dawn could size up a story's news value fairly quickly. I read her several portions of Blandon's grand jury testimony. Weren't there some stories about this back in the 1980s? She asked. See, that's what I thought. I remember something, but I can't place the source. Maybe the Iran-Contra hearings. I don't think so, I said. I followed those hearings pretty closely. I don't remember anything about drug trafficking. Dawn's memory, it turned out, was better than mine. During one part of Oliver North's congressional testimony in July 1987, two men from Baltimore had jumped up in the audience with a large banner reading, "Ask about the cocaine smuggling." The men began shouting questions. What about the cocaine dealing that the U.S. is paying for? Why don't you ask questions about drug deliveries? As they were dragged from the room by the police. So, what do you think? She asked, editors for is there a story here and how long will it take to get it? I don't know. I'd like to spend a little time looking into it at least. Hell, if his testimony is true, it could be a pretty good story. The Contras were selling coke in LA? I've never heard that one before. She mulled it over for a moment before agreeing. It's not like there's a lot going on in Sacramento right now, she said. That was true enough. The sun-baked state capital was entering its summertime siesta, when triple-digit temperatures sent Solans adjourning happily to mountain or seashore locales. With any luck, I was about to join them. I need to go down to San Diego for a couple days, I said. Blandon testified that he was arrested down there in '92 for conspiracy, so there's probably a court file somewhere. He may be living down there, for all I know. Probably the quickest way to find out if what he was saying is true is to find him. Dawn okayed the trip, and a few days later I was in balmy San Diego, squinting at microfiche in the clerk's office of the U.S. District Court. I found Blandon's case file within a few minutes. He and 6 others, including his wife, had been secretly indicted May 5, 1992, for conspiring to distribute cocaine. He'd been buying wholesale quantities from suppliers and reselling it to other wholesalers. Way up on the food chain. According to the indictment, he'd been a trafficker for 10 years, had clients nationwide, and had bragged on tape of selling other LA dealers between 2 and 4 tons of cocaine. He was such a big-timer that the judge had ordered him and his wife held in jail without bail because they posed a threat to the health and moral fiber of the community. The file contained a transcript of a detention hearing, held to determine if the couple should be released on bail. Blandon's prosecutor, Assistant U.S. Attorney L.J. O'Neill, brought out his best ammo to persuade the judge to keep the couple locked up until trial. Mr. Blandon's family was closely associated with the Somoza government that was overthrown in 1979, O'Neill said. Blandon had been partners with the Jairo Menezes in 764 kilos of cocaine that had been seized in Nicaragua in 1991, O'Neill claimed, and he also owned hotels and casinos in Nicaragua with Menezes. He had a house in Costa Rica. He had a business in Mexico, relatives in Spain, phony addresses all over the United States, and unlimited access to money. He is a large-scale cocaine trafficker and has been for a long time, O'Neill argued. Given the amount of cocaine he'd sold, O'Neill said, Blandon's minimum mandatory punishment was off the charts, life plus a $4 million fine, giving him plenty of incentive to flee the country. Blandon's lawyer, Brad Brunon, confirmed the couple's close ties to Somoza and produced a photo of them at a wedding reception with El Presidente and his spouse. That just showed what fine families they were from, he said. The accusations in Nicaragua against Blandon, Brunon argued, were politically motivated because of Mr. Blandon's activities with the Contras in the early 1980s. Damn, here it is again. His own lawyer says he was working for the Contras. Brunon argued that the government had no case against his client, and no right to keep him in jail until the trial. There is not the first kilogram of cocaine that had been seized in this case, Brunon said. What you have are accusations from a series of informants. But the judge didn't see it that way. While allowing Quepeda to post bond, he ordered Danilo held without bail. From the docket sheet, I could see that the case had never gone to trial. Everyone had pleaded out, starting with Blandon. 5 months after his arrest, he pleaded guilty to conspiracy, and the charges against his wife were dropped. After that, his fugitive co-defendants were quickly arrested and pleaded guilty. But they all received extremely short sentences. One was even put on unsupervised probation. I didn't get it. If O'Neill had such a rock-solid case against a major drug trafficking ring, why were they let off so easily? People did more time for burglary. Even Blandon, the ringleader, only got 48 months, and from the docket sheet it appeared that was later cut almost in half. As I read on, I realized that Blandon was already back on the streets totally unsupervised. No parole. Free as a bird. He'd walked out of jail September 19, 1994, on the arm of an INS agent, Robert Telles. He'd done 28 months for 10 years of cocaine trafficking. The last page of the file told me why. It was a motion filed by U.S. Attorney O'Neill, asking the court to unseal Blandon's plea agreement and a couple of Internal Justice Department memorandums. During the course of this case, defendant Oscar Danilo Blandon cooperated with and rendered substantial assistance to the United States, O'Neill wrote. At the government's request, his jail sentence had been secretly cut twice. O'Neill then persuaded the judge to let Blandon out of jail completely, telling the court he was needed as a full-time paid informant for the U.S. Department of Justice. Since he'd be undercover, O'Neill wrote, he couldn't very well have probation agents checking up on him. He was released on unsupervised probation. All of this information had once been secret, I noticed, but since Blandon was going to testify in a case in Northern California, the Cornejo case, I presumed, O'Neill had to have the plea agreement and all the records relating to his sentence reductions unsealed and turned over to defense counsel. I walked back to my hotel convinced that I was on the right track. Now there were 2 separate sources saying in court that Blandon was involved with the Contras and had been selling large amounts of cocaine in Los Angeles. And when the government finally had a chance to put him away forever, it had opened up the cell doors and let him walk. I needed to find Blandon. I had a million questions only he could answer. I began calling the defense attorneys involved in the 1992 conspiracy case, hoping one of them would know what had become of him. I struck out with every call. One of the lawyers was out of town. The rest of them remembered next to nothing about the case or their clients. It was all over so quickly I barely had time to open a file, one said. The consensus was that once Blandon flipped, his compadres scrambled to get the best deal they could, and no one prepared for trial. Discovery had been minimal. But one thing wasn't clear. What had the government gotten out of the deal that was worth giving Blandon and his crew such an easy ride? O'Neill claimed he'd given information about a murder in the Bay Area, but from what I could see from his DEA and FBI interviews, he'd merely told the government that the man had been murdered, something the police already knew. Back in Sacramento, I did some checking on the targets of the 1994 grand jury investigation, the Menezes family, and again my tipster's description proved accurate, perhaps even understated. I found a 1991 story from the San Francisco Chronicle and a 1986 San Francisco Examiner piece that strongly suggested that Menezes, too, had been dealing cocaine for the Contras during the 1980s. One of the stories described him as the king of cocaine in Nicaragua and the Cali cartel's representative there. The Chronicle story mentioned that a U.S. Senate investigation had run across him in connection with the Contras and allegations of cocaine smuggling. That must have been where I heard about this Contra drug stuff before, I decided. A congressional hearing. At the California State Library's Government Publications section, I scoured the SIS indices, which catalog congressional hearings by topic and witness name. Menezes wasn't listed, but there had been a series of hearings back in 1987 and 1988, I saw, dealing with the issue of the Contras and cocaine, a subcommittee of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, chaired by Senator John Kerry of Massachusetts. For the next 6 days I sat with rolls of dimes at a microfiche printer in the quiet wood-paneled recesses of the library, reading and copying many of the 1,100 pages of transcripts and exhibits of the Kerry Committee hearings, growing more astounded each day. The committee's investigators had uncovered direct links between drug dealers and the Contras. They'd gotten into BCC years before anyone knew what that banking scandal even was. They'd found evidence of Manuel Noriega's involvement with drugs years before the invasion. Many of the Kerry Committee witnesses, I noted, later became U.S. Justice Department witnesses against Noriega. Kerry and his staff had taken videotaped depositions from Contra leaders who acknowledged receiving drug profits, with the apparent knowledge of the CIA. The drug dealers had admitted under oath giving money to the Contras, and had passed polygraph tests. The pilots had admitted flying weapons down and cocaine and marijuana back, landing in at least one instance at Homestead Air Force Base in Florida. The exhibits included U.S. Customs reports, FBI reports, Internal Justice Department memos. It almost knocked me off my chair. It was all there in black and white. Blandon's testimony about selling cocaine for the Contras in LA wasn't some improbable fantasy. This could have actually happened. I called Jack Bloom, the Washington, D.C., attorney who'd headed the Kerry investigation, and he confirmed that Norwin Menezes had been an early target. But the Justice Department, he said, had stonewalled the committee's requests for information, and he had finally given up trying to obtain the records, moving on to other, more productive areas. There was a lot of weird stuff going on out on the West Coast, but after our experiences with Justice, we mainly concentrated on the cocaine coming into the East. Why is it that I can barely remember this? I asked. I mean, I read the papers every day. It wasn't in the papers, for the most part. We laid it all out, and we were trashed, Bloom said. I've got to tell you, there's a real problem with the press in this town. We were totally hit by the leadership of the administration and much of the congressional leadership. They simply turned around and said, "These people are crazy. Their witnesses are full of shit. They're a bunch of drug dealers, drug addicts, don't listen to them." And they dumped all over us. It came from every direction and every corner. We were even dumped on by the Iran-Contra Committee. They wouldn't touch this issue with a 10-foot pole. There had to have been some reporters who followed this, I protested. Maybe I'm naive, but this seems like a huge story to me. Bloom barked a laugh. Well, it's nice to hear someone finally say that, even if it is 10 years later. But what happened was, our credibility was questioned, and we were personally trashed. The administration and some people in Congress tried to make us look like crazies, and to some degree it worked. I remember having conversations with reporters in which they would say, "Well, the administration says this is all wrong." And I'd say, "Look, the guy is going to testify to X, Y, and Z. Why don't you cover the fucking hearing instead of coming to me with what the administration says?" And they'd say, "Well, the guy is a drug dealer. Why should I do that? And I used to say this regularly, look, the minute I find a Lutheran minister or priest who was on the scene when they were delivering 600 kilos of cocaine at some air base in Contraland, I'll put him on the stand, but until then, you take what you can get. The big papers stayed as far away from this issue as they could. It was like they didn't want to know. There were two reporters, Bloom said, who'd pursued the Contra drug story, Robert Perry and Brian Barger of the Associated Press, but they'd run into the same problems. Their stories were either trashed or ignored. There were also two reporters in Costa Rica, a New York Times stringer named Martha Honey and her husband, Tony Avirgan, an ABC cameraman, who had gone after the story as well, he said. Honey and Avirgan wound up being set up on phony drug charges in Costa Rica, spied on in the States by the FBI and former CIA agents, smeared, and ruined financially. I know Bob Perry is still here in Washington somewhere. He did the first stories and was one of the few who seemed to know what he was doing. You might want to talk to him, Bloom suggested. Perry sounded slightly amused when I called him in Virginia. Why in the world would you want to go back into this? He asked. I told him of my discoveries about Menezes and Blandon, and the latter's cocaine sales in Los Angeles. I wondered if he or anyone else had ever reported this before. Not that I'm aware of, Perry said. We never really got into where it was going once the cocaine arrived in the United States. Our stories dealt mainly with the Costa Rican end of things. This is definitely a new angle. You think you can show it was being sold in El-A? Yeah, I do. Well, one of the guys has even testified to it before a grand jury. But this is an area I've never done any reporting on before, so I guess what I'm looking for is a little guidance, I told him. Have you got any suggestions? There was a short silence on the other end of the phone. How well do you get along with your editors? Perry finally asked. Fine. Why do you ask? Well, when Brian and I were doing these stories we got our brains beat out. Perry sighed. People from the administration were calling our editors, telling them we were crazy, that our sources were no good, that we didn't know what we were writing about. The Justice Department was putting out false press releases saying there was nothing to this, that they'd investigated and could find no evidence. We were being attacked in the Washington Times. The rest of the Washington press corps sort of poo-pooed the whole thing, and no one else would touch it. So we ended up being out there all by ourselves, and eventually our editors backed away completely, and I ended up quitting the AP. It was probably the most difficult time of my career. He paused. Maybe things have changed, I don't know. I was nonplussed. Bob Perry wasn't some fringe reporter. He'd won a Polk Award for uncovering the CIA Assassination Manual given to the Contras, and was the first reporter to expose Oliver North's illegal activities. But what he just described sounded like something out of a bad dream. I told him I didn't think that would be a problem at the Mercury. I'd done some controversial stories before, but the editors had stood by them, and we'd won some significant awards. I felt good about the paper, I told him. One place you might try is the National Archives, Perry offered. They're in the process of declassifying Lawrence Walsh's files, and I've found some pretty remarkable things over there. It's a long shot, but if I were you, I'd file a FOIA for the men you mentioned and see if anything turns up. It was a long shot, but Perry's hunch paid off. My Freedom of Information Act request produced several important clues, among them a 1986 FBI report about Blandon that alluded to a police raid and reported that Blandon's attorney, Brad Brunon, had called the L.A. County Sheriff's Office afterward and claimed that the CIA had winked at Blandon's activities. I also obtained 1987 FBI interviews with a San Francisco Contra supporter, Dennis Ainsworth, in which he told of his discovery that Norwin Menezes and a Contra leader named Enrique Bermudez were dealing arms and drugs. I tracked down Ainsworth and had another disconcerting conversation. "You've got to be crazy," he said. He'd tried to alert people to this 10 years ago, and it had ruined his life. Nobody in Washington wanted to look at this. Republican, Democrat, nobody. They wanted this story buried, and anyone who looked any deeper into it got buried along with it, Ainsworth said. You're bringing up a very old nightmare. You have no idea what you're touching on here, Gary. No idea at all. I think I've got a pretty good idea, I said. Believe me, he said patiently, you don't understand. I almost got killed. I had friends in Central America who were killed. There was a Mexican reporter who was looking into one end of this, and he wound up dead. So don't pretend that you know. If the Contras were selling drugs in LA, don't you think people should know that? Ainsworth laughed. LA? Menezes was selling it all over the country. Listen, he ran one of the major distributions in the US. It wasn't just LA. He was national. And he was totally protected. I think that's the kind of thing the public needs to know about, I told him. And that's why I need your help. You know a lot more about this topic than I do. He was unmoved. Look, when I was trying to tell Congress, I was getting death threats. And you're asking, you know, if I'm Jewish, would I like to go back and spend another 6 months in Dachau? Leave this alone. Take my advice. You can go on and write a lot of other things and maybe win a Pulitzer Prize, but all you're going to be after this is over is a persona non grata. Please. Everyone's forgotten about this and moved on with their lives. A few days later I got a call from Cornejo's girlfriend. My one chance to hook up with Blandon had just fallen through. He isn't going to be testifying at Raphael's trial after all, she told me. Raphael's attorney won his motion to have the DEA and FBI release the uncensored files, and the U.S. attorney decided to drop him as a witness rather than do that. Can you believe it? He was one of the witnesses they used to get the indictment against Raphael, and now they're refusing to put him on the stand. I hung up the phone in a funk. Without him, I didn't have much to go on. But there was always his boss, this Menezes fellow. Getting to him was a tougher nut to crack, but worth a shot. The girlfriend said she thought he was in jail in Nicaragua, and the Chronicle clip I'd found noted that he'd been arrested there in 1991. Maybe, I hoped, the Nicaraguans locked their drug lords up longer than we did. I was put in touch with a freelance reporter in Managua, George Hodel, an indefatigable Swiss journalist who spoke several languages and had covered Nicaragua during the war. He taught college journalism classes, knew his way around the Nicaraguan government, and had sources everywhere. Better yet, with his Swiss-German-Spanish accent, it was like talking to Peter Lorre. I persuaded Don to hire George as a stringer, and he set off to find Menezes. Meanwhile, the San Diego attorney who had been out of town when I was looking for Blandon returned my call. Juanita Brooks had represented Blandon's friend and co-defendant, a Mexican millionaire named Sergio Guerra. Another lawyer in her firm had defended Quipita Blandon. She knew quite a bit about the couple. You don't happen to know where he is these days, do you? No, but I can tell you where he'll be in a couple of months. Here in San Diego. Entirely by coincidence, I have a case coming up where he's the chief prosecution witness against my client. You're kidding, I said. What case is this? It's a pretty big one. Have you ever heard of someone named Freeway Ricky Ross? Indeed I had. I'd run across him while researching the asset forfeiture series in 1993. He's one of the biggest crack dealers in LA, I said. That's what they say, Brooks replied. He and my client and a couple others were arrested in a DEA reverse sting last year, and Blandon is the CI confidential informant in the case. How did Blandon get involved with crack dealers? I don't have a lot of details, because the government has been very protective of him. They've refused to give us any discovery so far, Brooks said. But from what I understand, Blandon used to be one of Ricky Ross's sources back in the 1980s, and I suppose he played off that friendship. My mind was racing. Blandon, the Contra fundraiser, had sold cocaine to the biggest crack dealer in South Central LA. That was too much. Are you sure about this? I wouldn't want you to quote me on it, she said, but, yes, I'm pretty sure. You can always call Alan Fenster, Ross's attorney, and ask him. I'm sure he knows. Fenster was out, so I left a message on his voicemail, telling him I was working on a story about Oscar Danilo Blandon Reyes and wanted to interview him. When I got back from lunch, I found a message from Fenster waiting. It said, "Oscar who?" My heart sank. I'd suspected it was a bum lead, but I'd been keeping my fingers crossed anyway. I should have known, that would have been too perfect. I called Fenster back to thank him for his time, and he asked what kind of a story I was working on. I told him the Contras and cocaine. I'm curious, he said. What made you think this Oscar person was involved in Ricky's case? I told him what Brooks had related, and he gasped. He's the informant? Are you serious? No wonder those bastards won't give me his name. Fenster began swearing a blue streak. Forgive me, he said. But if you only knew what kind of bullshit I've been going through to get that information from those sons of bitches, and then some reporter calls me up from San Jose and he knows all about him, it just makes me. Your client didn't tell you his name. He didn't know it. He only knew him as Danilo, and then he wasn't even sure that was his real name. You and Ricky need to talk. I'll have him call you. He hung up abruptly. Ross called a few hours later. I asked him what he knew about Blandon. A lot, he said. He was almost like a godfather to me. He's the one who got me going. Was he your main source? He was. Everybody I knew through him. So really, he could be considered as my only source. In a sense, he was. When was this? 81 or 82? Right when I was getting going. Damn, I thought. That was right when Blandon said he started dealing drugs. Would you be willing to sit down and talk to me about this? I asked. Hell, yeah. I'll tell you anything you want to know. At the end of September 1995 I spent a week in San Diego, going through the files of the Ross case, interviewing defense attorneys and prosecutors, listening to undercover DA tapes. I attended a discovery hearing and watched as Fenster and the other defense lawyers made another futile attempt to find out details about the government's informant, so they could begin preparing their defenses. Assistant U.S. Attorney O'Neill refused to provide a thing. They'd get what they were entitled to, he promised, 10 days before trial. See what I mean? Fenster asked me on his way out. It's like the trial in Alice in Wonderland. I spent hours with Ross at the Metropolitan Correctional Center. He knew nothing of Blandon's past, I discovered. He had no idea who the Contras were or whose side they were on. To him, Danilo was just a nice guy with a lot of cheap dope. What would you say if I were to tell you that he was working for the Contras, selling cocaine to help them buy weapons and supplies? I asked. Ross goggled. And they put me in jail? I'd say that was some fucked up shit there. They say I sold dope all over, but man, I know he done sold 10 times more than me. Are you being straight with me? I told him I had documents to prove it. Ross just shook his head and looked away. He's been working for the government the whole damn time, he muttered. A pretty secret kind of thing. In July 1979, as his enemies massed in the hills and suburbs of his doomed capital, the dictator huddled in his mountainside bunker with his aides and his American advisors and cursed his rotten luck. For the 46 years that Anastasio Somoza's family had ruled the Republic of Nicaragua, the Somozas had done nearly everything the U.S. government asked. No, after all his hard work, the Americans wanted him to disappear. Somoza could barely believe it. He was glad he had his tape recorder going, so history could bear witness to his cruel betrayal. I have thrown many people out of their natural habitat because of the U.S., Fighting for your cause. So let's talk like friends, Somoza told U.S. Ambassador Lawrence Petzullo. I threw a goddamned communist out of Guatemala, he reminded the ambassador, referring to the role the Somoza family had played in the CIA's overthrow of a liberal Guatemalan government in 1954. I personally worked on that. When the CIA needed a secret base to prepare for the Bay of Pigs invasion, Somoza couldn't have been a more gracious host. The US called me, and I agreed to have the bombers leave here and knock the hell out of the installations in Cuba, Somoza stormed, like a Pearl Harbor deal. In 1965 he'd sent troops into the Dominican Republic to help the United States quell another leftist uprising. Hell, he'd even sent Nicaraguans off to fight in Vietnam. And now, when Somoza needed help, when it was his soldiers who were locked in a life-and-death struggle with communist aggressors, the Americans were selling him out all because of some nonsense about human rights violations by his troops. It is embarrassing for you to be good friends with the Somozas, the dictator told Petzullo sarcastically. Somoza then tried his trump card: if he went, the Nicaraguan National Guard, the Guardia, would surely be destroyed. The Guardia, as corrupt and deadly an organization as any in Central America, served as Somoza's military, his police, and his intelligence service. Somoza knew the Americans would be loath to let their investment in it go to waste. They had created the Guardia in the 1930s and nurtured it carefully since, spending millions of dollars a year supplying weapons and schooling its officers in the complex arts of anti-communism. What are you going to do with the National Guard of Nicaragua? Somoza asked Petzullo. I don't need to know, but after you have spent 30 years educating all of these officers, I don't think it is fair for them to be thrown to the wolves. They have been fighting communism just like you taught them at Fort Gulick and Fort Benning and Leavenworth. Out of 900 officers we have, 800 or so belong to your schools. Petzullo assured Somoza that the United States was willing to do what we can to preserve the Guard. Putting aside its international reputation for murder and torture, Petzullo recognized that the Guardia was a bulwark against anti-American interests and, as long as it existed, could be used to keep Somoza's successors, whoever they might be, in line. We are not abandoning the Guard, he insisted. We would like to see a force emerge here that can stabilize the country. But for that to happen, Petzullo said, Somoza and his top generals needed to step down and give the Guardia a clean break from its blood-stained past before the Sandinistas marched in and it became too late to salvage anything. To make the break now. It is a hell of a mess, Petzullo said sympathetically. Just sitting here talking to you about it is strange enough. We are talking about a break. Somoza knew the game was over. Let's not bullshit ourselves, Mr. Ambassador. I am talking to a professional. You have to do your dirty work, and I have to do mine. In the pre-dawn hours of July 17, 1979, Somoza and his closest associates, his top generals, his business partners, and their families boarded 2 jets and flew to Homestead Air Force Base in Florida to begin a vagabond exile. The vaunted National Guard collapsed within hours. Sandinista columns swarmed into the defenseless capital, jubilantly proclaiming an end to both the Guardia, which had hunted the rebels mercilessly for more than a decade, and Somoza. Those National Guard officers who could escape poured across the borders into El Salvador, Honduras, and Costa Rica, or hid inside the Colombian embassy in Managua. Those who couldn't, wound up in prison, and occasionally before firing squads. 9 days after Somoza and his cronies were overthrown, a handful of congressmen gathered in a hearing room in the Rayburn House office building in Washington, D.C., to discuss some disturbing activities in Latin America. Though what had happened in Nicaragua was on everyone's mind in the nation's capital that week, these particular lawmakers had concerns that lay farther to the south, in Colombia, in Bolivia, and in Peru. They were worried about cocaine. The exotic South American drug seemed to be winning admirers everywhere. References were turning up in movies, songs, and newspaper stories, and surprisingly, many of them were positive. To Republican Congressman Tennyson Geyer, an elderly former preacher and 33rd-degree Mason from Findlay, Ohio, it seemed like the media was hell-bent on glamorizing cocaine. Geyer, an ultra-conservative fond of loud suits and white patent leather shoes, was the chairman of the Cocaine Task Force of the House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control, and he wasn't just going to stand by and watch. Recent developments concerning the state of cocaine have come to my attention, which call for decisive and immediate action. Geyer thundered as he opened his cocaine hearings in July 1979. The availability, abuse, and popularity of cocaine in the United States has reached pandemic proportions. This is a drug which, for the most part, has been ignored, and its increased use in our society has caught us unprepared to cope effectively with this menace. But if Geyer was feeling menaced by cocaine, not too many others were. Many Americans who'd grown up during the drug-soaked 1960s reasoned that an occasional sniff of the fluffy white powder was no more menacing than a couple of martinis and considerably more chic. Cocaine didn't give you a hangover. It didn't scramble your brains. Many doctors believed you couldn't get hooked on it. It made you feel great. It kept the pounds off. And there was a definite cachet associated with using it. Just the price of admission to club cocaine was enough to keep out the riffraff. At $2,500 an ounce and up, it was a naughty pleasure reserved for a special few, the so-called elites and the intellectual classes, as Geyer derisively termed them. Even the paraphernalia associated with the drug, sterling silver cocaine spoons and tightly rolled $100 bills, carried an aura of decadence. In the public's mind, cocaine was associated with fame and fortune. The rediscovery of cocaine in the 70s was unavoidable. A Los Angeles psychologist gushed to a convention of drug experts in 1980, because its stimulating and pleasure-causing properties reinforce the American character, with its initiative, its energy, its restless activity and its boundless optimism. While the street corners played host to lowbrow and much more dangerous drugs, angel dust, smack, meth, coke stayed up in the penthouses, nestled in exquisitely carved bowls and glittering little boxes. It came out at private parties, or in the washrooms of trendy nightclubs. Unless some celebrity got caught with it by accident, street cops almost never saw the stuff. My first 10 years as a narcotics agent, my contact with cocaine was very minimal, recalled Gerald Smith, who ran the San Francisco office of the California Bureau of Narcotics Enforcement during the 1980s. As a matter of fact, the first few years, the only cocaine I ever saw was an ounce some guy would take around as a training aid to teach you what it looked like. Because it was something you saw so rarely. Our big things in those days were pills and heroin and marijuana. But if Reverend Geyer thought the experts he'd summoned to Washington were going to help him change the public's mind about cocaine sniffing, he was badly mistaken. Witness after witness trooped up to the microphone to tell Congress that cocaine was not only a relatively safe drug but so rare that it could hardly be called a nuisance, much less the menace Geyer was advertising. Daily cocaine use is extremely uncommon, simply because of the high cost, testified Robert C. Peterson, Assistant Director of Research for the National Institute on Drug Abuse. Under present conditions of use, it has not posed a very serious health problem for most. Rarely does it cause a problem. Leigh Dogoloff, the White House's drug expert, concurred. It is our assumption, he said, that the current relatively low level of health problems associated with cocaine use reflects the relatively high price and relatively low availability of the substance. To make the point, the head of the Drug Enforcement Administration, Peter Bensinger, told the committee he had brought $800,000 worth of cocaine to show them. He pulled out a little bag and dangled it before his rapt audience. "That is simulated, I trust?" Geyer inquired. "No, that is actual coca," Bensinger replied. "A sample," he said, "of seized contraband. I can't believe you are holding almost $1 million there." Geyer sputtered. "We ought to have security in the hearing room." "We have some special agents in the room, I assure you," Bensinger said. The experts were careful to note that if cocaine became cheaper, it would be more widely available and might pose a bigger problem than anyone realized, but no one seemed to think there was much chance of that happening. Most of the smugglers, Bensinger said, were just bringing amounts small enough to put in a suitcase or stash on their body. We don't think people are bringing cocaine across the border, to a large extent, in a car from Mexico. He recommended that Congress, instead of trying to prevent the drug from coming in over the borders, concentrate its efforts on getting the Peruvians and Bolivians to stop growing coca plants. Dr. Robert Byck, a drug expert from Yale University, sat in the audience listening patiently to the testimony all day. When it was Byck's turn to speak, Geyer warmly welcomed him up to the witness table, complimenting him on his very impressive academic and professional credentials. Byck thanked Geyer and then politely ripped into the federal government for spreading misinformation about the drug. What I would like to talk to you about for the most part is the importance of telling the truth, Byck, a professor of psychiatry and pharmacology at Yale Medical School, began. The truth was that cocaine wasn't the horrible health hazard Americans were being told it was. Cocaine doesn't have the kind of health consequences that one sees with drugs such as alcohol and cigarettes. Right now, if we look at the hospital admission records and death records, cocaine doesn't look like a dangerous drug. We have given a great deal of cocaine to many individuals and find it to be a most unremarkable drug. We are giving cocaine by nose to normal young men. When anyone visits our laboratory, they look at the TV screen and say, "That guy took cocaine." They don't jump around, they don't get excited, they sit calmly and experience a drug high and don't become dangerous. What about 5 years later? Geyer cried. Are the membranes and so on not affected at all? The damage to people's membranes is quite rare with cocaine. It does occur, but it is a rare phenomenon, Byck answered. Part of this is because people don't use very much cocaine. It is expensive. Tell me the last alcoholic you saw with cirrhosis of the liver when cirrhosis was caused by Dom Perignon. You almost never see it. As most Americans were using it, Byck said, cocaine is a very safe drug. You almost never see anesthetic death due to cocaine. There have been a series of 14,000 consecutive doses of cocaine given with no deaths. Deaths from cocaine are very rare. They do occur, and I think it is important to recognize that they occur. But actually, the drug, in terms of the risk of killing people, is comparatively safe. If you want a dangerous drug, take digitalis or digoxin. It is a heart drug. And that is really deadly, one of the deadliest poisons known. But that is used to save lives, Geyer countered. Yes, it is used to save lives, Byck said. Cocaine is also used medically. So you cannot take whether or not something can kill you as a measure of dangerousness. What the government was doing with its scare campaigns about cocaine, Byck complained, was poisoning the well. It was ruining the government's credibility with the public, just when the government needed its credibility to be impeccable. I think we make a mistake when we say that snorting cocaine every once in a while is a dangerous habit and is going to kill people, because it does not, Byck said flatly. There are a great many people around who have been snorting cocaine and know that their friends haven't gotten into trouble. If you then tell those people that cocaine is very dangerous, they won't believe it. Then, when you get to the next step when you are talking about something that is really dangerous, they are not going to believe you the second time. And that brought Byck to the real reason he was in Washington on a humid day in late July. He was there to deliver a warning from the scientific community. Something bad was coming, Byck knew, something so deadly awful that the only way to prevent a catastrophe was for the government to tell the truth, and pray to God that it was believed. I think we have to be careful that the government is believed about cocaine, because there are dangers associated with the drug, Byck said vaguely. These dangers are not particularly associated with the present use pattern. Byck told the committee that he'd hesitated for a long time about coming forward with the information and was still reluctant to discuss the matter in a public hearing. Usually when things like this are reported, the media advertises them, and this attention has been a problem with cocaine all along. Chairman Geyer, who'd spent 2 decades as a public relations man for an Ohio tire company, told BYCK to spit it out. The purpose of our panel is to bring into the open what has been, up to now, a pretty secret kind of thing. The information BYCK had was known to only a handful of drug researchers around the world. And it was as frightening a spectacle as any they'd ever seen. For about a year, a Peruvian police psychiatrist named Dr. Raúl Jerry had been insisting that wealthy drug users in Lima were being driven insane by cocaine. A psychiatrist in Bolivia, Dr. Nils Nova, began making similar claims shortly thereafter. Their reports, written in Spanish and published in obscure medical journals, went largely unnoticed in the United States because, frankly, they sounded so weird. The first problem was that all of recorded history was against them. Peru and Bolivia had been producing cocaine products for thousands of years, with few reports of the drug causing serious medical effects. At the same time, some of America's leading researchers were claiming that cocaine was non-addictive and perhaps should be legalized. Jerry, a professor of clinical neurology at the National University of San Marcos, claimed a cocaine epidemic had swept through Lima's fashionable neighborhoods in 1974 and spread like a grass fire to Peru's other major cities, Piura, Trujillo, Chiclayo, Chimbote, Huaraz, Li, Arequipa, and Cuzco. Within 2 years, he said, the alleged epidemic had engulfed Ecuador and Bolivia. No one had heard of anything like it before. It also didn't help that the psychiatrist's studies read like the script of Reefer Madness, painting scenes of jails and insane asylums filling up with legions of half-mad drug fiends. When seen, these patients were generally very thin, unkempt, pale, and looking suspiciously from one side to the other, Jerry wrote. These movements were associated with visual hallucinations, shadows, light or human figures, which they observed in the temporal fields of vision. Many of the patients bore scratches from trying to dig out the hallucinations they felt crawling under their skin, and they claimed they were being followed by persons or shadows that seemed to want to catch, attack, or kill them. 3 patients died in the series, 2 by acute intoxication and 1 by suicide. It wasn't a new drug that was causing this reaction, Jerry and Neuer reported, but a new trick from an old dog. Instead of sniffing tiny crystals of cocaine up their nose, as Americans were doing, the Peruvians and Bolivians were smoking a paste known variously as pasta basica de cocaína, base, or basuco. It was all the same thing, the gooey mess that leached out of solvent-soaked coca leaves. Coca paste was an intermediate substance created on the way to manufacturing the white powder known to most cocaine users. People had started drying the paste, crumbling it into cigarettes, and smoking it. For the serious drug abuser, paste's advantages over powder were enormous. You could smoke as much as you wanted. With powder, only a small amount could be stuffed up one's nose, and it took time for the drug to kick in, because first it had to be absorbed by the nasal membranes. Eventually the nose got numb. Cocaine vapor, on the other hand, hit the vast surface area of the lungs immediately and delivered an instantaneous sledgehammer high. Users described the feeling as more intense than orgasm, some called it a whole-body orgasm. And there was no limit to the amount of vapor the lungs could process. Paste had the added advantage of being richer in actual cocaine than the powder commonly sold, 40–85% as opposed to 12–20%, and was far cheaper. In terms of bang for the buck, it couldn't be beat. Many patients said they found no other drug as pleasurable as this one, Jerry wrote. Paste was almost unknown 6 years ago. Now it is the main drug reported by patients who are admitted to psychiatric hospitals or drug treatment centers in Lima. There is no zone of the city where youngsters do not get together to smoke coca paste and where pushers do not sell the drug in their own homes or in the street. They even come to the school entrances to do their business. But there was a price to pay for such a blissful rush. The feeling lasted only a few minutes, and nirvana could only be reattained by another hit quickly, or a crushing depression would follow, The devil's own version of the cocaine blues. It was a roller coaster ride, and invariably the user couldn't keep up the pace. Jerry was deeply troubled by his research, comparing paste smokers to those suffering from a malignant disease. It is hard to believe to what extremes of social degradation these men may fall, especially those who were brilliant students, efficient professionals, or successful businessmen, he wrote. These individuals became so dependent on the drug that they had practically no other interest in life. The Bolivian psychiatrist Nils Noya claimed that the drug caused irreversible brain damage and wrote that cocaine smokers literally could not stop once they started. Some users, he reported, smoke 60 to 80 cocaine-laced cigarettes in a single session. Cocaine smoking parties would go on for days, ending only when the supplies dried up or the smokers passed out. Immediately after smoking a cigarette, they have diarrhea, Nova said in a 1978 interview. I mean immediately, but the worst part is they have to go on smoking until they finish the box of paste. Jerry wrote that cocaine smoking was largely confined to Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Colombia, but there were ominous signs that it was moving northward. We do not know if coca paste has been introduced to America, but Panamanian authorities have reported heavy transportation of coca paste by American and Peruvian citizens, Jerry wrote in 1979, citing an unpublished Panamanian police report. BYCK, who among other things had collected and edited Sigmund Freud's cocaine papers, had been skeptical of the South American reports until he sent one of his students down to Peru on a summer project. In the spring of 1978, a first-year Yale med student named David Polly came to BYCK with an idea the scientist found intriguing. Polly wanted to measure the blood plasma levels of Peru's coca leaf chewing Indians to see what it was that got the Indians high. Plenty had been written about the cultural aspects of the habit, Polly told BYCK, but no one had ever done any real experiments to see what it was that the leaf put in the Indians' bloodstream, and how much of it got there. Polly, who had an interest in Peru from earlier travels there, said he dreamed up the project in order to start work on his thesis. It was a fairly rudimentary proposal, but Yale has a thesis requirement for an M.D. It's the only medical school in the country that does so. You have to start a proposal early in your career. Coincidentally, Bike had recently gotten a letter from a prominent Peruvian neurosurgeon, Dr. Fernando Cabezas, who proposed some cooperative research on cocaine. At the time, the Peruvian government was cracking down on coca chewing, and Cabezas believed the Indians were being harassed unfairly. He was looking for some scientific evidence to back up his arguments that the Indian social customs should be left alone. Both BYCK and Cabezas liked Polly's idea, and the Peruvian agreed to provide the lab facilities, test subjects, transportation, and assistance. Soon a delighted Polly was winging his way to South America to spend his summer among the Indians in the mountains of Peru. Cabezas squired the young Yale around Lima and introduced him to his friends in the arts and sciences. One man Polly met through Cabezas was Dr. Raul Jerry, who latched onto him and began telling him of his research into cocaine smoking. Jerry, who was also a general in the Peruvian military police, insisted on showing Polly the wretched victims of this new drug habit he'd discovered. Mostly to humor his influential new acquaintance, Polly agreed to accompany Jerry to the psychiatric institute where Jerry worked as a consultant. Polly left the hospital more doubtful than before. I interviewed some of these quote-unquote pasteleros, and to my mind, one of them was clearly schizophrenic, Polly said. Another one appeared to be a polydrug abuser. I mean, this guy had done everything from Valium to Quaaludes. So I was very unimpressed when I went around with him that first time. Reading Jerry's studies did nothing to enhance Polly's opinion, either. They were mainly observational and not very scientific, he said. It wasn't until Polly began making friends in Lima that he started changing his mind about the insistent general's work. I began to hear about their friends who were dropping out of medical school and dropping out of college and basically turning into raging cocaine addicts, Polly recalled. They were good kids who had essentially abandoned their lives and turned into wildly addicted base smokers. They were stealing from their grandmothers and doing all the kinds of things that you would associate with a heroin addict. And there were thousands of them. On motorcycle trips through Lima with his friends, Polly said, he'd drive down these streets and the places would stink of cocaine. They would stink of it. You'd come around a corner and you could smell it for miles. It has a very characteristic, sweet odor. And these weren't slums either. These were middle-class neighborhoods that my friends had grown up in, and now their friends were hanging out in the middle of the street, gaunt, and totally strung out. Alarmed, Polly called BYCK at Yale and told him what he'd seen. The substance of my conversation with BYCK, if I remember correctly, was that if this shit ever hits the US, we're in deep trouble. Said BYCK, I remember the phone call very vividly. He said something was going on down there, and I told him to get some blood samples and bring them back with him. Polly drew blood samples from random smokers and had them analyzed at the laboratories of clinical psychopharmacology at Yale that fall. Peter Jadlow, who was the lab director, said they had the highest plasma levels of cocaine that he'd ever seen in someone who wasn't dead, Polly recalled. If the average experimental plasma level they were getting in the lab from ingesting snorting cocaine was 100 nanograms per mil, these were in the thousands. BYCK quickly got some federal grant money and sent Polly back to Lima to do some controlled experiments on cocaine smokers. Jerry, with his police connections, obtained the necessary permits and approvals, procured a half kilo of coca paste and some cocaine smokers, and allowed Polly to bring them all to a room at the Peruvian Museum of Health Sciences. Most of them were young men in their 20s. Polly put on some music, served food and refreshments, and then brought out a box of coca paste. All subjects, calm while sitting in the room before the experiment, became markedly anxious as the box containing the paste was brought into the room, Polly wrote. This nervousness became pronounced as they were preparing their first cigarettes and was evidenced by shaky hands and extremely sweaty palms and foreheads. This nervousness was borne out by the high blood pressure and heart rates taken immediately before smoking. This anxiety reaction is common to most experienced cocaine smokers and will often be brought on by the mere thought of smoking. Polly was both fascinated and repelled. It was Pavlovian, he said. It was just unbelievable. Some of these kids, in the lab, would smoke 20 grams of paste and then, after you had paid them for their time, they would run out on the street with the money and buy more. While Polly was running his experiments in Peru, further evidence was emerging in the United States that Raul Jerry's laughable predictions of a North American cocaine invasion were right on the mark. In February 1979, a psychologist from UCLA, Ronald K. Siegel, had a letter printed in the prestigious New England Journal of Medicine warning of a growing trend toward cocaine smoking in the western United States. Siegel, who'd been researching cocaine use in the Los Angeles area since the early 1970s, was a well-known drug expert who had become something of a media darling, always ready with a good quote for reporters wanting the inside scoop on the latest drug craze in La La Land. Siegel had started a pioneering research project in 1975 by taking out newspaper ads seeking long-time cocaine users. LA being LA, he got plenty of responses. He selected 99 cocaine users, mostly young males, and proposed keeping in touch with them over the next 4 years so he could monitor the results of constant, long-term cocaine use. His findings were great news for cokeheads. Not only did cocaine make you feel good, Siegel reported, but it had very few adverse psychological effects, and as a bonus, it helped you lose weight. By the end of the study, approximately 38% of the subjects had shown increased elevation of the euphoria scale, indicating increased happiness and contentment with life, Siegel wrote. Only 5% of the subjects reported psychological problems, such as suspiciousness or paranoia, and Siegel dismissed those complaints as hypochondria or perceptual disturbances. Taken together, individuals reported experiencing some positive effects in all intoxications and negative effects in only 3% of the intoxications, he wrote. Even those negative effects were usually of short duration and infrequent occurrence. All in all, Siegel concluded, the long-term negative effects of cocaine use were consistently overshadowed by the long-term positive benefits. There was, however, a curious footnote to Siegel's study, which the psychologist mentioned in passing. Over the course of his study, which ran from 1975 to 1978, 6 of the original 99 cocaine users had become confirmed cocaine smokers, puffing something known on the streets as freebase. Siegel was sufficiently intrigued to perform some cocaine smoking experiments on monkeys, discovering that 3 out of 3 apes, given a choice between smoking lettuce or cocaine, clearly preferred coke. So when Siegel read Jerry's reports about the cocaine smoking epidemic in South America, he realized the Peruvian was wrong about one thing: the habit wasn't confined to South America anymore. It had already planted its seeds in LA and was starting to pop up in other cities as well, building a devoted following among certain circles of rich drug users. Worse, Yankee ingenuity had already been at work, improving upon the deadly product, making it easier to use and more appealing to refined American tastes. The substance Jerry's subjects were using, coca paste, came mostly from the jungle cocaine processing labs that dotted Peru and Bolivia. Paste was an ugly gray glob laden with residues of the toxic solvents used to extract it from the coca leaves: kerosene, acid, and other chemicals. Some analyses had even found brick dust and leaded gasoline in it. Paste was hardly ever sold in the United States. What Americans got for their drug dollars was the finished product, the sparkling white crystals of cocaine hydrochloride powder. But cocaine powder was made to be snorted. It was extremely difficult to smoke because of its high boiling point. So what was it that Siegel's patients were using, this cocaine they called freebase? Siegel learned that it was cocaine powder that had been reverse-engineered to become smokable again. He traced the discovery of the process to the San Francisco Bay Area in January 1974, around the time that coca paste smoking had started becoming popular in Peru. According to Siegel, California cocaine traffickers who were journeying to Peru and Colombia for their wares heard of the people down there smoking base. Though the Colombians were referring to coca paste, Siegel said, the Americans mispronounced it, mistranslated the Spanish, and thought it was cocaine base. So they looked it up in the Merck manual, saw cocaine base and said, yeah, that's just the alkaloid of cocaine hydrochloride, which is street cocaine. By a relatively simple chemical process, Siegel said, the dealers took the powder and removed the hydrochloride salt, thus freeing the cocaine base. Hence the expression freebasing. That was something they could smoke, because it was volatile. And they were wowed by it when they smoked it. The traffickers thought they were smoking base. They were not. They were smoking something that nobody else on the planet had ever smoked before. By 1977, kits to extract freebase from cocaine powder were available commercially, ads were appearing in the underground press and in drug magazines. But since cocaine powder was so expensive, freebasing was a habit practiced only by a few rich drug dealers or avant-garde celebrities. They had very inefficient processes in those days and thought you needed large bags of cocaine to reduce to the cocaine freebase. So during the early years, only dealers and very wealthy users engaged in this, Siegel said. Dr. Sidney Cohen, another California scientist who recognized the dangers of cocaine smoking early on, wrote in 1980 that the only good thing about freebase was that it was the most expensive of all mood changers when price is measured against euphoria time. Affluent are the only ones who can afford it. In December 1978, after comparing notes with Jerry, Siegel fired off his letter to the New England Journal of Medicine, alerting the medical profession that there were problems afoot. Users are now experimenting with smoking cocaine alkaloid or base, he wrote. Freebase parties have become increasingly popular and the practice has spread from California to Nevada, Colorado, New York, South Carolina, and Florida. Siegel's letter appeared in the Journal in February 1979. 5 months later, in July, he, along with Polly, Byck, Jerry, and other cocaine researchers, found themselves together in Lima for an international symposium on cocaine. It was the first chance North American and South American drug researchers had had to compare notes and discuss their latest work. While the experts split on what to do about powder cocaine, those who'd been studying cocaine smoking were unanimous about their findings: there was a monster loose, a drug capable of totally enslaving its user. At the Lima conference, the stories continued to pour in. Two Bolivian psychiatrists from La Paz, Gregorio Aramia and Mario Sanchez, told of seeing patients coming in for treatment in bare feet and borrowed clothes. One of the patients said, "This damn drug, doctor, I have had to sell even my clothes in order to buy it." 80% of their patients, they reported, had committed impulsive acts such as thefts, swindling, clothes selling and others in order to buy more drug. The Lima conference had taken place only 2 weeks before BYCK appeared in Washington, and the stories he'd heard were fresh in his mind as he sat before Geyer's committee and listened to America's drug experts pooh-pooh the dangers of cocaine. Once, BYCK testified, he was in their camp. "No longer. I have come to the absolute, clear conclusion that it should not be legalized under any circumstances," he said. Cocaine smoking can represent the same threat that the speed epidemics of the 1960s represented in their time. We are on the verge of a dangerous drug use phenomenon. BYCK also wasn't the only American scientist who attended the Lima conference and came back alarmed. The impact of these experiences was impressive, and observers from the National Institute on Drug Abuse, NIDA, the White House, and the Department of State reported on the growing problem in South America when they returned to the U.S., said a 1982 study. Two of those observers, from NIDA and the White House, backed up BYCK's warnings at the hearing. But there was still time to prevent a catastrophe, BYCK told the committee. We do not yet have an epidemic of freebase or coca paste smoking in the United States. The possibility is strong that this might occur, BYCK testified. I have reports from California, from Chicago, and from New York about people who are smoking the substance, and I hear there are numbers of people now in San Francisco smoking the substance. Here is a chance for the federal government to engage in an educational campaign to prevent a drug abuse epidemic. The government needed to do 3 things as rapidly as possible. Number 1, find out about it. Number 2, establish some kind of collaboration with the media, and number 3, show what happens when this drug is used, so that we don't get an epidemic. We need our best minds to figure out how to do this without advertising the drug. But the congressmen weren't interested in discussing educational campaigns or public service announcements. That wouldn't get any cocaine off the streets. What they wanted to know was this: what about the D's plan to ask the Peruvians and Bolivians to please quit growing coca plants? BYCK scoffed. I don't think you can eliminate the growing of coca in Peru and countries which have had it for thousands of years. Not with crop substitutions. Geyer asked. I don't think so. That is not going to work. Geyer persisted. It can't work, BYCK said, if you consider these are crops grown on the slopes of mountains near jungle, and grown by people for their own use for 2,000 years. And talking about wiping it out? You have a better chance of wiping out tobacco in Virginia. We'll come back to this, Geyer promised, and the cocaine task force hurried from the room for a break. They never came back to BYCK's warnings. When the hearings resumed, the congressman peppered the witnesses with such questions as whether they thought Hollywood cocaine use was contributing to the deterioration of quality TV shows, as one of them had heard recently on the Mike Douglas show, if it was true that Coca-Cola once contained cocaine, and if the TV series Quincy, in which Jack Klugman played a coroner, was accurate or if it was way out. Not another word was said about doing research or warning the public about the dangers of cocaine smoking. BYCK left the hearing stunned. Nobody paid any attention, he recalled. They listened to it, and everyone said, so what? I felt very strongly that the information that I had should have caused somebody to say, all right, we've got to start finding out about this stuff. But they didn't. Instead, Congress and the Carter administration did exactly the opposite of what BYCK advised. It embarked on the Andean strategy advocated by the DIA to wipe out the coca plant, a tactic that even its supporters now concede was a failure. Nor did the federal government seem all that eager to allow scientists to do their own research into cocaine smoking, or to help them spread the alarm. When Siegel, under U.S. government contract, finished a massive report on the history and literature of cocaine smoking, he couldn't get the government to publish it, allegedly due to concerns that readers would rush out and start smoking once they found out how to turn powder into freebase. They wanted me to do a scientific paper about cocaine smoking, but not to tell anyone how it was done, Siegel said disgustedly. I tried to explain that people already knew how it was done. That's why there was a problem. Concerned that the information might never get out, he published it himself in a small medical journal 2 years later. In 1982, Raoul Jerry came to the United States to deliver his warnings in person. He showed up at the California Conference on Cocaine, a well-attended affair held at a hotel in balmy Santa Monica, a few miles south of Los Angeles. Surrounded by palm trees and hibiscus, with the sounds of the ocean breaking in the background, the setting was perfect for a gabfest about such a sexy topic. Reporters flocked to the event, mobbing LSD guru Dr. Timothy Leary for a few witticisms about cocaine. If any of them sat through Raoul Jerry's presentation, it is likely they came away with the conviction that the thin, dark Peruvian was even stranger than Leary. Jerry showed his American colleagues a few slides, and in broken English tried to bang the drum about the dangers of cocaine smoking, which he claimed would result in grave incurable cases of dementia. He trotted out his horror stories about the Walking Dead, the coke zombies that populated Peru. He showed more slides. I would like to warn the U.S. against the plague which has reached its borders, Jerry said dramatically, as the lights came back on. The trivialization of cocaine use is a curse on humanity. The speech was followed by an uneasy silence, a doctor in the audience remembered. How did Jerry treat such patients? Someone asked. Nothing worked really, Jerry said. They'd tried everything. Long periods of confinement, heavy doses of tranquilizers, lobotomies. It didn't matter. The relapse rate was between 50 and 80%, he said. Lobotomies, did you say? Yes, surgical lobotomy, sinulotomy, to be precise, Jerry said. He assured the audience that the brain surgery was done only in desperate cases on incurable repeaters, often upon request by the family and with the patient's consent. It was hard for Jerry's listeners to imagine how cocaine could become so addictive that a person would volunteer for brain surgery. How barbaric, one muttered. BYCK said the Food and Drug Administration shut down attempts to do any serious research on addiction or treatment, refusing to approve grant requests or research proposals and withholding the government permits necessary to run experiments with controlled substances. The FDA almost totally roadblocked our getting anything done. They insisted that they had total control over whether we could use a form of cocaine for experimental purposes, and without a so-called IND, an investigation of new drug permit, we couldn't go ahead with any cocaine experiments. And they wouldn't give us an IND. Why not? Once you get into the morass of government, you never understand exactly who is doing what to whom and why, BYCK said. 8 months before he appeared before Geyer's task force, BYCK had requested official government permission to bring a coca paste sample into the United States for laboratory analysis. He filled out many forms, turned the sample over to a DIA agent in Lima, and never saw it again. I now have a number of licenses I never had before, but no samples, BYCK told Geyer's committee sarcastically. The regulations which govern the legal importation of cocaine and coca research are much more effective than the regulations which seem to govern smoking or smuggling. We were the first same day the world's cocaine experts were gathered in Lima to discuss the approaching drug epidemic. July 5, 1979. A man who would help spread it across Los Angeles was touching down at Lax. It had been a rough couple of weeks for Oscar Danilo Blandon Reyes, a pudgy 27-year-old refugee from the Nicaraguan Civil War. Not long before he'd had the world on a platter. He'd been rich, the second son of a wealthy landowner. His wife, Kipita, had been rich, a daughter of one of the country's most prominent political families. He had a brand new MBA, a cushy government job, and a couple of businesses, an import-export company and a travel agency on the side. One of his firms had a lucrative contract to supply American food to the Nicaraguan National Guard, the institution that ran the country. Danilo and Kipita Blandon were solidly plugged into the power structure of General Anastasio Somoza's dictatorship, which was benevolent only in the ways that it rewarded its friends. The Somoza family owned nearly all of the country's biggest corporations: the national airline, the power company, the biggest hotel, the biggest department store, the cement factory, a newspaper. You name it, they owned it. It was hard to earn a living in Nicaragua if the Somozas took a dislike to you. But those families who stayed loyal and pleased the dictator partook of the riches that only a wall-to-wall monopoly can provide. The Blandons had been blessed by Somoza's smile. Then the Sandinistas had come to town and spoiled everything. As Danilo Blandon stepped off the jet from Miami into the vast terminal at Lax, he found himself jobless, nearly broke, and homeless human driftwood from a faraway, conquered land. He came here with one hand in the front and one in the back, you know what I mean. His cousin Flor Reyes said. All he and his wife had grown up accepting as their birthright: the elegant mansions, the servants, the vacation homes, the elite private schools was gone, and he dreaded would soon be the property of some grasping comandante. Though Somoza's army had beaten them down time and again, the Sandinistas rose up from the earth in the summer of 1978 to begin an offensive that would flabbergast both Somoza and his American handlers. By the spring of the following year, they had captured many of the smaller rural cities and were closing in on the capital. Somoza's supporters, who called themselves Somocistas, were beside themselves. Who would have ever believed that Taquito Somoza, the self-described Latin from Manhattan, could have gotten his ass whipped, and so quickly, by a bunch of bearded radicals? More importantly, how could the Americans have allowed such a thing to happen? The CIA contingent at the U.S. Embassy had been assuring everyone that things were fine, that the rebels weren't a real threat. It might get a little tough for the old boy a couple years down the road, the CIA opined, but Somoza would hang on until then. But what Somoza and, apparently, the CIA didn't realize was that the deal his family had struck with every U.S. administration since Franklin Roosevelt's blood pact to combat communism together would be dissolved by a Georgia peanut farmer, Jimmy Carter. Instead of covering up or downplaying the brutality of Somoza's National Guard as past administrations had done, some of Carter's people went on a human rights crusade, complaining publicly that the longtime dictator was just too dictatorial, and that his Guardia was wantonly killing people. In 1977, some in Congress had begun wondering why the U.S. government continued putting up with Somoza and his ill-behaved brood. Asked by the chairman of the House Appropriations Subcommittee what harm would befall U.S. interests if Congress were simply to cut off all aid to Nicaragua, Undersecretary of State Lucy Benson replied, "I cannot think of a single thing." Somoza told his Guardia cohorts to ease up on the rough stuff, and miraculously, complaints dropped off sharply. Satisfied, the Carter administration backed off. President Somoza is known to have instructed the National Guard on several occasions to eliminate abuses which led to many charges of extra-legal killings and torture, particularly in a northern rural area of insurgent activity, State Department official Sally Shelton proudly told Congress in 1978. That northern rural area was the stomping grounds of an especially efficient Guardia General, Gustavo El Tigre Medina, who would later play an important role in Danilo Blandon's life. Medina was Somoza's top counterinsurgency advisor, a short, steely-looking man hated and feared by the Sandinistas. They consider him responsible for some of the revolution's worst defeats. The State Department reported in 1978 that, as far as the human rights complaints coming out of Medina's theater were concerned, it appears that many of the allegations of cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment during the course of National Guard operations against the FSL and the Sandinistas were well-founded, but others were more dubious. But when the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, a branch of the Organization of American States, OAS, did its own inspection in late 1978, the Latin American team, observers from other countries, saw things in much more graphic terms than had the Americans. They spoke to a mother who told of picking body parts out of the dust to reassemble her 5-year-old daughter after the girl was hit by an air-to-ground missile. They talked with survivors of Operation Mop-Up, during which the Guardia went in after a street battle and killed everyone they found in the neighborhoods where the Sandinistas had hidden, shooting numerous people, in some cases children, in their own homes or in front of the same and in the presence of parents and siblings. They visited the jails, reporting that in all the jails visited, the prisoners alleged that they rarely saw a doctor but that when they did see one he was giving instructions as to the voltage of electricity to be applied during the torture, or examining the tortured persons to see if they could resist any more shocks. In the northern mountains, the team concluded that of 338 peasants arrested between 1975 and 1977 by the Guardia, 321 of them were never seen again and are presumed dead. The missing peasants' farms were appropriated by members of the National Guard, the report said. When the State Department went to Congress for more money to support Somoza's troops, one congressman was perplexed. What possible interest does the United States have in training the National Guard of Nicaragua? The lawmaker asked. How does that help the American citizen? The training programs have provided us a useful instrument for exercising political as well as professional influence over the Guard, the diplomat replied. I know, the congressman deadpanned. We have been doing that for the last 20 or 30 years. Because the National Guard had such a tight lock on the country, it was considered invincible by many of Somoza's followers. And it might have been, had the Carter administration backed up Somoza when the Sandinistas were at his throat. But Carter's people never really figured out what they wanted to do in Nicaragua, except to distance themselves from Somoza's excesses. When it became obvious that the Nicaraguan people would no longer live under Somoza's rule, the American plan for dealing with the crisis boiled down to this: dump Somoza and salvage the Guardia. Apparently the administration never realized that, to the Sandinistas and most other Nicaraguans, the Guardia and Somoza were like evil twins joined at the brain. One could not survive without the other. As Sandinista attacks mounted, Washington let Somoza twist. Gradually, it dawned on Somoza's followers that the Americans weren't riding to their rescue. By early June 1979, Managua's airport was jammed with people frantically trying to catch a flight out before the rebels arrived. Hundreds of Nicaraguans struggle daily at Los Mercedes International Airport to get a seat on one of the 4 commercial flights, Panamanian radio reported on June 9. The situation here is such that if a donkey with wings appeared, it would be besieged by travelers, an airport official said. Departure from the country by land or by sea is impossible because of the danger involved in driving on the country's roads. Yet Danilo Blandon stayed put, though he had every reason to fear the vengeance of the Sandinistas, to whom the Blandon family represented all that was wrong with the dictatorship. Blandon's father, Julio, owned the land on which was built one of the worst slums in Managua. #3 A low-rent district that began life as emergency government housing after an earthquake leveled Managua in 1972. Conditions there were so bad that the neighborhood, now called Ciudad Sandino and numbering more than 70,000 residents, was a constant source of new recruits for the Sandinistas and a hotbed of anti-Somoza activity. It was called Villa Misery, said economist Orlando Murillo, an uncle of Blandon's wife. People there lived like the niggers in Los Angeles. But it made Danilo's father a very rich man. The Blandons were social friends of the Somozas and shared common business interests. Julio Blandon and Somoza were two of the biggest landlords in Managua. Blandon could trace his family's relationship with the dictatorship back several generations. Blandon's mother was from the Reyes family, which had an illustrious history in the Somoza regime, and his grandfather was Colonel Rigoberto Reyes, former Minister of War and National Guard commander under Somoza's father, Anastasio I. Danilo's in-laws, the Murillos, were stalwarts of Somoza's Liberal Party. The Murillos had provided leaders for the National Assembly for generations. Orlando Murillo's father had been the Assembly's president, and Quipita Blandon's father had been Managua's mayor. Like the Blandons, the Murillos owned large tracts of the capital, including the National Telecommunications Company headquarters, along with cattle ranches and plantations in the hinterlands. In some ways, Danilo Blandon had more to fear from the Sandinistas than other Somocistas. He was part of Somoza's government, the director of wholesale markets, and ran a program designed to introduce a free market economy to Nicaragua's farmers. Blandon's job was to award grants for demonstration projects to create central distribution points for the country's agricultural riches, places where farmers could come and sell their goods to food wholesalers. The $27 million program, Blandon said, was jointly financed by the Nicaraguan and U.S. governments. It paid for his master's degree in business administration from the University of Columbia in Bogotá. Blandon and his wife held fast during the first jittery weeks of June. Heavy fighting was breaking out in Managua, where they lived. National Guardsmen and Sandinista rebels were shooting each other in the streets. By June 11 things were so far gone for Somoza that the rebels had set up a headquarters in the eastern part of the city, and shells from National Guard howitzers whistled over downtown Managua daily to explode in the Sandinista-held neighborhoods. Circling airplanes would drop 500-pound bombs or flaming gasoline barrels into the area. On the edge of town, a National Guard tank had rolled up outside the La Prensa building and pumped round after round into the shuttered offices of the paper that had been Somoza's fiercest critic. The CIA hastily revised its estimate of Somoza's staying power on June 12, giving his government only a short time to live. Somoza fired the Guardia's general staff 4 days later. Many had fought the Sandinistas for decades and most of them ran to the Colombian embassy for asylum. The exodus was on. Somoza went on the radio June 19 to denounce the U.S. government for its ingratitude for his long years of service. "I want the U.S. people to help me, just as I helped them during 30 years of struggle against communism," he announced. "We want the North Americans to return what we contributed during the Cold War." That same day the CIA shortened Somoza's life expectancy once more. Now, the agency estimated, he had little more than a week. Danilo Blandon decided he'd hung around long enough. He had a 3-year-old daughter, and Quipita was pregnant with their second child. It was time to go. Blandon fell in with a Red Cross convoy on its way to the airport and put his wife and daughter on a plane for Los Angeles, where Quipita had relatives. For some reason, he did not accompany them. Instead, Blandon and his older brother, Julio Jr., boarded a flight for Miami, where Blandon entered the United States on a tourist visa he'd been issued several years earlier. How he managed to do what many others could not, namely, get 4 seats on jetliners bound for the States, is not clear, and the Immigration and Naturalization Service has refused to release any records of the Blandons' immigration, citing privacy reasons. Nor is it clear why he first went to Miami. Years later, Blandon would claim that he couldn't get a ticket to LA for himself, and barely could afford the tickets he got. He claimed that he sold a Sony color television for $200 to pay for them, and landed in Miami with $100 to his name. However, his wife's uncle, Orlando Murillo, says he paid for the airline tickets and also gave the couple $5,000 before they left the country. If that was true, Blandon had other reasons for choosing to spend his first few weeks in Miami. As he tells it, he stayed with a friend and got a job washing cars until he could save enough for a plane ticket to Los Angeles. He rejoined his family on the West Coast in early July, and by August he had landed a job as a salesman at a used car lot in East Los Angeles, a heavily Hispanic section of town. His employers were two huge Nicaraguan brothers named Torres. Blandon has said he knew one of the brothers, Edgar, from his days in college in Monterrey, Mexico, where Edgar was studying economics. Edgar's brother, Jacinto, was a former U.S. Marine and had served in Vietnam. Together they ran Torres Used Cars. They had a used car lot with only 10 cars, Blandon said. They just give me a favor to be there and pay me something because they know that I didn't have any money, and then they gave me a job like a salesman in the neighborhood. But the Torres brothers weren't just car salesmen. They were also major league cocaine traffickers. Other dealers called them the trees because of their sequoia-like girth. Both brothers were estimated to be at least 6'6". To the cops they became known as the Twin Towers. The Torres brothers lived with two sisters who were big in their own way. They were cousins of Pablo Escobar, a Colombian cocaine kingpin who was one of the founders of the Medellin cocaine cartel. Escobar and his Colombian pals Jorge Ochoa and Carlos Leder were then firmly in control of the blossoming Miami cocaine market, having wrested it from the Cuban Americans after a long-running cocaine war. The Cubans had been using the city as a base for small-scale cocaine smuggling since the late 1960s, but the Colombians had bigger ideas. They intended to distribute mass quantities of cocaine all across the United States in an organized and business-like fashion. For 3 years, from 1976 to 1979, they fought the Cubans for supremacy in Miami, and the two sides killed each other in droves. Afterward the Colombians turned the city into a cocaine distribution hub, and it became the official port of call for cocaine dealers of every stripe. Local banks began swelling with drug profits. Miami was convenient. The Colombians could blend in with the large Hispanic population and move about the city unnoticed. Escobar's associate Carlos Leder set up shop in the Bahamas, buying an island where the drug planes coming out of Colombia could land, refuel, and wait for the right moment to fly into the United States. Leder's transportation system worked well and gave the Medellin cartel its first real toehold in America. Then he began jetting to the West Coast to scope out a distribution system for Los Angeles and the western United States. When Blandon was working for the Torres brothers, he says, they had not yet begun dealing cocaine. But it apparently didn't take them long to get the hang of it. By 1982 they would be two of the more significant drug dealers in Los Angeles. Blandon insists he wasn't dealing drugs in 1979 either. That was a couple years down the road. At the moment, he had plenty to keep him busy. Quibdó was getting bigger with their second child every day, and he was struggling to pay the bills. In August 1979 he started a new job with another car lot, Rocha Used Cars, and was also hustling rental cars at an LA hotel, according to his friend Frank Vigil. And in his spare time Blandon was also trying to start an army. I was the first, Blandon boasted. Well, we formed a group in LA to a group of our people to go and fight against the Sandinistas that we called FDN, Fuerza Democrática Nicaraguan Democratic Force. We were in charge. We were 5 people in charge of it in LA. We were in charge to get some money at that time. Blandon said his counter-revolutionary group came together soon after he arrived in Los Angeles. At first it was just a group of Nicaraguan exiles who got together occasionally to bitch about the Sandinistas and help each other find a toehold in their new country. They would talk about developments in Nicaragua, Blandon later told the CIA. Other members of this group also opposed Somoza and the Sandinista regime. They simply came together to share common experiences and discuss their mutual desires to see the Sandinista government out of Nicaragua. They had meetings every week, every 15 days, since we got to LA, in 1980–81. And we raised money for the Contras. When it began, he said, his group was not officially connected to anyone. It had no formal structure, no officers, no membership requirements. You Americans have no idea what it's like to lose everything and be thrown out of your own country, commented Jose Macario Estrada, an ex-judge who later became Blandon's lawyer and business partner. When you are in exile, you become very close to other exiles. At the end of 1979, Blandin applied for political asylum in the United States, claiming that he would be killed by the communists if he returned to Nicaragua. And he listed his membership in an anti-communist organization as proof that his life was worthless back home. If Blandin's recollection is correct, his Little LA group was one of the first flickerings of an organized resistance movement against the Sandinistas in the United States. Acquaintances and former college classmates say Blandin sometimes brags that he was one of the earliest founders of the FDN, which became the biggest and most famous of the various Nicaraguan anti-communist armies that would later be called the Contras. The FDN didn't officially come into existence until mid-1981, so if Blandin was raising money for Contra fighters as early as he says in 1979-80, he was doing it on behalf of the FDN's predecessor, the Legion of September 15, a violent band of ex-Guardia men then based in Guatemala. The Legion, a terrorist organization started by former Somoza bodyguards soon after Somoza's fall, was to become the hardcore of the FDN after the CIA merged it into two smaller resistance groups in August 1981. Blandin's Contra fundraising efforts bore little fruit at first. At the beginning, we started doing some parties, some how do you call some activities in the park, until 1980 and 81, he said. We have to have some rallies or whatever. The fundraisers were disappointing, though, bringing in only a few thousands or something. An acquaintance reported that Blandin also hawked copies of Somoza's bitter memoirs, Nicaragua Betrayed, and helped put out an anti-Sandinista newsletter that was printed at a little shop owned by a sympathetic Nicaraguan. About the same time that Blandin and his compatriots began their fundraising efforts in LA, Somoza's cousin, Luis Pelaez de Bale, began making the rounds of the various exile groups in the United States and Central America to see if anyone was interested in helping Somoza fight his way back into power. Pelaez contacted his cousin in Paraguay, and the ex-dictator promised to kick in $1 million to start a resistance movement. It was a promise he never kept. On September 17, 1980, Argentine revolutionaries blasted a rocket-propelled grenade and a hail of M16 fire into Somoza's Mercedes-Benz limo, killing Somoza and scattering pieces of him and his German automobile across a block of downtown Asunción. Another visit Pelaez made, with happier results, was to former National Guard Colonel Enrique Bermudez, to see if Bermudez would be willing to lead a resistance force if one could be put together. Bermudez was a logical choice to be the Contras military commander. Of all the former officers of Somoza's National Guard, he probably had the best contacts with the U.S. military and intelligence communities. Convincing the Americans to back them was going to be critical if the Contras were ever to get off the ground. And Bermudez was a leader who was very palatable to the Americans. He was a known quantity. He fit the profile, one U.S. official later told journalist Sam Dillon. He was malleable, controllable, docile. In 1965 Bermudez had been the deputy commander of an infantry company Somoza sent to support a U.S.-led invasion of the Dominican Republic, an excursion to put down a leftist political movement. It was another one of those favors Somoza had done over the years to help his American friends stamp out any hint of communism in Latin America. Bermudez had been in the United States since 1975, first as a student attending courses on subversion and counterinsurgency at the Inter-American Defense College in Washington and later as the Nicaraguan government's liaison to the American military. The Americans thought so highly of him that he was one of 6 Guardia officers they recommended to head the National Guard during the final days of the Somoza regime, in a last-minute public relations ploy by the Carter administration to change the Guardia's murderous image and take some of the wind out of the Sandinista sails before their final offensive. The State Department considered Bermudez a safe choice. He had spent most of the revolution in Washington and, the reasoning went, couldn't be held responsible for any of the Guardia's human rights violations, the tortures, the disappearances, the aerial bombardments of civilian neighborhoods. Somoza picked someone else, however, and Bermudez rode out the remainder of the Civil War from the safety of Embassy Row in Washington. When the Somoza government collapsed, Bermudez began a new career as a truck driver, delivering Newsweek magazines. he would not toil long at such a menial task. Soon after the uplifting visit from Somoza's cousin, Bermudez got a call from Major General Charles E. Boyd, a top U.S. Air Force official, who invited Bermudez to the Pentagon to kick some ideas around. There, after sounding out Bermudez on the idea of running a rebel force to harass the Sandinistas, Boyd told him he had a friend at the CIA who was interested in speaking with him. By mid-1980 Bermudez had packed his family and his belongings and left Washington behind, moving to a rented house in Miami. According to one account, Bermudez was then on the CIA's payroll. He began traveling widely, gauging the sentiment of vanquished National Guardsmen hiding in the United States and Central America and reporting his findings to his CIA handlers. Those who wondered how Bermudez could afford his travels when he was jobless were told he was living off the profits from the sale of his home in Washington. According to Boyd, the CIA put Bermudez in touch with the Legion of September 15 in Guatemala. Soon Bermudez would move there and become the Legion's commander. It was a motley crew, if there ever was one. Made up mostly of ex-Guardia officers who escaped from Nicaragua at the end of the war, the legionaries had a safe house in Guatemala City and were training on a farm near the Honduran border called Detachment 101. Coincidentally, the farm was located in the same small town, Escapulas, that had served as the headquarters for the CIA-backed group that overthrew the Guatemalan government in 1954. Since there was no war for them to fight yet, the Legion kept in shape by hiring itself out to perform a variety of warlike deeds for others. The CIA acknowledged in 1998 that the Legion to some extent engaged in kidnapping, extortion, and robbery to fund its operations and also engaged in the bombing of Nicaraguan civilian airliners and airliner hijackings as methods of attacking the Sandinista government. According to a June 1981 cable to CIA headquarters, the Legion's commanders see themselves as being forced to stoop to criminal activities in order to feed and clothe their cadre. That the CIA would know this band of terrorists so well that it would know the thinking of its commanders is not a surprise. Much of the Legion's leadership had worked with or for the agency during their previous lives as Somoza's secret agents, rooting out dissidents for the dictator's Office of National Security, which was advised by the CIA. One of the earliest published accounts of the Legion's existence notes that it was run by former members of Somoza's intelligence service. In other words, the men of the CIA and the men of the Legion were kindred spirits, anti-communist spooks, and this mutual affection would come to serve the Legion well after the CIA took over the day-to-day operations of the Contras. Still, the CIA's matter-of-fact description of the Legion's criminal history is too kind. Its Inspector General never mentioned the Legion's most horrific deed, the March 1980 assassination of the Roman Catholic Archbishop of San Salvador, Oscar Romero, who was shot through the heart as he held Mass. Romero had the bad luck to interest himself in the fate of some parishioners who had been disappeared by the infamous Salvadoran death squads. The Archbishop had been warned several times to butt out, but he hadn't taken the hint. Records seized from a right-wing Salvadoran politician suspected of orchestrating Romero's murder, Roberto Dogwison, revealed that Dogwison had gone to Guatemala 3 days after Romero's murder and made 2 contributions to Nicaraguans, one for $40,000 and one for $80,000. Written underneath these amounts was the name and telephone number of Colonel Ricardo Lau, a former intelligence and security officer for the Guardia who was running the Legion of September 15 prior to Bermudez's appointment as commander. Lau, who was never charged in connection with Romero's murder, would go on to become Enrique Bermudez's right-hand man in the Contra organization. The CIA has admitted that during 1981-82 it was receiving regular reports that Lau and 7 other Legion commanders were involved in criminal activities. Coincidentally, that's what Danilo Blandon was doing for the Contras in Los Angeles. His little exile group was moving up in the world, and had switched from cocktail parties to car theft and loan fraud. They had also become an official part of the CIA's new Contra Army, the Fuerza Democrática Nicaragüense, the FDN. In 1981, CIA agent Enrique Bermudez paid Blandon's little group in LA a visit. Bermudez came to a meeting of the group to give a pep talk and to ask that the group keep the idea of a free and democratic Nicaragua alive by publicizing the Contra cause in the United States, Blandon told CIA inspectors. The colonel asked the group to adopt the colors and the flag of the FDN, and, after that, the CIA inspectors wrote, Blandon and other member of the group called themselves FDN and used the FDN's colors, flag, and letterhead. They also got an assignment, Blandon testified. It came, you know, that we had to provide some cars and we got involved in another thing to get some money. By then Blandon had been working in LA long enough to establish a credit history, so he applied for an auto loan. My thinking was to get back to Nicaragua, never to stay in the States, so I used my car salesman job to get a loan application, to make an application and to get a car without just giving them the down payment and sending it to the Contra revolution in Honduras, Blandon said. We were the first people, the first group that sent a pickup truck to the Contra revolution in Honduras. In the spring of 1981 the Legion of September 15 moved its operations from Guatemala to a new headquarters in Honduras, where it would remain for the rest of the war. Blandon said the payments on the cars they sent to the Contras were to be picked up by the organization. And they didn't pay the monthly payments, so I lost my credit. But at that time I didn't care because the Contras were my idea, my cause. The Brotherhood of Military Minds D'Angelo Blandon says he never intended to become a cocaine trafficker when he arrived in LA in 1979. He became a drug dealer out of patriotism. When the bugle sounded and the call to serve came, Blandon was hustling used sheet metal at H&L Auto Exchange in Los Angeles, an honest guy making an honest $2,000 a month. Next thing you know, he was selling cocaine instead of Chevys. As Blandon tells the story, his transformation occurred shortly after getting a call from a friend from Miami, an old college classmate named Donald Barrios. Barrios told Blandon that someone wanted to meet with him, a man who would be flying into LA very soon. The passenger's name was Norwin Menezes. Blandon was to meet him at the airport and listen to what Menezes had to say. He had to talk to me about something, Blandon said. For most Nicaraguans that would have come as decidedly unwelcome news. Menezes had a nasty reputation in his homeland. Blandon had heard him referred to as El Padrino, the Godfather, and he'd heard rumors of drug trafficking. A 1982 FBI report said Menezes had a reputation as a hitman who had killed in Nicaragua. Barrios didn't say why he wanted Blandon to meet with the gangster, but Blandon figured it had to do with the Contras, because Barrios was in the Contra Revolution organization. People who know Barrios describe him as a wealthy former insurance broker and financier from Managua who emigrated to the States long before the revolution and married an American woman. They say Barrios is a relative of former Nicaraguan President Violeta Barrios de Chamorro, widow of the crusading journalist Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, whose 1978 murder sparked the uprising that eventually toppled Somoza. Norwin Menezes, records show, was a partner of Violeta Chamorro in a finance company before the revolution. After the Sandinista takeover, Donald Barrios reportedly became a financial angel to dispossess Somocistas, helping them settle in Miami and find jobs. He also became business partners with some of them, including at least 2 members of the dictator's general staff and the owner of the largest pharmaceutical company in Nicaragua. At the time he called Blandon in Los Angeles, Barrios was partners with Somoza's old guerrilla hunter, Gustavo El Tigre Medina, the counterinsurgency expert who'd ravaged the northern mountains rooting out communist sympathizers. Medina was head of G4, the officer in charge of supplies for the National Guard at the end of the war, and he fled Managua with Somoza on the morning his regime ended. I was in the plane right behind his, Medina said. Because of his activities during the war, Medina is among the minority of Nicaraguans who have not gone home. Medina and Barrios started a restaurant and an investment company in Miami, records show. Other partners included former Colonel Aurelio Somaraba, head of G1 for the Guardia, Somoza's chief administrative officer, and Enrique Cuco Sanchez, a member of a wealthy Nicaraguan family that would play a key role in the founding of the Contras. Blandon's hunch about Menezes and the Contras turned out to be correct. The meeting, he said, was to start the movement, the Contra Revolution. After picking his passenger up at the airport, Blandon said, "The wiry Menezes started telling me that we had to do some money and to send it to Honduras." Later, at a restaurant, Menezes explained his idea more fully. "He told me to make some drug business in LA for raise money to the Contra, and we started that way." Blandon was shocked by the suggestion at first, he said. "I didn't agree at that time, because I had to think. Joining up with a man like Norwin Menezes would be agreeing to work for a killer, a career criminal." Menezes's nickname, El Perico, is a Spanish pun, and a telling one. The word usually means parakeet, and given Menezes's quick, dark eyes and small beakish face, it's easy to see why such a moniker would stick. But in Argentinian slang the word means cocaine. And to cops in Central America from the 1970s to the 1990s, cocaine often meant Menezes. The CIA, in a recently declassified 1986 cable, described Menezes as the kingpin of narcotics traffickers in Nicaragua prior to the fall of Somoza. The agency would later describe him as the Cali cartel's representative in Nicaragua, but Norwin wasn't finicky. He'd sell cocaine for anyone. In fact, he'd been selling cocaine since before there were any cartels. In the small world of international cocaine smuggling, Norwin Menezes was a pioneer. Back when Medellin kingpin Carlos Leder was still just a car thief sitting in a cell at the Danbury, Connecticut, federal prison, Menezes was making multi-kilo deals directly with Peruvian cocaine manufacturers. According to Nicaraguan police officials, Menezes's relationship with the drug lords of Colombia began during the marijuana era of the early 1970s, and the story they tell of his first big deal is illustrative of Menezes's modus operandi. Roger Mayorga is a former Sandinista intelligence officer who also headed up investigations for the Nicaraguan National Police Narcotics Unit. Mayorga says the drug kingpin's association with the Colombians began after an airplane full of marijuana made an emergency landing at a ranch owned by one of the Somozas. The Managua police were called, and they arrested the Colombian pilots, seized the airplane, and confiscated its load of prime weed. In Somoza's Nicaragua, the Managua Police Department was a branch of the National Guard. And the Guardia officer who commanded the Managua police for many years was Colonel Edmundo Menezes Cantero, Norwin's brother. Colonel Menezes came to an understanding with the Colombians who owned the aircraft. Mayorga said the pilots and the airplane were allowed to leave, but the load of marijuana remained behind as evidence. Somehow the evidence got turned over to brother Norwin, and a drug kingpin was born. The role played by the Nicaraguan National Guard in creating Menezes's criminal empire can't be overstated. The Guardia, which one researcher called one of the most totally corrupt military establishments in the world, permeated the Menezes family. In addition to Edmundo, another brother, Brigadier General Fermín Menezes, commanded the Guardia garrison in the city of Masaya, a commercial and cultural center not far from Managua. The family's long ties with the Guardia and its history of staunch anti-communism help explain Norwin's later activities on behalf of the Contras. The whole Menezes family was anti-Sandinista to the death, the Nicaraguan news magazine El Seminario reported in 1996. It is a hate that seems almost genetic, ancestral. The Guardia wasn't just an army, it had its hands in everything. If the CIA, the FBI, the DIA, the IRS, the Army, the Air Force, the Marine Corps, the National Guard, the Coast Guard, Customs, Immigration, and the Postal Service were all rolled into one, it would begin to approach Somoza's National Guard in its power over the everyday lives of the average citizen. Nicaragua is one of the few countries we are aware of in which all arms shipments that go into the country, whether they are sporting goods or of whatever kind, have to be received by the National Guard, State Department official Sally Shelton told Congress in 1978. We have been shipping hunting equipment, for example. They are in effect purchased by the National Guard and then resold in retail outlets. Say that again. One stunned congressman asked. The National Guard is a wholesaler for hunting ammunition. They are passed through the National Guard and sold in retail outlets, Shelton repeated. It is more an accounting procedure than anything else. According to the hearing transcript, general laughter ensued. But the pervasive corruption of the Guardia was no laughing matter to Nicaraguans. Gambling, alcoholism, drugs, prostitution, and other vices are protected and exploited by the very persons who have the obligation to combat them, Nicaragua's Roman Catholic bishops complained in a 1978 pastoral letter to Somoza. Widespread corruption continues unchecked and public scandals further undermine the confidence and morale of the people. To many the Guardia was little different than the Mafia. And if Somoza was its godfather, the Menezes brothers were his capos. Somoza was closest to Edmundo, known as Mundo, who was one of his favorite generals. In the 1960s, Mundo, who'd been trained in irregular warfare and anti-communism at the U.S. Army's School of the Americas in Panama, conducted a series of bloody operations against Sandinista rebels near the town of Pancasán in northern Nicaragua. Those campaigns killed several key Sandinistas and crippled the guerrilla movement for years. Later Somoza gave Mundo the Guardia's choicest plum, control of the Managua police, a perch from which a man so inclined could dip his beak into every imaginable scam. For the unscrupulous, the profit potential was unlimited. You have to realize that you did a lot of things in your career in the Guardia and you progressed up through the ranks, so you might have been a lot of things, explained former Somoza secretary Juan C. Wong. Now, police chief, that's one of the best. That's a nice job. That was the last job Edmundo had in his military career. Then he retired and went into the diplomatic corps. Under Mundo's watchful eye, Managua became an open city for Brother Norwin, who by the late 1970s owned discotheques the Frisco Disco and the VIP Club, among others drive-in whorehouses with waterbeds and porno tapes, and a thriving drug business. A highly reliable FBI informant told Justice Department inspectors that Menezes used his influence within the Somoza regime to smuggle cocaine from Colombia to the U.S. and had even used a Nicaraguan Air Force plane once for such a shipment. Norwin ran all the rackets for the Guardia, said Mayorga. And remember, his brother was the chief of police. No one could do anything. San Francisco cocaine trafficker Rafael Cornejo, who has worked for the Menezes family since the 1970s, told of pre-revolution jaunts down to Managua where he would spend weekends partying with the Menezes brothers. You'd walk down the street with Mundo, and everyone would salute you, Cornejo recalled with a smile. We went riding around in the jeeps, you know, guys with big guns everywhere around us. It was a trip. Though never a member of the Guardia, Norwin did his part for the Somoza regime. In his teens and 20s, acquaintances said, he worked as an undercover informant for the Office of National Security, ONS, Somoza's plainclothes secret police, which rooted out subversives and political dissidents. Before going to Guatemala to start up the Legion of September 15, Colonel Ricardo Lau spent much of his career with the ONS and was allegedly one of its chief torturers. Former Managua Police Chief René Vivas, an early member of the Sandinista movement, said Norwin Menezes infiltrated pro-communist groups for the ONS, sometimes posing as a news photographer, other times as the secretly disaffected son of a powerful Somocista family. In a magazine interview in 1996, Menezes told of starting up an armed guerrilla group to support Fidel Castro's takeover of Cuba but insisted that he was never a communist. With Mundo and the National Guard as his protectors, Norwin appears to have literally gotten away with murder. In the spring of 1977, Norwin found himself under investigation by the chief inspector of the Nicaraguan Customs Department, a particularly tenacious sleuth named Oscar Reyes Zelaya. Inspector Reyes and the FBI believed Norwin was running a massive car theft ring, which was using the National Guard to import stolen American cars into Nicaragua and then selling them to various potentates of the Somoza government. Importing cars through the Guardia allowed the buyer to evade the hefty tariffs the Nicaraguan government had placed on imports. According to press reports, Norwin first tried to get the annoying inspector off his tail by setting him up with an attractive woman in a Managua hotel room. The woman, Pamela Sestoni, then went to the police, claiming that Inspector Reyes had raped her. When the investigation revealed that Sestoni was a friend of Norwin's, Reyes was cleared, and the sexual maneuver was used only to exacerbate the prosecution against Norwin, La Prensa reported. On the evening of June 2, 1977, the chief inspector got a phone call at his home, allegedly from a man who wanted to give him a payoff in order to drop the Menezes investigation. Dressed in a bathrobe and flip-flops, Reyes hopped into his Jeep Cherokee and drove to an alley behind a nearby supermarket, where the man was waiting to meet him. Whoever it was in that alley shot Reyes 3 times in the stomach and throat. But he didn't complete the job. Bleeding profusely, the inspector was taken to the emergency room of the Orient Hospital in Managua. As he lay writhing on a cot, the dying Reyes spotted his friend Pablo Zamora Mahler, the chief investigator for the Managua Police Department, standing nearby. "Pablo, protect me!" Reyes cried. "This is Norwin. Norwin Menezes sent away to kill me." Reyes died a short time later. Norwin was arrested and jailed on suspicion of murder. But after a rigorous and exhaustive investigation ordered by Brother Edmundo, Norwin was cleared of any involvement and released. Menezes claimed he was at a motel when the killing happened, and both Rafael Cornejo, one of his San Francisco-based cocaine traffickers, and his nephew Jamie Menezes, who also was dealing cocaine in the Bay Area, backed up the story, testifying that Norwin was with them. Reyes' murder would never be solved, but the Justice Department would later receive compelling evidence that Menezes was behind it, just as the dying inspector had claimed. In 1986, federal prosecutors in San Francisco debriefed Edmundo Menezes' son, Jairo, who informed them that during the Somoza regime, Norwin Menezes smuggled weapons, silencers, and video equipment into Nicaragua, which he exchanged for money or narcotics. The operation was discovered by Oscar Reyes, who was a high-ranking customs official under Somoza. Norwin then arranged for Reyes' assassination. After the publicity died down, Norwin calmly resumed his smuggling ventures, but the FBI kept its eye on him. As Somoza's government teetered, the Bureau laid plans to keep Norwin from ever coming to the U.S. In 1979, the FBI office in Mexico City asked that Menezes be included in the Bureau's top thief program and requested an arrest warrant if for no other reason than to preclude him from entering the United States. The FBI also asked for a hold on his immigration status so he could be questioned if he tried to cross the border. But the U.S. Attorney's Office in San Francisco, citing Norwin's political connections in Nicaragua, refused to do either, and it would not be the last time that office would exhibit such an odd reluctance to battle the Menezes crime family. One longtime Contra supporter said Norwin's arrest and the subsequent scandal that enveloped Edmundo so upset Somoza that it may have triggered his heart attack in July 1977, after which he went off to the United States to recuperate. Edmundo soon left the police department, was promoted to brigadier general, and retired from the National Guard. Somoza then sent him off to Guatemala to be Nicaragua's ambassador. It would be Edmundo's last assignment for Taquito. On September 16, 1978, Ambassador Menezes was machine-gunned in España Park in Guatemala City, catching 3 bullets in his back. 2 days later, as he clung to life in the Guatemala City Medical Center, a revolutionary group, the People's Guerrilla Army, EGP, claimed credit for the attempted assassination. The EGP's communique described Menezes as being far more than a diplomat. According to the guerrillas, he was overseeing anti-communist counterinsurgency operations all over Central America. Menezes Cantero enjoyed special privileges amongst Guatemala's authorities and army commanders, the guerrillas declared. Exploiting his ambassadorial position in Guatemala as a smokescreen, he actually discharged the duties of coordinator between the Guatemalan Army and the Nicaraguan National Guard, and also between Somoza and Guatemala's reactionary government. He coordinated political repression for all of Central America and the operations undertaken by the governments of this area against popular revolutionary movements. The EGP claimed that the ambassador was gunned down to show solidarity with the struggle of the Sandinist National Liberation Front. The Sandinistas never forgave my brother Edmundo for the guerrillas of Pangasinan, Santiago Menezes told El Seminario in 1996. Edmundo Menezes lingered for another 15 days before succumbing to his wounds. At his funeral, Somoza hailed him as a martyr in the worldwide struggle against communism. The nature of Edmundo Menezes's relationship with the U.S. government is not clear. The CIA has refused to disclose any information about him, on grounds of national security. The State Department, incredibly, has claimed it can find no records that even mention his name, a stunning admission given Menezes's stature in the Somoza government, its chief law enforcement officer and ambassador to Guatemala. In light of Edmundo's murder, Norwin figured the Sandinistas probably had the same fate in mind for him, and he left Nicaragua in early June 1979. He caught a flight to El Salvador, went to Ecuador for a while, then to Costa Rica where he had businesses and at least 6 ranches before finally emigrating to the United States in early 1980 and applying for political asylum. Menezes had homes in Florida and Alabama, he said, but spent most of his time in San Francisco, where he had begun buying property in 1978. After the Sandinistas marched into Managua, the Bay Area like Miami, Houston, and Los Angeles saw a large influx of Nicaraguans who had supported Somoza. Not surprisingly, Contra support groups quickly popped up in those cities, and Menezes played a key role in getting the San Francisco organization going. Even before the term Contra was being used. There were meetings of anti-Sandinistas at Menezes' house, which were attended by politicians, Somocistas, and other exiles interested in starting a counter-revolutionary movement, a DIA informant who knew Menezes told the Justice Department in 1997. Menezes posed as a successful businessman, purchasing a used car lot, a couple of commercial buildings, a travel agency, and a restaurant. He zipped around town in a gray Jaguar sedan. His nephews bought bars and nightclubs. Norwin purchased 2 houses in Pacifica, a small town just down the coast from San Francisco, one for himself and the other for his brother Ecobedo. He spent much time in San Francisco's Mission District, working out of a travel agency office owned by nephew Jamie Menezes. The Mission is a heavily Hispanic section of town, with a history of hospitality to Central American revolutionaries of all stripes. According to Roberto Vargas, a San Franciscan who later became the Sandinistas' ambassador to China, the Mission was home to several of the Sandinistas' future commandants, who practiced their sharpshooting skills at rod and gun clubs down the coast. Menezes' ability to freely travel in and out of the United States, buying properties, starting businesses, and applying for political asylum all under his own name speaks volumes about his lack of concern about attracting the attention of American law enforcement officials. I even drove my own cars, registered in my name. He boasted. How someone with Menezes' record was ever allowed into the United States in the first place is still a mystery, and one that is likely never to be solved. The Justice Department's Inspector General tried in 1997 to figure out how Menezes was able to come and go from the United States as frequently as he did, but found huge gaps in his immigration files. The IG didn't even try to explain how Menezes was able to obtain visas from U.S. embassies while he was under active DIA and FBI investigation. It's entirely possible, though, that Uncle Sam was repaying some IAs. Menezes told the Justice Department he met with CIA agents shortly after the Sandinista takeover of Nicaragua to teach them how to cross his country's borders undetected, a claim that makes a certain amount of sense given Menezes' considerable expertise in that area. By 1986, Menezes was boasting that he had U.S. government agents escorting him across America's borders, a claim that amazingly enough was true, as we shall see. The cocaine kingpin's easy access to U.S. shores becomes even more disconcerting when one considers just how much the federal government knew about him by then. He'd been turning up in law enforcement files with some regularity for nearly 20 years. In 1968 he was suspected of murdering a money changer in Managua, and Nicaraguan authorities asked the CIA and FBI to search for him in San Francisco, where they assumed he'd fled. During their unsuccessful search, federal agents found records of other crimes Norwin had committed in San Francisco in the early 1960s, statutory rape, shoplifting, and misuse of slot machines. Court records show that the DEA first picked up word that Norwin was a drug dealer in 1974. By December 1976 its office in Costa Rica had identified him as a cocaine source of supply based in Managua. The FBI became aware in April 1978 that Norwin and his brother Ecobedo were smuggling 20 kilos of cocaine at a time into the United States and identified Norwin's nephew, Jamie Menezes, as their San Francisco distributor. The DEA learned that Menezes was dealing cocaine in Miami as well, bringing it into the country aboard commercial airliners. The following year, the New Orleans DEA determined that Menezes was responsible for smuggling cocaine into that city also. The DEA's Operation Alligator, as the sweep was called, resulted in the indictment of numerous persons for smuggling cocaine. It was determined that Norwin Menezes was a source of supply for this group. One of the men arrested in that DEA operation, Manuel Porro, would end up in Guatemala as a commander of the Legion of September 15 Contra Army, and the CIA would link him repeatedly to criminal activities there. Nonetheless, he would go on to serve as a top aide to CIA agent Adolfo Calero, the political leader of the Contras, and would handle some of Calero's Caribbean banking activities. By the fall of 1981, the Time Blandon says Menezes recruited him to sell dope for the Contras. The DEA had Menezes under active investigation for cocaine trafficking and possible gun running. The Drug Enforcement Administration has developed information over the past several years that the Menezes family has been involved in the smuggling and distribution of cocaine in the San Francisco Bay Area, stated a November 1981 affidavit by DEA agent Sandra Smith. Smith, who was one of the DEA's first female agents in San Francisco, recalled that her investigation of the Menezes family was the only thing that I ever worked, in all the time I worked there, that I thought was really big. In this business, if you have people coming in from Nicaragua bringing in cocaine and the rumor was they were taking guns back. That's sort of an interesting combination. Starting in the late 1970s, Smith said, she began gathering string on the Menezes family, putting together the comings and goings. She said Menezes was living in a gorgeous house in Burlingame, a ritzy suburb of San Francisco. Periodically, she and a customs agent would stake out the house, sitting in the parking lot of a nearby elementary school and jotting down license numbers of cars seen pulling up Menezes' thickly treed drive. We really didn't have anybody on the inside, she said. That was part of the problem. The local San Francisco police were also running across various and sundry Menezes, often in the company of large quantities of cocaine. Omar Menezes, another nephew, was arrested for cocaine sales at a bar in the Mission owned by nephew Jamie in June 1980. A month later nephew Roger Menezes was arrested with 20 pounds of cocaine and more than $8,800. That same month, Omar got busted again with a quarter pound of cocaine. By mid-1981 Smith had put together enough information from her investigation and from the DEA's files to sketch out a fairly detailed portrait of a family steeped in drug trafficking. The Nicaraguan, it appeared, had cocaine coming in from everywhere. Menezes had an endless supply of dope, from what I could see. In June 1981, Smith got a break in her on-again, off-again investigation. Detective Joseph Lee of the Baldwin Park Police in Southern California got a tip that a cocaine dealer in West Covina, a Nicaraguan named Julio Bermudez, no relation to Enrique Bermudez, was making 2 trips a month to San Francisco, where he contacts a large cocaine smuggling organization headed by Norwin Menezes. The informant told Lee that Bermudez was bringing down between 14 and 20 pounds of cocaine on each trip. Another informant reported that Bermudez called San Francisco and places his order by telephone before each trip. The police subpoenaed Bermudez's telephone records for the previous 3 months, and sure enough, they found 51 long-distance calls from Bermudez's phone to a number in Daly City, a working-class suburb south of San Francisco. The number belonged to Norwin's nephew, Jairo Menezes. It was enough for the Baldwin Park cops, along with members of the L.A. County Sheriff's Department and the U.S. Customs Service, to put a tail on Bermudez and stake out his house at 1128 Greendale Street. On November 12, 1981, Bermudez left the house with a small beige suitcase and drove off in a 1972 Buick. The cops followed, observing him stop to pick up another man, Jose Herrera, before heading to the LA airport. The duo bought 2 one-way tickets to San Francisco on PSA Flight 425 and got there at 3:40 p.m. when DEA agent Smith picked up the surveillance. Smith watched as the 2 traffickers were met outside the terminal by an unidentified Latino man driving a gold 1979 Toyota, a car registered to Herrera, one of the traffickers. They drove to a small house in Daly City, and the 3 men went inside. After a bit, Bermudez came out, opened the trunk, and got out the beige suitcase, which he placed behind the driver's seat, then he drove off. Bermudez managed to shake his tail in the traffic. 35 minutes later, though, the cops spotted the car in another part of Daly City, parked outside Jairo Menezes' house. Bermudez came out about 2 hours later and drove back to the first Daly City house. The sequence of events provided the police with enough evidence to get a search warrant, and they hit Bermudez's house in West Covina 2 days later, catching the dealer with 3 pounds of cocaine, an enormous amount for the times, which Bermudez promptly admitted he'd bought from Norwin Menezes. They also found $17,000 and a drug ledger bearing the entry, 11/11, $81.90,000 to Jairo. Bermudez was hustled off to jail and Smith got a warrant for Jairo Menezes' house. On November 16 the police hit Jairo's place and caught him with drugs and drug paraphernalia. They found a plastic bag containing Thai stick, a potent form of grass, an envelope containing $9,000, an O-House triple beam scale, the kind favored by drug dealers, a 12-gauge shotgun, a .22 caliber pistol, and miscellaneous pictures, address books, photographs, and passports. Convinced that the family was a major trafficking organization, Smith said she asked her supervisor if she could work the case full-time. The answer was not encouraging. He said, "Well, that sounds like a good idea. Who would run it?" Smith recalled, laughing. "I think it was just that, being a female, my credibility was somewhat in question." The investigation soon fell apart. Julio Bermudez was released on bail and promptly skipped the country, never to be seen again. Once again, the San Francisco U.S. Attorney's Office declined to pursue a case against Norwin or his nephew, and the file was closed. Smith said she never worked the Menezes family again. "They had me assigned to other things, like the Hells Angels case, and I really didn't have enough time," she said. "This was a pretty big case to me, and I think had I been given free rein and some assistance and some time to do it, I think I could have really done something. But," she said, "I'm not so sure the DEA management took it seriously enough to allow me the time and the assistance I would have needed." She quit the DEA 3 years later. Norwin Menezes said he was well aware that the DEA was after him in 1981, and came close to catching him during its investigation of Julio Bermudez. He was in love with Bermudez's sister, Patricia, at the time, and was often at the house in West Covina. The DEA, in fact, described Norwin as the owner of the 3 pounds of cocaine found with Bermudez. But the arrests of one of his distributors and his nephews didn't slow him down a bit. According to Blandon, the Menezes organization moved 900 kilos of cocaine, almost a ton, into the United States in 1981, about $54 million worth at wholesale prices. Blandon accepted Menezes' pitch to become a cocaine salesman for the Contras, he said, after he and the drug kingpin took a trip down to Honduras for another pep talk from CIA agent Enrique Bermudez. At a Contra camp near the Nicaraguan border, Bermudez told them of the trouble the FDN was having in raising funds and obtaining equipment, and he exhorted them to raise money for the counter-revolution. He was in charge. Okay, how to raise money in California. Menezes confirmed Blandon's account of the meeting with the CIA agent, who was an old friend of the Menezes family. I've known him since he was a lieutenant, Menezes said, adding that his brother Edmundo had been friends with Enrique Bermudez even longer. They'd known each other since childhood. Menezes, who was on an FDN fundraising committee, said Bermudez put Blandon in charge of raising money in Southern California. Menezes raised funds in the Bay Area and also screened and recruited potential Contra soldiers from the Nicaraguans who'd emigrated to the United States. Menezes became Bermudez's intelligence and security advisor in California. He claimed, anyone recruited to fight for the Contras in Honduras had to pass his muster first, so the organization would be safe from Sandinista infiltrators. It was an understanding between old friends, Menezes said of the job Bermudez gave him. Nobody would join the Contra forces down there without my knowledge and approval. Blandon confirmed that, telling the CIA that Menezes's role in the FDN operation in California was primarily that of a personnel recruiter for the group. Adolfo Calero, the CIA agent who was the head of the Contras political directorate, denied that the two cocaine traffickers had any official positions with the FDN. But Calero confirmed that Menezes had come to Honduras to meet with Bermudez and had brought him a crossbow as a gesture of his esteem. Another top Contra, former FDN director Edgar Chamorro, acknowledged that Menezes was involved with both the FDN and Bermudez. It was very early, when the Contras did not have as many supporters as later, Chamorro said. Very early the Contras were trying all kinds of things to raise funds. This man Menezes was connected with the Contras of Bermudez, because of the military kind of brotherhood among the Somoza military, the Brotherhood of Military Minds. Blandon insisted that Bermudez never mentioned drug sales during his fundraising pitch, but from Blandon's description of Bermudez's instructions, that didn't appear necessary. The Contra commander apparently had a pretty good idea of what they were getting into. There's a saying that the ends justify the means, and that's what Mr. Bermudez told us in Honduras. Okay. Blandon said. So we started raising money to the Contra revolution. Blandon doubted that Bermudez knew specifically they would sell cocaine to raise the cash, but Contra commander Eden Pastora has said it would be naive to think that Bermudez didn't know he was asking drug dealers for financial assistance. It was well known in pre-revolutionary Nicaragua that Menezes was involved in illicit or dirty business, Pastora said. He had hotels, and it was also said that he was involved in the sale of cocaine. In those days, cocaine sales was not very common. Besides, at that point Bermudez's Contra group, the Legion of September 15, was already busily involved in cocaine smuggling, and Bermudez knew it, as did the CIA. In September 1981, Langley was informed by cable that the Legion's leadership had made a decision to engage in drug smuggling to the United States in order to finance its anti-Sandinista operations. The cable said Bermudez reportedly had advised against the idea, but apparently he hadn't objected too strenuously. The CIA cable reported that a successful trial run had already taken place. Langley was informed that a suitcase full of cocaine was smuggled onto a commercial airliner in July 1981 by a Legion officer, who then sold the dope in Miami and gave the profits to another Legion commander. The CIA's Inspector General found no evidence that the CIA officials running the Contra program then did a thing about it. At their meeting with Bermudez, Blandon said, Bermudez asked if he and Menezes could assist in the procurement of weapons. In court testimony, Blandon called it a mission that took them to Costa Rica to contact some people to get some connections from where to construct the Contra revolution. We have to get in contact with someone that we were going to give some money to buy some weapons. The trip had an inauspicious start, Blandon later told the CIA. Both he and Menezes were escorted to Tegucigalpa airport by armed Contras, a summary of his CIA interview states. Unbeknownst to Bermudez and the Contras, Blandon says, he was carrying $100,000 in drug proceeds to be used in a Bolivian drug deal. In the process of departing the airport, Blandon was stopped and detained by Honduran officials. Blandon states that his Contra escorts, seeing that Blandon had been detained with money, assumed that Blandon had been given the funds by Bermudez to purchase arms for the Contras. As a result, the Contras interceded on Blandon's behalf, effected the return of the money, and secured Blandon's release. In doing so, Blandon said, the Contra escorts told the Honduran airport authorities that Blandon and Menezes were Contras. Blandon states he was allowed to leave the next morning and that he then joined Menezes, who had not been detained and who had been allowed to travel to Guatemala. They were unable to contact the arms dealers they were looking for, Blandon said, and he returned to California with Menezes to begin his career in the cocaine business. Menezes didn't simply hand him the dope. He brought Blandon to San Francisco for a 2-day seminar on the intricacies of drug dealing. Mr. Menezes explained to me how how to see the quality, how they sell it by the ounce, by kilo, Blandon said. Menezes also showed him how to transport the drug undetected in pickup trucks by putting the cocaine in the compartment of the door, the driver's side door. Menezes brought in a one-eyed Nicaraguan exile, Raúl El Tuir, to Vega, as a transportation consultant. Vega, who lived in LA, was an old hand at driving dope cars for Menezes, and Norwin wanted that I went with Raúl Vega to show me how to drive, how to do it because he used to work more often. Menezes was a fount of advice on how to avoid problems, Blandon explained. He told Blandon not to give out cocaine on credit, don't do a lot of things. But I didn't know to whom to sell it. But he told me go and visit a few people and I start. Menezes gave him 2 kilos of cocaine worth about $60,000 each at the time and the names of some customers in Los Angeles, and told him to hit the streets. The cocaine was provided at no cost, but with the understanding that Blandon would pay Menezes back out of the profits. When Blandon began doing this is a matter of some conjecture. Blandon insists that he didn't actually sell his first ounce of cocaine until early in 1982. But others who knew him at the time say he was dealing drugs in LA much earlier. Still others insist Blandon, like Menezes, was already a trafficker back in Somozas, Nicaragua, before the Sandinista revolution. The Torres brothers would later tell the FBI that Blandon picked up his 2 kilos from Menezes in 1980. Shortly after Blandon moved to the Los Angeles area, Blandon was introduced to Norwin Menezes in the San Francisco, California, area by Donald Barrios, Jacinto Torres told the FBI. In approximately 1980, Danilo Blandon, Frank Vigil and Douglas Diaz traveled to the San Francisco area where they obtained 2 kilograms of cocaine from Menezes. Blandon, Vigil, and Diaz returned to the Los Angeles area where they had 30 days to sell the cocaine. Frank Vigil is a Contra supporter who had worked as a public relations director for Norwin Menezes in one of Norwin's nightclubs in Managua. Though he admits being in Los Angeles in 1980, he denies traveling with Blandon to meet with Menezes or selling cocaine himself, although he says he knew Blandon was doing it. Blandon has identified Diaz as a man who would drive Menezes' cocaine to LA occasionally, but he said Diaz was not with him during his training period at Norwin's house. Blandon's wife's uncle, economist Orlando Murillo, also agrees that Blandon was selling drugs for Menezes before 1982. I was in Costa Rica and Quipita called me and said, I have serious problems with Danilo, Murillo recalled. Quipita told him they'd started a small business, but that Danilo was dealing drugs and had gotten in debt to Menezes, who was now pressing her for the money. I sent her another $5,000, Murillo said. He acknowledged that his money was probably used to pay off Menezes, but said Quipita is my niece and my only relative. And Danilo is a very dangerous man. So I help her when I can. Murillo placed the call from his frantic niece in 1981, February or January. One DIA informant told the Justice Department that Blandon was a drug dealer even before he came to the United States, and had known Menezes for years, long before meeting up with him at Lax that day. Longtime Menezes employee Rafael Cornejo claimed that Blandin and Menezes knew each other back in Nicaragua before the war. Danilo was sort of in the background of the group that hung around with Mundo. I'd see him at parties sometimes. In an interview with journalist George Hodel, former Sandinista leader Moises Hassan, who is related to Blandin's mother-in-law, Vilma Pina Alvarez, said Blandin was involved with drugs and contraband prior to the Sandinista takeover. Hassan had known Blandin since college, where Blandin was a student activist on behalf of Somoza's Liberal Party. The DIA, in a sworn statement filed in San Diego federal court, corroborated Hassan's statements. In a sealed search warrant affidavit filed in May 1992, DIA agent Chuck Jones wrote, Blandin fled Nicaragua after the Somozas regime was deposed. Blandin had been a cocaine trafficker in Nicaragua prior to the fall of Somozas but had enjoyed protection through family political influence. Since about 1982, Blandin has been a cocaine trafficker in the United States. At the time Jones made that statement, he was Blandin's case agent. 4 years later, though, when defense attorneys accused federal prosecutors of hiding Jones's revealing affidavit from them, Agent Jones would suddenly remember that it wasn't Blandin he'd been referring to when he prepared the affidavit to search his storage locker. No, he claimed, he'd confused Blandin's background with Menezes's. Regardless of when Blandin's career as a cocaine trafficker began, by the time he says he started selling drugs for the Contras, they were no longer just a ragtag group running around the jungles on their own. They were, by early 1982, the property of the Central Intelligence Agency. I never sent cash. Between July 1979 and March 1981, Somoza's exiled supporters had made little headway in putting together any kind of organized opposition. It wasn't for lack of trying. It was for lack of money. The Legion of September 15, the 100 or so ex-Guardia men hiding out in Guatemala survived through thievery and contract killings. Another group of exiles coalesced in Miami, calling themselves the National Democratic Union, UDN, which had a small armed branch in Honduras called the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Nicaragua, FARN. Both the Legion and this second group UDN FARN tapped into Miami's Cuban community, drawing financial support and volunteers from the rabidly anti-communist Cubans, including men who had worked with the CIA on the Bay of Pigs operation in the 1960s. The union of the Nicaraguan and Cuban exile communities in Miami was an obvious marriage. The Nicaraguans hated Daniel Ortega and the Sandinistas almost as much as the Cubans hated Fidel Castro. Castro had been giving the Sandinistas aid and comfort since the mid-1970s. After the war, Cuba provided key advisors to the Sandinistas on how best to beef up their own army and, most of all, their intelligence services. As the Cubans had learned from 20 years of covert war with the United States and the CIA, the best defense against subversion was information. Who were your enemies? Who were the infiltrators? What were they planning? The combination of the Cubans' advice and the Sandinistas' own experiences at the hands of Somoza's secret police led them to build an efficient and deadly secret police unit inside the Ministry of the Interior. The Sandinistas made it difficult for any organized opposition to take root inside Nicaragua. As a result, the Contras were forced to rely on help from outsiders, exiles, many impoverished by their flight, and foreign governments. The first donation of military supplies appears to have come from the Miami group UDN FARN in the fall of 1980. Its members scraped together enough money to buy a couple boxes of rifles from Miami sporting goods stores and a little radio equipment, which was boxed up and mailed to Honduras. The crates were sent to the head of the Honduran National Police, Gustavo Alvarez, an ardent anti-communist who took up the Nicaraguans' cause. Alvarez saw that the guns from Miami got to the soldiers, who were still learning how to march and drill. Meanwhile, Bermudez and other ex-Guardia officers with the Legion of September 15 made the rounds of South America's military governments, seeking donations to the cause. They found much sympathy but little cash. One of the places they visited was Argentina. At that time, Argentina's military dictatorship was one of the most brutal in the world, and its generals were regarded as pariahs even by other military regimes in Latin America. The generals there had a deal for them. A radio station in Costa Rica was broadcasting unpleasant news about the Argentinian military government, accusing it correctly, as it turned out, of murdering political opponents and non-political citizens alike by the thousands, sometimes by dropping them out of helicopters or burying them alive. The radio station was getting on the generals' nerves. If the Nicaraguans were serious about fighting their way back into power, the Argentines said, a little demonstration of their sincerity might not hurt. Why didn't they try to put Radio Noticias del Continente out of the broadcasting business? The Legion agreed to take care of the radio station and infiltrated a sapper team into Costa Rica, hitting the station about 2 in the morning on December 13, 1980. But the raiders didn't find the target quite as easy as they expected. Earlier Argentine military attempts to close it down airdropping drums of homemade napalm onto the station's roof, for instance, had caused the broadcasters to beef up their security. When the Legion unit arrived, they found themselves attacking a pillbox. The raiding team was met by a hail of machine gun fire and beat a hasty retreat, barely managing to toss a Molotov cocktail at a storage shed. Some were killed. On the way out, the survivors were arrested by the Costa Rican police. All in all, it was a disaster. But the Contras got a lucky break from the American political system that November. Jimmy Carter, whom the Contras despised for abandoning Somoza, was beaten in the November elections. A new team was coming to town, a different administration led by Ronald Reagan and George Bush, and it had a different outlook on what was happening in Central America. When Reagan and Bush looked at Nicaragua, they didn't see a populist uprising against a hated and corrupt dictatorship, as did most of the world. They saw another Cuba taking root in their backyard, another clique of communists who would spread their noxious seeds of dissent and discord throughout the region. And when they looked at the Contras, they didn't see the remnants of Somoza's brutal Guardia, or mercenaries doing hired killings and robberies. They saw plucky bands of freedom fighters. Things couldn't have been clearer. Within days of taking office, Reagan froze all aid to the Sandinista government. In March 1981 he authorized the CIA to begin exploring ways of undermining the Sandinistas and halting their shipments of arms to rebel groups in El Salvador, with whom the Sandinistas were ideologically aligned. CIA agents fanned out across the United States and Central America to begin taking stock of the scattered pockets of anti-Sandinista groups. They also began doling out money indirectly, to help keep the shoestring organizations afloat financially. The Argentine military, which had been given the cold shoulder by the Carter administration, also noticed Washington's fresh new outlook. And they figured, quite correctly, that one sure way to get back into America's good graces was to help the Contras out. The next time the Contras came calling, in the spring of 1981, the Argentines were glad to see them, despite their bungled job on the radio station. We were practically official guests, former UDN Foreign Commander William Baltodano Herrera told an interviewer in 1984. The government took charge of everything. We were driven everywhere, invited out everywhere, and we didn't have to pay for anything. When it was time to go, the Argentines slipped Bermudez's Legion $30,000 and gave UDN Foreign $50,000, but Baltodano said the money was just to cover absolute necessities. One can hardly build a movement with $50,000. We could pay for our trip with that money. By mid-1981 Argentine military advisors were secretly slipping into Honduras and Miami to teach the exiles how to run a guerrilla war. Dozens of Nicaraguans were also taken to Argentina for training at special schools there. Because of the secrecy attached, the Nicaraguans weren't let outside the safe house where their training was taking place. It was in Buenos Aires, in a residential district about half an hour from Ezeiza Airport, former Legion of September 15 member Pedro Javier Núñez Cabezas recalled in a 1985 interview. The training was purely theoretical, there was no practical instruction. We were taught theories of espionage, counter-espionage, interrogation techniques, beating techniques, how to lead troops and psychological warfare. I didn't see anything of Buenos Aires. After the training, Núñez said, the Legion divided us up into working groups and handed out various assignments. A couple of the groups traveled to Miami. Working closely with the Argentine trainers were General Alvarez's Honduran police, which helped the CIA covertly funnel supplies to the fledgling Contra units. Once again, Norwin Menezes can be found lurking in the background. His nephew, Jairo, confessed to federal prosecutors that he'd gone to Honduras in 1982 on behalf of Uncle Norwin to negotiate terms of an agreement with officers of the National Military Police. Under that deal, cocaine seized by Honduran authorities would be sold to Menezes, who would smuggle the drugs out in automobiles bound for the U.S. Approximately 10 to 20 kilograms per month were imported in this manner, Jairo Menezes reported. If that little conspiracy between Menezes and the Honduran government ever resulted in an investigation by a police agency, it is not apparent in the CIA or Justice Department files released thus far. Outside Miami, Cuban Bay of Pigs veterans put up training camps for the Contras new recruits and invited the press in to witness the Nicaraguans being drilled by former Green Berets. Other training camps were reported to have been set up in California and Texas, but little information about their locations and operations has emerged. For the most part, however, the Contras were still disorganized, barely qualifying as an army. When the CIA got involved in early 1981, its first project became uniting the various groups under one umbrella. As things stood, the bands were too small to be taken seriously as a military threat, and dealing with them separately was too difficult for the CIA. Enrique Bermudez was persuaded to move his Legion of September 15 from Guatemala to Tegucigalpa, Honduras, where the CIA was sending in dozens of new agents and operatives. The agency pressured the Miami-based UDN-FARN group to link up with Bermudez's men and form a new resistance group, to add yet another degree of separation from past image problems that might detract from the freedom fighter persona the Reagan administration was creating. The gringos made no secret of the fact that if we wanted support from them, we'd first have to join forces, said former Legion member Pedro Núñez. The problem was that the two Contra groups hated each other. UDN-FARN's commander, Fernando El Negro Chamorro, was a rabble-rouser who had fought for the Sandinistas against Somoza and attained immortality by helping to shoot a couple rockets at Somoza's bunker from the roof of the nearby Intercontinental Hotel in 1974. He was also known to have a drinking problem and a questionable work ethic, and he hadn't managed well within the new Sandinista government. Eventually, he broke completely with the ruling Sandinistas and drifted down to Costa Rica to join his older brother, Edmundo Chamorro, another former Sandinista. Together the Chamorro brothers became the military leaders of UDN-FARN. The Chamorro's Contra group, with its connections to the Miami Cubans, was actually further along in developing an organized, regional opposition force than Bermudez's scruffy legionnaires. Though based in Costa Rica, UDN-FARN had established a small military camp in Honduras at the Cuban-owned Hacienda El Pescado, just outside the capital city of Tegucigalpa. At that time, the UDN-FARN had the best connections with the Honduran capital and with the Honduran military and government, said former UDN-FARN commander Baltodano. Baltodano's group wanted nothing to do with Bermudez's brutish outfit, resisting the CIA's desire that it join forces with the Legion. The Chamorros regarded many of the ex-Guardia men of the Legion to be war criminals who could never win popular support back home. The Legion was entirely composed of ex-National Guards. Naturally one couldn't make a big splash with that in Nicaragua, Baltodano said. There were also indications that Bermudez was personally corrupt. In 1981 a group of Legion officers voted to expel him from the organization for misuse of funds and lying. The mutiny was put down by Bermudez's Argentine backers. The CIA eventually got its way. After top CIA officials met with their allies in the Honduran military, the Hondurans withdrew their support of the Chamorros group and backed Bermudez's Legion instead. If UDN-FARN wanted to stay in the Contra business, it would have to merge with Bermudez's ex-Guardia men. And if it didn't want to merge, well, it would merge anyway. An odd kind of unity meeting was held in August 1981 in the upstairs rec room of the Legion's rented safe house in Guatemala City. With an Argentine military officer looking on, Bermudez signed a one-paragraph document stating that the Legion of September 15 and UDN-FARN agreed to join efforts and constitute a single organization that will be called the Nicaraguan Democratic Forces, FDN, in order to fight against the Sandinistas. The Chamorro brothers boycotted the meeting rather than sit in the same room with Bermudez, which was fine with Bermudez, who regarded the Chamorros as closet communists. The Legion moved to Honduras, and the FDN was officially born. Quickly the UDN-FARN Contras were pushed into the background and assigned to subordinate roles. The top jobs were filled by Bermudez and his murderous crew from the Legion of September 15. By choosing to support Colonel Bermudez and the FDN over other Contra factions, the United States threw in its lot with the single most detested group of Nicaraguans, former New York Times reporter Stephen Kinzer, who covered the Contras, wrote in 1991. American planners never seemed to grasp the simple fact that Nicaraguans hated the National Guard and would never support an insurgency directed by ex-guardsmen. The CIA's role in the FDN's creation hidden at the time was spelled out by former FDN director Edgar Chamorro in an affidavit filed with the World Court in The Hague in 1985. Chamorro, a former advertising executive and distant relative of the UDN-FARN Chamorro brothers, said the CIA paid for the meeting, rented the building, and drafted the agreement. The name of the organization, the members of the political junta and the members of the general staff were all chosen or approved by the CIA. As luck would have it, the CIA selected another one of Norwin Menezes's friends to assist Bermudez in running the FDN, Aristides Sanchez, a wealthy landowner whose brother Fernando had been Somoza's last ambassador to Guatemala after Edmundo Menezes was assassinated. Another Sanchez brother, Troilo, had been one of Norwin's friends and business partners in Managua. And yet another brother, Enrique, was partners in a Miami restaurant with Danilo Blandon's friend from Miami, Donald Barrios, the man Blandon claims introduced him to Norwin Menezes. Like Bermudez, Aristides Sanchez went on the CIA's payroll and began reporting daily to his CIA overseers. Together, Bermudez and Sanchez would become the heart and soul of the military side of the Contra organization. The political side was left to CIA agent Adolfo Calero, the former manager of the Coca-Cola bottling plant in Managua, who also worked closely with Aristides Sanchez. Oliver North later called Sanchez Calero's hatchet man. Though the FDN would change and merge with other groups over the years, the Bermudez-Sanchez alliance stood unchanged, thanks largely to the backing of the CIA. Sanchez became one of the Contra's top political and military strategists, plotting logistics, buying supplies, and delivering weapons, wrote the Miami Herald in his 1993 obituary. Throughout the 1980s, Sanchez was consistently described in the press as the Contra supply chief. Norwin Menezes explained that when he was buying and delivering weapons and supplies to the FDN, I dealt directly with Bermudez, and occasionally his assistant on minor things. I also worked with Aristides Sanchez. He was a very good friend of mine. By November 1981 the Contra project was far enough along that the CIA moved to make its sponsorship of the FDN official. President Ronald Reagan was presented with a document known as National Security Decision Directive No. 17, which served as a blueprint for the U.S. government's plan to overthrow the Sandinista government. It called for the CIA to conduct a variety of covert operations, military and political, against the Sandinistas and asked for $19.95 million to do it with. The document made it clear that it was only a start. More funds and manpower would be needed later. It was obvious to anyone that the CIA's $19 million wasn't going to go very far if a serious paramilitary operation was being planned. The paucity of the allocation, in fact, was used by former CIA Deputy Director Admiral Bobby Inman to ridicule a reporter's suggestion that the CIA was financing a Contra war machine. I would suggest to you that $19 million or $29 million isn't going to buy you much of any kind these days, and certainly not against that kind of military force, Inman told a press briefing in 1982. The covert operations, according to Reagan's directive, would be conducted primarily through non-Americans. In particularly delicate situations, the agency would send in UCLA's unilaterally controlled Latino assets to do the dirty work. That way, if any of them got caught, Langley could throw up its hands and insist it had no idea what was going on. Reagan approved the intelligence finding, and in December 1981 he sent CIA Director William Casey to present Congress with it, saying that the covert operations planned for Nicaragua were in the interest of U.S. national security. Under the law, a finding from the President and congressional notification was required if a major covert operation was being planned. From that point on, the Contras were the CIA's responsibility. From late 1981 through most of 1984, the agency ran the show directly, doling out weapons and money, hiring subcontractors, ferrying supplies, planning strategy and tactics, and keeping tabs on its hirelings. As the Nicaraguans soon learned, their role was to fight and to obey orders. Someone else, usually an American CIA agent or an Argentine military trainer, would do the thinking for them. One order the Nicaraguans were repeatedly given was to vehemently deny any connection to the CIA. Bermudez played that role to the hilt, angrily brushing off any press suggestions that the U.S. government had a hand in running the FDN. "We would never accept the role of American mercenary," Bermudez huffed. Former FDN Director Edgar Chamorro claimed that CIA advisors prepped them for their press conferences and told them to deny they had received any money from the U.S. government. "It was particularly important that we deny having met with any U.S. government officials," Chamorro recounted in his book Packaging the Contras. Blandon said that when he began selling drugs for the FDN in Los Angeles, he was aware the U.S. government had somehow become involved with his organization but saw no direct evidence of it himself. "Maybe in the principal office in Honduras they were helping, but, no, because we were being helped by the Argentina people at that time," Blandon said. To further insulate themselves from the Contras, CIA officials worked out a deal with the Argentine and Honduran generals. The Americans would supply the cash if the Argentines would supply the training and military advisors. The Hondurans would provide the clandestine bases from which the Contras would operate. As their part of the deal, both countries would get a lot better treatment, increased foreign aid and military support from the U.S. government. This tripartite agreement, however, did nothing to ease the financial woes of the Contra commanders. The $19 million in CIA money that Reagan had approved did not go to the Contras. In fact, they saw very little of it. Nearly all of that money was channeled through the Argentine military, both to preserve the CIA's deniability and to make sure the Argentines retained some semblance of control over the Nicaraguans. In essence, the CIA was paying the Argentine military to run its covert war. When the Contras needed cash, they had to go begging it from the haughty Argentines. They handled all the money. The Nicaraguans from Bermudez, needing several $100s for the rent on the Tegucigalpa safe houses, to a foot soldier on leave in the capital, asking for a couple of bucks to see a movie had to get it from the Argentines, journalist Glenn Garvin, a Contra sympathizer, wrote in 1992. That was just one of the ways, some subtle and some anything but, that the Argentines let it be known that they were in charge. While the Contras were forced to beg for scraps, the Argentines were being paid $2,500 and $3,000 a month, some just for sitting around at a desk cutting up newspapers, said Argentine advisor Hector Francis. Francis described multi-million-dollar purchases carried out by the Argentinian advisors in Honduras. Furniture, equipment, tools, and office equipment, $1 million purchases from a pharmacy near the Hotel Honduras Maya. Where in a few months, the owner made himself a multimillionaire, and also multi-million-dollar accounts rung up at the Hotel Honduras Maya, where the Argentinian advisors lived for almost 6 months, occupying nearly an entire wing of the hotel. That the Contras had to grovel for handouts from the high-living Argentines rankled mightily. And though the Americans had promised to start sending guns, ammo, and equipment, it would be nearly a year before those supplies began arriving. It was against that backdrop that Menezes and Blandon had been called to Honduras to meet with Enrique Bermudez, where they were told by the new FDN commander to raise money in California. It is understandable that they would have translated this to mean, by any means necessary. After all, crime had ensured the survival of Bermudez's legion in Guatemala. And what was a little cocaine trafficking when compared to kidnappings and contract killings? Danilo Blandon's first illegal Contra fundraising efforts met with the same lack of success as had his legal rallies and parties. He said, the 2 kilos Menezes had given him to sell weren't moving because he knew nothing about the cocaine business. Well, it took me about 3 months or 4 months to sell those 2 keys because I don't know what to do, Blandon said. Menezes told me, you go to with 2 customers. That wasn't enough, you know? Because in those days, 2 keys was too heavy. Jacinto Torres, Blandon's large Nicaraguan car dealer friend, told the FBI that Blandon was unable to unload all the cocaine Menezes had dumped on him. Torres stated that Blandon and the others only sold a few ounces of the 2 kilos to someone in the San Diego area. They gave the rest of the unsold cocaine to Raul Vega, the one-eyed driver for Menezes who had helped train Blandon in San Francisco, the 1992 FBI report said. Mr. Menezes was pushing me every week, you know, what's going on? So Blandon said he had to turn to friends and acquaintances in the automobile business to cultivate customers. I started getting some people, he said, but his cocaine deals were still small potatoes, selling only ounces and grams at that time. It's only for the money that we had to send. We start sending trucks, pickups, to the Contra revolution. We started sending clothes, medicines at that time. He told CIA inspectors that he bought a pickup truck and filled it with medical supplies and radios and turned it over to others to drive to Central America. He says that the truck was, in fact, later used by the FDN in Honduras. Between 1981 and 1982, he said, he also provided several $1,000s in drug profits to finance the FDN's wing in Los Angeles. The drug money was used to support the operating expenses, plane tickets, rent, office supplies, etc. Menezes was doing the same, Blandon said, estimating his in-kind contributions at about $40,000. Most of the money he made from cocaine sales, Blandon said, was turned over to Menezes. How it got from Menezes to the Contras was Menezes' problem, not mine. I give the money to Menezes. I bought some cars or whatever, some pickups, but the money, we gave him the money. I bought a lot of things, but I never sent cash. Cash deliveries to the Contras, it turned out, were being handled by someone else. The unidentified Latin male whom DEA agent Sandra Smith had seen pick up 2 cocaine traffickers from LA at the San Francisco airport and drive to a modest row house in Daly City. And Agent Smith's gut feelings about the Menezes drug ring had been right on target. She'd discovered the first direct evidence of a Contra drug pipeline into California. God, Fatherland, and Freedom in the fall of 1981, before his troubles began, Carlos Augusto Cabezas Ramirez was living, breathing proof that America could still be the land of opportunity for anyone willing to roll up his sleeves and work. The chubby 35-year-old had always been willing to work his way to where he wanted to go. In Nicaragua, by the age of 14 he was helping his mother support 9 brothers and sisters. In 1970 he went to the United States, where he spent 4 years studying to become a commercial pilot, working nights as a janitor to support himself. He took his pilot's license back to Nicaragua and joined the National Guard, flying for Somoza's army and managing a crop dusting company on the side. Later Cabezas enrolled in the National University of Nicaragua, got an accounting degree, and was hired by the Bank of America. He became head of the Managua branch's foreign division, supervising 7 employees in the sleek blue and white skyscraper that was the country's only high-rise office building. He got a law degree next, becoming a licensed attorney in 1978 and setting up a practice in Managua. But the next year, When the Sandinistas were on the outskirts of the capital, Cabezas was recalled to active duty as a fighter pilot. An ardent anti-communist, he was happy to defend Somoza's government against the Sandinistas. Near the end of the war, when the Guardia was desperately striking out at every perceived enemy, Cabezas took part in the terror bombings of the city of Masaya, something he still doesn't like to talk about. On July 15, 1979, 4 days before the shooting stopped, Carlos Cabezas caught the last flight out of Managua. He came to San Francisco, where his wife, 3 young daughters, his mother, his brothers, and his sisters were already living. With a family to support, Cabezas needed a job fast. He hired on as a sales agent for the Lincoln Insurance Company in San Francisco. He also took a second job as a night janitor at San Francisco's Hilton Hotel. In 1980, after only a year on the job, the Lincoln Insurance Company named him Sales Agent of the Year. He was given a plaque with an engraving of Abraham Lincoln on it, a prize he still proudly shows off to visitors at his tiny law office in Managua. By 1981 his hard work was paying off. He sold his car, his wife Angela sold some jewelry, and, throwing in some savings, they scared up $10,000, enough for a down payment on a small row house in Daly City. In just 2 years he'd gone from being a homeless refugee to owning a piece of the American dream. When time permitted, Cabezas did legal research for a couple of lawyers, mainly to keep his skills in tune. That work made him realize how much he missed the practice of law and the income that came with it. To be a lawyer in California, though, he would have to go back to law school and study for the grueling California bar exam. With a family to support, a $1,200 a month mortgage, and 2 jobs, Cabezas couldn't think of any way to do it, until he thought of his ex-brother-in-law, Julio Zavala. 2 years older and recently divorced from Cabezas' sister Maritza, Zavala had plenty of money. Once Cabezas had been at Zavala's house when a friend of Julio's named Nestor Arana came by lugging a suitcase. It was full of cash, neatly wrapped and stacked. Zavala told the goggle-eyed Cabezas that part of his job involved taking money to Miami, and he was paying Arana to do it for him. Cabezas had asked if Zavala needed any help, but the inquiry was gently brushed aside. The more Cabezas thought about it, the more it seemed that Julio Zavala was his ticket out of the dilemma he was in. If he could persuade Zavala to give him a loan, Cabezas figured he could quit his jobs long enough to go to law school and pass the bar. So in October 1981 he called Zavala and asked if he could come over and talk to him about an idea he had. Zavala said sure. And at that moment, Carlos Cabezas was screwed. The reason Julio Zavala had so much money is because he was a cocaine dealer, and a fairly busy one at that. He wasn't anywhere near Norwin Menezes's global perch, but few were. Zavala was solidly mid-level. He sold kilos and ounces to street-level dealers, who then sold grams to users. For several years he'd been buying directly from a Colombian in San Francisco and a Nicaraguan in Miami, picking up a kilo for around $54,000 and turning it over for up to $68,000, more if he ounced it out. Business had been good. The day Cabezas called him, however, Julio Zavala was a worried man. Bad things had been happening all around him, and he was starting to get nervous. His problem stemmed from some loose talk last spring in the lockup at the San Francisco County Jail. Local DEA agents had busted several people in South San Francisco for possession of a half kilo of cocaine. One of the women arrested was a Contra fundraiser named Dora Salomon. She and a co-defendant, Liliana Blengino, were cooling their heels in the jail when Salomon ruefully mentioned that the cocaine they'd been busted over wasn't even hers. It had belonged to her boyfriend, Noel. A month later, DEA agent Louise Lupin stopped by Blengino's house to see if she could be of some assistance to the authorities. Blengino didn't know much, she told Lupin, but Dora Salomon did say that she'd gotten the coke from her boyfriend, some guy named Noel. Lupin made a note of the name and filed it away. When Salomon appeared in federal court 5 months later for a bail hearing, she made a passing reference to a boyfriend, a fellow named Julio Zavala. Agent Lupin, sitting in the courtroom, perked up. Could Julio Zavala be the Snow L character that Blengino had told him about? The agent hurried over to the jail and asked to see the visitor's log for the time Doris Salomon had been there. Bingo! Julio Zavala had come to see her 3 times in a span of 11 days. Unless she had more than one boyfriend while she was in jail, Zavala had to be Noel, Salomon's source of supply. Checking with the San Francisco Police Department, Lupin discovered that Zavala, a Nicaraguan immigrant, was no angel. Just a month before Salomon was arrested, Zavala and another man had been nabbed trying to bust into a woman's apartment, allegedly to collect a drug debt from her husband. She called the police, and when the irate dealers were hustled out to the curb, the cops found 5 ounces of cocaine in the Cadillac that Zavala had parked outside. To be precise, it wasn't actually Zavala's caddy. It had been stolen in Florida and presented to him as a gift from his Miami cocaine connection. Lupin noticed that the other man arrested with Zavala that day, Edmundo Rocha, had been one of those pinched with Doris Salomon a month later. And there in Rocha's wallet the police had found a slip of paper with Julio 349 to 2790 written on it. It was a small world. The DIA started an investigation. That was the way Zavala's luck had been going all year. He'd been busted twice, his girlfriend had been busted, his friend Mundo Rocha had been busted twice. The charges against Zavala had been dropped each time, but he didn't like the odds of it happening again. Zavala was moving a lot of cocaine. He had customers in Miami, Los Angeles, Chicago, and San Francisco. He was also making inroads into Oakland's black community, selling to a couple of African American dealers there. Unfortunately, the growth of his business was making it increasingly difficult for him to disguise what he was doing. When asked, Zavala said he worked as a buyer for some supermarkets in Costa Rica, which helped cover his frequent travels to Miami and Central America. But that story didn't explain why the telephone in his apartment in San Mateo never stopped ringing, or the steady stream of people who came and went at all hours. What he needed to do was fade into the background for a while and lower his profile. Let someone else take the heat. So when Carlos Cabezas came around with his hand out, Zavala didn't give him the brush like the last time. This time, he listened. Cabezas told him of his plans to become a lawyer in the United States, because I knew that there was no way for me to go back to my country since the revolution had taken over the power. He told Zavala that in order for me to go to law school, I have to become a full-time student and I couldn't, catch up if I was working 2 jobs. Zavala appeared sympathetic, and when Cabezas was through, he said he was going to help me to finance some and support my family since I had to quit my job. He couldn't actually give him a loan, he said, but if it was time and money Cabezas was after, Zavala had a suggestion: come work for me. He could make as much as he did at both of his present jobs put together, and then some. Plus, he could do it in his spare time. It was the perfect job for him. He said I was going to be delivering cocaine and collecting money so he can stay a little bit cool, Cabezas would later testify. At that time Mr. Zavala was having problems himself with some legal problems. And he said, I was lucky that the charge was dismissed and I don't want to get myself in this transaction, so I want you to work for me. I trust you. And then, the heat is going, it would be off me for a while. Zavala told Cabezas he'd pay him $500 for each kilo of cocaine he delivered, plus a percentage of the drug debts he collected. And there was an added bonus that Zavala knew Cabezas would like, given his former brother-in-law's feelings about the Sandinistas. Some of the cocaine they sold would help to finance the Contras. So Carlos Cabezas, who'd been a lawyer, an accountant, a pilot, an insurance salesman, a banker, a janitor, and a crop duster, became a cocaine dealer for a while. At first he stayed around the San Francisco area, running errands, meeting Zavala's customers, delivering a few kilos here and there. The work was easy, Cabezas found, and the money was very good. One of his first errands had been to pick up a gold Toyota and drive it to the airport, where he was to meet a couple of Julio's friends from LA and bring them into town. Cabezas agreed to put them up at his house for the couple of days they would be around. That was when Carlos Cabezas first drew the attention of the federal government. As part of her investigation into the Menezes drug ring, DEA agent Sandra Smith was watching when Cabezas arrived at the airport to pick up the two LA dealers she'd been tailing. When Cabezas drove them back to his little row house in Daly City, 8 Bellevue Avenue was added to the government's list of potential wiretap locations. Within 2 months the FBI had joined the chase. Scattered among Zavala's customers, the Bureau had at least 4 confidential informants who were giving them chapter and verse, when the cocaine loads were arriving, when the couriers were coming and going, how much cocaine Zavala and Cabezas were selling, how much money was leaving the country. The evidence that the two Nicaraguans were involved in a major cocaine trafficking network piled up fast. A recently declassified CIA Inspector General's report shows that the agency had been wise to Zavala since 1980. That year a CIA operative reported that Zavala was supplying drugs to a Nicaraguan official who was a drug addict. The operative would keep the agency apprised of Zavala's activities for years. In addition, the CIA has admitted that a relative of one of the people involved in the drug ring was working for the CIA at the time. To Zavala, blissfully unaware of the gathering storm, it seemed as if things were finally looking up. Hiring Cabezas had been a stroke of genius. The customers liked him. He was dependable, a hard worker, and would probably start bringing in some customers of his own soon. Zavala was so pleased with himself that he decided to take some time off and celebrate. His girlfriend, Doris Salomon, had jumped bail and was waiting for him down in Costa Rica, he told Cabezas. He was flying down to join her, and his plans were to get married and spend his honeymoon down in Central America. He told Cabezas he'd see him after the holidays, and off he went. So, after just a month and a half in the business, Cabezas began running a major drug ring, doing Zavala's job as well as his own. He started dealing directly with Zavala's cocaine suppliers and keeping the books, his accounting background helping him to record the operation's income and expenses meticulously. Cabezas said the cocaine he and Zavala were selling came from 2 separate sources. One was Alvaro Carvajal Minota, a Colombian who lived in San Francisco. Carvajal was part of a ring of international cocaine dealers located in Cali, Colombia, a group that would later become known as the Cali Cartel. By the early 1990s the Cali dealers would operate the world's biggest cocaine sales network, eclipsing the rival Medellin cartel in terms of power and money. But in late 1981 few in U.S. law enforcement circles were even aware of the cartels. Cabezas began making trips to Cali in 1982 to negotiate deliveries for Zavala. The other source, Cabezas said, was someone down in Costa Rica. That cocaine would arrive by courier via Miami and would sometimes be brought to Cabezas's house for safekeeping. Because each source had different prices and delivery costs, Cabezas kept 2 sets of books, one for the Costa Ricans and another for the Colombians, so everyone got paid what they were owed, without any mix-ups. The cocaine from Costa Rica was of a far higher quality than the Colombians' powder. It was Peruvian. And it was this cocaine, he said, that belonged to the Contras. He got proof of that in December 1981 when Zavala called him from Costa Rica and told him to catch a plane down. Zavala wanted him to meet some friends of his. The friends turned out to be 2 exiled Nicaraguans who were working with Norwin Menezes, Horacio Pereira Lanuza, a drug dealer and gambler known as Laba, a female donkey, and Troilo Sanchez Herdecia, a playboy brother of FDN leaders Aristides and Fernando Sanchez. Fernando Sanchez had been Somoza's last ambassador to Guatemala, replacing the slain Edmundo Menezes. The U.S. State Department, in a 1988 publication, described Fernando as the Contras representative in Guatemala. Troilo Sanchez had been a partner of Menezes in one of Norwin's nightclubs in Managua, and was one of his drinking buddies. A pilot, Sanchez said he flew for the CIA in the early 1960s during preparations for the Bay of Pigs invasion, which was partly staged from Nicaragua. But by the late 1970s he was a hopeless drug addict, spending large sums of his family's fortune on heroin, cocaine, women, and gambling. The Sandinistas seized what was left, and Troilo Sanchez and his wife, Isanaquai, fled to Costa Rica, where they became partners with Menezes in a bean processing factory there. "We are like family," Menezes said of Sanchez's wife in a 1986 interview. "She came many times to visit my brother Mundo, who was a general and the police chief of Managua and was later assassinated in Guatemala for the Sandinistas." Horacio Pereira had also been a business partner of Menezes before the revolution. Menezes said they owned cattle and cattle ranches together and had known each other since childhood. Both were from Esteli, where Pereira controlled some gambling clubs. Cabezas told CIA investigators that his December 1981 meeting in Costa Rica was the genesis of an effort to raise money for the Contras by selling drugs. Although the original reason for the meeting was purely social, Cabezas says Sanchez and Pereira raised the idea of selling cocaine as a means of raising funds for the Contras. Cabezas says Pereira and Sanchez discussed the idea with him because both knew of Cabezas' role in the Zavala organization. Although it was Sanchez's and Pereira's idea to raise funds for the Contras by engaging in drug trafficking, Cabezas says it was Zavala who came up with the idea that Cabezas serve as a go-between by collecting the money from street dealers and delivering it to Central America. Zavala and Sanchez have denied any involvement in drug trafficking for the Contras. On January 23, 1982, Zavala sent Cabezas back to Costa Rica with 2 other men to pick up 2 kilos of cocaine from Pereira. But Pereira was suddenly uncomfortable with the arrangements. "I went down there with those 2 people to Costa Rica, but apparently Mr. Pereira changed his mind because he said he had some information that Mr. Zavala was drinking very heavily and he was scared that Mr. Zavala was going to misuse that money that supposedly he said that he was helping the Contra revolution in Nicaragua," Cabezas would later testify. Pereira told Cabezas that he was representing the UDN FARN and FDN in Costa Rica and that they had chosen Zavala's organization to sell the cocaine they were getting in from Peru. He said the money was going to the Contras and that the CIA would control the delivery of the money. Pereira's information about his ex-brother-in-law was correct, Cabezas conceded. Zavala had been drinking quite a bit, and he was starting to neglect his responsibilities, falling behind in his payments to the Colombians, who were getting annoyed. His dicey relationship with them would be the source of several arguments, Cabezas said. Sometimes, when the Colombians were really pressing for money, Zavala would take some of the Contras cocaine and sell it to pay the Colombians, which played hell with Cabezas's accounting. The wary Pereira suggested an alternative: he would deal directly with Cabezas. He would sell him the cocaine, and then Cabezas would become responsible for getting the Contras money back to Costa Rica. But Cabezas was hesitant. "I explained to Mr. Pereira that I didn't have no clients and that if I have to sell the cocaine, I have to tell Mr. Zavala because I wasn't going to jump him," Cabezas later testified. "I wasn't going to do anything behind his back." But Pereira insisted that Cabezas had to assume responsibility for the cash, because the money belonged. To help the Contra revolution, Cabezas said. That was the only way, Pereira told him, that he would let go of the cocaine. Cabezas called Zavala and explained the situation, and Zavala agreed to Pereira's terms. But Cabezas was no fool. Instead of his usual $500 per kilo payment, he wanted half of Zavala's profits, because I am taking the responsibility of the money. Stuck, Zavala had no choice but to agree. In an interview with the CIA, Zavala confirmed that he was then cut off from Cabezas's dealings with Pereira and Sanchez. Cabezas traveled with Pereira to San Pedro Sula in Honduras, where he met other members of Pereira's family. While there, he said, he stayed at the home of Pereira's brother-in-law, an exiled Nicaraguan attorney named Francisco Aviles Sainz, who had been educated in the United States. He spent 2 or 3 days in Honduras, waiting for a Peruvian who would be bringing drugs for shipment to the United States. Before he left, Pereira gave Cabezas a bottle of whiskey, some souvenirs, and 2 hand-woven baskets from Peru, saying, "This one is for you and the other one is for Julio." Baffled that there was no cocaine, Cabezas took the gifts back to San Francisco. When he showed the baskets to Zavala, Cabezas said, Zavala exclaimed, "These are not gifts," and began ripping them apart. As Cabezas watched, Zavala stripped the basket down to its internal framework and, from inside the frame, pulled out long, thin, waxy strings that resembled skinny candles. Taking a razor blade, he slit them open and poured out a small pile of cocaine powder. Cabezas said each candle held about 3 ounces of cocaine, and each basket contained about a kilo. Cabezas would later testify that he personally brought back 12 kilos from Pereira during the first part of 1982, earning about $17,000. He would tell CIA inspectors that Contra mules, typically airline flight attendants, were also bringing the baskets into the United States, 1 kilo at a time. When the baskets arrived in San Francisco, it was Cabezas's job to dismantle them and extract the cocaine. How many kilos Pereira sent into the States is anyone's guess, but Costa Rican authorities claimed that he was the biggest cocaine trafficker in their country during the early 1980s. For the next year, Cabezas said, he and others made regular trips to Miami and Costa Rica carrying money for the Contras. He told CIA investigators that on average, he carried $64,000 on each of his 20 trips to Central America, although he also claims that he and another person once delivered about $250,000 to Pereira and Sanchez. FBI records show Zavala made a money-hauling trip to Costa Rica in early 1982, and said the amount he was carrying was $250,000. The FBI was informed early on that the Contras were deeply involved with the drug ring. In February 1982, an informant reported that Zavala had been making silencers and sending them to Nicaragua for the revolution. The same informant also reported that Contra leader Adolfo Calero, the FDN's political boss and a longtime CIA agent, was definitely involved in cocaine traffic. It appears, however, that the informant may actually have been referring to Calero's brother, Mario, a Contra supply master based in New Orleans who was repeatedly linked to drugs and thievery. An FBI teletype shows that by November 1982 the Bureau, thanks to its wiretaps and inside informants, knew exactly what was going on inside Zavala's drug ring. According to the report, from the San Francisco FBI office to the FBI director in Washington, Zavala's sources of supply of this cocaine are Troilo Sanchez, Fernando Sanchez, and Horacio Pereira. All 3 are operating out of Costa Rica. As for Cabezas, Cabezas's sources of supply for cocaine have been established as Troilo Sanchez, Fernando Sanchez, Horacio Pereira of Costa Rica, Humberto and Fernando Ortiz of Colombia, Sebastian Pinal of Los Angeles, and Alvaro Carvajal Minota of San Francisco. Though the FBI didn't realize it, that cable exposed yet another LA-based Contra drug dealer, Sebastian Pinal. He first appeared in the CIA's files in late 1980, at the inception of the CIA's counter-revolutionary experiments. The CIA identified Pinal as the leader of an unnamed Contra group in Honduras, and knew the Contra boss was a reputed dope trafficker, describing him as a partner and best friend of Horacio Pereira, Norwin's Costa Rican cocaine broker. Cabezas was also taking $50,000 a month to the Contra's Miami offices, located in a shopping center near the Miami airport. Often he would give the money directly to FDN leader Aristides Sanchez, the brother of his suppliers Troilo and Fernando. Aristides Sanchez died in 1993, he was still working on behalf of the Contras at the time of his death, according to a laudatory obituary in the Miami Herald. Cabezas told the CIA that he never specifically told Aristides Sanchez that the money came from drug proceeds but only that it was from Troilo. Cabezas said he assumed Aristides Sanchez must have known what Troilo was involved in. Other Contras certainly did. Former Contra official Leonardo Zaledin Rodriguez told UPI in 1986 that Troilo sold 200 pounds of cocaine and received $6.1 million for it. The money Cabezas took to Central America was given to Pereira or an FDN logistics officer, Joaquin Pelon Vega, who lived in Danlí, Honduras, Cabezas said. He assumed the money was used to buy food and clothing for the newly formed guerrilla army. Vega could not be located by the author. On one of his trips to Costa Rica with Contra cash in April or May of 1982, Cabezas told CIA investigators, he was called to a meeting at a San Jose hotel, where Pereira and Troilo Sanchez introduced him to a curly-haired, solidly built man he'd never seen before. The man called himself Ivan Gomez and told Cabezas that he was with the CIA, the agency's man in Costa Rica. Gomez said he was there, Cabezas said, to ensure that the profits from the cocaine went to the Contras and not into someone's pocket. Cabezas saw the CIA agent only once more, in late summer, when he was met at the San Jose airport by Pereira and the CIA man, but Gomez never spoke during the second meeting. In an interview with a British television crew in late 1996, former CIA official Dwayne Dewey Claridge said he'd never heard of Ivan Gomez. Claridge was the CIA officer who headed the Contra project from 1981 to 1984 and was later indicted for lying to Congress about the Iran-Contra scandal. He was pardoned by President George Bush, a former CIA director. The 1998 CIA Inspector General's report strongly suggests Dewey Claridge was lying once again, and it largely corroborates Cabezas' story. The CIA report confirms that an agent using the name Ivan Gomez was assigned to Costa Rica in 1982. As Cabezas claimed, he was the CIA's liaison to the Costa Rican Contra armies and, more importantly, was laundering drug money during the period in which Cabezas says he was delivering cocaine profits to the agent. Gomez, a former Venezuelan military officer, admitted during CIA-administered polygraph tests in 1987 that in March or April of 1982 he had been involved in laundering funds for drug dealers, but he claimed the dopers were relatives. Since Cabezas did not disclose his contacts with Agent Gomez until 1996, the polygraph examiner apparently did not ask the CIA agent about laundering cash for the Contras. Despite Gomez's admissions, the CIA Inspector General dismissed Cabezas' story as an invention, suggesting that the trafficker could not have met Gomez because the agent hadn't yet arrived in Costa Rica when Cabezas recalls meeting him. But the CIA report fails to explain how a San Francisco cocaine dealer could so accurately dream up the alias of an undercover CIA agent stationed in Costa Rica, describe his role with the Contras with such precision, and pinpoint to within 30 days the time period during which the agent admits laundering drug money. Moreover, a former CIA asset who'd infiltrated the Frogman drug ring corroborated key elements of Cabezas' story in interviews with the Justice Department in 1997. Gomez was fired by the CIA in 1989 because of his repeated inability to pass polygraph tests concerning his drug dealing. The CIA toyed with the idea of reporting him to the Justice Department but decided against it and simply cut him loose. It is a striking commentary on me and everyone that this guy's involvement in narcotics didn't weigh more heavily on me or the system, Gomez's former supervisor told CIA inspectors in 1997. His only interest in Gomez, he said, was to help salvage a good agent, which suggests that involvement in drug money laundering wasn't viewed by the CIA as the type of infraction that should necessarily ruin an agent's career. Gomez told the CIA inspectors he'd never met Cabezas or the other traffickers. Based on Cabezas' statements and the historical record from the early days of the Contra conflict, it appears that most of the cocaine profits Cabezas was delivering to Costa Rica in 1982 went to assist the Contras of the UDN-FARN faction, which at that time was under CIA supervision. A 1984 DIA report described UDN-FARN's deputy commander, Edmundo Chamorro, as well known to the company. So was his brother, UDN-FARN's commander, Fernando El Negro Chamorro, whom the CIA describes as playing a major role in the Contra movement. CIA contact with Chamorro began in 1982. For most of 1982, UDN-FARN served, however unwillingly, as the southern branch of the CIA's primary Contra force, the FDN, run by Menezes's friend Enrique Bermudez and his Honduran-based former Guardia men. But in September of that year, when former Sandinista commander Pastora announced he was taking up arms against his old Sandinista colleagues, UDN FARN jumped ship, leaving the FDN and officially uniting with Pastora's group to form a brand new Contra army in Costa Rica, known as ARDE. At that point, it is likely that the cocaine profits from Menezes's San Francisco operation began being used to benefit ARDE. Even then, however, the CIA retained oversight responsibility. When the Chamorros switched from the FDN to the ARDE, they simply changed their line of command. Instead of reporting to Bermudez, as they had been doing, they now reported to Pastora. But both Pastora and Bermudez were still reporting to the CIA. Like Bermudez, Pastora was put on the CIA's payroll, where he remained until mid-1984. The merger between the Chamorro brothers and Pastora's group made sense politically because they had one trait in common, aside from their preference for fighting from Costa Rica. As former Sandinistas, they hated the ex-Guardia officers who made up the FDN. Pastora frequently outraged his CIA handlers by publicly complaining about his purported allies to the north, once picturesquely referring to them as criminal mummies and guerrillas. Bermudez and the FDN considered Pastora a closet communist and suspected him of being a Sandinista mole. Carlos Cabezas said his Contra money flights to Costa Rica continued throughout 1982 but were interrupted near the end of that year, when Horacio Pereira was arrested in Florida. Cabezas said one of the FBI's informants, Donald Peralta, a man who had accompanied him to Costa Rica on several occasions to deliver cash, tipped off the FBI that Pereira was heading south with a wad of greenbacks. FBI records show that on December 1, 1982, a confidential source told FBI agent David Alba that Horacio Pereira and Augusto Munkel would be traveling from San Francisco via Miami to San Jose, Costa Rica, with between $80,000 and $100,000, which was the proceeds of cocaine sales in San Francisco. Alba called U.S. Customs, and the next day Pereira was arrested in Miami, boarding Air Florida Flight 473 to Costa Rica. The agents found $70,000 on him, which he had failed to declare. FBI wiretap records show that Cabezas was in contact with Pereira's cousin, Rosita, soon afterward. Horacio going to court tomorrow, the FBI's notes of that phone call say. Carlos has some money to help Horacio. The money taken by customs will be kept. Carlos asked why Troilo has not called. Horacio was interviewed but did not mention Carlos' name. Carlos wants Horacio to call tomorrow. On Christmas Eve, after he was bailed out, Pereira called Cabezas and told him that he'd been set up and needed some money. Cabezas replied that Jairo is giving him money, an apparent reference to Norwin Menezes's nephew, Jairo Menezes. Then something inexplicable happened. Pereira, whom the FBI knew to be a major international cocaine trafficker, was turned loose after paying a small fine for not declaring the $70,000. He returned to Costa Rica and immediately resumed drug trafficking, which the FBI learned while monitoring a phone call from Pereira to Cabezas on January 21, 1983. Fine was completed. No probation, no prison, Pereira was recorded as telling Cabezas. Horacio wants to get ready to send Carlos some material. By then the feds were crawling all over the drug ring. All of the traffickers' phone calls were being taped and transcribed. Eventually the FBI would monitor more than 13,000 conversations. Cabezas and Zavala were being shadowed everywhere. Their dealers and their dealers' customers had their phones tapped as well. The wiretaps revealed that the Colombian side of Zavala's drug operation was using freighters registered to the Gran Colombiana shipping line to bring cocaine into the United States. Agents began following the Gran Colombiana ships as they plied the waters off the west coast and watched as kilos of cocaine were unloaded by Cabezas' associates in San Francisco and Seattle. Right before Christmas, the FBI started taking the operation apart. On December 22, 1982, they intercepted two men coming off the freighter Ciudad de Nieva in Los Angeles, carrying 39 pounds of cocaine. Another Gran Colombiana ship, the Ciudad de Cúcuta, pulled into Pier 96 in San Francisco shortly after the first of the year, and the FBI set up a stakeout. It was a vessel that, according to one report, had been raided in previous drug seizures. Nearly 2 weeks went by without anything happening. Then, just before 2 a.m. on January 17, 1983, during the heaviest fog of the winter, a silver and orange Chevy van and a Toyota Celica pulled up to a hole in a fence near a swampy marsh leading to Pier 96. 7 men got out and began wading through the swamp toward the docked freighter, disappearing into the darkness. 2 hours later the Celica and the van returned, and the 7 men materialized out of the gloom, carrying heavy duffel bags. 2 of them wore divers' wetsuits. The stakeout agents moved in, and one of the suspects unleashed a short burst from an Uzi submachine gun, but no one was injured, and they quickly surrendered. The agents found that all the men were heavily armed, a wise precaution, considering the value of what they were carrying, an astonishing 430 pounds of cocaine. 5 other men were also rounded up that night, most of them Colombians who had been seen in Los Angeles and Seattle during earlier freighter stakeouts. It was the biggest cocaine bust in the history of the West Coast. The next day the San Francisco Chronicle blasted the news of the drug raid across its front page. Headlined "Cocaine Seized from Frogman at SF Pier." The story told of a fog-shrouded scene right out of a B-movie and featured a large front-page picture of a customs agent in a windbreaker piling football-sized bricks of cocaine on a table. It was the first case made by President Ronald Reagan's new federal drug task force in San Francisco, and U.S. Attorney Joseph Rossaniello, a right-wing Republican close to the Reagan administration, made sure the media understood what a momentous seizure the president's new drug warriors had made. Rossaniello told reporters that the street value of the cocaine the frogmen were carrying was, after routine dilution, a whopping $750 million, $750 million. Even the agents working the case couldn't swallow that one. Rossaniello's quote in the Chronicle was followed by one from the DEA saying the load was worth no more than $100 million on the street, and between $11 million and $12 million wholesale. 2 weeks later, agents in Los Angeles raided the Gran Colombiana freighter Ciudad de Santa Maria and arrested 15 people, again mostly Colombians, in the act of unloading 150 pounds of cocaine. A UPI story noted that the arrests were made as the suspects tried to transfer the drug ashore by way of couriers and a scuba diver. That story said the cocaine was worth $22.8 million. Amazingly, cocaine continued arriving in the United States aboard Gran Colombiana freighters all the way through 1986. The very same ship docked at Pier 96 that night in January 1983. The Ciudad de Cúcuta was found in Houston the following year with $18 million worth of cocaine secreted behind a steel wall. The shipping line was partly owned by the Colombian and Ecuadorian governments. The hammer fell next on Carlos Cabezas and Julio Zavala. At 7 a.m. on February 15, federal agents and local police simultaneously raided 14 locations in the San Francisco area, including Cabezas's house and Zavala's apartment, scooping up everyone and everything they could find. The haul included the Colombian supplier Alvaro Carvajal Minota, Cabezas, his mother, Gladys, Zavala, the low-level dealers they had been selling to, and some of their customers. In a bookcase in a San Francisco apartment, records show, police found 5 flyers for Nicaraguan benefit. Once again, U.S. Attorney Rossaniello hosted a media event, telling reporters, "Before, we got the mules. These are the higher UPS in the operation." But the real higher UPS eluded capture, as neither Norwin Menezes nor any of his family was charged. Former Menezes aide Renato Pina told the Justice Department in 1997 that Norwin had a DEA agent on his payroll at the time, and the agent called Norwin a few weeks before Julio Zavala and Carlos Cabezas were arrested and warned Menezes of their impending arrests. The DEA agent, who admitted knowing Menezes, disputed those allegations during a Justice Department interview. Curiously, the agent recalled having the impression that Menezes was working with the CIA at the time moving guns for the Contras. While Rossaniello and the federal agents who accompanied him were more than happy to give out detailed tidbits concerning the Colombians, such as the fact that Carvajal Minota sent boxloads of cash and jewelry each month to his mother in Cali, they had nothing at all to say about the cocaine and the cash the Nicaraguans were hauling to and from Costa Rica. The involvement of Pereira and the Sanchez brothers was never disclosed, nor were they ever charged with anything. For some reason, the fact that the former Nicaraguan ambassador to Guatemala was bringing cocaine into the United States wasn't deemed newsworthy or indictable. The Menezes family's involvement with the drug ring was also suppressed. Defense lawyers had to get a court order to force the Justice Department to reveal that the 1981 searches targeting Jairo Menezes and Julio Bermudez had even occurred. After the lawyers got those files, they accused the FBI of serious misrepresentation for concealing the identities of individuals who are, clearly from the government's point of view, either distributing cocaine obtained from some of the principals in this case, or supplying it to them. The records, they argued, revealed that there was a direct and ongoing connection between the Menezes organization and Carlos Cabezas. The government replied that the searches had been of little importance. When news of the arrests reached Central America, reporters there saw an angle that their American counterparts missed. Somacistas traffic in drugs, is how the pro-Sandinista daily, Barricada, headlined the story that appeared on February 20, 1983. Narcotics Police of San Francisco, California, carried out a haul last Wednesday of 20 cocaine traffickers, among whom are several Nicaraguans who supported through this criminal activity the economic needs of Contra groups. The paper quoted unnamed Nicaraguan diplomatic sources, asserting that one could not establish how many of those captured are of Nicaraguan origin, but there were several, and they were tied to groups of former Somacista guards in San Francisco, and that through the crime of trafficking in cocaine they are contributing economically to the Contras. It would take another 3 years before an American journalist would make the same connection. Julio Zavala complained to the court that similar stories had appeared in the Spanish-language press in Costa Rica, making it impossible for him to return to Central America. Both Zavala and Cabezas were held in prison on $1 million bail, which Cabezas was unable to raise. After getting a look at the evidence the FBI had compiled against him, Cabezas's attorney advised him to cut a deal with the government and testify against Zavala, which Cabezas did. About a year later, shortly before his trial was to begin, Zavala's attorney, Judd Iverson, walked into U.S. District Court Judge Robert Peckham's office and dropped a bombshell on his desk. Iverson handed Peckham 2 letters addressed to the court, written by Nicaraguan exiles in Costa Rica, regarding Julio Zavala's activities on behalf of the Contras. One was written by Horacio Pereira's brother-in-law, the exiled attorney Francisco Aviles Sainz, who identified himself as the International Relations Secretary for UDN-FARN. A published account said Aviles had also helped set up the Committee in Defense of Democracy in Nicaragua, a CIA front in San Jose, Costa Rica, with money from Venezuelan sources. The other letter was also written by Aviles, together with businessman Vicente Rapaxiali Marquis, on behalf of a group called the Conservative Party of Nicaraguans in Exile, PCNE. In the early 1980s he was part of UDN-FARN, according to a former UDN-FARN commander who'd been recruited by Rapaxiali. The Contras letters said Julio Zavala, who stood accused by the Justice Department of being a cocaine kingpin, was actually a Contra official who had been working for the resistance forces at the time of his arrest. Zavala was the assistant treasurer of the PCNE and a longtime member of UDN-FARN, which fights for the restoration of the democratic system in the Republic of Nicaragua. Under the slogan God, Fatherland, and Freedom. The reason they were writing Peckham, the Contra leaders stated, was because the FBI had something that belonged to them, and they wanted it back. When Zavala's apartment was searched the morning of his arrest, the police, in addition to finding an M1 carbine, a practice grenade, a variety of passports, and a catalog of machine guns and silencers found slightly more than $36,000 in Zavala's nightstand, which was confiscated as illegal drug proceeds. That was not an unreasonable assumption, given all the cocaine and drug paraphernalia the police found scattered about the place. But the Contras insisted that the money in the dealer's nightstand was theirs, and they had given it to Zavala so he could make some purchases characteristic of this organization while in San Francisco. The retention of this money is prejudicing the progress of liberation, with natural consequences, Aviles warned Peckham. According to the letter, Zavala had made several trips between California and Costa Rica on UDN Farn's behalf, and during his last visit in January 1983 he was given $45,000 that UDN Farn had collected amongst our collaborators here in Costa Rica. To prove it, the Contra leaders provided copies of a letter appointing Zavala as the assistant treasurer of PCNE, and authorizing him to collect within the United States money for the liberalization of Nicaragua from international communism, a receipt showing the group had given him $45,000, his UDN Farn credentials, and Aviles's sworn statement that he was willing to testify to Zavala's position if necessary. Defense attorney Iverson told Judge Peckham that he wanted to go down to Costa Rica and take the Contras' depositions. If what they were saying was true, he argued, Zavala was going to defend himself on the grounds that agents of the U.S. government were intricately involved in the alleged conspiracy and either sanctioned the use of cocaine trafficking to raise funds for contra-revolutionary activity and/or entrap the defendant into participating under the belief that such activity was sanctioned. Peckham quickly scrawled his signature on an order sealing the Contras' letters and the other papers Iverson had submitted. Iverson had requested the secrecy order to keep the U.S. government from discovering the documents, which he felt might expose Aviles and Rapaxioli and/or their families to harm or political pressure. In court a few weeks later, Iverson again raised the issue of the depositions, a request Peckham was still considering. Assistant U.S. Attorney Mark Zainades scoffed at the notion, saying that Iverson hadn't come close to showing a need to go trudging off in the middle of the trial to Costa Rica without a firm basis for it. Judge Peckham disagreed. It would be very important testimony to corroborate what they apparently claim is his defense. It has to do with the source of the money. My understanding is the government will assert the money came from narcotics transactions. It is very likely, Zainades answered. Well, he claims another source for another purpose, Peckham said. And this evidence would corroborate that. It is very important evidence. I don't know, I have not seen any reason why the government isn't entitled to know the identity of the witnesses, Zainades complained. I don't know what the source of this information is, or alleged information. I'm flying blind. There were letters from the people involved that were filed under seal with the court, Iverson reminded the prosecutor. I don't know who they are, Zainades protested. These letters could come from anybody. I don't know if Mr. Iverson has ever spoken with them personally. I don't know how he can vouch. It is just a letter. The prosecutor told Peckham that it wasn't a situation where we are talking about a threat to the lives of the witnesses. They think so, Peckham replied. I think it is, Iverson said. After holding 2 hearings in the secrecy of his chambers, Peckham had the lawyers come to his courtroom on July 16, 1984, to hear his decision. Prosecutor Zainades again complained that he was being kept in the dark about the identity of the Contra officials. You are talking about some unknown people in a foreign country with allegedly revolutionary affiliation, he argued. The concern, I suppose, is that these people will be intimidated, the judge said, not necessarily expressly. They are revolutionaries in Nicaragua. They want to overturn the Nicaraguan government, as I understand it. The Contras. They are based in Costa Rica and they have monies. Where those monies came from, nobody knows. There is speculation about that, but there is no evidence. They want to show that this money that was found in his possession came from the Contras. I appreciate all that. That's been apparent, Zainades said. Let's assume for a moment that I don't believe these people, that I think they're lying. I mean, I have to be able to make inquiry of those persons or agencies whom I believe possess that information. Judge, these people probably have very close contacts with the CIA, Zavala's co-counsel, Marvin Kan, argued. We don't want the CIA saying to them, don't testify. I see no reason why an investigation can't be done after the deposition. Oh, that's ridiculous, Zainadis said. I don't see anything ridiculous about it, Ken retorted. Would you look to the CIA? Peckham asked the prosecutor. I look anywhere I think there might be some information. That is troublesome, the judge said. Absolutely, I might look to the CIA. Is that troublesome? Peckham inquired of the lawyers. Not to me, Zainadis said. I need to know. It may turn out that they may be telling the truth. It is very troublesome to us to have the CIA involved because I think our witnesses won't be there if that happens, Ken said. It seems our witnesses should be afforded the same degree of protection that the government's informants are afforded. That just doesn't add up, Zainadis said. There is a far more dangerous situation in Costa Rica than an informant has in the United States. Ken said. Peckham gently intervened. They fear, you see, that there will be disclosures made, the judge explained to Zainadis. And again, I don't accept this because I have no evidence. So by my saying it, I don't want it understood that I am finding what I say to be fact. They are afraid. Just like you are afraid about the safety of informants, they are afraid that if the CIA is, in fact, financing these people that they will not want it disclosed and that they will take measures to make certain people don't get funding or be advised strongly not to cooperate. I don't know if you have control over that. So the fear, Zainadis asked, is that the CIA is going to bring some pressure on these people not to testify, is that it? That's very much the fear, Ken said. And I think it is a realistic fear in this case. I don't see any evidence. I can't even respond to that, Zainadis argued. What is the evidence the CIA that is fairly well documented, Iverson interjected. I don't think there is any question that they are down there and intimately involved with the group that is trying to overthrow the Sandinista government. All we are saying, Judge Peckham told Zainadis, is that nobody should discourage them from testifying in this proceeding by way of deposition. I don't know what is so horrendous about that. Peckham granted the defense lawyer's motion to fly to Costa Rica during mid-August for the purpose of taking depositions of Francisco Aviles Sainz and Vicente Rapaxiali Marquis. He instructed the government to pay $5,000 in travel expenses for the attorneys. 6 days later, the Costa Rican CIA station fired off a cable to Langley to warn that a federal prosecutor and an FBI agent were planning a trip to San Jose to question 2 anti-Sandinistas in connection with the prosecution of a cocaine trafficking case. The problem, the station told Langley, is that both Aviles and Rapaxiali were Contra officials and belonged to an organization that had unwittingly received CIA support. Both men were also CIA assets, the station said. Langley was advised to search its files for anything it had on them and their connection to the cocaine traffickers, and the cable ended by saying that the CIA station was concerned that this kind of uncoordinated activity, i.e. the assistant U.S. attorney and FBI visit and depositions, could have serious implications for anti-Sandinista activities in Costa Rica and elsewhere. CIA headquarters discovered that Aviles was indeed a Contra official and had attended an August 1982 conference in Miami, where he was elected to the board of directors of the PCNE, which was receiving CIA money. Various branches of the CIA were alerted, and the agency sprang into action. The Justice Department and the federal prosecutor handling the Zavala case, CIA officials decided, needed to be discreetly approached. On August 3, 1984, CIA headquarters instructed the Costa Rican station to keep away from Aviles and Rapaxiali, to avoid giving Zavala's defense attorneys a possible issue. Langley reassured the nervous Costa Rican station that there was no reason to believe that Zavala's attorneys knew Rapaxiali had any association with CIA. The whole thing could just blow over if planned legal action is successful, the cable said. CIA lawyer Lee S. Strickland flew into San Francisco from Washington, and on August 7, 1984, he sat down with prosecutor Mark Zainides and had what Zainides recalled as an opaque conversation with him. The CIA, Strickland told him, would be immensely grateful if these depositions did not go forward. But Strickland provided little or no explanation regarding what the CIA's interests were in the case, Zainides said. Strickland appeared very concerned about the public identification of the individuals who were to be deposed. There was one problem, however. Neither the CIA nor the prosecutor knew what was in the letters the Contras sent to the judge. Before they could do anything, they needed to see those letters. That afternoon Zainides filed a motion asking Peckham to unseal the Contras letters so government lawyers could read them. Keeping it under seal at this point would result only in preventing the counsel for the United States from preparing properly for the deposition, he wrote. At present the government is undertaking an inquiry with respect to the identities of these persons and counsel for the government is attempting to ascertain precisely what the facts are. At a hearing the next day, Zainides wanted to clarify the government's position. When he asked for the records to be unsealed, he told Peckham, he hadn't meant for the general public to be able to read them. All he was asking for was that the documents be shown to government lawyers under a protective order. Judge Peckham bristled at the prosecutor's suggestion. I think it ought to be made public, he said. Why should we not make it public? What is there left to keep, Your Honor? Zainides interrupted, before I could comment on that, but the judge abruptly cut off the prosecutor. I am going to make it public. If it is unsealed it is going to be public, he warned. Well, as Your Honor knows, I can't comment since I really haven't seen those materials, Zainides said. I am ordering it made public. It is unsealed, the judge said. I don't have to put it that way. I will just order it unsealed. Very well, Zainides replied. May I obtain a copy from your clerk this morning? Certainly, the judge said, taking out his pen. So I will sign this. There is no restriction on the public disclosure of this. When Strickland and Zainides saw the letters the two CIA operatives had sent to Peckham, their faces must have fallen. They had put the Contras right in the middle of the biggest cocaine bust in California history. Zainides went running back to Judge Peckham with a request that he make the documents secret again, until the government could make a private presentation to the court why the record Costa Rica depositions should not be made public. Zavala's attorneys weren't invited. Whatever the Justice Department told Peckham during the private meeting in his chambers, it worked. Peckham issued an order that afternoon sealing up the records he'd made public only that morning. 5 days later Zainides filed a 3-paragraph agreement that said simply that the United States will not introduce the $36,020 in United States currency seized from the residence of Julio Zavala and agrees to return said currency to Julio Zavala. In exchange, the agreement stated, Zavala would not press the issue of the Costa Rican depositions. As the matter stands now, a CIA cable stated, CIA equities are fully protected. The cable bemoaned the fact that both Aviles and Rapaxiali planned to testify at their deposition as to the source of the money in question. We can only guess at what other testimony may have been forthcoming. A U.S. Embassy official in Costa Rica, after hearing that the depositions had been called off, quipped that they had been cancelled by the funny farm. His remark quickly got back to Langley, which instructed its Costa Rican agents to tell the diplomat that CIA had no hand in cancellation of the trip. Years later, when questioned about the case by the author, former U.S. Attorney Russ Aniello said the only reason he agreed to return the drug dealer's cash was because it would have cost the government too much money to go to Costa Rica and take 2 depositions. There never was any evidence to suggest that the Contras were involved with the drug ring, he insisted. But even the Justice Department's Inspector General didn't buy that. After questioning Aniello, the IG concluded that the CIA had intervened with the prosecutor because of a desire to protect the public image of the Contras or the CIA. The CIA considered the potential press coverage of a Contra drug link to be a sufficient reason to attempt to influence the decision to return the money to Zavala. CIA cables further described Russianilo as most deferential to our interests. In addition, there was a stack of telephone records linking the Contras directly to the drug ring, which Russianilo never released or publicly admitted. A defendant in the Frogman case had made 51 phone calls to the FDN office in San Francisco, a secret 1987 DIA report states, noting that one of its confidential informants had met with the traffickers at the FDN's office. The FBI agent who investigated the case, David Alba, had little doubt the CIA was behind Russianilo's decision to give back the drug money. Zavala or someone he was working with was involved with the CIA, Alba told Justice Department inspectors in 1997. Even after the depositions were cancelled, the agency continued to fret that its dirty secrets would somehow leak out. CIA officials were instructed to monitor the prosecution closely so that any further disclosures or allegations by defendant or his confidants can be deflected. CIA lawyer Strickland argued in a memo that the Costa Rican station must be made aware of the potential for disaster. While the allegations may be entirely false, there are sufficient factual details which would cause certain damage to our image and program in Central America. A memo from CIA General Counsel Stanley Sporkin observed, "This matter raises obvious questions concerning the people we are supporting in Central America." In a lengthy cable to the Costa Rican station on August 24, 1984, Strickland detailed his concerns. While this particular aspect was successfully resolved, the possibility of potential damage to CIA interests was not lost on the U.S. Attorney or headquarters. By virtue of Rapaxioli's relationship as a former covert action asset and a member of board of directors of a Contra organization, Avila's role as director of the Contra Support Group office in San Jose, and their formal claim of drug-tainted money, case could be made that CIA funds are being diverted by CIA assets into the drug trade, he wrote. Indeed, close relationship between Zavala, a convicted drug dealer, and Rapaxioli and Aviles could prove most damaging, especially if any relationship, no matter how indirect, were to continue. As long as Rapaxioli and Aviles continue to play any role in the anti-Sandinista movement, any public disclosure of the foregoing would have as a certain element the fact that they were linked to or assets of CIA. Strickland told the Costa Rican station to look into whether the Contras were dealing drugs but warned no action other than discreet inquiries should be undertaken without headquarters approval. What the CIA found was censored from the report, but the agency clearly didn't cut its ties with the two Nicaraguans. Aviles, in 1985, was appointed to the General Staff of UDN-FARN. A 1988 State Department biography of Vicente Rapaxioli identified him as the secretary of the Contras political division. Incredibly, the 1998 CIA Inspector General's report that contained all the cables claimed Aviles and Rapaxioli really hadn't worked for the CIA after all. The repeated references to them as CIA assets in the 1984 cables were mistakes, the IG claimed. In October 1984 the federal government returned $36,020 to Aviles and Zavala. And not a moment too soon, 8 days after the check was issued, the U.S. Congress, outraged by the disclosure that the CIA and the Contras had dropped anti-ship mines in Nicaraguan harbors, cut off all CIA funding for the Contras. Despite the CIA's efforts to keep Contra involvement in the so-called Frogman case from becoming public, some of the truth got out when Carlos Cabezas took the witness stand in late 1984 against his ex-brother-in-law. Under oath, and as a U.S. government witness, Cabezas admitted that some of the cocaine money was going to the Contras. He told the jury of his meetings with Horacio Pereira, and of Pereira's nervousness over the Contras' profits being misspent by the hard-drinking Zavala. Pages from the ledger books in which Cabezas kept track of the Contras' cocaine were introduced into evidence and made public, showing cocaine transactions with Contra official Fernando Sanchez. Zavala was convicted of trafficking and sentenced to prison. Cabezas' testimony went unchallenged. It also went unreported. Though the San Francisco news media had fairly swooned when Cabezas and Zavala were arrested, Not a single reporter stuck around to cover the trial. The evidence of Contra involvement in cocaine trafficking in San Francisco would lie undisturbed in a federal court file for another 2 years. They were doing their patriotic duty, unlike Carlos Cabezas, who walked into an existing cocaine sales operation and began dealing dope the next day. Danilo Blandin was forced to make his own way, finding his own buyers in a city he really didn't know. If he had been in San Francisco, it would have been a different story. Menezes' drug network there was well established and, according to Blandin, flourishing. After distributing 900 kilos, nearly 1 ton in 1981, Blandin said, Menezes' business in San Francisco got bigger and bigger, because all the family was working at that time with him, in the drug business. By contrast, Menezes' network in Los Angeles was of more recent origin and had been dealt a serious blow in late 1981 with the arrest and subsequent flight of his West Covina dealer, Julio Bermudez, who had been moving about 20 kilos a month before he was arrested. While Blandin struggled to establish a customer base, he made himself useful to the Menezes organization in other ways. He became like a secretary for Mr. Menezes, because he already saw that I could do a lot for him. He started telling me, go out and collect some money to somebody else in LA, and I started doing it, and he started getting trusting in me. Blandin said he would not only pick up money from customers in LA but deliver it as well, taking cash from Menezes to pay his cocaine suppliers in Los Angeles, men Blandin described as Colombians. He also began keeping the books for the LA drug operation, describing himself as Menezes' administrator. I wasn't working with him in San Francisco. He was working alone, Blandin said. I keeping the books from LA. You were keeping his books in L.A. Blandin was asked. Yes. So he was up in San Francisco, and you're down here in L.A. Yes. So you were running his Los Angeles operation, isn't that correct? Yes, Blandin said. But remember, we were running just whatever we were running in LA goes, the profit was going to the Contra revolution. I don't know from San Francisco. The relationship between Blandin and Menezes quickly transcended the cocaine business. Menezes opened up a restaurant on Hoover Street in East Los Angeles, which Blandin helped oversee, called the Chicalina. Blandin described the establishment somewhat curiously to a federal grand jury, calling it a marketing operation. That was not my restaurant. That was Menezes' restaurant, he said, but he admitted that he'd told others he was one of the owners. Another of Blandin's jobs involved looking after the welfare of Menezes' wife and children. Menezes had sent them from San Francisco to LA after he started yet another affair. In 1982, Blandin said, Menezes was in love with a woman in South San Francisco named Blanca Margarita Castano, a Nicaraguan who would later become his fifth wife. Blanca was a cousin of a top Sandinista official, Bayardo Arce Castano, one of the Nicaraguan government's 9 commandants and one of the most hardline radicals among them. Blanca's apartment near the Cow Palace, an old auditorium made famous by Jefferson Airplane, was used to store cocaine. I went one time to pick it up right there, Blandin said. A frequent house guest of Menezes during this period was John Lacombe, a San Franciscan who was friendly with Norwin's nephews, Jamie and Jairo. Lacombe said he lived at Menezes' home for long periods during the early 1980s, and told of cocaine-fueled parties that went on for days. Menezes appeared totally unafraid of being arrested. There was a woman he was selling to, and this woman would drive by his house, honk, and he'd come walking out to the street with 2 kilos in his hands, in broad daylight, and give them to her, Lacombe said. Menezes was fond of expensive leisure suits, wore a fairly obvious toupee, and took pains to surround himself with women, as did his nephews. A former girlfriend of Jamie Menezes, Gloria Lopez, said the nephews all drove flashy new cars, which they would trade in as soon as they tired of them. That was how she first noticed Jamie, she said. She was tending bar in the Mission District, and he would drive up in a different new car every couple weeks. Lopez, who later had a child with Jamie Menezes, said Jamie started off driving trucks for his uncle Norwin right out of high school. Initially the loads were military uniforms, then he graduated to moving a more lucrative product and started earning a substantially bigger paycheck. You give a kid like that out of high school all that money, and what do you think is going to happen? Lopez asked. I can't say that I blame Jamie for what he did then. I blame him for a lot of things that happened later though. Jaime's father, Jamie Sr., was also pressed into service for the cause, hauling money to Central America for brother Norwin. Jamie Sr., I respected him very much, Rafael Cornejo said. He really wasn't too much involved with drugs. He had a brake factory in Nicaragua before the revolution, called Frica. He was a very decent man. During, I can't remember which year, he was incarcerated in the U.S., 1984 to 85. He'd been stopped at the border with $70,000 or something. He was taking the money down to Nicaragua. Once I told him, look, Jamie, let me do that for you. But he said, no, he could do just fine. Jamie Menezes Sr. was murdered in 1990 in the offices of his money-changing business Fresursa in San Jose, Costa Rica. Such were the hazards of being a Menezes. So it was not surprising that when Maritza Menezes and her children arrived in LA in 1982, someone would be assigned to watch over them and help them along. Norwin gave Danilo the job. In August 1982, Blandon and Maritza Menezes set up a business together in Los Angeles, a company they named JDM Artwork Inc. The name was an acronym made up of the first initials of the incorporator's first names, Josefa Maria Peligatti, a friend of the Menezeses, Danilo Blandon, and Maritza Menezes. The company did silk screen printing, and Blandon said it was started by Menezes to provide an income for his relocated family. But there may have been other motives behind Menezes' investment in the silk screening business. The company quickly became part of the Contras support network in Los Angeles. RDA Commander Eden Pastora said he visited the firm during a trip he made to LA in 1982, and it printed up T-shirts with his likeness on them. Former Pastora aide Carol Prado claimed that a Los Angeles printing company connected to Blandon was used to launder money from drug sales for the Contras. Another former associate of Blandon, a Puerto Rican man convicted of counterfeiting U.S. currency, believed that the company also dabbled in funny money, printing up fake $20 bills that provided operating cash for the FDN. The former associate produced Polaroid photographs that showed him at work in an office with FDN banners and slogans on the wall, and a picture of Blandon in the same office, smiling, his arms thrown over the shoulders of other laughing Hispanic men. A blue and white FDN flag was clearly visible on the wall. The associate's claims of counterfeiting could not be independently corroborated, but according to CIA cables filed in federal court, the CIA had information by 1984 that Norwin Menezes was involved in counterfeiting both American dollars and Costa Rican colones. In a 1986 interview, Menezes said he allowed FDN members to use his wife's Los Angeles t-shirt factory as a meeting place. As the Contra support organizations in San Francisco and LA grew more active, Menezes' role with the FDN became much more public. Former FDN director Edgar Chamorro told the San Francisco Examiner in 1986 that he and FDN director Frank Arana flew to San Francisco in October 1982 to select local leaders for the FDN support committee there. Menezes attended the organizational meeting, standing quietly in the back of the auto body shop where the meeting was held. Menezes appeared like a fundraiser, an organizer, Chamorro told the paper. The next day, Chamorro said, Menezes helped set up a similar meeting in Los Angeles, providing refreshments beforehand and throwing a party afterward. He was one of the main contacts in L.A., Chamorro told Examiner reporter Seth Rosenfeld. He was in charge of the organization of the LA meeting, the reception. He drove us to the place. He gave us the schedule for that day. He knew people, he was recommending names, for leadership positions in the LA organization. Renato Pina Cabrera, The FDN's San Francisco representative told federal investigators in 1997 that he was present on many occasions when Menezes telephoned FDN commander Enrique Bermudez in Honduras. Menezes told Pina of Bermudez's requests for such things as gun silencers, which Menezes obtained in Los Angeles, crossbows, and other military equipment for the Contras. Menezes sometimes personally delivered the supplies to the Contras, Pina said. Other times he had contacts in Miami and Los Angeles forward them to friendly Honduran authorities. Menezes would bring back military information, bulletins, and communiques from Bermudez that Pina would put into newsletters and give to the press and Contras sympathizers, a summary of Pena's interview states. In a recent interview with the CIA, Menezes said that between 1983 and 1984, his primary role with the California sympathizers was to help recruit personnel for the movement. Menezes says he was asked by Bermudez to attempt to recruit Nicaraguans in exile and others who were supporters of the Contra movement. The drug lord told the agency's internal investigators that he was not directed to recruit people with any specific skills, such as pilots or doctors, but was simply told to seek out anyone who wanted to join with the FDN. Menezes states that he was a member of an FDN fundraising committee, but was not the committee's head. He did not raise much cash but was involved in 1985 in attempting to obtain material support, medical and general supplies for the Contras. When asked by the author in 1996 where he got the money to pay for these war materials, Menezes gave a slight smile. There was money available for these purchases, he said. Menezes' associate Rafael Cornejo said he attended some of the parties Menezes hosted for the FDN at his homes in the San Francisco area. You can say what you want about that man, but his heart and soul was into the movement, and that was his priority more than anything else, said Cornejo, whose father had been a sergeant in Somoza's National Guard. It's kind of hard to be kicked out of your own country, and that's what his passion was. He was straight up pro-Somocista. Blandon complained that Menezes was so tight-fisted with the cash he was raising for the Contras that he was making little or no money selling cocaine. I didn't make any money, you know. It was only for the people in the mountains, you know, for the Contra revolution, Blandon said. Menezes allowed him to keep enough just to pay the rent and to pay the food for my daughter. Just to pay my expenses. Among the Nicaraguan exile community, it was strongly suspected that Menezes was dealing cocaine for the Contras. And it was not unadmired. Somoza's former secretary, Juan C. Wong, one of the first Nicaraguan exiles to begin recruiting ex-Guardia men to join the Contras, said he visited Menezes in San Francisco in 1983. It's true, it was widely spread around that he was involved with drugs, said Wong, a University of San Francisco grad who knew the Menezes family from before the revolution. And I don't doubt that they wanted to raise money for the FDN. That's only natural. They were doing their patriotic duty. Bradley Brunon, Blandon's lawyer, said Blandon was one of several former Somoza supporters dealing cocaine in LA in the early 1980s. He met Blandon while defending a middle-class Nicaraguan exile accused of drug trafficking. People were being arrested who had high government connections, or high military connections, in the Somoza regime, who didn't have any particular lifestyle consistent with being cocaine dealers, didn't have a background consistent with that, but they were highly politicized individuals, Brunon said. And the only politics I was aware that they were involved with was this attempt to fund the Contra-revolutionary insurgency. Brunon said it was his understanding that the Contras, and I don't even know if they were known as that then, had no above-the-line funding. Everything was sub rosa, and one of the ways they were trying to raise money was importing cocaine. That was information that I didn't specifically receive from Blandon, but that I had surmised based on a series of events that were happening. Blandon was fairly close-mouthed about his role with the Contras, according to Brunon. I don't know the formal particulars of it other than there was this kind of atmosphere of CIA and clandestine activities and so forth that surrounded him when I met him, Brunon said of his longtime client. He never was specific. I mean, I believed he was involved with the Contras. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Beyond that, I never got into the particulars with him, because I didn't have a need to know at that point. An air of mystery also surrounded another associate of Blandon, an odd, cherubic, balding man in his mid-30s. Blandon picked up as a partner shortly after going to work for Menezes. The man would remain at Blandon's side for 7 years, though mostly in the shadows. Considering his work history and the activities he was involved with at the time, his appearance in the Nicaraguan's cocaine trafficking entourage is both strange and worrisome. He would give Blandon's drug ring a whole new sideline, weapons and sophisticated electronics equipment, and a whole new smell, the unmistakable aroma of the U.S. intelligence community. Brad Brannon met him in 1986, when he showed up unannounced at the lawyer's office and began asking very detailed questions about Blandon's background. It was just like the hair on the back of your neck goes up. What does this guy want? What's he doing here? Is he investigating Blandon? Brannon said. I never knew what his true role was. I mean, he covertly insinuated that he was CIA. At least, if not a sworn member, whatever the hell they do to get to become employees, some sort of operative. Brannon really didn't have much communication with the guy because he scared me. His name was Ronald J. Lister, a Southern California native who began working as a cocaine dealer and money hauler for Blandon in late 1981 or early 1982, just as the CIA was taking over the funding and operations of the newly formed FDN. The CIA has publicly denied any relationship with the man. Before launching his life of crime as Danilo Blandon's faithful sidekick, Ronald Lister had been a police officer of one sort or another for nearly 15 years. He'd started out as a military policeman for the U.S. Army and U.S. Army Reserve, stationed in Orange County with the 414th Military Police Company. His service records show he had a degree in political science and was trained in processing prisoners of war captured during the Vietnam conflict. He regularly received excellent fitness reports. While an Army reservist, Lister hired on as an officer with the police department of Maywood, a small suburb of Los Angeles that once employed a handful of uniformed patrolmen. He was also a reserve deputy for the L.A. County Sheriff's Office at the same time. Lister was called to active duty in the Army for a few months in 1969, and later, when his enlistment ended, he volunteered for the U.S. Coast Guard, serving as a reserve port security officer at Terminal Island, in San Pedro, California. In late 1973 he found a home with the Laguna Beach Police Department, which patrols a posh Orange County suburb south of Los Angeles. There, among the rich and famous, he rose through the ranks to become a detective in the burglary division. Lieutenant Danielle Adams said Lister was a veteran by the time she arrived in burglary. Her recollection of him was that he was always very successful, very tenacious, and got the job done. His former chief, Neil Purcell, who was on the hiring board that gave Lister his job, remembers him differently. You hear lots of things about Ron Lister, Purcell said. The man, in my opinion, is a lying, conniving, manipulative person who likes to play with people's minds. He's very evasive and loves living on the edge. He's the biggest bullshitter that has ever been placed on this earth. Toward the end of Lister's 12-year stint with the police department, he was traveling in some pretty fast company. When he worked here, that silly son of a gun was in with what do they call themselves, the Royal Highnesses from Iran. Purcell recalled with a hoot. Sporting Rolex watches for himself and his wife. Getting wined and dined by these people until finally they, the Iranians, were asked to leave this country. Anything. He threw out names and organizations. He's a very bright guy. As far as intelligence, he's very, very smart. It was the one point upon which Adams and Purcell agreed. Don't ever underestimate him, Adams warned. He's very, very bright and very tenacious. Both Adams and Purcell said Lister became involved in private security work on the side toward the end of 1979. He quit the Laguna Beach Police Department in May 1980 to pursue that vocation full-time. He was in the alarm business, is what he originally started off as, Adams recalled. And he had some muckety-mucks from the Arab countries, so he says, in his alarm business, and this was getting pretty elaborate, and that's when he left the police department. I know there was a lot of involvement and a lot of travel while he was still here. A few weeks before he resigned, corporate records show, Lister incorporated a company called Pyramid International Security Consultants Incorporated, based in Newport Beach. What Pyramid was doing between 1980 and 1981 is not known, but Lister stated that this was around the time he first met Blandon, through a Beverly Hills business connection. He said Blandon introduced him to Norwin Menezes, and that he provided physical security for both men, who always paid him in cash. Soon after Lister paired up with Blandon and Menezes, his security company began doing business overseas. Blandon told Justice Department interviewers that he and Menezes entered into an informal partnership with Lister for the purpose of selling weapons abroad, specifically in El Salvador. Blandon said the plan was for Lister, Blandon, and Menezes to get their share of the profits in weapons, which they would then give to the Contras. Blandon's attorney, Brad Brunon, described Lister as one of these guys who would boast about having bugging capabilities, would boast about having wiretap capabilities, you could get any information anytime, one of those. I can uplink to the satellite sort of guy. Christopher W. Moore, a former Reserve Laguna Beach police officer who met Lister in 1979, said Lister hired him as an office manager in 1982 while Moore was working his way through law school. I think I was actually an officer in Pyramid International. Ron put my name down as treasurer or director or something because he needed to have some directors for the incorporation papers. Moore confirmed that Lister had extensive business dealings in Central America, specifically in El Salvador. Lister explained his travels there to Moore as involving gun running and helping the Contras, supposedly on behalf of the U.S. government. I remember the longest conversations with him. I'm protected. You're working for the government. Don't worry about anything. I'm protected, I'm protected. I don't know if that was true or not, but I do know that we stopped worrying about domestic security jobs and started concentrating on foreign ones. During the early 1980s, when Lister began doing business there, El Salvador was racked by a vicious civil war and murderous political repression. A tenacious revolutionary guerrilla group, the FMLN, had been running circles around the country's corrupt and inefficient military. The rebels' fight was being assisted by the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, who have admitted supplying them with tons of Eastern Bloc arms and ammunition. The Reagan administration was far more concerned about what was happening in El Salvador than they were about Nicaragua, which Reagan's advisors considered already lost to the communists. One of Reagan's top foreign policy objectives in 1981 and 1982 was to keep what had happened in Nicaragua from spreading to El Salvador, and the administration pushed hard for increased military and economic support for the beleaguered Salvadoran government, particularly after a January 1982 rebel attack on the main military airport in El Salvador demolished dozens of aircraft. Indeed, what came to be known years later as the Reagan Doctrine may have been born in El Salvador in 1982, former Reagan State Department official Robert Kagan wrote in 1996. Halting Sandinista arms shipments to El Salvador was the official reason CIA Director William Casey gave to Congress when he informed lawmakers of Reagan's decision in late 1981 to turn the CIA loose in Nicaragua. The Contras were being trained to police the borders to make sure no Sandinista arms got out to the FMLN, Casey claimed. Like many of the things the CIA said about the Contras, that explanation was a lie, a smokescreen to hide the agency's true agenda, which was to run a full-scale covert war against the Sandinistas. The Reagan administration found its Salvadoran aid program a tough sell in Congress because of the horrendous human rights abuses then occurring in the country. Frustrated by its inability to crush the FMLN guerrillas in the field despite an overwhelming firepower advantage, elements of the Salvadoran government were striking back at the rebels by murdering thousands of their supporters with death squad's right wing, quasi-military posses that would snatch suspected rebel sympathizers off the streets and leave their mutilated bodies on the outskirts of town a few days later. At the height of this campaign, residents of the capital city of San Salvador would wake up to find 40 new bodies every morning. The Salvadoran government officially denied any connection with the death squads, but the denials rang hollow in Washington, even among Reagan's stalwarts. Under the guise of anti-communism, the death squads terrorized the entire country, murdering nuns, teachers, labor organizers, political opponents, and thousands of other civilians, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North wrote in his 1991 memoirs, Under Fire. North wrote that it was clear most of the death squad activity was the responsibility of the ultra-right Arena Party and its leader, former Salvadoran Army Major Roberto D'Aubuisson. D'Aubuisson was reportedly running one of the death squads linked to the assassination of San Salvador's Archbishop Oscar Romero, allegedly by hitmen from the FDN's predecessor, the Legion of September 15. The official whose men were committing some of the worst abuses was a $90,000 a year CIA asset, Colonel Nicolas Carranza, head of the government's feared Treasury Police. According to one account, CIA Director Casey met personally with Carranza in the summer of 1983 and told him to knock it off, or the CIA would kick him off the payroll. In phone conversations with Lister, Christopher Moore learned that his boss was supposedly doing security consulting for the government of El Salvador. In June of 1982, Lister asked Moore to fly down and babysit a government contract for a few days while Lister returned to the United States to take care of some unspecified business. Moore agreed, and was off on what he would call the strangest trip of his life. Accompanying him on the 11-day excursion, Moore said, was a man who introduced himself as the Salvadoran consul in Los Angeles. Since Moore spoke little Spanish, the man served as Moore's guide and interpreter. They flew me down to this air base that the French were building, and I had to take pictures of it, Moore said. It was his impression that Pyramid was bidding on a contract to provide security for the base. When he returned to El Salvador's capital, San Salvador, he settled into the downtown Ramada Inn. Then he and the Salvadoran consul attended a series of meetings with none other than Major Roberto D'Aubuisson. That was probably the highlight of my life at that point, chuckled Moore, now an attorney in Los Angeles. There I was, a reserve police officer who'd only been in the country for a couple days, and I was sitting in this office in downtown San Salvador across the desk from the man who ran the death squads. He had a gun lying on the top of his desk and had these filing cabinets pushed up against the windows of the office so nobody could shoot through them. At another meeting, Moore and D'Aubuisson were joined by Ray Pranz, the newly elected head of the Salvadoran Assembly and a powerful figure in the ruling Christian Democratic Party. Pranz was on friendly terms with D'Aubuisson, Moore said, and both appeared to have some role in the award of the security contract Lister was seeking. Lister, in an interview with police, said that Moore was a good kid who had gone down to El Salvador to take pictures of poorly planned and constructed security work at a port on the southwest tip of El Salvador. Moore was unsure if Lister's company ever got the security contract for the airbase, but he thought not. He left Lister's employ in 1983, soon after his boss began dealing in heavy weapons. Ron was an arms dealer and was buying these semi-automatics, the ones the bad guys use, called MAC-10s. He also had semi-automatic Uzis, and he had gotten involved in selling something called RAW, which was a rifle-fired hand grenade. He was into a lot of things. Moore wasn't exaggerating. Between 1983 and 1986, the FBI opened up 5 separate investigations of Lister, all of which dealt with allegations of trafficking in illegal weapons and high-tech devices with foreign governments. In September 1983, Lister's and Blandon's company, Pyramid International, came under FBI scrutiny for Neutrality Act violations, which allegedly involved the sale of weapons to El Salvador and the loan of money from Saudi Arabia to the Salvadoran government. Lister was also alleged to be attempting to sell arms to several other countries. Considering the fact that the Saudi government was heavily involved in financing covert operations for the Reagan administration during the 1980s, it is perhaps not surprising that no further information was ever developed by the FBI. The Justice Department offered no explanation for why that probe was abandoned. Lister admits his company was dealing guns in El Salvador. He told Justice Department investigators that Blandon and Menezes were the ones that opened the doors down there. They had many connections in El Salvador. From their drug trafficking business. Lister sold Blandon numerous machine pistols, which Blandon told him he was sending to the Contras. Anything that I gave him was for the purpose of the Contras, Lister insisted. An FBI informant told Justice Department inspectors that Norwin Menezes had spoken of obtaining night vision scopes from Lister in 1982, which the drug lord planned to sell to the Salvadoran government. Menezes intended to use the proceeds from the night scopes to aid the Contras, the informant reported, but said the deal fell through. In October 1982, Pyramid International made a security proposal to Salvadoran Defense Minister General José Guillermo Garcia, a man linked by one human rights organization to death squad activities and the slaughter of hundreds of peasants at a village called El Mazote in December 1981. Pyramid's proposal, which LA police found in a 1986 drug raid, was written in Spanish and had confidential stamped all over the front of it. It was entitled Technical Proposal for an Urgent Project to Implement an Integral Security System for the Defense Ministry and the Major General of the Armed Forces of the Republic of El Salvador. The thick report described Pyramid as a unique consulting firm dedicated to the maintenance of freedom, independence, and free enterprise. The company only served clients with a similar political orientation. That political orientation was spelled out in no uncertain terms. Pyramid International security consultants would assist the new government in its goal to combat the tyrannical forces of the left side, promoted and assisted by the current governments of Nicaragua, Cuba, and the Soviet Union. Lister's company outlined a variety of services it would provide for the sum of $189,911, bodyguard and armed escort services for Salvadoran public officials, including the president and top political and military leaders, protecting sensitive installations from sabotage and terrorism, and installing sophisticated electronic technology, including radio sensors and explosives detectors, at key military and industrial installations. Lister later explained the document as a proposal to the current government in El Salvador to implement programs to assist them in different types of security operations, countermeasures type operations, dealing with the types of problems they had. We did a whole study down there. But one of Lister's associates at the time, a San Diego arms manufacturer, said Pyramid's security proposal was actually just a cover for another operation, a covert one directed by the CIA. The company's real mission in El Salvador, he said, was to set up a weapons manufacturing facility to supply guns to the Contras in neighboring Honduras. In a series of interviews with investigative reporter Nick Sco of the L.A. Weekly in 1996 and 1997, arms maker Timothy LaFrance described Pyramid International as a private vendor that the CIA used to do things the agency couldn't do. LaFrance, whose handiwork is so highly regarded that he has created custom-made weapons for Rambo films and episodes of Miami Vice, said he accompanied Lister to El Salvador at least twice, becoming involved as a weapons specialist and helping to set up facilities to make pistols for the Contras. Among the series of nameless biographies attached to Pyramid's proposal to the Salvadoran government, one employee is identified as specialist in the design and manufacture of unique weapons. Lister's former office manager, Chris Moore, confirmed that one of his Lister's friends, and I can't recall the name, was an arms maker in San Diego. He had a custom gun shop down there. LaFrance, who makes and modifies exotic automatic weapons for the military and law enforcement agencies in his San Diego manufacturing facility, was convinced Lister's consulting company had friends in high places. When he applied in Pyramid's name for a State Department permit to take high-powered weapons out of the United States, for example, LaFrance said, it came back approved in 2 days. Usually it takes 3 months. We went down to Central America with 2 giant boxes full of machine guns and ammunition. LaFrance told SCO that their cover story for the trip was that they were there to provide security, armor-proofing for vehicles, limos, and homes. My end was the weapons and how to make a 3-car stop if you're shot at. But the real purpose, LaFrance said, was to set up an operation in El Salvador that would allow us to get around US laws and supply the Contras with guns. It's much easier to build the weapons down there, and that's eventually what we did. Pyramid Security proposal discusses the company's unique ability to design and manufacture special equipment at the point and in any part of the world, in the majority of cases saving their foreign clients important sums in currency. According to LaFrance, the Pyramid team moved into a mass transit center run by the military in downtown San Salvador. That's where we made the weapons. You could have 50 guys working in a machine shop and nobody would know it, he said. After the finished guns were transported to a Salvadoran military airstrip in Morazan province, they were airlifted to Contra camps in Honduras. We made almost all of our drops by helicopter, buzzing the treetops, LaFrance said. While LaFrance's story is by its nature difficult to corroborate, some independent documentation suggests he was definitely the man to see in the early 1980s if one needed to build a weapons plant. In May 1983, LaFrance was solicited by the tiny Cabazon Indian tribe in Southern California to build an arms factory on their desolate, tumbleweed-strewn Riverside County reservation. We need the know-how from an organization engaged in the manufacturing of armaments of various types, all consisting of technology not currently found on the marketplace, the Cabazon's letter to LaFrance Specialties stated. Another letter spelled out precisely what the Cabazons were looking to build: a 9mm machine pistol, an assault rifle with laser sighting, a long-distance sniper rifle, a portable rocket system, a night vision scope, and a battlefield communications system that cannot be detected by current technology. According to the San Francisco Chronicle, the Cabazons were working on a series of international military and security projects that seemed to be lifted from the pages of a spy novel. The tribal administrator was a man who claimed to have long experience working for the CIA, helping out on the agency's Chilean destabilization program in the 1970s. He had paired the tribe up with Wackenhut International Incorporated, a security firm the Chronicle described as being led by former officials of the CIA, the FBI, National Security Agency, Defense Department, and federal law enforcement. Wackenhut was very active in El Salvador during the Contra War, providing employees to protect the U.S. Embassy and other installations, and doing things you wouldn't want your mother to know about, one Wackenhut employee told Spy magazine in 1992. Apparently the firm was using the Cabazon Reservation's tax-exempt status and its freedom from federal oversight to gain a competitive advantage in soliciting federal weapons projects. Freelance investigative reporter Danny Casolaro was looking into the Cabazon/Wackenhut projects as part of a larger conspiracy investigation at the time he was found dead in a West Virginia motel room in 1991, allegedly a suicide victim. He had told friends he was convinced that spies, arms merchants, and others were using the reservation as a low-profile site on which to develop weapons for Third World armies, including the Nicaraguan Contras. The Chronicle stated that Contra leader Eden Pastora had visited a firing range near the reservation for a weapons demonstration in 1981, a claim Pastora has both confirmed and denied on separate occasions. In early 1994, the U.S. Justice Department announced that it was opening a nationwide investigation into Casolaro's suspicious death, a probe ordered by then Associate Attorney General Webb Hubbell. Not long afterward, Hubbell pleaded guilty to crimes he'd committed while an Arkansas lawyer and resigned from the Justice Department. What resulted from the Casolaro investigation, or even whether it ever went forward, has not been made public. Hubbell's interest in the journalist's death may have been more than passing curiosity. Hubbell had his own connections to a company that was making weapons parts for the Contras. Tim LaFrance's story about setting up an arms factory with Ronald Lister in El Salvador bears striking similarities to one told by Terry Reed, a former Air Force intelligence officer and FBI informant who became involved with the CIA's Contra project in the mid-1980s. Reed, a pilot and machine tool expert, said he was initially recruited to train would-be Contra pilots at a clandestine airstrip near Nella, Arkansas. Later, he claims, he was asked to help the CIA set up secret weapons parts facilities in Arkansas and, later, in Mexico. In his memoirs, Compromised, Reed wrote that he scouted locations and provided the corporate shell for CIA agents working with the Contras to set up and run a sophisticated machine tool shop in Mexico in 1985–86, in order to keep a supply of untraceable weapons parts flowing to the Contras during a time when Congress had cut off the rebel CIA assistance. He claims CIA operatives were shipping cocaine through the machine tool company he'd helped the agency set up in Guadalajara, Mexico. One of the companies Reed worked with in Arkansas was a small manufacturer of parking meters called Park On Meter Incorporated, located in the town of Russellville. Reed claimed that the company was secretly manufacturing parts for M16 rifles as a subcontractor on a CIA weapons project to supply the Contras. The Washington Post sent a reporter to Arkansas in 1994 to investigate Reed's story. While the resultant article was a snide and ham-handed attempt to portray Reed as a crackpot conspiracy theorist, it nonetheless confirmed many of the basic elements of his story. Some of the key relationships described in the book did exist in some form, the Post grudgingly admitted. The Iver Johnson Arms Company near Little Rock, which the book portrays as being at the center of the gun manufacturing effort, did ship a load of weapons to Nicaragua through a Mexican distributor, according to former plant engineer J. A. Matejko. But Matejko, described in the book as part of the CIA plan, says the rifles were M1s, not M16s. Moreover, the Post found, the parking meter company Reed named did make some gun parts for Iver Johnson, another relationship characterized in the book as part of the CIA weapons scheme. But, the Post scoffed, the parts were firing pins, not M16 bolts as the book contends. Park On Meter's former secretary and corporate lawyer was Webb Hubbell, who also happens to be the brother-in-law of the company's owner. Hubbell admitted to a Time magazine reporter that Palm was also making rocket launchers. Another similarity between the weapons operations described by Reed and LaFrance is that they both involved admitted drug traffickers who appeared to be working for the U.S. government. A central figure in all of Reed's dealings with the CIA, he wrote, was a CIA and DIA contract agent named Adler Berriman Seal. A former airline pilot, Seal moved in 1982 from Baton Rouge to a tiny airfield in isolated Mena, Arkansas, Intermountain Regional Airport, and began running drugs and weapons. In the early 1980s, Barry Seal was one of the biggest cocaine and marijuana importers in the southern United States, flying loads indirectly for the Medellin cartel and airdropping them with pinpoint precision across Louisiana, Arkansas, and other southern states. Seal detailed his cocaine smuggling activities in 81, 82, and 83. What he testified to was that he was involved in 50 trips during those 3 years, IRS spokesman Henry Holmes told the Baton Rouge State-Times in 1986, explaining a $29 million lien that the IRS filed against Seal for back taxes. A letter that year from Louisiana's Attorney General to U.S. Attorney General Ed Meese said Seal smuggled between $3 billion and $5 billion worth of drugs into the U.S. Seal's farm in Baton Rouge, according to a 1983 U.S. Customs report, was allegedly used as a drop site for cocaine and marijuana flown into the country aboard a DC-4 aircraft, N90201. That same plane subsequently turned up flying supplies for the Contras in 1985 through an air cargo company the FDN hired called Honda Carib Cargo Inc. The operator of Honda Carib, records show, was FDN leader Adolfo Calero's brother, Mario Calero. Honda Carib's owner was pilot Frank Moss, identified in a 1989 Senate report as having been investigated, although never indicted, for narcotics offenses by 10 different law enforcement agencies. The report said Moss flew FDN supply missions for both Honda Carib and a Honduran air freight company called Setco, which was owned by Honduras's biggest drug trafficker, Juan Mata Ballesteros. One DC-4 Moss used to ferry Contra supplies was seized by the DIA in March 1987 on a suspected drug run off Florida's coast. Aboard the plane was marijuana residue and moss notes which, according to a CIA cable, contained the names of 2 CIA officers and their telephone numbers. Also found was the phone number of Robert Owen, Oliver North's courier in Central America. In 1985, records show, Owen reported to Oliver North that a DC-6 owned by Mario Calero, which is being used for runs out of New Orleans, is probably being used for drug runs into U.S. During the time he was dealing with Terry Reid, Seal was also working for the DIA as a top-level informant. In 1984 he participated in a joint CIA-DIA sting operation in an attempt to snare Sandinista government officials in drug smuggling. Congressional records show North was being regularly briefed by the CIA on Seal's sting operation, was supplied with some of the evidence it produced, and allegedly leaked the information to the press shortly before a critical vote on Contra aid was coming up in Congress. North maintains that his only involvement in the Seal sting against the Sandinistas was as an observer, but a statement he gave to the FBI in June 1986 suggests that his relationship with the trafficker was considerably more complex than that. On February 17, 1986, Seal was murdered in New Orleans by Colombian hitmen. 4 months later, in June, North called the FBI and claimed that there was an active measures program being directed against him by the Sandinistas. People were following him, he fretted, directing death threats and smears against him. North expressed further concern that he may be targeted for elimination by organized crime due to his alleged involvement in drug running, a Washington-based FBI agent wrote. North pointed to the murder on February 17, 1986 of a DIA agent, Steele Sick, on the date prior to Steele's testifying against the Sandinistas for drug involvement. Seal's personal records showed him to be a contract CIA operative both before and during his years of drug running in MENA in the 1980s. Historian Roger Morris, a former NSC staffer, wrote in a 1996 book, Partners in Power, about Bill and Hillary Clinton. The same Senate subcommittee that looked into the Contras connections with Honda Carib in 1988 also poked around at MENA and concluded that associates of Seal who operated aircraft service businesses at the Mena, Arkansas, airport were also the targets of grand jury probes into narcotics trafficking. Despite the availability of evidence sufficient for an indictment on money laundering charges, and over the strong protests of state and federal law enforcement officials, the cases were dropped. The apparent reason was that the prosecution might have revealed national security information. Clinton's critics have charged that it was impossible for the governor of Arkansas to have been unaware of Seal's activities at MENA. Indeed, Reid and former Arkansas state troopers L.D. Brown and Larry Patterson, both of whom have been critical of Clinton, insist he knew quite a bit about it, including the fact that cocaine was involved. Patterson, a member of Governor Clinton's security detail, testified that he and other troopers were aware that there was large quantities of drugs being flown into the Mena airport, large quantities of money, large quantities of guns, that there was an ongoing operation training foreign people in that area. That it was a CIA operation. A mechanic at Mena airport, John Bender, swore in a deposition that he saw Clinton there 3 times in 1985. Ex-Trooper Brown said that when he confronted Clinton about the cocaine flight Seal was involved in, Governor Clinton replied, "That's Lassater's deal," referring to his close friend and campaign contributor, Little Rock bond broker Danny Ray Lassater. In 1986 Lassater was indicted by a federal grand jury in Little Rock on drug charges, and Clinton's brother Roger, a cocaine addict, was named as an unindicted co-conspirator. Lassater pleaded guilty to drug trafficking. He received a 30-month prison sentence but served only 6 months in prison. Clinton pardoned him in 1990. Clinton's supporters have maintained that Lassater was no drug dealer, simply a high-flying businessman who got a little too caught up in the fast life. But that's not the way the FBI described it in a 1988 report citing the Bureau's successful battles against major drug trafficking organizations. According to the FBI's description of its investigation, Lassater was part of a huge drug ring. In December 1986, the Little Rock, Arkansas office of the FBI concluded a 4-year organized crime drug enforcement task force investigation involving the cocaine trafficking activities of a prominent Little Rock businessman who operated several banking investment firms and brokerages in Arkansas and Florida, the FBI report stated. The investigation revealed that this businessman was the main supplier of cocaine to the investment banking and bond community in the Little Rock area, which has the largest bond community in the United States outside of New York City. This task force investigation resulted in the conviction of this businessman and 24 co-defendants to jail sentences ranging from 4 months to 10 years, as well as the seizure of cocaine, marijuana, an automobile, an airplane, and $77,000. Typically, investigations conducted by Federal Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force, (FDIF) units target top-level criminal organizations, not businessmen who take a few toots every now and then. Researchers familiar with the Lasseter investigation say that the FBI's description of its Little Rock investigation goes far beyond anything that has ever been publicly released about the Lasseter probe. Roger Morris's book, in fact, describes an investigation that was shut down prematurely and ended only with Lasseter's arrest, not that of 24 others. But Morris also suggested that there was much more to the case than met the eye, whatever the limits or extent of Lasseter's cocaine trafficking or the nature of his other dealings. Most believed that beyond him the larger corruption in Little Rock and elsewhere pointed unmistakably to organized crime, not to mention the vast crimes of MENA, none of which would be pursued. Morris wrote that in sworn testimony, a former staff member of the Arkansas State Police Intelligence Unit would describe a shredding party in which she was ordered to purge the state's MENA files of nearly 1,000 documents, including those referring specifically to Iran-Contra conspirator Oliver North and SEAL associate Terry Reid. Reid claims that North, who was the National Security Council official overseeing the Contra project at the time, was his CIA contact for both the pilot training program and the machine tool company front. A Clinton spokesman called the reports of Clinton's alleged knowledge of the MENA operations the darkest backwater of the right-wing conspiracy industry. North, who certainly knew about Barry Seal, has denied knowing anything about Terry Reid or what was going on at MENA. But something was certainly happening at that little airport, and it was far from routine. While denying that the CIA was involved in any illegal activities at MENA during the time Seal's drug smuggling operation was based there, the CIA's Inspector General's office confirmed in 1996 that the CIA ran a joint training operation with another federal agency at MENA Intermountain Airport. The IG report, which has never been publicly released, reportedly claims the exercise lasted only 2 weeks, but conveniently omits the year this occurred. The CIA also used the MENA airport for routine aviation-related services on CIA-owned planes, according to a declassified summary of the report. Coincidentally, it was SEAL's drug-hauling airplane, a Fairchild C-123K called the Fat Lady, that a Sandinista soldier blew out of the skies over Nicaragua in 1986 with a SAM-7 missile, breaking open the Iran-Contra scandal. The plane had been based at MENA before SEAL sold it, and it began flying weapons-hauling missions for Oliver North and the FDN. Morris wrote that SEAL also worked for the Pentagon's spy service, the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, where coded records reportedly showed him on the payroll beginning in 1982. Tim LaFrance told LA journalist Nick Sco that the DIA was also involved in Ronald Lister's weapons manufacturing plant in El Salvador, and that the meetings Lister and his associates had with Death Squad commander Dogwison happened because the DIA wanted them to happen. Records found in Ronald Lister's house in the 1986 raid disclosed connections between Lister and a DIA subcontractor. Another man involved in Lister's Salvadoran weapons operation, LaFrance said, was Richard E. Wilker, a former Laguna Beach resident whom LaFrance described as an ex-CIA agent. Wilker appears as the technical director on Pyramid International's proposal of the security project to the Salvadoran government. The biography section of the proposal boasts that the company had technicians with the Central Intelligence Agency in physical security for 20 years. I met Lister through Wilker, LaFrance said. Wilker had heard about my stuff from the agency. He said he had a friend who wanted to talk about a deal. I called to check and Langley said Wilker was still working for the agency. So I started doing business with Lister and Wilker. Lister was not officially a CIA employee, according to LaFrance, he wasn't getting a paycheck from them. He may have said he did, but his connection was with Wilker. Very few people ever worked directly for the agency. Former CIA officer John Vandwerker, who once employed Wilker as a salesman, said he knew Lister and Wilker were involved in some business activity in El Salvador. It was kind of touchy. As far as getting out of the country and all that kind of stuff. He did not elaborate. Coincidentally, Vandwerker's name was found in the notebooks of investigative reporter Danny Casolaro after his death, in connection with the goings-on at the Cabazon Reservation. Pyramid was eventually tossed out of El Salvador at the urging of the U.S. Army, which took over the weapons plant that he and Pyramid had started, LaFrance said. Lister dismisses any suggestion that he was knowingly working for the CIA. In an interview with police in 1996, he claimed that if he were affiliated with an organization like the CIA, he wouldn't talk about it. He confirmed, the detectives wrote, that he had been a security consultant and had dealings and offices down in El Salvador. Lister said he had a munitions control permit at that time and was involved in legal arms sales. The detectives noted that Lister did display some knowledge of the U.S. intelligence community during our interview. Danilo Blandon met Lister very early through the FDN's organization in Los Angeles and began an association with him that would last until the late 1980s. Lister and a partner named Bill Downing, Blandon said, went to the meeting that we have in the Contra Revolution, the meeting that we have every week, and they offer us, they show us, they show us a demonstration for the weapons, okay. They show the machine guns and the weapons. They have the license to sell them. Lister never sold guns to the Contras, according to Blandon. That was true, but not entirely accurate, Norwin Menezes said during a 1996 interview. We, in fact, did make arrangements to sell arms to the Contras, but the FDN couldn't collect sufficient funds in order to finalize the deal. Menezes, Blandon, and Lister then traveled to Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador to make arrangements with local governments for the donation of arms, Menezes said. Lister and Blandon then continued their mission in South America without me. I know Danilo says that the weapons he got came through Ronnie Lister, but that isn't true. If I told you where we got them, governments would fall, Menezes said mysteriously. I'm not going to do it while I'm in this place. He motioned to the walls of the Nicaraguan prison where he was interviewed and made a pistol with his thumb and forefinger, which he pointed at his head. Menezes' own involvement in Contra gun running was confirmed in 1996 by the New York Times, which quoted an unnamed Clinton administration official as saying that Menezes had contacts with the Contras in Honduras in 1982 or 1983 and 1984, and that he was believed then to have had some involvement in arms smuggling as well as money laundering and drugs. The Times also quoted two other unnamed government officials as saying, intelligence reports showed that Mr. Menezes was thought to have sent some weapons for the Contras on at least one occasion. But the size and nature of the shipment are unclear. There is a mention of weapons with him but not an indication whether it was a standard or large pipeline, the Times quoted one official as saying. The Times article provided no further details on this stunning revelation. The Los Angeles Times, in a 1996 profile that portrayed Lister as a loudmouth who told tall tales, confirmed Menezes' statements that Lister was involved in weapons transactions with him. Quoting an unidentified former business associate of Lister, the paper wrote that Lister led a sales team on a feudal mission to Civil War-sick El Salvador in the summer of 1982 to market surplus American arms, military equipment, and used school buses to the Salvadoran military. The trip was financed, the associate said, with an investment of at least $20,000 from Norwin Menezes. The trip was a failure, according to the Times, because Lister tried to arrange the deal through an unnamed leader of an unnamed political party. Afterward, Lister tried to get involved in the cocaine business with Menezes, but the drug kingpin allegedly turned him down, supposedly because Menezes regarded Lister as a loose cannon. The story did not explain how or where Lister would have picked up enough surplus American arms to approach the Salvadoran military about making a weapons deal. When defense attorneys tried in 1996 to quiz Blandin about Lister's alleged relationship with the CIA, a federal prosecutor immediately objected, and the jury was ordered out of the courtroom. During a whispered conversation with the judge, the prosecutor said that while it was true that Lister made a claim that he was an employee of the CIA, the government believed it was false, made only to impress his illegal business partners, and was an attempt to deter prosecution. Nevertheless, the prosecutor asked the judge to halt that line of inquiry because it was muddying the waters. The judge decided that since Blandin had denied that Lister worked for the government, there was no need for any more questions like that. An internal CIA investigation in 1997 declared that Lister had no relationship with the agency. Chris Moore, who regarded Lister's claims of CIA connections with some skepticism, said Lister told him he had a big CIA contact at an Orange County company. "I can't remember his name, but Ron was always running off to meetings with him supposedly," Moore said. Ron said the guy was the former deputy director of operations or something, real high up there. "All I know is that this supposed contact of his was working at the Fluor Corporation, an international construction management company based in Orange County, because I had to call Ron out there a couple times." In an interview with the Justice Department, Blandin recalled hearing Lister say that he was involved with the CIA and that he knew someone high up in the CIA who was getting him some licenses so he could sell weapons to Iran. Blandin said he never believed Lister because he lied too much. Years later, however, evidence would surface suggesting that Lister's claims of having a big CIA contact weren't as wild-eyed as Blandin and Moore seemed to think. In many ways, the relationship between Lister, the ex-cop weapons dealer, and Blandin, the MBA-toting cocaine broker, was symbiotic. Lister, when he first met Blandin, knew nothing about narcotics and could not tell you coke from flour. "I had never seen the shit." But after Lister returned from his Central American travels, his former San Diego attorney said, he appeared to be an expert in the cocaine business. When he came back, he seemed to know a lot about what was going on in Colombia with drug trafficking. "I thought it was interesting because in the mid-1980s, no one knew very much about these cartels. But he knew quite a bit. And he knew names and dates, places, etc. I can remember one incident in particular. In the papers at the time, all of a sudden there were these stories about the Medellin cartel, and Ron just snorted and said, 'What the hell is with the news media? There are all these stories about the Medellin cartel and nothing about the Cali cartel.' Ron said the Cali cartel is where all the power is concentrated, that's where the power structure is, and no one is even bothering them. They're getting ready to expand their market to Europe. They're buying cargo ships and airplanes." Well, I'd never heard of the Cali cartel at that point. Subsequent events certainly proved him right. The attorney surmised that Lister could have gained this information from the CIA, or through his work with them. He knew some pretty damned good details and professed to being through the area. "Now, I have traveled extensively through Central America, and the only thing I can tell you is, his information about the area was true. I know he'd been there." Lister told CIA inspectors that he had been to Colombia with Blandin and observed Blandin negotiating drug deals with the Colombians. As 1982 drew to a close, Blandin's cocaine trafficking business in Los Angeles exploded. Almost overnight, it appears, he went from receiving little 1 or 2 kilo packages that could be tucked inside a lunchbox to getting multimillion-dollar loads that wouldn't fit on a wheelbarrow. "I'd go over to D's Blandin's house, take my Mercedes over there, put 3 U-Haul boxes which will cover about 100 keys, about 33 per box plus one you'd squeeze in the trunk, go over to South L.A., Lister told police. "It was the slickest deal you've ever seen." There were 2 interrelated reasons for this huge expansion of Blandin's cocaine trafficking. One is that Dr. Raul Jerry's much ridiculed epidemic of cocaine smoking had finally arrived in Los Angeles. And the other was a street-smart ghetto teenager who would come to be known as Freeway Rick. Something happened to Yvonne T. He man who would be king of the LA crack market saw his first rock of cocaine around Christmas time in 1979 and didn't believe it was a drug. Ricky Donnell Ross knew what drugs looked like. He was 19. He'd seen drugs before. But this sure didn't look like cocaine to him. It was a little whitish chunk of something that could have been bird shit, for all he knew. And you were supposed to put it in a pipe and smoke it? Right. Ross had seen people on TV using cocaine before, and they never smoked any shit that looked like this. When they used it, they cut it up on a mirror with a razor blade and tooted it up with $100 bill. It was glamorous. It was, you know, you was in the in crowd if you was into cocaine, if you was using. You know, whatever. It was in, Ross said. It was what the movie stars were doing. Ross's skepticism seems hard to believe now, with crack dealers more plentiful than policemen in urban communities. But in 1979 it was understandable. At that point, hardly anyone had seen rock cocaine. The friend who gave Rick what he called the $50 rock knew about smokable cocaine only because he was traveling in the fast lane. He was on the San Jose State University football team. He went to a lot of high-class parties. He knew what was happening. He's like, man, I'm onto something new, Ross would later tell the Los Angeles Times in 1994. According to the Times, Ross ventured out and showed off his acquisition to an old pimp, who fired it right up and ordered $100 more. The problem was, Ross didn't have any more. He didn't know how to make it or where to get it. And it's doubtful he could have found more even if he had the money, which he didn't. If he'd searched hard enough in the right neighborhoods, maybe in Malibu or Hollywood, Ricky Ross might have been able to come up with something close freebase cocaine. Freebase was becoming popular in the upper echelons of the drug underground in the late 1970s. It was not crack, however. Making freebase was more complicated and dangerous, requiring exotic and highly flammable solvents. It was also different in content. Freebase resulted from mixing cocaine powder with ether. When the ether evaporated, it took the adulterants and cutting agents with it, leaving behind smokable crystals of pure cocaine base. For the process to work, however, it required a very high-quality cocaine. The cocaine powder that most people snorted wouldn't do because it was so heavily cut. Adding ether to a mishmash of mannitol, lidocaine, or milk sugar caused some cocaine to evaporate entirely. Freebasing was what comedian Richard Pryor had been doing when he set himself on fire on June 9, 1980, and ran screaming from his bedroom in Northridge, outside L.A. a ball of blazing polyester leaping across neatly kept lawns. His polyester shirt had melted onto his arms and chest and he suffered third-degree burns from the waist up, Time magazine reported. The Los Angeles police say Pryor told them that the accident occurred while he was freebasing cocaine. Pryor would later say freebasing was only tangentially related to his fearful scorching. The fire happened because he accidentally ignited some 151 proof rum while in a daze from a 72-hour freebasing binge. If he'd been smoking freebase, in fact, he might never have burned himself at all. Pryor said he started drinking the rum because he'd run out of cocaine. The distinction didn't matter much to the news media. The fact that Pryor, a major celebrity, had an accident while in the clutches of some weird, exotic new drug habit made it big news. When cocaine can kill, Newsweek trumpeted. A dangerous drug craze is how People Weekly put it. The Los Angeles Times discovered to its alarm that in the mostly black NBA, freebase use was spreading among pro basketball players. As one cocaine expert wrote in 1982, the coverage of Pryor's accident was reminiscent of the pre-Harrison Act yellow journalism and told the story of how cocaine was becoming the modern version of the black cocaine menace of the early 1900s. The Harrison Act of 1914, which outlawed recreational cocaine use in the United States, resulted from a wild and bogus newspaper campaign mounted by Southern sheriffs who linked coke-crazed black studs to the rapes of white women. For a variety of reasons, including the bad press from Pryor's misfortune, freebasing was largely a passing fad, never really taking hold except among a few rich, hardcore drug users. The relatively high cost and difficulty of producing cocaine freebase made it less accessible to most cocaine users, drug researcher Stephen Belenko wrote in 1993. An estimated 10% of cocaine users in the late 1970s also used freebase cocaine. But the need for large quantities of relatively pure cocaine and volatile chemicals to produce freebase limited its appeal to the broader group of cocaine users. Unlike Richard Pryor's neighborhood, the neighborhood where Ricky Ross lived rarely saw cocaine in any form. As hard as the drug was to find in white, middle-class communities, it was 10 times as scarce in South Central LA, where the Ross family had lived since the early 1960s. People in the projects didn't have that kind of money, and if every once in a while they did, they sure as hell didn't go out and spend it all on white powder that barely got you high. According to a Rand Institute study of street prices paid by DEA agents and informants, an ounce of cocaine powder in LA was selling for $4,844 in 1979. Other sources place it at roughly $2,500 an ounce, suggesting that DEA agents weren't the savviest shoppers around. In any event, a tiny bit cost about half the average annual income of a South Central resident. Little wonder that marijuana and angel dust, a dangerous chemical known in the projects as sherm or water, were the drugs of choice where Ricky Ross lived. They were far less expensive. That was why Thomas C. Tootie Reese, the alleged king of cocaine in Black LA at the time, lamented that he never sold as much coke as the cops and the press claimed. When you mentioned drugs, whether it was heroin or coke, you heard Tootie's name, said former LAPD narcotic detective Stephen Pollock. He was the kingpin, especially in the 50s and 60s. Everybody was working Tootie Reese. Tootie Reese was probably one of the first blacks who really did big dope. But the man himself had a different story for the LA Times, which interviewed him a few months after his arrest in December 1983 for selling 2 kilos of cocaine to undercover officers. "I ain't never been big," Tootie told the Times. Some evidence gathered during the investigation of Reese backed up his assertion that his cocaine dealing prowess had been greatly overrated. During a taped conversation with undercover agents, Reese told them that most of his customers purchase only 5 ounces or 10 ounces and that he had only 5-kilo size customers. That admission was made at a time when a much bigger dealer in South Central Danilo Blandon was moving dozens of kilos a month through just one customer. Reese was mostly a heroin and marijuana dealer. By the early 1980s, when cocaine started seeping into the inner cities in noticeable amounts, Reese was a dinosaur. These new kids, once the 80s hit and these gangs hooked up with this dope, he was nothing anymore, ex-detective Pollock said. He was just an old grandpa who'd lost his teeth and wasn't worth anything anymore. A 1989 LA Times magazine piece wrote him off in similar terms. The amounts of cocaine he allegedly dealt were infinitesimal contrasted with the tonnage now sold monthly by his successors in the black community. Reese's first major successor would be Ricky Ross, though that was not readily apparent in late 1979. Looking at him then, one would not have imagined the slender, slightly pop-eyed teenager to be a successor to anything but a hard row to hoe. A sometime thief, sometime student, he was clinging to a tattered dream of becoming a professional tennis player. Though too small for football or basketball, Ross had quick reflexes. When he was in middle school, about 11 or 12, 2 family friends, Dr. Mal Bouquet and Richard Williams, encouraged him to take up tennis. Ross's own father, Sonny, an oil tank cleaner by trade, had left home while Ross was still a small child in Tyler, Texas, in 1963. The rest of Ross's life would be spent in a sometimes tragic quest to find someone to replace him. Bouquet and Williams became Ross's first father figures. They picked me up, took me to tennis tournaments. They took care of my rackets and tennis shoes, stuff like that, Ross said. They fed me. You know, we'd leave a tournament, we'd go to McDonald's, something like that. Ross said the tournaments and tennis practices kept him out of the 74 Hoover Crips, his neighborhood gang. He was friends with many of them, he said, but was never a gang member himself. Federal prison records appear to back up that claim. There exists no information to substantiate your membership in the Los Angeles-based Crips Street Gang, stated a 1993 letter to Ross from the Federal Correctional Institution in Phoenix. All information in your file has been deleted which reflected gang participation or membership. He does not have the culture of a gang member when you talk to him, said L.A. Times reporter Jesse Katz, who spent months interviewing Ross in 1994 for a major series on the LA crack market. He doesn't have the attitude and he was a capitalist. It wasn't because Ross had anything against gangs necessarily. Most of the 74 Hoovers were homies he'd grown up with, gone to school with. He would put them to use in the future. But for now, he just didn't have time for gangbanging. Once I started playing tennis, we'd start practicing as soon as school was out, so we'd get off the tennis court probably around 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock when it was time to go in the house. It was hard to get away with anything there. His mother, Annie, a heavy-set woman with bottle-thick glasses, a janitor in downtown office buildings, was strict. She was always checking up on him and his older brother David, snooping in their rooms to make sure they weren't getting into trouble. When she was at work, her younger sister Luetha Wilson watched the boys. By the time Ross enrolled in Dorsey High School, his tennis skills were well honed. I made All-League my first year. My second year, I made All-City second team and my senior year, I made All-City first team, Ross said. But he didn't fare as well in tournaments. I'd win a few rounds. I never got ranked. Still, Ross played well enough to retain a spot on the Dorsey High tennis team. Playing tennis for a major university was his immediate goal in life. There were about 5 players on his high school team that the coaches were grooming for college scholarships, and he was proud to consider himself one of them. Ross had a bit of a problem, though. By his senior year at Dorsey, he still couldn't read or write. My teachers just passed me, gave me C's and let me go through, Ross shrugged. It hardly seemed to matter, he said, because you didn't need it to play tennis. And in truth, it hadn't mattered. It hadn't kept him off the courts. It hadn't kept him behind in school. It only mattered when he started practicing with the Long Beach State University tennis team. Ross had played in a tournament in Griffith Park, and I had beat the number 3 or 4 guy from Long Beach State, and a Long Beach coach asked me what school I was going to, when I was graduating from high school. Basically, he asked me, what was I doing and how is my tennis going and stuff like that. The coach invited him over to the university for practice, and Ross worked out with the Long Beach State team a couple of times. Then he found out about my grades and that I couldn't read or write, Ross said. To Ross's shock, that was the end of the university's interest. I thought it basically would be the same as it had been all the time, Ross complained. That they would just keep passing me through. Disillusioned, he dropped out of Dorsey soon afterward, saying that it seemed pointless if he couldn't get into college. I didn't graduate. I made it to the 12th grade and I was a few credits from being able to graduate. Ross said he was kinda like in no man's land, almost, I would say. My life was like at a standstill. On July 7, 1978, he was arrested by the LAPD for burglary and disorderly conduct. The charges would be dismissed. Ross said it was a case of mistaken identity, but the incident was an indication of the path he was on. Ricky's other passion in life was automobiles, so he channeled his efforts in that direction. Since childhood, his mother said, Ricky was taking things apart and putting them back together. Every summer she took the boys back to her brother's house in Overton, Texas, where Ricky and David would work on the brothers' farm. Ricky began tooling around on tractors at an early age and developed driving skills quickly. When Ricky was about 4 years old, he tried to drive my brother's car, Annie Ross said. By the time he was 11 or 12, he was driving by himself. You know, out in the country, where nobody minded. When he got older, he'd bring these cars home, work on them all the time, fix them up, and sell them. He always kept himself real busy. In 1979, as Ross prepared to leave tennis behind, he prevailed upon someone he'd met through the sport, Mr. Fisher, a young auto upholstery teacher at the Venice Skills Center, to give him a shot at a new career. Fisher, a sometime tennis partner, got Ross into an open slot at the Skills Center. It's like a trade school where people that don't have nothing going can go and get them a trade, and they pay them, Ross said. They pay them something really for going, you know, like help you with your expenses and stuff like that for going to the school. It was a nice favor, and Ross began attending auto repair classes. Then tennis came calling again. Pete Brown, a coach at L.A. Trade Tech Junior College, asked Ross if he'd like to come to the technical school, learn a trade, and play tennis for him. Jubilantly, Ross quit the Skills Center and went running to Trade Tech. He had made a college team after all. He was a very good player, recalled Brown. I'd say he was probably my number 3 guy on the team at the time. Ross recalled that he played number 1 and number 2 at different times of the season. You know, like sometimes one guy would beat me and sometimes I would beat him. So we would go back and forth. By then Ross had drifted away from his 2 childhood tennis mentors, Bouquet and Williams. Ross was embarrassed by his failure to get a scholarship, and he sensed that Williams wasn't eager to have him around anymore, since it was clear he wasn't going to make a major university team. Ross began spending more time with Mr. Fisher, the upholstery teacher, and the two played tennis together frequently. Ross soon adopted Fisher as a father figure. Me and him, we would go play, you know, what we called hitting. I would hit with him, because they like to hit with people that's better than them, and in return he would buy me tennis shoes, rackets, help me get, like if I couldn't get a racket strung, I could call him and say that, you know, I need my racket strung, and he would pay for it. Fisher, Ross said, was considered an uppity black guy. He was single. He stayed in the Baldwin Hills area, which is a nicer part of Los Angeles. He had a brand new Cadillac, you know, nice jewelry, school teacher. Ross said he would go by his house from time to time after getting off school at Trade Tech, where the illiterate Ross, ironically, was studying bookbinding. As the two became closer, Fisher let his guard down. In 1981, shortly before he left Trade Tech, Ross found out why Mr. Fisher was able to afford jewelry and brand new Cadillacs on a trade school teacher's salary. We had a conversation one day. I found out that he was dealing and also using narcotics. I'm not exactly sure how the conversation came up, but we started talking about it and he started explaining to me what it was all about. Ross said he was glad the topic arose. At this point in his life, he was looking for any way to make a buck, and it really didn't matter if it was legal or not. He'd crossed that threshold already. Actually, when he explained it to me, I wanted to know more about it, so I started asking him more questions, Ross said. He showed me some. It was about as big as a match head, and he said, well, this right here is worth $50 and you can sell this and it just keeps getting better and better, is basically what he said. Ross mulled it over. Selling cocaine certainly seemed a lot better and a lot less risky than stealing and stripping cars, which is what he'd been doing to put himself through Trade Tech. He discussed it with his running partner, Ollie Newell, known as Big LOC because some people thought he acted crazy. Newell, who'd just gotten out of jail and needed money, agreed that selling dope looked like a lot less work for a lot more money. But Ross had one reservation: all the dope dealers he knew eventually got fucked up on their own product. Nothing was more pathetic than seeing a burned-out old dealer begging nickels and dimes from his former clients. That wasn't the way Ricky Ross envisioned his life ending. Ollie was kinda like the one that kinda like coerced me into getting into the business, Ross said. You know, he's like, come on, man, you can do it, you don't mess around with nothing, you don't smoke, you don't drink, you're clean, you can handle it. Ross made up his mind. They went back to see Mr. Fisher and announced that they were ready to try it out. Ross said Fisher gave them a $50 piece and we went to a neighborhood and tried to sell it. It was not an encouraging start. We got beat out of it, Ross said. We gave it to somebody and they said they was going to pay us later and it didn't happen. Ross said he had to go slinking back to Fisher to tell him about the sale, but he assured the teacher that the guy was going to pay me the money, and he said, okay, don't worry about it. Chastened, Ross and Newell regrouped for another try. They scoped out the parking lot at Bret Harte Junior High, their alma mater, and stole a car from a faculty member. Selling the fancy wheels brought them $250, and a week or so after their first debacle, they went strutting back to Fisher's house with their hard-earned cash. We bought what's called an 8-track of cocaine from him. It's 3 grams of cocaine. At that time, it probably was about a gram of cocaine and about 2 grams of cut. Taking the 8-track for $250, they cut it again and sold it off in bits and pieces. We could take it to our neighborhood where we stayed at and it would sell for a total of $500-600. I think the first time we might have made about $600 off it. An awful lot of money. Instead of spending the profits, Ross said, they went back to Fisher's house and ordered more cocaine. Sold it, made more money, Ross said. I didn't really know the game. It was like we were just stumbling through, you know what I'm saying? Picking up as we go. Ross said the amount of cash he was able to bring in scared him. I was selling, and Ollie was standing back, you know, and watching me, you know, make sure didn't nobody try to rob me or nothing like that, Ross said. So I would make like $300, I would take it home and put it up, because I didn't want to be standing out there with a whole lot of dope and a whole lot of money. Because the police raided the spot all the time, you know. They might be raided every 15 or 20 minutes. It was a PCP street. They was selling PCP there. But they wouldn't pay no attention to me unless I had a lot of money on me. Ross said the cops mostly just smelled dealers' hands, looking for the telltale stench of PCP. They would just smell my hands, pat me and let me go. But if I had a wad of money, it would draw attention, so we never wanted to get over $200 or $300. Acquaintances who were dealing PCP slanging sherm or selling water, as it was called, made fun of him for selling coke because there was a much bigger market for angel dust. All the guys selling PCP used to tell us, y'all can make more money, y'all should sell PCP. And I was like, no, that's alright, I don't want to mess with PCP. That's too hard. And cocaine was more, like, flyer, more like the uppity people, you know, wasn't nobody going crazy, you know? When they smoked the PCP they would go crazy and stuff and I would think, I ain't gonna be involved with that. Cocaine is like, mellow, and it was cool. So I didn't mind doing it. Still slightly unsure of the future of the cocaine business, Ross kept his hand in the auto business as well. He was still stealing cars and fencing them or stripping them down in his body shop and parting them out. On March 19, 1982, he was arrested by the LAPD for grand theft auto. The police found a Mercedes-Benz in his garage with parts that didn't match. Ross dipped into his cash reserves and hired a Beverly Hills lawyer named Alan Fenster, a former prosecutor and film studio lawyer who had little trouble getting the auto theft charge tossed out of court. There was no evidence Ricky had any knowledge about that car, said Fenster, whose performance in that felony case would lead him to many years of lucrative employment with Ross. Fenster, who'd been defending drug dealers and drug users since the early 1970s, said it was my recollection that when I met Rick, he was already dealing drugs. Ricky was introduced to me by another client I had, who was a dealer, and I recall that he told me Ross was someone who was into some serious dealing then. Early 1982 was an exceptionally good time to be in the cocaine business. It was like getting in on the ground floor of Amway. At first we was just going to do it until we made $5,000, Ross said. We made that so fast we said, no, we'll quit when we make $20,000. Then we was going to quit when we saved enough to buy a house. Though it would not become apparent for some time, the cocaine industry was then undergoing dramatic changes that would boost the fortunes of dealers everywhere. The drug was finally beginning to filter down from the penthouses into the real world, opening up a whole new audience for its seductive charms. The most basic reason was supply and demand. In some cities, Miami in particular, supply was beginning to outstrip demand, thanks largely to the efforts of Carlos Leder and his pals in Medellin, Colombia, who had revolutionized the import/export part of the business. By early 1982, the Medellin cartel had gotten its act together and using special airplanes, radar avoidance techniques, and specially designed speedboats began bringing in unheard of amounts of cocaine, mostly through the Bahamas. 10 days before Rick Ross's auto theft arrest in March 1982, customs agents in Miami searched an airplane, owned by a tiny Colombian air cargo company, that had flown in from Medellin. By the time agents arrived, workers were busy unloading dozens of boxes labeled jeans. But when an inspector stuck a screwdriver into one of them, he didn't hit denim. White powder came pouring out of the hole. When the customs men had finished weighing the cocaine, the scales topped out at 3,906 pounds, nearly 4 times the size of the previous U.S. cocaine seizure record. It was, authors Guy Goliata and Jeff Lean wrote in Kings of Cocaine, the D's first look at the shadow of the beast. As more loads like that got through, the wholesale price of cocaine in the U.S. began dropping. But it never dropped dramatically enough to make it popular in low-income neighborhoods. According to the 1994 Rand Institute study, between 1979 and 1982 ounce prices in LA fell from the stratospheric to the merely exorbitant, $4,844 vs. $4,011. Gram prices fell slightly during the same period, from $321 to $259. Kilo prices dropped more significantly, from around $75,000 to around $60,000. Major importers and top-level dealers began seeing big price breaks. But if the Rand study's figures are accurate, for the average Joe who bought by the gram, cocaine was still extremely expensive. And that was okay with Ricky Ross and Ollie Newell. At those prices, they didn't need a lot of customers. By the end of 1981, they were finally starting to make some real money. The number of users in the neighborhoods wasn't growing that much, but they were stealing customers away from other dealers. We just had a price, Ross said. Nobody in the neighborhood could touch us. The cocaine they were getting from Fisher was slightly cheaper than what others were paying, and when Ross asked him why, Fisher told him he had a really good connection. Since Ross could charge less, it wasn't too hard to find customers willing to pay $125 a gram instead of the $150 or $200 they'd been paying. Any chance to save a buck, especially after being gouged all these years, made for very happy and loyal clients. People would come from everywhere, man. They would come from Pomona, Pasadena, Riverside, Long Beach. It wasn't just like an LA thing. Ross also exercised some of the same type of discipline that had kept him out on the tennis courts, swinging the racket and running, hour after hour, day after day. I mean, listen, when you got in the dope business, everybody wanted to get high. Nobody wanted to sell dope, Ross said disgustedly. It was like. Even Ollie. Ollie was was straight and always wanted to get high, get high, get high. So. I finally got in it. I said, well, man, you're using up all the profit. This was in the early stages, and he said, well, I ain't gonna do no more. But everybody else wanted to get high. It was the whole motto, you know, in our neighborhood, because we never left our neighborhood. We was like confined to South Central LA. Everybody was just getting high. Let's party, man. Ross was not the party-hardy type, not when it came to business. He considered himself first and foremost to be a professional cocaine trafficker. It was his job to move dope, and he did it with his usual intensity. You know how some people feel that God put them down here to be a preacher? I felt that he had put me down to be the cocaine man, Ross told the LA Times in 1994. And like a missionary for a new religion, Ross began creating cocaine dealers. Eventually, all the guys that was selling PCP started seeing everybody coming to me with their $100, and they were selling like $10 worth, $5 worth, you know, sticks. They knew every time somebody came to me, it was $100. So I didn't have to see that many people, maybe 15 people a day. You know, I make $1,500, and they started seeing to that and knowing how much money I was making. So then they started saying, well, I'm gonna sell some water, and you know I'm going to buy $200 worth from Rick and start, you know, investing it in cocaine and start doing it myself. So the next thing I know, all these guys were coming to me saying, man, I want to get an 8-track. But Ross's source, Mr. Fisher, was getting antsy about all the cocaine Ross and Newell were ordering. An occasional gram here and there was fine, he told Ross, but he was a schoolteacher, not Superfly. The only reason he did a little dealing out the side was to pay for his own supply. Rick and Ollie were making a business out of it, and if they wanted to do that, it was their business, but he didn't want anything to do with it. I think he was getting tired of us calling him up all the time and having him get us some more, Ross said. Mr. Fisher was working, so he told me to go ahead and deal directly with Yvonne, and we met at Mr. Fisher's house and I got the stuff. Yvonne, a handsome, smiling Latino, had been supplying Mr. Fisher with cocaine for about a year. Ross had seen him around Fisher's house before, but they'd never been introduced. During their first meeting, Yvonne brought along another Hispanic, Henry, but Ricky wasn't clear what part Henry played, other than that he was Ivan's brother-in-law. Maybe he was his partner. Or maybe he'd just come along for the ride. In halting English, Yvonne told them that he would be happy to be their supplier from now on. If they wanted any more product, they should call him directly, instead of bothering Mr. Fisher. He slipped Ross a folded paper with a phone number on it. On the way out, Yvonne told Ross that he would get them a better price than Mr. Fisher had. We moved up fast, Ross said. We went from moving grams to moving ounces. And Yvonne proved true to his word. After I started dealing directly with Yvonne, it got better. We could take the same thing we was buying from Mr. Fisher for $200 and turn it into $900, because we found out Mr. Fisher had been taking some of the money. He might have been making like $50, $75 off each 8-track. So we started making more money. With more cash flow, Ross was able to order larger amounts of cocaine from Yvonne and get a better price, a volume purchase break. And then he could cut his street prices even further. He kept incrementally expanding his quantity, and every time he could do that, he was bringing the price down just a little bit more, and then what he would gain from volume, he would put right back into the operation, Times reporter Katz said. It was just classic economics. And he saw all this in a way I guess others didn't, or weren't as disciplined as him to act on. Some of this discipline was not entirely of Ross's choosing. One reason he and Newell began reinvesting their profits so faithfully was because they didn't dare spend the money on anything else. My mama was strict, right? Both our mothers, me and Ollie's mother, was strict, right? So we couldn't show the money. We had like. We had $1,000 and we didn't even buy new tennis shoes. Because my mother wouldn't knew, where'd you get them shoes from? So we, like, hid our money. We was hiding our money from our mothers. Ross laughed, shaking his head at the idea of two badass cocaine dealers so afraid of their mamas they couldn't spend their loot. So even if we buy clothes, we'd hide them in the garage and put them on after we'd leave so she wouldn't find out. But the nature of his business made it difficult to hide forever. Eventually Annie Ross figured out what was going on. When she found out I was selling dope, she had a fit. Threw me out of the house, Ross said. I never rented no apartment or nothing like that. I had some money but I didn't know how to rent an apartment. I was living in her garage. I fixed it up like a little house. She was like, boy, something going on. I don't know what you're doing but you ain't doing something right. You got all these people coming around here. Tell them people to stop coming round my house, Ross said. He really didn't do business there, he said, but when a customer wanted something, someone had to come by and let him know. And she was like, there's too many people coming over here, I know something is wrong. One day she just said, get your stuff and leave. Don't come back over here. And Ollie, don't you come back either. Because you know Ollie is like her godson. So she threw us out. But I had a little bit of money then and I moved in with one of my cousins and started paying her to let me stay there. But that's basically how we got started. After 8 months with their new supplier, just as their business really began expanding, something happened to Yvonne, Ross said. He disappeared. Ross and Newell panicked. Their only supplier had dropped off the face of the earth. Where were they going to get their cocaine now? From afar, Danilo Blandin watched events unfold. It was time for him to make his move. A million hits is not enough. Ivan's whereabouts were no mystery to Danilo Blandin. He'd been observing Ivan's dealings with Ricky Ross for quite some time, seeing their sales expand, watching the venture become more and more profitable. He had to admit it, he was jealous. Despite all the work he'd been doing for Norwin Menezes, personally keeping the books, working for the Contras, helping Norwin's wife run the restaurant and the t-shirt company, the drug kingpin was still nagging him to move more cocaine. Every couple of months Blandin would drive all the way to Menezes' house in Pacifica, a 9-hour trip, pick up another kilo or two, drive back to LA, and then have to put up with Menezes flogging him to sell it. Blandin had been hitting up other car salesmen he knew, helping other cocaine dealers through dry spells now and again, but he wasn't making any great strides. He estimated that he spent about a year and a half, with the same 1 or 2 keys. But Ivan Argulas, another Nicaraguan exile scuttling around LA with cocaine to sell, had found this kid in South Central, Ricky Ross, and they were really starting to move the powder. Blandin knew Ivan, who also used the name Claudio Villavicencio, because of their shared heritage and their new profession. He sold Ivan a little cocaine every once in a while. But Ivan had other sources of supply. The Torres brothers, the two giants with the little car lot, also got into the cocaine business around this time, according to Blandin, who surmised that they were supplying Ricky Ross. I supposed that maybe they start with Rick, Blandin said. I know them so well, they are Nicaraguan people. When I saw them getting rich, getting money, so I saw that they start doing business with him. If the Torres brothers were dealing with Ross, as Blandin claims, it is likely that they were doing so as Ivan's suppliers, because Ross said he never met the Torreses face to face until long after Ivan disappeared. Blandin had no other sources. He was stuck with Norwin Menezes, who was squeezing him dry for the Contras, charging him $60,000 a kilo and taking nearly every penny he made. Norwin was holding him back, he believed. I didn't have my own car, Blandin complained. I have to rent cars, I used to work with him, Menezes, coming from San Francisco, going back, and I thought, hey, what are you doing? You're not doing nothing, you know? You're not making no money. That's why Ivan's deal with Ricky Ross looked so good to Blandon. This little kid was a mover, and he was getting bigger all the time. I wished I could have known Ricky. Because all the time I want to grow in the business, Blandon said. Ivan and his brother-in-law Henry was selling to Rick. So I wish I could have known him. I knew how much they were selling. Blandon got his wish. Ivan Argulas caught a bullet in the spine that crippled him from the waist down. He was hospitalized for months and forced to quit the cocaine business while he recuperated. He got shot by his wife, Blandon said. He's paralyzed right now. A tough break for Ivan, but it was the break Danilo Blandon had been waiting for. Ivan's customers had fallen to his brother-in-law, Henry Corrales, a drug-dealing amateur. Henry was kind of a knucklehead, Ross recalled. He was a nice guy who just wanted to party all the time. He didn't know what he was doing. Blandon agreed. When Ivan got in the accident, it started Henry Corrales getting in the business, he said. Henry was running the business because his brother-in-law was in the hospital. And when the guy that got paralyzed get in the hospital, he lost that cocaine contact. And Henry didn't have any contact more than me when he took over. In all the time he'd been hanging around Ivan, Henry apparently hadn't made any connections of his own. In a business where a man is only as good as his sources, Henry Corrales was hurting. Ivan's people expected him to deliver. And where the hell was he going to come up with the cocaine for these black gangsters downtown? When Blandon came by to offer his sympathies and lend a hand, Henry must have seen him as a savior. When he doesn't have any sources, he asked to me, and that's when we began the relationship with him, Blandon said. Corrales told him Ross was the best customer he and Ivan had, a big customer that they were selling 5 or 10 kilos a week. For me, it was a big customer. Henry was so grateful for Blandon's help that he agreed to share his profits on every kilo he sold, 50-50. We split the commission, Blandon said, but he couldn't remember how much that was. I was selling to Henry Corrales and Henry Corrales was selling to him Ricky. Henry was coming to me to pick up the stuff. Ross denied he was receiving that much cocaine from Henry when he started his relationship with him. He and Ollie were still dealing mostly ounces at that point, he said. It was in multi-ounce lots, to be sure they'd buy 4 or 8 ounces a day. But he said they did not graduate to buying kilos until later. Blandon said he knew how much Ross had been buying from Ivan because the quantity he sold him determined his price. Ross said he did not know that Danilo Blandon had adopted him as a customer. Just as he hadn't known where Ivan got his coke from, he didn't know where Henry got his. It's not that he wasn't curious. It was just a question cocaine dealers didn't ask each other. In the cocaine business, serious dealers had good reason to cut out their wholesaler and buy directly from the source. The closer they got, the cheaper and purer the cocaine became. The more hands it passed through, the more times the product got stepped on, or cut, and the lower the profits became. All Ricky knew was that once he started dealing with Henry, his cocaine prices fell again. Maybe Ivan's disappearance wasn't going to be such a bad deal after all, Ross decided. After we started dealing with Henry, it got even better. Not long afterward, Ross started noticing a slight change in the cocaine market around South Central. Some of his customers were taking the cocaine powder he was selling them and turning it into weird little rocks just like the one he'd seen back in 1979. A couple dealers had actually started trying to sell rocks, he noticed, but the dopers Ricky knew regarded the product suspiciously. At first, nobody wanted rock, Ross said. Nobody wanted to mess with cocaine that didn't look like cocaine. Secondly, the price was too low. How could anything claiming to be cocaine cost only $25? It had to be a rip-off. But Ricky vividly recalled his Christmas time experience with the pimp a couple years back, when the man had smoked a rock and come running back waving $100. If this stuff catches on, Ross considered, it might be worth looking into. Then one of his customers asked him if he had any rock to sell, and Ross got the message. See, the way rock came into play, it would be like, say somebody was going to work early in the morning and they wanted some cocaine. They wanted to get high and they'd say, damn, I gotta cook this shit up and I'm late for work, and they'd ask me, can you cook it up for me? It was a question of convenience. Ross said sure, and promptly hired someone to make it for him. Know what I got in chemistry in school? F. Ross laughed. First started out, I was paying someone to cook it. But everybody always used to make it more complicated than it was. Like the cookers never wanted you to learn how to cook it. So everybody kind of kept it like hush hush. Oh man, you got to let me do it. You go in to mess it up. In truth, rock cocaine is easy to make. Put cocaine powder in a pan, add some water and baking soda, and heat until it starts crackling. Done. The recipe had been floating around a little while before it caught hold in South Central. In November 1979, Tennyson Geyer's Select Committee investigating cocaine provided the first public airing of the ingredients needed to turn powder into crack. A saucer, a glass, a paper towel and Arm & Hammer baking soda are about all that is needed, testified Dr. Franklin Scher of Walnut Creek, California, a Bay Area physician whose family owned the country's largest freebase paraphernalia company at the time. In 1981 an author named T. Davidson published a pamphlet, The Natural Process, Base IC Instructions and Baking Soda Recipe, out of Tustin, California, an Orange County town about 30 miles east of LA, which contains step-by-step instructions on how to make crack. Davidson hailed the simple procedure as safe, healthy, and economical. Ross said he watched his cooker for a while and thought, what the hell, I'm going to try it. Because the first person that ever tried it was me. Ollie didn't try it first. I tried it first. Then I told Ollie, you can do that shit too. So we started cooking it ourselves and we started selling what we called Ready Rock. He crumbled the rock up and delivered it in $20 hits nuggets about the size of a ball bearing, first in tiny bits of aluminum foil, then later in tiny glass vials. Ross smoked some himself and found the craving for more so powerful that he vowed to stay as far away from the shit as possible. But, man, what a product. He saw how his customers reacted. Once they tried it, they never wanted anything else. I think what made us start smoking was curiosity and frustration. I know that it wasn't the Black brothers or sisters' intention to smoke cocaine as a career. It's just so addicting. It's like one hit is one too many and a million hits is not enough, explained Big Shiphead, a shotgun crip since he was 12 years old. In my opinion, it's the worst drug that ever hit the face of this earth. What happened next was just what the scientists had been predicting since 1974. As Base had done in Lima and La Paz 8 years earlier, rock caused a sensation in South Central. But it was an underground sensation initially. A 1985 study by two University of Southern California social scientists provides some of the only existing documentation of crack's progression in South Central in the early 1980s, when Ross and others began selling it. It is like reading the origins of the Black Death. We reviewed the LAPD South Bureau Narcotic Division activity reports from January of 1982 to the present April 1985, sociologists Malcolm Klein and Cheryl Maxon wrote. From January to April of 1982 there are notes of cocaine increase with freebase as the most popular method. In May there is a random comment about rock hard pre-freebased cocaine. With continuing increases in arrests, the first real mention of rocks came in September 1982 in the Southeast Division. It showed up in 77th Division after another 5 months. Thereafter, monthly reports continued to report the presence of rock cocaine throughout the Bureau in increasing amounts. And that was only what the LAPD was finding when they busted somebody stupid, According to Ross, they mighta got some dude with a few rocks in his pocket, but the LAPD didn't know nothing about what was really going on. The LAPD didn't mess with us at all. Former LAPD narcotics detective Steve Pollock, who was riding the streets of South Central at that time, said Ross's viewpoint was essentially correct. Street cops like him, Pollock insisted, saw what was happening. As the USC study showed, many of them were putting it in their reports. But none of them really knew what they were looking at, and the brass didn't seem that interested in finding out. We didn't know what it was. I was there as a cop in uniform. I was stopping people on the streets and seeing these rocks. I'd see them throwing these rocks, these little things, and I'd go, what the fuck is this? I didn't know what the fuck it was, you know. When Pollock asked, he was told they were bleached peanuts. I'd put the handcuffs on them and I'd say, you know this is dope. I carry bleached peanuts all the time in my pocket and throw them away when I see the cops, so, you know, come on, give me a break. It's just a matter of sending it to the lab and seeing exactly what he had and, you know, it was coming back this coke stuff. Pollock started seeing other strange items as well. We were stopping these people and they had these little bottles of Puerto Rican rum and little glass pipes and what we called a torch, a torn-off piece of a coat hanger with a cotton swab wrapped around it. What they were doing was dipping the swab in the rum because of its high alcohol content, and then they'd put the rock on top of the glass pipe and then they'd flame the swab up. But then again, you learn, you know. There's nothing written on this shit. Once word got out that the 5-0 was wise and was starting to bust people with rocks on them, Pollock said, we'd drive by and see them put their hands in their mouths. And we'd come back an hour later and they'd either be overdosed or wired like a motherfucker, jumping all around like little tops. They'd put it in their mouths and they'd leave it in so long it would start to dissolve, like an aspirin. These guys were falling all over. Smarter users found crack to be an ideal drug for the streets of South Central, where the cops tend to frisk young black men just for looking at them funny. Now you could actually carry dope with you in public, and the cops couldn't get there fast enough. It's easy to get rid of in a pinch. Drop it on the ground and it's almost impossible to find, complained a Miami narcotics detective in 1986. Step on it and the damned thing is history. All of a sudden your evidence ceases to exist. The inner city of Miami started seeing crack about a year after the Los Angeles market started, but on a much smaller scale. Longtime Miami area drug researcher James Inciardi, a criminology professor, wrote in 1988 that although crack in one form or another appeared in Miami as early as 1982, at first it was generally limited to the Caribbean and Haitian communities. The drug advanced to the wider drug subcultures in 1984, Inciardi wrote. By early 1985, crack had become widely available in every inner-city neighborhood in the greater Miami area. According to several sources, 1985 was the year Jamaican posses took over the nascent crack market in inner-city Miami and began organizing and expanding it. Though the Miami market trailed the LA market by about a year or two, the similarities between them are striking in some respects. Both markets exploded following political upheavals in foreign countries, upheavals in which the CIA played an active role. Just as the South Central crack market began flourishing when political exiles from Nicaragua arrived to raise money for themselves and their political causes, the Miami crack market didn't really take off until political exiles from Jamaica moved in. The Intelligence Division of the Drug Enforcement Administration, in a 1994 report on crack cocaine, offered a startling explanation for the evolution of the Jamaican posses from small-time dopers to one of the most effective trafficking groups in the United States, rivaled only by the Crips and Bloods of Los Angeles. Since the 1970s, Jamaica had been run by a socialist government headed by Michael Manley, a graduate of the London School of Economics, who immediately angered U.S. officials by recognizing the Cuban government of Fidel Castro and supporting socialist rebels that a CIA proxy army was battling in Angola. In 1977, two investigative reporters exposed a destabilization program against Manly's government reportedly being run by the CIA's Jamaican station chief, Norman Descato. The campaign included covert shipments of arms to Manly's opponents, the use of selective violence, bombings, and assassinations, covert financial aid to the conservative Jamaica Labour Party, the fomenting of extensive labor unrest, and bribery. One of the CIA agents who would later play a key role in the Contra project, Luis Posada Carriles, a Cuban Bay of Pigs veteran with a history of engaging in arms for drugs deals, was sighted in Jamaica near the scene of at least one bombing, the reporters wrote. During the course of a bitter election campaign in 1980 between Manly and a candidate from the CIA-backed Jamaican Labour Party, rival political gangs killed more than 700 people, according to the DIA. Manly lost the election. What happened next was in many ways a carbon copy of what had happened in Nicaragua and Los Angeles a year earlier, despite the fact that here the political changing of the guard was roughly the reverse of the Nicaraguan situation. Following the election, many of these political gunmen left or were driven out of Jamaica and immigrated to the United States. They settled into the large Jamaican and Caribbean communities in Miami and New York City, the DIA intelligence report stated. In the early 1980s, the U.S. posse leaders maintained a sense of allegiance to their political parties in Jamaica, sending weapons and drug profits back home. Eventually, the DIA said, the Jamaican traffickers in the United States evolved from small-time marijuana sellers into nationwide cocaine and crack distributors. The political leanings of Miami's and South Central's major cocaine suppliers were not known to lower-level dealers and hustlers, who probably wouldn't have cared anyway. Dope was dope. Politics was polities. And it wasn't until one got to the very top of the cocaine business that the two worlds intersected. Ricky Ross had no political interests at all, and never would. His worldview was limited to South Central, and how much cocaine he could move into it. What his Nicaraguan suppliers were doing with their money was their business, he figured. What he was concerned with in late 1982 was that the new crack market in South Central wasn't turning into the moneymaker he'd been expecting. Dealers had gotten away with charging more for powder, he said, because it sold in more expensive doses. When you were talking to someone about $300 for a gram or $3,000 for an ounce, you could pack a little more profit in around the edges, and nobody would say anything. We was making more money when it was powder, he groused. The market went to powder and rock, and eventually just went straight to rock because everybody had stopped snorting. I had to get out on the street myself and sell $20 rocks, run at the cars. The reason crack became so popular in South Central and elsewhere was that it only cost a few bucks to become a customer. Crack normally sold in $25 hits, but you could find tiny rocks for as little as $5. One of the principles of modern marketing is to develop products for increasingly small market segments at prices each segment can afford. Crack pushers accomplished this by creating pre-packaged units at more or less standard sizes and prices, drug experts David Allen and James Jekyll wrote in 1991. Yale cocaine expert Dr. Robert Byck agreed that crack was a triumph of modern marketing principles. But there were more reasons than packaging for why it took off so quickly, he said. I think the crack phenomenon is not just a matter of smoking freebase. What happened with crack was a change in the selling, distribution, and price. It was sold in a very convenient form, which was accessible to a wide range of people. Smoking, unfortunately, in our society is not an abnormal behavior. Injecting something intravenously is. Snorting something into your nose is abnormal. So here was a way of taking a drug that was completely within the range of so-called normal behavior. And gave you the same kick that you got from shooting it intravenously, but this was free of the risk of AIDS. It was socially acceptable and, on top of that, the drug was sold in a very convenient unit package. This was to drugs like McDonald's was to hamburgers. They knew how to sell it. And I think that what happened to crack was, they knew how to sell it. Crack's second big advantage over powder was that it democratized cocaine not only for users but for dealers as well. It didn't take a large investment anymore to call yourself a player. You could buy half a gram of powder for $150, rock it up, and get 10 to 12 doses of crack, each of which would give the buyer a bigger blast than 10 times as much powder. And you doubled your money. Crack increases its own on-the-street sales force because many addicts find they must become pushers in order to make enough money to sustain their own habits, Allen and Jekyll wrote. And they can get cocaine powder at wholesale prices this way and make their own crack. For Ross, that was the biggest problem with crack. Now he had to worry about competition from customers as well as other dealers. Competition meant fewer customers, and that meant less volume, negating the very advantage of selling crack in the first place. At the same time, his costs were going up. Crack cost more to make. When he sold powder, all he needed was a scale and a bag of lactose. Now he needed a place to cook the shit up, because he couldn't do it in his cousin's apartment. He had to rent an apartment and pay rent bills and power bills. And then he needed vials, and people to help put the crack in the vials. To get the necessary volume, they had to pay people to go out and sell it, because he and Ollie couldn't do it all by themselves now. Overall, it was a bigger headache, with lower profits. Since standardization had eliminated Ross's strategy of cutting street prices and boosting volume, he had to figure out another way to raise his profits. Fortunately, Danilo Blandin was a stickler for quality, and Henry's cocaine was of a very high purity. By experimenting, he found that he could dilute the cocaine even further, before he mixed it with the baking soda, and his customers couldn't tell the difference. Because the dope was being cooked and smoked, purity and appearance didn't matter as much as it once had. We called it blow up, and what we would do is cut it with procaine, Ross said. You could get more weight and it would look bigger. Ross settled on a 3-to-1 cut, which turned 1 ounce of powder into 4 ounces. You could turn it into as many as you wanted, but the more you cut it, the less it was acceptable. Point 1 batch we cooked up, we couldn't sell it. Customers wouldn't take it no more. Now he had 4 times as much crack to sell for roughly the same cost. But a couple months later, other dealers began using blow up too. That's when he decided to get out of street corner crack sales and get into wholesaling, selling to other crack dealers. There was a new thing happening in parts of South Central and the San Fernando Valley suburb of Pacoima, rock houses, which some dealers had set up as one-stop shopping centers for crack. You made your crack in the kitchen, sold it in the dining room, and the customer smoked it in the living room. When they were out, the cycle began again. Since crack had smoked hit after hit after hit until they ran out of money, it made more sense to get them in the house and keep them there, rather than go to a park or stand on the street drawing a crowd by making repeat sales all day long. Some of the more enterprising rock house operators had strawberries back in the bedroom if that's what you wanted, crack whores who would suck a dick for a suck on the pipe. James Inciardi had been a drug researcher in Miami for years and considered himself to be a hardened and streetwise observer. But nothing, he wrote, prepared him for the nightmarish world of a crack house. I observed what appeared to be the forcible gang rape of an unconscious child. Emaciated, seemingly comatose, and likely no more than 14 years of age, she was lying spread-eagled on a filthy mattress while 4 men in succession had vaginal intercourse with her, Inciardi wrote. After they had finished and left the room, another man came in and they engaged in oral sex. Inciardi discovered that she was a house girl, who got food, clothing, a roof over her head, and all the crack she wanted if she put it out for the customers. That was where he could still use his high-volume, low-price strategy, Ross decided. Those new rock houses and those baby brand new dealers out there, those hustlers buying half grams and slanging on the corners, they would be his customers. Ricky would sell his ready rock in batches, cheaper than they could make it themselves, pre-packaged and ready to peddle. And the other dealers could have the street trade and the competition and cops that went along with it. The move, which Ross places near the end of 1982, worked. It reduced his operations costs and took him off the streets. It reduced his customers' costs as well. He moved once again into an arena with no competition, where he was free to set his own prices, cherry-pick the best customers, and undercut anyone who tried to move in on him. We was like the first quantity dealers, Ross said. Because there wasn't nobody really dealing quantity in LA at that time. Others agreed. Ricky, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, there had to have been someone before him to hand him a rock, but he had to be one of the very first people, if not the first guy, to really sense the economic potential of street-level marketing, LA Times reporter Jesse Katz said in 1995. In my story I called him the first crack millionaire to rise from the streets of South Central. Katz's 1994 profile, headline Deposed King of Crack, said of Ross, he didn't make the drug and he didn't smuggle it across the border, but Ricky Donnell Ross did more than anyone else to democratize it, boosting volume, slashing prices and spreading disease on a scale never before conceived. Ross told CIA inspectors that he was South Central's biggest cocaine dealer by the end of 1982. I knew this because it was my business strategy to know my competitors and stay on good terms with them, Ross told the agents. James Gallipo, a longtime probation officer in the South Central area, said Ross was indeed a pioneer. The thing about Rick that set him apart from the other guys who started out selling when he did, guys like Honcho Day and Michael Harris, is that pretty soon, they ended up buying from him. And they were learning from him. But it seemed that as soon as Ricky got one problem solved, another one would crop up. Now Henry was freaking out on him. Henry had never been all that reliable to begin with, Ross said, but he was getting worse all the time. He wasn't showing up when he said he would. Sometimes at night he didn't want to come down to the hood. And he was looking real nervous when he came. Rick didn't like it. Henry was still his only supplier. If he took a hike like Yvonne did, Rick would have to find another quantity dealer with Henry's prices. Fat chance of that. As it turned out, something was going on with Henry. He didn't have the stomach for the business. And the more cocaine he sold to Ricky Ross, the more fretful he became. By late 1982 or early 1983, Ross said, Henry had gone from selling him ounces to selling him kilograms. And Blandon said he was selling many kilos to Ross through Henry. How many kilos a week? Blandon was asked. To Henry. To Henry, to Ricky. To Henry could be 10 or 15, Blandon said. 10 to 15. Yes. Would 50 a month be a fair estimate? In 1983, it? Through Henry, yes. That means Ricky Ross within a year of crack's first real appearance in South Central LA was selling between 1 million and 1,250,000 doses of crack every single month, using DIA estimates of 20 to 25 rocks of crack per gram of powder, 20,000 to 25,000 per kilogram. During 1982 and 1983, Blandon said, he and Menezes brought 3 or 4 plane loads of cocaine from Miami to Los Angeles. According to the Torres brothers, each one of those loads from Miami ranged between 200 and 400 kilos. These regular flights continued until at least 1984, they said. Whether all of that was sold to Ross, or was divided among other customers of Menezes and Blandon, is not clear. Blandon said Henry's cocaine deals with Ross began frightening the novice dealer. He was selling him so often he was getting so paranoid, you know. Blandon said. Somebody from his organization was in jail. He told me, I've got $200,000, $300,000, I'm going to leave. Corrales, Blandon said, planned to retire to the relative safety of Honduras. He feel that he got a lot of money and he told me, let me introduce you to my guy because my brother-in-law is still in the hospital. Blandon explained that Yvonne Arguelles was still considered the owner of Ricky Ross by Henry, but since Yvonne was laid up, and Henry was leaving town, Henry wondered if Blandon would mind dealing with Ricky. Henry was not turning over his best customer for free, though. Blandon would have to continue splitting commissions with him. He wanted to leave to Honduras, be there and get some commission, Blandon said. He wanted that I give some commission to him, you know. That was the proposal. Blandon agreed, and Henry took him down to South Central to meet the rising young crack magnate. He introduced me, right in front of the house of Mary, Blandon said, referring to Mary Monroe, a friend and employee of Ross. It was in South LA. That was the house that later came to be the warehouse for money, and to deliver. Ross recalled the meeting well. We had a place, one of the ladies in our neighborhood, we used to hang out in her backyard and play pool, mess with her daughters. Danilo met us in the front yard. Henry came in the back and knocked on the door and said he wanted to talk to me. He said, "Come on. Let's go for a ride." So we got in the car and we were riding around and he said, "I'm leaving and I'm going to turn you over to the man. He's gonna do a better business than what we've been doing and you gonna have a better price. Everything is gonna be better for you." The price he paid for his cocaine fell once again. After we started talking directly with Danilo, I mean the price was just. Everybody was saying it was the bottom. That's what they used to say. You've got the cheapest price in town. Everybody else was paying like $3,000 for an ounce of cocaine, and when me and Ollie started dealing directly with Danilo, I think we was getting it for like $1,800 an ounce. After his trip to South Central, Blandon knew why Henry was nervous. It was a rough area of town, he said, and the place fairly bristled with firearms. For his first drug delivery, we went to an apartment that was on the second floor and there was a door, an iron door. And there was a guy, you know, with a shotgun. "Who are you?" We identify ourselves, then you have to pass another guy with another machine gun, or shotgun. And inside, near the dinner table in the living room, there were about 5 guys, and all the guys were there with a gun at the table. When asked to date that encounter, Blandon was unclear. 1982, he said under oath. Excuse me. Sorry. 1983, I think so really. 1983. Excuse me, I make a mistake. 1984, because I was living in Northridge. Yes, 1984. Ross said he was introduced to Blandon about 6 or 7 months after he started dealing with Henry, which would put his first face-to-face meeting with Blandon sometime in the fall of 1982 or early 1983. Henry's retirement also seemed to improve the quality of the cocaine Ross was getting. When he took it to the dealers who were his customers, they raved about it. They said that the stuff was not cut. It was pure. Ross had finally reached the source, the wellspring from which pure, uncut cocaine flowed in abundance. His street dealing days were over. Now, he was the man to see. And true to form, he began to innovate. If there was a neighborhood where the dealers were not pushing his supply, Ross said, he would find the hood's top dealer and pay him a friendly visit, bringing with him a couple kilos of Danilo's finest, which he would give the rival dealer free as a measure of his respect. Try it out and see what you think, he would tell them. And then Ross would tell them the price, and he would have another customer. Other times, he would invite dealers to smoke parties, where all the crack they wanted would be available on the house. There was plenty more where that came from, they would be told. And the price. Ross said his first deal with Blandon was for around 8 ounces. Blandon, however, said it was much more than that, at least a kilo, and that their business grew geometrically from there. In those times, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 a day, he said. Every day. At 7 kilos a day, Ross was moving more than 200 kilos of cocaine every single month. That meant he was pumping out around 165,000 vials of crack a day, 5 million rocks a month. There is no doubt that Ricky Ross created a massive distribution network that poured enormous amounts of crack into Los Angeles, and elsewhere. During the mid-1980s, the Justice Department's Inspector General concluded in 1998, calling it a huge drug empire. I had as many as 5 cookhouses. Because that was our hardest thing, to cook. Once you cooked it, it was sold, Ross said. Compton crack dealer Leroy Chico Brown told of visiting one of Ross's cookhouses, and his description matched the one Ross gave. A house in a cheap neighborhood would be purchased by a front man and gutted. The windows would be barred and steel doors installed. Large, restaurant-size gas ranges and big aluminum pots would be brought in at night and set up. And then the cookers went to work. They would work in shifts, arriving and departing as if they lived in the house. The only visitors would be the couriers, one to drop off the powder and the other to pick up the crack. They were stirring these big pots with those things you use in canoes, Brown said with wonder. You know, oars. Working around the clock, taking the age-old axioms of good business to ominous extremes, Ross transformed a curbside operation at 87th and Figueroa into the Walmart of cocaine, the L.A. Times wrote in 1994. South Central LA had become a boomtown of sorts. What happened there was reminiscent of what occurred in the hills and hollows of Kentucky during the coal boom of the 1970s, when seemingly worthless land was suddenly worth millions. While most of the residents remained poor and poorly educated, a few struck it rich overnight. Satellite dishes started popping up near shacks. Big, expensive cars, Cadillacs, BMWs, and Mercedes-Benzes began rolling through the streets. In early 1983, stories began appearing in the Los Angeles Sentinel, the South Central area's black-oriented news weekly, about the crack houses that were springing up here and there. I would say that things got worse when cocaine hit the streets in '83, because prior to that all the brothers that were slangin' were selling water, Sherman, Angel Dust, PCP, or whatever you wanted to call it, said Libo, an East Side Crip. About '82 or '83 is when rocks hit the streets hard. Fed by an unending supply of cocaine from Danilo Blandon, Ricky Ross's crack trafficking organization prospered and grew unhindered by law enforcement in the ghettos of Los Angeles. The cocaine business was turning out to be exactly as he'd seen it in the movies. Right when I was starting to sell drugs, Scarface came out, Ross said, referring to the 1983 remake starring Al Pacino as a cocaine kingpin. A whole bunch of us went and saw it, like 10 or 15 of us. We took our girlfriends, and we see this guy who don't have nothing, and the next thing, he's on top of the world. Like his fictional hero, Ross said, I became a drug-dealing legend. Chico Brown, a corner pocket crip who was also heavily influenced by Scarface, agreed. You ask any of the people who they looked up to back when they was startin' out, and all of them will tell you it was Ricky Ross. He was like a legend in the neighborhoods. He got a lot of people started. He would have had me by the tail. Barely a year had passed since the CIA had taken over the financing of the Contras, and already the covert war was no longer a secret. The week before the 1982 elections, Newsweek magazine published the first detailed account of the Reagan administration's support of the Contras, America's Secret War, Target Nicaragua. The cover story portrayed the Contras, whose forces had built up to around 4,000 men by this point, as being in a position to overthrow the Sandinistas. There were full-color photographs of paratroopers dropping from the sky, which made it appear as if the invasion was already underway. But that was a gross exaggeration of reality. The Contras, in truth, had just started receiving the American weapons and supplies that Reagan had promised them a year earlier. According to one account, the main source for Newsweek's story was none other than CIA Director William Casey, who wanted to ensure that the Contra project didn't get shelved. Now that it was public knowledge that the Reagan administration was helping the Contras, Casey's reasoning went, it would look like a sellout, another Bay of Pigs, if it stopped. The reporting incensed some members of Congress, particularly those who had been told by CIA officials that the Contras were merely border guards, keeping the Sandinistas from sending arms into El Salvador. The Contras' first major act of war, in fact, had nothing to do with El Salvador. Under CIA direction, 2 bridges linking Honduras and Nicaragua were blown up in March 1982, an Operation Contra commanders considered to be the opening shots of the war. In response to the Newsweek report, Congressman Tom Harkin proposed a complete cut-off of funding for all paramilitary activities against the Nicaraguan government. The fact that the war was illegal, Harkin argued, was nothing compared to the U.S. government cozying up to perhaps the most hated group of Nicaraguans that could exist outside the borders of Nicaragua, and I talk about the Somocistas. Harkin called them vicious, cutthroat murderers and urged Congress to end our involvement with this group. When the Reagan administration heard about Harkin's proposed amendment to the annual defense budget bill, Oliver North later wrote, "It hit the roof." The president let it be known that if Congress approved the Harkin amendment, which was unlikely anyway, he would promptly veto it. Instead, Congress passed the first Boland Amendment, named for the Massachusetts Democrat, Edward P. Boland, who authored it. Boland, a member of the House Intelligence Committee, knew full well that the CIA was funding the Contras, and he was not opposed to it. But Harkin's move, making a public issue out of a secret CIA project, had put Boland on the spot and riled up other liberals. Boland told Harkin that Congress had no business passing laws like the one he was proposing. That's why there was an intelligence committee, Boland lectured, to keep the nation's secrets and exercise sensible and prudent oversight. The Intelligence Committee, a body generally protective of the CIA, had been one of the few committees told of the secret Contra project. To quiet Harkin and other liberals, Boland agreed to an amendment that prohibited the use of taxpayer funds for the purpose of overthrowing the government of Nicaragua or provoking a military exchange between Nicaragua and Honduras. The House passed it on Christmas Eve 1982 by a vote of 411 to 0. No doubt the lawmakers were eager to get home for the holidays, but the reason the Boland Amendment received unanimous support was because it accomplished nothing. It was largely a fraud, designed to make it look as if Congress was cracking down on the Contra project without actually doing so. Internal government memos show that the CIA, the White House, the Defense Department, and the Contras' congressional supporters knew that the Contras had no hope of defeating the Sandinistas. Since there was no way in hell the Contras were ever going to overthrow the Nicaraguan government, their supporters reasoned, they could continue spending CIA funds despite the Boland Amendment. If the Contras were given money for one purpose, arms interdiction, and decided to use it another way, well, that wasn't the CIA's fault, was it? The money hadn't been given for the purpose of an overthrow. Indeed, by early 1983, CIA dollars were pouring into Honduras and Costa Rica in torrents. Best of all, the Contras no longer had to ask their Argentine advisors for permission to spend it. Most of the Argentines were called home in 1982 after their country's disastrous war with Great Britain over the Falkland Islands. Enrique Bermudez and the other top-ranking FDN officials started living like real generals. In Tegucigalpa, Honduras, Bermudez moved into an elegant 2-story place, all dark wood and balconies, overlooking the Tegucigalpa Basin from a lovely hillside lot in the exclusive neighborhood of Ciudad Nueva. Bermudez and his staff spent their evenings dining on roasts, puffing cigars, quaffing tequila, or carousing in the excellent casinos downtown. Bermudez had developed a taste for the teenage girls his men were recruiting in Nicaragua, journalist Sam Dillon wrote in his 1991 book Commandos. Bermudez was inviting them from the base camps back to Ciudad Nueva, one at a time, to try out as his secretaries. Dillon wrote that the CIA was sending tens of thousands of dollars a month to Bermudez's general staff to pay the family aid salaries of his field commanders, and other prodigious sums to buy food for the thousands of FDN fighters. But much of that aid was being diverted and never reached the soldiers in the field. The Southern Front commanders in Costa Rica, Eden Pastora, and El Negro Chamorro, constantly complained that Bermudez and his CIA friends were stiffing them on the supplies, raking off the best weapons and the best food and sending them garbage plane loads of diapers, feminine napkins, and extra-large underwear. It wasn't merely unfair, they argued, it was an insult to their manhood. Bermudez staff officers were pocketing the money, Dillon wrote. They were also stealing half the CIA's food budget. Though they routinely shipped only half the necessary beans, rice, and other foodstuffs to the base camps, they were billing the CIA for full rations. Several accounts, including Dillon's, paint a picture of massive corruption inside the FDN, perpetuated by Bermudez and his closest associates, Death Squad leader Ricardo Lau and millionaire land baron Aristides Sanchez. At one point, dozens of mid-level FDN field commanders petitioned to have Bermudez fired for stealing money and squandering supplies. Some CIA field officers were pushing for his removal on the same grounds. But Bermudez had friends at CIA headquarters at Langley, and after he contacted them about the incipient mutiny, the complainers were the ones booted out of the FDN. The CIA brass felt they couldn't dump the obedient asset who'd helped construct their entire project, Dillon wrote. Still, congressional discomfort over the CIA's army was growing. In May, the House Intelligence Committee issued a special report suggesting that the operation is illegal and that the administration knew plainly that the Contras were trying to overthrow the Nicaraguan government. On July 28, 1983, the House passed a resolution by a 228 to 195 vote to stop all aid to the Contras. Opposition in the House to aiding the Nicaraguan rebels seemed almost insurmountable, and it would be easier for House Democrats to block passage of a new aid authorization in 1984 than it had been to cut it off in 1983, former State Department official Robert Kagan, a Contra supporter, wrote. Yet it was somewhere around this time, according to Danilo Blandon, that he stopped sending the profits from his LA cocaine sales to the Contras. At other times he has said it was late 1982. In either case, Blandon said that the reason he was given for halting the donations was that the Contras had plenty of money. In 1983, okay, the Contra gets a lot of money from the United States, he told a federal grand jury in 1994. And they were when Reagan get in the power, Mr. Reagan get in the power, we start receiving a lot of money. And the people that was in charge, it was the CIA, so they didn't want to raise any money because they had the money that they wanted from the government. Assistant U.S. Attorney David Hall asked. Yes, for the Contra Revolution. Okay. So we started, the ambitious person, we started doing business by ourselves, Blandon said. To make money for yourselves. Yes. There's a lot of money to be made. Yes. Blandon told CIA inspectors that FDN commander Enrique Bermudez came to California sometime in 1983 and told him personally that it wasn't necessary for the Los Angeles group to raise any more money. The FDN needed people, not money, because the CIA was providing money, he said Bermudez told them. But Blandon's mentor, Norwin Menezes, said Blandon remained a loyal financial supporter of the Contras for the duration of the war. Asked when Blandon stopped giving the Contras monetary support, Menezes replied, never, as far as I know. Blandon said he was working for Menezes at the time the Contra cocaine kickbacks ended. I continued working for a period of time, about 6 months, and then I changed because Menezes was the same thing. I wasn't making any money. Blandon was tired of being stuck in the middle of fights between Norwin and his estranged wife, Maritza. Menezes was still charging him too much for cocaine and was refusing to let him share in the spoils. When I was with Menezes, you see, I didn't make no money at all, Blandon griped. Menezes was charging me, a big price, that I couldn't meet. I couldn't make enough money, because all the time I owe him. Blandon said he owed Menezes around $100,000 and couldn't seem to reduce the debt because I didn't make any money. So I start looking for my own resource, or my own sources. He found them by going behind Menezes' back and dealing directly with Norwin's LA suppliers, a couple of Colombians he knew only as Luis and Tony, to whom he had been delivering cash for his miserly boss. I used to deliver money to the Colombian connection from Menezes, and I got a friendship with them, and they know how hard I was working at that time. It was easy for me to ask them for credit because they knew how hard I work at that time for them. The Colombians were happy to help, Blandin said, and encouraged him to strike out on his own. When I fight with Norwin, the Colombian people started, pushing me along, trying to cross Norwin, and they go with me and talk to me that I can make it myself. Asking the Colombians for cocaine on credit was not difficult. They were used to working cocaine deals that way. They would give you the cocaine and a few days to sell it. Then you'd pay them what you owed. It was a clever way for the cartels to expand their customer base in the United States and keep their own exposure to a minimum. The Colombians advanced Blandin 15 kilos worth about $885,000 and they were off to the races. He started out getting 15 kilos a month and within a couple months had progressed to 30 kilos a month. He left Menezes and the Contras behind and concentrated on making money for himself, he said. But several parts of Blandin's story don't add up. He testified that when he was supplying Henry Corrales in 1983, Ross was already selling up to 7 kilos a day, and Blandin said he had other customers as well. If Blandin's testimony about the size of his initial dealings with the Colombians is true, he wouldn't have had enough cocaine to supply Ross for a week, much less a month. Before his purported split from Menezes, he had been selling far larger quantities of cocaine than that, he admitted. And do you remember if you were getting large amounts or small amounts from Mr. Menezes? Blandin was asked in 1996. At the end, large. And what is a large amount? About 40, 50, at this time, he testified. During his federal grand jury appearance in 1994, Blandin was asked to estimate how much total you would have gotten from Norwin during the time he was receiving cocaine from him. How many I received from Norwin? Yes. Well, it was I received from him, okay, not for me, because I was only the administrator at that time. I received, in LA about 200, 300, he said. But if Blandin didn't make his first sale until the spring of 1982 and spent a year to 18 months dealing only ounces and grams, as he testified, it would have been impossible for him to have sold 200 to 300 kilos for Menezes by late 1982 or early 1983, when he claims he broke from him. In fact, evidence turned up by the FBI and DEA in later years showed that Blandin and Menezes were still working together as late as 1991. In August 1986, Blandin's and Menezes' Natty's files, computerized intelligence profiles maintained by the federal government on suspected drug traffickers, showed both men as current associates. Moreover, if Blandin double-crossed Menezes in 1982-83 by stealing his sources and his LA customers, it is doubtful the men would have remained friends and business partners, yet they continued to operate hotels and other businesses together in Nicaragua. What appears to have happened is that Blandin acquired additional sources of supply sometime in 1984 and became his own boss in LA, while Menezes remained in charge of the San Francisco drug operation. And they continued working with each other and with the Contras for years, more or less as equals. Others who were present at the time confirm that this, in fact, is exactly what occurred. The principal group is controlled by Blandin and is the focal point for drug supply and money laundering for the others, an August 1986 DEA report stated. The other group is run by Menezes and is located principally in the San Francisco area. Per CI confidential informant, cocaine is often transported to the Blandin Association and then from Blandin to Menezes in San Francisco. That DEA report, based on debriefings of an informant inside Blandin's drug ring, showed Blandin and Menezes working together so closely in mid-1986 that they were sharing the same cocaine supplier and money launderer. In a 1992 interview with the FBI, Blandin's associate Jacinto Torres told agents that Blandin continued receiving cocaine from Menezes for at least 2 years longer than Blandin admits. As of approximately 1984, Blandin was involved in cocaine sales in the Glendale, California area. Blandon's supplier as of 1984 continued to be Norwin Menezes, Torres told the FBI. Torres said Blandon's cocaine business dramatically increased in 1984, and that Menezes was flying plane loads of dope in from Miami to keep up with the demand. Norwin Menezes, Blandon's supplier as of 1983 and 1984, routinely flew quantities of 200 to 400 kilograms from Miami to the West Coast. Blandon eventually separated from Menezes and obtained other sources of supply. A 1990 DIA report, requesting the formation of a multi-agency task force targeting Blandon and Menezes, shows that the DIA also believed the two disassociated from each other in 1984 but had, by the late 1980s, reunited to head a criminal organization that operates internationally from Colombia and Bolivia, through the Bahamas, Costa Rica, or Nicaragua to the United States. The report claimed their drug ring was getting its cocaine from the politically connected Suarez family in Bolivia, and the Ochoa family in Medellin, Colombia, the founders of the notorious Medellin cartel. The Bolivian cocaine was coming into Miami, the report said, and the Colombian's powder was landing in LA. The DIA reported that Menezes had given Blandon his start in Los Angeles in the early 1980s and that from 1982 to 1984 Blandon had operated directly under Menezes. After that, the DIA said, Blandon began to work as an independent drug distributor with several subordinates working directly for Blandon. That Blandon continued dealing with Menezes through 1984 was unwittingly confirmed by the Los Angeles Times in a 1996 story that attempted to demonstrate that Blandon and Menezes had split in 1982. The Times claimed to have interviewed an unnamed cocaine trafficking associate of Blandon, who said he was present at Menezes' house in the Bay Area on a day when Menezes and Blandon were celebrating the consummation of a big drug deal. Danilo and Norwin had done some business, the Times quoted the associate as saying. The deal involved 40 or 50 kilos. The money was all divvied up. There was cash all over the place. Norwin had steaks on the grill. It was going to be a big party. The phone rang, and Menezes' girlfriend, Blanca Margarita Castano, answered it and then shrieked, "Jairo's been arrested." Well, everybody cleared out in a heartbeat. They grabbed the money and ran. I don't think anyone turned off the stakes. Records show Jairo Menezes was arrested on November 26, 1984, roughly 2 years after Blandon claims he quit dealing with Norwin. San Francisco cocaine dealer Rafael Cornejo, a longtime wholesaler for Menezes, also confirmed that Blandon and Menezes were still working together then. I didn't see him a lot, but I know he was with Norwin in '84, Cornejo said. Blandon and Menezes had paid him a memorable visit in San Francisco that year, stopping by a commercial building Cornejo owned on Chenery Street. Norwin wanted to store something in his building, and Cornejo didn't ask what. It didn't matter to me. You know, if Norwin wants to do something. I said, anything you want. I like Norwin, I respect Norwin. During that visit, Cornejo said, Blandon starts telling me he'd been doing lots of things with the black people down there in LA. And I said, yeah, so. And he wanted to see if I was interested in doing something up here. And I said, why? And he said I should get into the black thing. No one cares about them, he tells me. When they start killing themselves no one cares. Cornejo told Blandon not to play me with that race thing. Business is business, but don't play me with that race thing. The difference between him and me was that I grew up in San Francisco and it didn't mean that much to us. But he grew up in Nicaragua, with these rich and powerful people, and that's the way he thought. Blandon's own experience had taught him that no one cared about the cocaine that he was pouring into South Central in 1984. By then, he'd been dealing ever-increasing amounts to Ricky Ross for 2 years and had received no interference from the police whatsoever. The only media in LA that seemed alarmed by the spread of crack in black neighborhoods was the African American press. The white newspapers didn't even know what crack was. In December 1983, for instance, former LA Dodger legend Maury Wills was arrested for driving a stolen car. The Los Angeles Herald-Examiner noted that the arresting officers also found a small vial on the automobile's front seat containing a white, rock-like substance believed to be cocaine. Police said a clear glass water pipe was found next to the vial. An LAPD officer refused to speculate if the water pipe may have been used for freebasing, a technique in which cocaine is smoked to intensify the high. The story said Wills was booked on the grand theft auto allegation pending further identification of the white substance by the LAPD's narcotics laboratory. Starting in 1984, unlike what they'd been seeing 1 or 2 years earlier, street cops like Steve Pollock were arresting low-level dealers in South Central with more cocaine than they had ever seen before. The patrolmen were reporting their finds to the LAPD's Major Violators Unit but were getting nowhere, said Pollock, who was one of the LAPD's crack experts and lectured police departments around the country. A lot of detectives, a lot of cops, were saying to them, "Hey, these blacks, no longer are we just seeing gram dealers. These guys are doing ounces, they were doing keys." The Major Violators Unit, which dealt primarily with Colombians and South Americans, found such reports hard to swallow. They were saying, basically, South Central, how much could they be dealing? Pollock laughed. The money's not there. We're not going to bring in millions of dollars in seizures or large quantities of coke down there. As a result, the crack dealers of South Central virtually went untouched for a long time. They enjoyed quite a run there without anyone ever working them. The same could not be said for the Menezes organization in San Francisco. Since 1981, it had been under constant investigation by the DEA, the FBI, and the California Bureau of Narcotics Enforcement, BNE. But aside from a couple of nickel and dime busts of Norwin's nephews, nothing much happened. Norwin was a target of ours, and his organization was one that we'd worked on, said Jerry Smith, former head of the BNE's San Francisco Bureau. But Smith said Menezes' network was so tight-knit that it was impossible to get anyone inside. The Menezes organization, one federal prosecutor wrote in 1993, had been the target of unsuccessful investigative attempts for many years. Menezes, on the other hand, seemed to have much better luck at infiltration than the police. There were some things that happened and I'm really kind of reluctant to go into that particular thing, Smith said. It had nothing to do with the CIA or the FBI. It had to do with one of my guys, who subsequently was fired. I think he was trying to broker some information to somebody for some money. And we got onto it very quickly and so he's no longer around, and I don't think anything ever came to fruition. But it was something that bothered us at the time. Menezes, in an interview, boasted that he had a DEA agent on his payroll who was feeding him information about the government's many investigations, allowing him to stay one step ahead of the law. Even if that's true, however, it does not fully explain the drug lord's complete imperviousness to prosecution. It's hard to imagine how 1 or 2 corrupt narcotics agents could have held off the entire U.S. law enforcement community, especially when the DEA and FBI had been aware of Norwin's criminal activities since the 1970s. It becomes even harder to fathom given the events that would unfold in late 1984. Menezes was totally protected by the U.S. government, insisted Contra supporter Dennis Ainsworth, a former San Francisco area economics professor. He was protected by everyone under the sun. That conclusion had been a difficult and painful one for Ainsworth to reach. A staunch conservative and Republican Party stalwart, the tall, patrician Ainsworth had believed in the Contras, and threw himself wholeheartedly into their cause starting in late 1983, when he became involved in efforts to assist Nicaraguan refugees who had settled in San Francisco after fleeing the Sandinistas. The Nicaraguans, he said, most of whom had been Somoza supporters, had difficulty getting help from the liberal churches in San Francisco, which Ainsworth claimed were interested only in assisting refugees from right-wing Central American dictatorships. All of a sudden, bang, we've got a problem in our backyard, and nobody wanted to help them, Ainsworth recalled. and so, I met some of the Nicaraguans and we started helping. Getting clothing donations and stuff like that. In February 1984, Ainsworth said, he saw an announcement in the San Francisco Chronicle about a seminar at the Sir Francis Drake Hotel concerning Central America and the Contras. He attended and met Julio Bonilla, a Nicaraguan who was the local coordinator of the FDN. The men chatted briefly and exchanged phone numbers. According to one published source, Norwin Menezes helped finance that seminar at the Drake. About 3 weeks later, Ainsworth said, Bonilla called him and invited him to an informal gathering at a house on Colon Avenue in San Francisco, to meet with some of the Nicaraguans who had helped put the seminar together. Ainsworth found a pleasant group of middle-class husbands and wives, many of them recent immigrants. One, he said, had been Anastasio Somoza's dentist. Their leader was a jovial pharmaceutical salesman, Don Cinico, known to others in the trade as Mr. Malox because he sold the popular antacid to local hospitals. Cinico was not Nicaraguan, he was born in Italy and lived there until 1938, when Mussolini came to power. He later married a Nicaraguan, Nydia Gonzalez, the daughter of a powerful Nicaraguan general, Fernando Gonzalez. Through them, he became fascinated with Nicaraguan politics. As the covert war in Nicaragua escalated, stories about the conflict began popping up in San Francisco's newspapers, and Cinico read them avidly, but not happily. He believed the press was cheerleading for the Sandinistas, and he fired off dozens letters to the newspapers, chiding them for their slant. Many were published. I got a reputation, he said proudly. In late 1983, Cinico said, he got a call from a man named Adolfo Calero, the head of the political wing of the FDN. Cinico said Calero called him because of his letter-writing campaign, which flattered him considerably. He said, we need someone like you to help us get the word out. People will listen to you because you're an American. So they contacted me, and I said that's fine. At Calero's suggestion, Cinico formed a small organization called United Support Against Communism in the Americas, USACA, and he and his friends began holding regular meetings, casting about for ways to publicize the Contras' plight. Cinico said he'd never met Calero before, but his wife and Calero's wife were old friends. In Managua, Calero had been a well-known businessman, a Chamber of Commerce type who'd run the bottling plant for the local Coca-Cola distributorship. He was also a CIA asset, someone the U.S. government had hoped might replace Somoza as Nicaragua's president before the Sandinista takeover. According to former FDN director Edgar Chamorro, Calero had been working for the CIA in Nicaragua for a long time. He served as, among other things, a conduit of funds from the United States Embassy to various student and labor organizations. In early 1983 the CIA had brought Calero out of Nicaragua and installed him as the political director of the FDN. His broad, acne-scarred visage soon became the most familiar face of the Contra rebels in the United States. Tall and imposing, Calero spoke English well, not surprisingly for a graduate of Notre Dame University in South Bend, Indiana. Calero and Bermudez were our main links with the CIA, Chamorro declared. They met constantly with the CIA station chief. In 1984 Calero began visiting San Francisco frequently, Ainsworth and Cinico said, and would usually stay at their homes while in the city attending to FDN business. While finding Calero personable and smooth, Ainsworth was dismayed by the lack of political sophistication displayed by the FDN support group Cinico had assembled at Calero's request. The Nicaraguans were eager and committed to the Contra cause, Ainsworth recalled, but there wasn't a soul among them who knew anything about working the American political system. That little group that used to meet at his house would have done nothing if I hadn't come over and said, look, I'll set these things up. All Cinico and his friends were thinking of doing was writing a few letters to the editor. They had no connections whatsoever. And I happened to walk in and I was a well-connected guy. Ainsworth gently suggested to the Nicaraguans that there were other ways of drawing attention to their cause. Why not sponsor a speaking tour for some Contra officials, such as Adolfo Calero? Bring him to town, show him around, get some press coverage. Cinico, who was Yosaka's president, said he and his friends were very impressed with Ainsworth's ideas and his political connections and voted to make him a director of their new group. As far as I knew, he was presumably very active in Republican politics. He knew senators, he knew representatives, both federal and in Sacramento. He knew the chairman of the party. He seemed to be influential and was active internationally in anti-communist efforts, Cinico said. Ainsworth, he said, began opening doors all across San Francisco. He was the one who appeared to be able to get us these bookings at places like the Olympic Club, the Commonwealth Club. None of us belonged to those kind of places. But he either did or knew people that did. He was able to devote his full-time attention to the group. Most of the rest of us were working men. We had businesses to run, jobs to go to. On June 4, 1984, Ainsworth arranged a private reception for Calero at the exclusive St. Francis Yacht Club in San Francisco with about 60 of the city's most influential business leaders and Republicans. It was just a chance for everybody to meet and greet. It wasn't a fundraiser. Calero was in the news, he was a newsmaker, and some people I knew had expressed an interest in meeting him, Ainsworth said. Calero gave a short speech, answered a few questions, and mingled. The cocktail party went very smoothly, Ainsworth would later tell the FBI. Afterward, Calero, Ainsworth, Cinico, and about 20 others drove over to Caesar's Italian restaurant, one of the many near Fisherman's Wharf. When the bill came, Ainsworth said, a small neatly dressed man he had not noticed before called the waiter over and picked up the tab for the entire party. Ainsworth leaned over and asked a Nicaraguan friend who Mr. Generosity was. "You don't want to know," was the response he said he got. Cinico said he initially assumed one of the Mendoza brothers, two strident Cuban anti-communists who were members of Yosaka, had paid the bill. When we called for the check, we were told it had been taken care of, and I thought it was one of the Cubans who'd paid for it. I thought Max Mendoza's brother had paid for the dinner, and in fact I went up and thanked him afterwards, and I'm sure he wonders to this day what I was thanking him for. Before the evening was over, Cinico was set straight by another Nicaraguan. The big spender was named Norwin Menezes. He owned a restaurant and a travel agency in the Mission District. I'd never heard of him, Cinico said, but we were glad for the financial assistance. At the end of the dinner, Ainsworth stood and announced that in 2 days, Don Cinico was going to be hosting a cocktail party for their esteemed guest, Adolfo Calero, and that everyone in the room was invited. At the party 2 days later, Norwin Menezes came in with the crowd dressed in an expensive white linen sports coat with a cashmere overcoat draped over his arm. Cinico said Menezes spoke to Calero briefly, and the two men retired to a back bedroom, apparently for a meeting. Ainsworth confirmed that. Calero has said he never met privately with Menezes. Later, as the party was winding down, Cinico got out his Instamatic camera and began snapping pictures of the historic occasion. He got a shot of some of the wives posing behind a handmade cloth map of Nicaragua. He snapped one of Max Mendoza, the Cuban, with a big grin on his mustachioed face. Cinico found Calero in the kitchen, huddled by the refrigerator with Menezes, San Francisco FDN coordinator Julio Bonilla, and some other local FDN officials. He told the group to smile and lined up the shot, but just as he snapped the shutter, Menezes closed his eyes and turned away. "Let me get another real quick," Cinico said. This time Menezes kept his eyes open, but he didn't smile. He looked at Cinico and glared. Calero posed with a tight smile on his face. Cinico suddenly remembered Menezes from the restaurant 2 nights earlier, and he approached him and thanked him for his kindness. I told him that now that he knew where we lived, he should come to our next Yosaka meeting, and he said that he would, but that he really needed to leave now. After that Menezes began attending Yosaka's meetings, Cinico recalled. usually arriving with the Mendoza brothers, who ran a Cuban anti-communist group in San Francisco. Ainsworth said he did not believe there was a connection between Menezes and the Cubans, other than a political one. However, a former FDN mercenary from Florida, Jack Terrell, said Menezes was plugged tightly into the Cuban exile community in Miami. He assisted the Cuban Legion in their radio propaganda shows coming from Miami, Terrell said, adding that Menezes was an associate of several members of the 2506 Brigade, which was made up of Bay of Pigs veterans. Sinico showed the author attendance records, minutes of meetings, and other assorted paperwork he kept as Yosaka's president. One of the documents he provided was a handwritten note that he said were his talking points for one of Yosaka's earliest meetings. "Our first-time venture as Yosaka has proven highly successful," Sinico had written, and he listed 7 successes. The first was that Adolfo was brought over. Success number 6, we are receiving some attention from some Cuban people who appear eager to help. Success number 7, Mr. Menezes' sick contribution. Menezes dropped a $160 contribution on the little group one night, Sinico said, and picked up another dinner for $324.20. According to Sinico's files, another founding member of Yosaka was Father Thomas F. Dowling, a San Franciscan whom Sinico said was some kind of a priest. Though he sometimes passed himself off as a Roman Catholic priest, Dowling was an ordained member of a tiny splinter church called the North American Old Roman Catholic Church of the Utrecht Succession, a church whose legitimacy is a matter of some debate. While working with Yosaka and the Contras, Dowling appeared before Congress in 1985 sporting a clerical collar and identifying himself as a Catholic priest, to testify as a purported witness to Sandinista atrocities. His appearance had been arranged by the State Department's Office of Public Diplomacy for Latin America, later described by congressional investigators as an illegal CIA-run domestic propaganda mill. Senior CIA officials with backgrounds in covert operations, as well as military intelligence and psychological operations specialists from the Department of Defense, were deeply involved in establishing and participating in a domestic political and propaganda operation run through an obscure bureau in the Department of State, a 1992 House Committee staff report concluded. Almost all of these activities were hidden from public view, and many of the individuals involved were never questioned or interviewed by the Iran/Contra committees. Through that office, the CIA and the National Security Council engaged in a domestic, covert operation designed to lobby the Congress, manipulate the media and influence domestic public opinion, the report said, echoing a 1987 investigation by the Comptroller General of the United States, which said the State Department had engaged in prohibited, covert propaganda activities. Dowling later admitted receiving about $73,000 in cash and traveler's checks from Oliver North, CIA agent Adolfo Calero and other members of North's operation between 1986 and 1987 to affect public opinion favorably toward the Reagan position inside, regarding Central America. Dowling testified that the money went to a nonprofit organization he'd set up in San Francisco called the Latin America Strategic Studies Institute, LASI. In addition to Dowling, LASI employed a recently retired CIA officer with extensive Latin American experience, G. James Quesada, a Nicaraguan who lived in the San Francisco area. I met Quesada when I spoke before the retired group of intelligence officers a few years back, Dowling testified in 1987. Quesada confirmed that he worked with Dowling but said he did so as private citizen, not for the CIA. I know nobody thinks a CIA agent ever retires, but I really did retire, he said in an interview, with a laugh. Quesada also met Norwin Menezes and Danilo Blandin at an FDN meeting, and instantly, he said, his antennae went up. I found out what Menezes was pretty quickly, but he was not involved in our side of things, which was the political side, Quesada said. Menezes and Blandin had something to do with the other side, meaning the military part of the Contra operation. As I recall, Blandin was looking for medical students or was recruiting medical students to go down to Honduras. I stayed away from both of them. In addition to his work with Oliver North and the San Francisco FDN, Father Dowling was also heavily involved with COUSA, a conservative political organization that was part of the Rev. Sun Myung Moon's Unification Church. During the time of the CIA funding cutoff, Moon's organization, which was linked in the 1970s to the Korean Central Intelligence Agency, stepped in and began funneling money and supplies to the Contras. Dowling was a member of COUSA's National Advisory Board and a frequent speaker at COUSA rallies and conferences. Among the documents Yosaka founder Sinico showed the author was an August 1984 letter from COUSA's president, retired Air Force General E.D. Woolner, thanking Sinico's organization for attending the annual COUSA convention and suggesting that the groups work more closely in the future. Though the combination of fringe religions and the Contras may seem strange, partly declassified CIA records show that the agency had evidence as far back as 1982 that there were unwholesome connections between Menezes's drug ring, the FDN, and an unnamed religious organization in the United States. According to a 1998 CIA Inspector General's report, the CIA's Domestic Collection Division picked up word in October 1982 that there are indications of links between a U.S. religious organization and two Nicaraguan counter-revolutionary groups. The heavily censored CIA cable said, these links involve an exchange in the United States of narcotics for arms. The CIA's domestic spies reported that there was to be a meeting among the participants in Costa Rica regarding this exchange and that two U.S. law enforcement agencies were aware of it. Though the agencies were not named in the censored CIA cable, the FBI had the Menezes organization under investigation at the time and had learned through wiretaps that Norwin's Costa Rican Contra associates Horacio Pereira, Troilo Sanchez, and Fernando Sanchez were shipping cocaine to San Francisco. CIA headquarters ordered its domestic agents to get more information about the upcoming meeting in Costa Rica, and a few days later another cable arrived at Langley with additional details. The attendees at the meeting would include representatives from the FDN and UDN, and several unidentified U.S. citizens, the CIA cable reported. It identified Renato Pina as one of 4 persons along with 3 unidentified U.S. citizens who would represent the FDN at the Costa Rica meeting. Renato Pina Cabrera was one of Norwin Menezes' San Francisco drug dealers and a friend of Dennis Ainsworth. Pina was dating Danilo Blandon's sister, Laisla, and was a top official in the San Francisco FDN. Pina told CIA investigators that he met Menezes in 1982 at an FDN meeting and served as an official representative of the FDN's political wing in Northern California from 1982 until mid-1984. After that, he said, he was appointed to be the military representative of the FDN in San Francisco, in part because of Norwin Menezes' close relationship with Enrique Bermudez. Pina said Norwin introduced him to his nephew, Jairo, who was in charge of distributing the family's cocaine to other dealers. Soon, the young Contra found himself hauling cash and drugs up and down the freeways of the Golden State. Pina says he made from 6 to 8 trips from San Francisco to Los Angeles between 1982 and 1984 for Menezes' drug trafficking organization, the CIA Inspector General reported. Each time, he says, he carried anywhere from $600,000 to $1 million to Los Angeles and returned to San Francisco with 6 to 8 kilograms of cocaine. Pina says that a Colombian associate of Menezes told Pina in general terms that a portion of the proceeds from the sale of the cocaine Pina brought to San Francisco were going to the Contras. Even with the inflated cocaine prices of the early 1980s, the amount of money Pina was taking to LA was far more than was needed to pay for 6 to 8 kilos of cocaine. It seems likely that the excess $300,000 to $500,000 per trip was the Contras' cut of the drug proceeds. When the information about Renato Pena's involvement in the upcoming Costa Rican meeting was relayed back to Langley, CIA headquarters immediately ordered the Domestic Collection Division to halt any further investigation, allegedly because of the apparent participation of U.S. citizens. But the agency began having second thoughts about sitting on the information. On November 17, 1982, Langley worriedly cabled one of its stations in Latin America to tell its agents that while headquarters didn't think the reports about the Contras and drugs were true, the information was surfaced by another U.S. government agency and may return to haunt us. Feel we must try to confirm or refute the information if possible. Langley wanted to know if Contra leaders had scheduled any meeting in the next few weeks. If so, what information do you have regarding the attendees? The response was probably not what CIA headquarters wanted to hear. Several Contra officials had recently gone to the United States for a series of meetings, including a meeting with Contra supporters in San Francisco, the Central American CIA station reported back. It was during October 1982 that FDN leaders met with Menezes in LA and San Francisco in an effort to set up local Contra support groups in those cities. The CIA Inspector General's report is silent about what, if anything, the agency did next. Pina told CIA inspectors that the unnamed U.S. religious organization mentioned in the CIA cables was an FDN political ally that provided only humanitarian aid to Nicaraguan refugees and logistical support for Contra-related rallies, such as printing services and portable stages. When Renato Pina and Menezes' nephew Jairo were arrested on cocaine trafficking charges in November 1984, Ainsworth began suspecting that the FDN was also involved in drug trafficking. Renato wasn't a drug dealer, Ainsworth said. He was a Contra and he was duped. When Congress cut off aid in the fall of 1983, these guys had nowhere else to turn and they wanted to get their country back. And once you say I'll do anything to get my country back, then they were easy prey for Menezes, who said, hey, you do this for me and I'll help you guys out. Agents found a kilo of cocaine in the trunk of Pena's car. At an apartment Jairo Menezes maintained in Oakland as a cocaine storehouse, the DEA found half a kilo in a safe. Because the evidence against him was so overwhelming, hand-to-hand sales to DEA agents and a kilo in his car, Pina pleaded guilty to one count of possession of cocaine with intent to sell in March 1985. He also agreed to help the government prosecute Jairo Menezes, and was given a 2-year sentence in return. As part of his deal with the government, Renato Pina was extensively debriefed by the DEA and his interviews were nothing short of astonishing, which is probably why they remained sealed for 15 years. When debriefed by the DEA in the early 1980s, Pina said that the CIA was allowing the Contras to fly drugs into the United States, sell them, and keep the proceeds, the Justice Department Inspector General reported in 1997. Jairo Menezes had told him that the United States was aware of these dealings and that it was highly unlikely that I would even get in trouble. Both Norwin Menezes and Blandon told him they were raising money for the Contras through drug dealing. Blandon had even claimed the Contras would not have been able to operate without drug proceeds. Further, FDN leader Enrique Bermudez was aware of the drug dealing and Pina described Bermudez as a CIA agent. When challenged by CIA questioners on that statement, Pina merely laughed. It's very obvious, he said, Bermudez had been Somoza's military attaché in Washington and it was common knowledge in Nicaragua that anyone who had that job under Somoza also worked for the CIA. Bermudez, in fact, was on the CIA's payroll from 1980 to 1991, which means at the least that he was a contract agent, if not an agency officer. As if Pena's testimony wasn't convincing enough, the DEA obtained independent corroboration in the spring of 1986 from a longtime informant who'd known Menezes since childhood, described by the DEA as extremely reliable. He told a DEA intelligence analyst that Menezes was indeed part of the FDN and had been using drug money to buy weapons for the Contras. He also vouched for Renato Pena's credibility. Renato Pina worked for Jairo Menezes and ran the San Francisco office of the FDN, the informant explained. Pina was one of the major Contra fundraisers in San Francisco and was one of those responsible for sending Menezes' drug proceeds to the Contras. In interview years later with inspectors from the CIA and the Justice Department, Pina defiantly stood his ground, even though he was under threat of immediate deportation. He insisted that the CIA knows about all these things. The money the Contras received from the Reagan administration was peanuts and the growing military organization needed supplies, arms, food, and money to support the families of the Contras. The CIA decided to recruit Menezes so that drug sales could be used to support the Contras. Bermudez could not have recruited Menezes on his own. But would have had to follow orders. Ainsworth said Pina was devastated by his arrest and confessed to him his role in the Contra drug network. Alarmed, Ainsworth began looking into the relationship between the FDN and drugs. He made inquiries in the local San Francisco Nicaraguan community and wondered among his acquaintances what Adolfo Calero and other people in the FDN movement were doing, and the word that he received back is that they were probably engaged in cocaine smuggling, Ainsworth later told the FBI. During one of Ainsworth's trips to Washington in 1985, he said, "I went to see some friends of mine and started asking some questions." One friend slipped Ainsworth a copy of a Drug Enforcement Administration intelligence report dated February 6, 1984. The DIA report, prepared by Agent Sandalio Gonzalez in San Jose, Costa Rica, told of the results of a debriefing of a confidential informant. Ainsworth's heart sank as he read it. The informant related that Norwin Menezes Cantero, Edmundo's younger brother, was presently residing in San Jose, Costa Rica, and is the apparent head of a criminal organization responsible for smuggling kilogram quantities of cocaine to the United States. The discovery left Ainsworth reeling. "I had gone through the looking glass. I had crossed over into the netherworld that 99% of the population wouldn't even believe existed." In September 1985, Ainsworth was contacted by a U.S. Customs Service official who was investigating the Nicaraguan role in a large narcotics ring extending from Miami, Florida to Texas and California. The customs agent wanted to ask Ainsworth about the FDN. During the contact, Name Deleted complained to Ainsworth that national security interests kept him from making good narcotics cases and he acted frustrated at this chain of events, Ainsworth would later tell the FBI. According to Name Deleted, 2 U.S. Customs Service officers who felt threatened and intimidated by national security interference in legitimate narcotics smuggling investigations had resigned and had assumed false identities. The FBI report went on to say that the customs agent told Ainsworth that Norwin Menezes would have been arrested in a major drug case in 1983 or 1984, except that he had been warned by a corrupt Information Deleted officer. Other law enforcement sources told Ainsworth they had a file on Menezes that was 2 feet thick. "I thought this bastard should have been arrested. I assumed there would be an outstanding warrant on this guy. I was amazed. There wasn't a single outstanding warrant on Menezes. Not one. They had no interest in him whatsoever. Here you had a major cocaine trafficker who was deeply involved with the Contras, and apparently, everyone but me knew about it. After I broke with Calero, I found out Calero and Menezes were very good friends. Calero has admitted meeting with Menezes on at least 6 occasions in San Francisco, but he has portrayed them as simple greetings during large public gatherings. He has repeatedly denied knowing Menezes was a drug trafficker, yet he admitted to a Costa Rican paper in 1986 that he knew Menezes was involved in some illegal things, but I don't know anything. Osaka President Don Cinico said he never suspected Norwin Menezes was involved in criminal activities, but he confirmed that Ainsworth began muttering about it. "What always bothered me about Dennis is that towards the end, I don't know what, he seemed to get disillusioned or disgusted with Calero. Dennis got disillusioned about something," Cinico said. Ainsworth's disillusionment caused him to quit working with the Contras and seek out the FBI. In early 1987, records show, during his first meeting with FBI agents, Ainsworth warned them that the FDN has become more involved in selling arms and cocaine for personal gain than in a military effort to overthrow the current Nicaraguan Sandinista government. He told the agents about Norwin Menezes and Renato Pina, about Tom Dowling and Oliver North, and about North's illegal Contra support network in the U.S. and Central America. Much of the information Ainsworth gave the FBI and, later, Iran-Contra prosecutor Lawrence Walsh's staff about the inner workings of the FDN and the relationships between Contra leaders and U.S. government officials was corroborated during the congressional Iran-Contra investigations. Ainsworth was also getting death threats, he told the FBI, but the agents seemed unimpressed. He had no information to substantiate this alleged threat, they wrote. Ainsworth never heard from them again. I mean, here I am as a citizen, I complain to the FBI and they tell me they have no interest in the case. Then I call Walsh's people up and they sent a couple FBI guys out to talk to me and they have no interest in it. I couldn't find anyone who was interested in this. And I made a legitimate effort. And people were like, Den, leave this alone. Just leave it alone, Ainsworth remembered. I thought I was part of the establishment. And all of a sudden I was a leper. Frightened and heartsick, Ainsworth fled California for the East Coast, where he went into semi-seclusion. Meanwhile, the narcotics investigation that began with the arrests of Renato Pina and Jairo Menezes seemed to fall into a black hole. The case federal prosecutors had assembled against the drug kingpin's nephew was a slam dunk. They'd found cocaine in Jairo's apartment, his co-defendant had cut a deal and was prepared to testify for the government. If convicted of the charges against him, 1 count of conspiracy to distribute cocaine and 6 counts of possession with intent to distribute, Jairo Menezes would spend the next 15 years in the federal pen. His decision to plead guilty and rat out Uncle Norwin could hardly be considered a surprise. Like Pina, Jairo Menezes was debriefed by the DEA and he, too, implicated the Contras in Norwin's drug sales, confirming that his uncle had direct dealings with both Blandon and FDN commander Enrique Bermudez. But his admissions in court were limited to the bookkeeping work he'd done for Norwin in San Francisco. He never breathed a word in public about the Contras. Were these men telling the truth? If one looks at the outcome of their criminal cases, the inescapable conclusion is that they were. Inventing stories about Contra drug trafficking was not the usual way admitted dope dealers ingratiated themselves with Ed Meese and his hypersensitive Justice Department. But despite being caught red-handed with pounds of cocaine, they were neither sent to jail nor deported. They got probation and a work furlough job and kept their mouths shut, which suggests that the Justice Department found them entirely too believable. In an interview with a Costa Rican paper in 1986, Menezes scoffed at his nephew's testimony. Jairo had made it up, Norwin declared, because he'd refused to bail the boy out when he'd gotten arrested. If Jairo supposedly was my accountant, like he says, I would have been interested in taking him out of jail because he would have had me by the tail, Menezes told La Nacion. Isn't that logical? Norwin didn't mention that Jairo's bail was paid by Danilo Blandon's sister, Laisla Baladares, who also bailed out Pina, her boyfriend. Besides, Norwin added, I remained in San Francisco. I have never hidden. There's never been a warrant for my arrest. I have not changed passports. That I directed a drug trafficking organization is totally false. Some of Menezes' assertions were indeed irrefutable. With the testimony of Jairo Menezes and Renato Pina, and the stacks of other evidence the police had compiled against him over the years, it would have been a relatively easy matter to have convicted the drug lord on any number of trafficking and conspiracy charges. Many dopers have gone to jail on much less evidence. At a minimum, the government could have deported him as an undesirable alien and banned him forever from the United States. He was, after all, living in the United States as a guest of the government, a political refugee. But it didn't happen. Nothing happened. Norwin Menezes continued living as a free man, crisscrossing U.S. borders with impunity, dealing cocaine and sending supplies to the Contras. And his relationship with the U.S. government grew even closer. 10. Teach a man a craft and he's liable to practice it. The potential exposure of Norwin Menezes couldn't have come at a more inopportune time for the Contras, or the CIA. During the winter of 1984-85, the Contra forces were at their lowest ebb, both on the battlefield and in the battle for U.S. public opinion. For 12 months the Contras had staggered from one public relations disaster to another. There had been a major uproar in Congress in the spring of 1984, when it was revealed that the CIA cowboys running the Contra project had seeded Nicaraguan harbors with hundreds of small mines, which proceeded to indiscriminately blow holes in merchant ships from all over the world, including those from friendly nations. Shortly after that, a bomb went off at RDA Commander Eden Pastora's jungle headquarters during a press conference, wounding Pastora, killing or injuring a score of RDA officials and journalists, and throwing the Contra armies in Costa Rica into turmoil. Later in the year, in the midst of Reagan's re-election campaign, an illustrated terrorism manual the CIA printed up for the boys in the field ended up in the newspapers, creating yet another public outcry and much congressional breast-beating. The hardest blow came in October 1984. With the administration off balance and desperately hoping to avoid any more CIA-Contra controversies before the elections, the Democrat-controlled Congress succeeded in passing yet another Boland Amendment. Unlike the earlier ones, though, this had some teeth. It prohibited the CIA, the Defense Department, or any other agency of the U.S. government from giving any money or aid to anyone for the support of the Contras. The money spigot had been officially turned off, the loopholes were sewn shut. The CIA and Defense Department began withdrawing their trainers, advisors, administrators, tacticians, and logistic-ians from Central America, and by the end of the year the Contras were alone and in disarray. Thousands of rebel fighters began retreating from Nicaragua for the safety of Honduras. Money was scarce, weapons and ammo were in even shorter supply. In early 1985, as the Contras spent their last batch of CIA money, another mini-scandal erupted. Allegations of Contra battlefield atrocities surfaced in reports from human rights groups, spotlighting murders, tortures, assassinations, and the deliberate use of terror by some Contra field commanders, putting the lie to Reagan's characterization of them as freedom fighters, showing instead their connection to Somoza's hated National Guard. Even the FDN's normally optimistic handlers in Washington began to despair. Reagan's national security advisor, Robert McFarlane, told FDN leader Adolfo Calero in January 1985 that maybe it was time to start thinking about cutting both our losses and theirs. The administration's prestige was riding on the Contras. Reagan had gone so far during a speech as to compare them to the founding fathers of the American Revolution. The FDN's only ray of hope was to withdraw from battle and lie low until the spring, when Congress agreed to let the administration come back and make one more pitch for money. Had Norwin Menezes popped up then with a federal cocaine trafficking indictment around his neck after all the meetings he'd had with FDN directors Adolfo Calero, Enrique Bermudez, Edgar Chamorro, and Frank Arana, the resultant scandal would likely have wiped out what little support the Contras had left in Washington. It would have also again tarred the CIA, which was reeling from the exposure over the harbor minings and assassination manuals. Even if nothing could have been proven conclusively about the CIA's involvement in the Contra drug ring, the agency was supposed to be the nation's primary intelligence-gathering arm, and its responsibilities specifically included monitoring the international narcotics trade. A plea of ignorance about dope dealing by its own paramilitary forces would have looked as bad as proof of complicity. And that was assuming Menezes kept his mouth shut. If he started naming names, dates, and places, the scandal could well have spread into the CIA itself, as it would 11 years later. Former Assistant U.S. Attorney Eric Swenson, who was familiar with the investigations into Menezes, said the drug lord's activities with the Contras were well known to the Justice Department because he had personally reported it. And Justice wasn't the only agency that knew about it. The CIA knows about this guy, Swenson said in an interview. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. The CIA knows a lot of crooks. I mean, the CIA knows. As it turned out, Swenson was right. A 1998 CIA Inspector General's report confirmed that, as early as 1984, the agency had information tying Menezes to a drug and arms network in Costa Rica, in partnership with top Contra official Sebastian Guachin Gonzalez. Against that backdrop, and given the cozy relationship that existed between the CIA and San Francisco's U.S. Attorney, Joseph Rossaniello, it is hardly surprising that Norwin Menezes was not charged with drug trafficking in the spring of 1985. Even though one of his top lieutenants had pleaded guilty to cocaine charges and publicly implicated him as a major trafficker, allowing Menezes take the witness stand was out of the question. The drug lord simply knew too much. Not only was he in a position to expose the FDN's long involvement with drug merchants, but he could have led the police and the press to Danilo Blandin's booming enterprise in south-central Los Angeles. And what a fine picture that would have presented. Blandin was dumping a small mountain of cocaine into L.A.'s black neighborhoods every week, as well as providing South Central's crack dealers with assault rifles, submachine guns, and sophisticated telecommunications and eavesdropping gear. Blandin was having the time of his life. As far as he and Ricky Ross were concerned, 1984 had been a terrific year. And 1985 was only going to be better. For one thing, Blandin was now an official guest of the U.S. government. The State Department, after 2 earlier rejections, had suddenly changed its mind in 1984 and decided to approve his application for political asylum. Now he could stay in America indefinitely and no longer had to worry about being summarily tossed out of the country. Had that fact been made public, all the propagandists and spin doctors in Washington would have been hard-pressed to explain why the Just Say No administration had allowed South Central's biggest cocaine trafficker to call the United States his home. Though the administration could have claimed ignorance, there were easily obtainable records proving that the DEA was fully aware of what Blandin was doing. Further, it is State Department policy to check with the DEA before approving applications for political asylum. Records showed the drug agency had opened a Natty's file on Blandin on May 24, 1983, after getting a tip from a confidential informant that he was a member of a cocaine trafficking organization. His attorney, Bradley Brunon, said in court in 1992 that the DEA's voluminous knowledge of Blandin's dope dealing stretched back even further than that. I have some 300 DEA 6 reports regarding Mr. Blandin, and the reports relate to activities between approximately 1981 and May 1992, Brunon told a San Diego federal judge. In early 1984, while Blandin's asylum application was under review at the State Department, the DEA learned from an informant that Blandin was the head of his own cocaine distribution organization based in Los Angeles, information that, as history shows, was accurate. The same odd sequence of events happened with Blandin's wife, Kipita. First the DEA learned she was a drug dealer, then the State Department gave her political asylum. In early 1985 she was reported to the DEA as a member of a cocaine distribution organization, and on March 15, 1985, the agency dutifully opened a Natty's file on her. Later that same year she was granted political asylum. Immigration experts agree that, normally, even the slightest hint of drug involvement by an alien results in deportation. I've had clients deported because anonymous sources, people who were never even identified to us, allegedly told the DEA they were involved in drugs, said one California immigration lawyer. One of my clients, he was a college professor from Thailand, was denied entry because he'd been arrested for smoking marijuana when he was a teenager, for Christ's sake. When it comes to drugs, it's an almost automatic no. In an interview, a State Department official confirmed there was a blanket zero-tolerance policy for immigrant narcotics suspects. Why those same standards didn't apply to Blandin and his wife is not known, nor is it likely to be. When the Justice Department's Inspector General looked at the Blandin's immigration records, he found them in disarray. During 1984 and 1985, Ross and Blandin have admitted, their cocaine trafficking empire was at its zenith. Ross was selling dope so fast he didn't have time to turn it into crack anymore. He would just take Blandin's kilos, put a hit on them, and pass them along to smaller crack manufacturers, who more and more frequently were members of various Crip sets from across Los Angeles. It continued growing, until sometime he buy from me 100 a week, Blandin said. Ross was driving him nuts with his constant telephone orders for more kilos. I was getting crazy because you have to move. I was the man that made the delivery every day, so he was calling me every day, 2 or 3 times. Sometimes we deliver at 2 o'clock, sometimes we deliver at 4 o'clock, and anytime 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 1 a.m. Blandon finally worked out an arrangement with his Colombian suppliers to give Ross large amounts of cocaine for little or no money up front. Sell now, pay later. I spoke with the Colombian and I told him, hey, let's go and give some credit to this guy because he pays. He's a good payer. I give 20, the first 25 keys on credit and tell him, hey, don't bother me until you got the money. That initial advance by itself was worth about $1 million, wholesale. There was a reason Blandon wanted Ross out of his hair for a while. The Blandon family had moved from Northridge, a suburb near downtown LA, to neighboring San Bernardino County, settling into a sprawling Spanish-style home in the city of Rialto, some 30 miles outside Los Angeles. He'd withdrawn $175,000 in cash from his bank account in Panama and given it to Orlando Murillo, the former Somoza banker, who bought the house under his name to keep Danilo's name off the property rolls. From his hot tub on the terraced hillside behind his new house, Blandon could gaze out at the bucolic, rolling hills and towering pines of a country club golf course. In one sense, Blandon had a right to be proud of his accomplishments. He was the epitome of Reagan-era success, along with brigand financiers Ivan Boesky and Michael Milken. In only 3 years he'd gone from working in a car wash to running a multimillion-dollar-a-week operation, employing, directly and indirectly, hundreds of people, many of them inner-city residents who would have otherwise had little or no income. Thanks to Blandon, they were making thousands or tens of thousands of dollars a week. He was the chief supplier to the largest minority-owned business in an area so forbidding that the government was offering to pay companies just for moving there. Blandon's company moved in and began producing high-paying jobs without ever once asking for a handout. Unlike many legitimate industries that merely pay lip service to the concept, the cocaine industry is a fervent believer in the get government off our backs philosophy of commerce. The fact that Blandon's activities happened to be illegal, as were Boesky's and Milken's, for that matter, was a technicality. After all, it wasn't his idea to start selling drugs, he'd done it to help the Contras. He was furthering official U.S. foreign policy in a very unofficial way. As his longtime attorney Brad Brunon said, with a slight laugh, you teach a man a craft and he's liable to practice it. Blandon had practiced his craft well, and he was now enjoying the fruits of his labors. He hired a live-in maid and nanny for Kipita and his daughters, opened a restaurant the Nicomex, and bought a car lot in nearby Fontana with an old college buddy, Sergio Guerra, a Mexican millionaire whose family owned major automobile franchises in Guadalajara. Guerra had the distinction of owning the last parking lot on the California side of the Mexican border in San Isidro, which is like having a license to print money. The government valued its worth at around $29 million in the early 1990s. Blandon's businesses were merely fronts through which to launder his drug money and provide a respectable explanation for his wealth and lifestyle. The used car lot, a favorite ploy among Nicaraguan traffickers, was especially handy. It was a cash-heavy business, lots of different vehicles were moving in and out all the time, and their trunks were perfect places to store cocaine overnight, providing a plausible denial in case of accidental discovery. Cars that were sold for $2,000 were declared as being sold for $4,000. The car lot paid taxes on $4,000 at a rate cheaper than any money launderer would charge, and suddenly, $2,000 in drug profits had a legitimate pedigree. Now that Danilo was a suburbanite with businesses to run, Ricky Ross certainly couldn't expect him to hop in his Mercedes and come running down to South Central every time Ross began getting low on blow. Blandon started asking Ross to drive out to Rialto to meet him, or he would bring the cocaine only halfway into town, leaving it in a load car at a shopping center parking lot. Ross didn't mind the trips to Rialto, at first. Danilo and Kipita were fun to be around, he said, and he grew close to the couple and their daughters. It would be just like any other wife if one of the employees come by the house, Ross said. She'd cook dinner for us. Here, this is your room where you'll sleep at tonight. Here's your towels. Know what I'm saying? So, she was playing along with the whole thing. Ross said she also knew the kind of business her husband was in. Once, he said, he found kilos of cocaine stored in their freezer, nestled in among the steaks and ice cubes. At other times Blandon would take Ross and Ollie Newell out to dinner, question them closely about their business dealings, and then offer advice on how to improve their operations and safeguard themselves against both the police and other dealers. One of the best pointers he ever got from Blandon, Ross said, was not to flash. Don't buy a lot of jewelry. Don't dress too fancy. That was the way he was. Always had on a nice suit and tie. Drove a nice car, but not too nice, know what I'm saying? No way you would look at him and say he was a dope dealer. Told us to buy some businesses, invest our money, so you can explain that you got a job. He taught us a lot. The Torres brothers, in an interview with police in 1996, confirmed that Blandon became very close to Ricky Ross. Ross looked up to Blandon as a father figure. But Ross noticed a change in his mentor's demeanor after he joined the country club set in Rialto. Danilo started getting relaxed. He didn't want to leave the house. I'm at home, man, I dream king. Fuck that shit, man, Ross said. Blandon was getting drunk frequently and snorting a lot of cocaine. He would use so much his nose got red and he kept trying to get me to use it. Here, just take a little. I didn't want no part of that shit, Ross said. And I ain't never had a drink in my life. Blandon's habits would leave him soft and bloated. The other Nicaraguan dealers began calling him Chan Chin, the fat pig. Ironically, that disparaging nickname turned up as an alias in Blandon's DIA files. It all made Ross a little nervous. The way he saw it, people who got lazy got sloppy, and sloppy people made stupid mistakes. This was a business where you couldn't afford even one mistake. It had taken Ross 2 years to perfect his delivery and distribution system using nondescript decoy cars and load cars, walkie-talkies, stash houses, cash houses, and safe houses, and everything was running smoothly. He'd never had any troubles with the cops. Nearly every big crack dealer in town was getting cocaine from him, and he'd done it without resorting to attention-getting violence. The dollar was a powerful persuader, he discovered. There was no limit to the average cocaine dealer's greed. You could buy your way into anything, or out of any disagreement. But deep inside, Ross was gnawed by the fear that his cocaine empire could vanish as suddenly as his tennis career had, leaving him in jail, dead, or back out on the streets, running at cars again. When he looked closely at his operation, he saw a glaring weakness: his exclusive relationship with Danilo Blandon. It didn't make sense to have his entire life resting in the hands of one person, Ross concluded. At first he'd had no choice. He was tied to Blandon by circumstance. If Danilo had disappeared, we wouldn't have been getting no ounces, no nothing, you know what I'm saying? When we got started, if we wouldn't have had him, we wouldn't have been able to have found it nowhere else, Ross said. Even if you had the money, you just couldn't get it? But now that he was riding on top, Ross had no shortage of offers from other cocaine importers, major traffickers who dreamed of finding a customer the size of Freeway Rick. Blandon once told an associate that the beauty of dealing with the black people was that they sold cocaine so rapidly there were no costs or security risks to be incurred by warehousing the dope and parceling it out over a week or two. They would take as much as you could sell them and it was gone in a day, he crowed. The black people, you know, buy everything. Ross said the other players who came around usually couldn't match Blandon's prices. Couldn't even come close, most of the time. When everybody else in town was spending $45,000 for a key, we was getting them for $38,000. And we knew, with him, he never ran out. Blandon confirmed that the prices he charged Ross were lower than anything he charged his other customers. Ross sold so much, he said, he could get good prices from my suppliers. Still, price and supply were just part of the reason Ross had confined his cocaine purchases to Blandon. With someone else, who knew what kind of troubles you were buying into. A new supplier could turn out to be a head case, or a fly-by-night. A low price could simply be a snitch's offer. Danilo, on the other hand, was his friend, his protector. Rick trusted him implicitly, and for good reason. Danilo had guided him, advised him, kept him out of trouble. And he genuinely seemed to like Ross. All I knew was back in LA, he would always tell me when they was going to raid my houses. The police always thought I had somebody working for the police, Ross said. And he was always giving me tips like, man, don't go back over to that house no more, or don't go to this house over here. The cops invariably raided the locations within a couple days. Ross, realizing that he owed much of his phenomenal success to Danilo, felt almost superstitious about tampering with the winning formula. I can't say I never would have found out about it, but before I met him, the chances of me being a big dope dealer were slim to none. But when Blandon wouldn't get his ass up off the couch, Ross decided to look seriously for other sources, people who would be there when Danilo didn't feel like making money. He also used the opportunity to teach his teacher a little lesson about complacency. One of the offers Ross had gotten came from the towering Torres brothers, known to Ross and his crew as the Greens. He'd met them through Blandon and assumed from their size that they were his bodyguards. They also delivered cocaine and picked up money for Blandon occasionally. One day, as most of Blandon's assistants eventually did, they slipped Ross their phone number, in case he ever needed something extra. If Danilo trusted the Greens enough to work for him, Ross figured, that was a pretty good recommendation, and one particularly busy day he called the brothers up and said he was willing to talk some business. Their prices were about the same as Blandon's, he said, but Ross didn't intend to pay either supplier's price for very long. Once the Torres brothers started selling to him, Ross used them to whipsaw Blandon on his prices, pointing out that his other suppliers were offering him a much lower price than his good friend Danilo. And he'd play the same game with the Torreses. Blandon acknowledged that Ross began getting cocaine from another two suppliers. They were my friends. He got the coke from me, from Torres, from C, not only from me. I got a piece of the apple. And he confirmed that Ross started driving his kilo prices down even further. But the new relationship had a bit of a rocky start. Jacinto Torres quickly got into trouble with the police. He and his wife Margarita had quarreled, and he'd moved out, renting a room at his friend Robert Joseph Andreas's new 4-bedroom house in Burbank. On April 6, 1984, shortly before 9 p.m., a team of Burbank narcotics detectives acting on an anonymous tip came crashing in through the kitchen door. They found a number of Nicaraguan women sitting around the kitchen table. Jacinto Torres was stretched out on the bed in his room. In his dresser the police found a half-ounce of cocaine, a .38 caliber pistol, $3,700 in cash, and large men's clothing. He and Andreas were thrown into the back of a prowl car and whisked off to jail. In Spanish, Torres and Andreas cursed their predicament, unaware that the cruiser was equipped with a secret taping system that was recording their every word. Stupid, Torres spat. My money, my ledger, my clients, all the names. They are going to find a house I have got rented, and if they get there, the whores, I don't want to think about it. Great God. He turned to Andreas and said, Rick is the one who fingered us. No, I have known him for a long time. They came looking for him, Torres replied. Don't say nothing. It's nothing, Andreas assured him. It's just half an ounce, almost nothing. They can't do nothing. I don't know if they found the house. I don't believe they did. Court records show the police later searched a house in Northridge they thought belonged to Torres, an address that shows up on Blandon's Natty's report as being one of his residences. But no drugs were found. During the preliminary hearing, one of the arresting officers was asked about the search he'd conducted of Jacinto Torres's Mercedes-Benz, and a very odd conversation ensued. Did you find any contraband in the Mercedes? Torres's attorney, Joseph Vaudenwa, asked Burbank Police Officer James Bonner. No contraband, Bonner answered. Just some property of the United States Customs. No contraband. Wait a minute. The judge said. I move to strike that answer. Vaudenwa shouted. Just a minute, the judge said. What is it now you want to strike? I asked him did he find any contraband? The answer was no. Then he went on to say something about United States Customs, Vaudenwa complained. Property belonging to U.S. Customs. The judge asked Bonner. It was not contraband. No, Bonner replied. It will go out, the judge decided. What U.S. Customs property the police found in Torres's car is not known, as all the police files from that case were destroyed. The charges against Torres were quickly disposed of. 4 months later he pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of cocaine possession. He was fined $500 and given no jail time. That outcome didn't please Jacinto Torres's probation officer, who referred to him as that big guy who always comes in here in short pants. He told Torres's attorney, you know your client's guilty. All we want is for him to serve some time. This guy was a troublemaker as far back as 1970. But even though Torres would violate his probation several times, no action would ever be taken against him. He went right back to cocaine trafficking. Ross eventually turned Blandon and the Torres brothers against each other, a situation that would have dire consequences for Blandon in later years. The longtime friends became bitter rivals, fighting each other for Ross's business. One night, Ross said, he realized just how heated the rivalry had become. While Ross was twitting a drunken Blandon about how low the brothers' cocaine prices had fallen, Blandon looked at him blearily, announced that Keepita was fucking one of them, and said he wasn't going to take such an insult sitting down. He had a little plan he wanted to discuss with Ross to even things up. Danilo wanted to kill him, Ross said. Blandon suggested that Ross set up a cocaine buy with the adulterous brother and tell that motherfucker to bring it at such and such a place, and I'm going to have some guys there waiting and you keep the dope. I'm going to take care of that fucking guy. Ross said he laughed off the idea, figuring it was the liquor talking. But the Torres brothers confirmed the story and took it one step further. In an interview with police, they explained that Danilo Blandon's wife told him she had an affair with one of the brothers in a fit of anger. Blandon became enraged and hired a former military officer of the Nicaraguan army to kill him. The brothers said Blandon apparently realized his wife had lied to him about the affair and called off the hitman. Blandon said he never knew just how much cocaine the Torreses were selling to Ross, but he estimated that their volume rose to a level comparable to his own. He saw them getting rich, he said. If I sell a week to him, 100, maybe they go buy 50 or something like that. If I didn't sell him 100, they will sell him like 100 to him, you know? It was all the competition. The brothers admitted to the police that they were selling large amounts of cocaine to Ross on some occasions. If Ricky Ross was going through 150 kilos of cocaine every week and Ross says the figure is a reasonable average, it means he was selling enough to put a staggering 3 million doses of crack on L.A.'s streets every 7 days. It also means Blandon and the Torres brothers were sometimes sharing about $5.7 million a week in cash from the prolific young dealer. Sometimes, we'd spend $4 million or $5 million a week with that guy, in our hell days, Ross said, speaking of Blandon. Blandon said Ross was using an apartment in South Central as a counting house, where the money from the drug sales was brought, sorted, and wrapped. He would pick up his payments there. When Danilo came over, we'd be counting the money and he said, "Man, I'm gonna have to get you a money machine. Because our problem had got to be counting the money. I started telling him, man, my fingers hurt. We got to the point where it was like, man, we don't want to count no more money." Blandon agreed that Ross was being deluged with cash. Those times, they were using 2 or 3 machines, counting machines, and they were counting day and night. To hide it all, Ross followed Blandon's advice and started investing in real estate, buying houses, apartment buildings, an auto parts store, and a hotel near the Harbor Freeway called the Freeway Motor Inn. In addition to giving Ricky Ross his nickname, Freeway Rick, the motel served as a secure meeting place for dealers and couriers. There was so much cash and so much crack flying around South Central that even the mainstream media had started to notice. On November 25, 1984, one day before the DEA arrested Jairo Menezes and Renato Pina Cabrera in San Francisco, the first story about crack to appear in the national press was published by the Los Angeles Times. It was written by Andy Furlow, a freckle-faced police beat reporter who'd been hired away from the smaller Los Angeles Herald-Examiner. When he talked to some of the officers at the South Central stations, Furlow said, several of them mentioned this flood of cocaine they were seeing in the ghettos. He hit the streets, knocked on some doors, and confirmed what the officers told him and then some. There was, he discovered, a gigantic, wide-open cocaine market flourishing in the poorest section of Los Angeles, and no one except the neighborhood newspapers had written a single word about it. It was a hell of a story, he thought. Headline: South Central cocaine sales explode into $25 rocks. Furlow's scoop began. Police say hundreds, perhaps thousands, of young men, most of them gang members, are getting rich off the cocaine trafficking that has swept through L.A.'s black community in the past 18 months. Furlow described the rock house phenomenon and the multitude of street corner dealers. He quoted police as saying that there were several hundred rock houses in South Central at that time. And his story accurately predicted that crack was a threat that could destroy South Central Los Angeles for years to come. Naturally, the Times buried the story inside the paper. But it was enough to prompt an embarrassed LAPD to launch raids on several dozen rock houses shortly afterward, with tragic results. On December 13, a diversionary explosion the cops set off during a raid on a West 60th Street rock house killed a woman who happened to be walking by at the wrong time. The crack phenomenon, Furlow said, fascinated him, and he pressed to do more stories on it, but his editors at the Times showed little interest in having him pursue the topic. Furlow eventually quit the paper in disgust and returned to the Herald-Examiner, where he continued producing gritty, groundbreaking stories on crack's impact on L.A.'s inner-city residents. Furlow's piece in the Times also caught the eye of the Washington Post's L.A. bureau chief, J. Matthews, who did a follow-up in December 1984. That story described rock cocaine as a marketing breakthrough that furnishes this middle-class drug to the city's poorest neighborhoods, and said rock houses described as steel door dispensaries were growing like a new fast food chain. But as rapidly as the drug was spreading, the Post reported, it was still only an LA fad, and the story quoted unnamed narcotics experts as saying that the hard little pellets of cocaine powder, selling for as little as $25, have not been found in significant numbers outside Los Angeles. Bobby Shepard, Intelligence Unit Supervisor for the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration in LA, told the newspaper that he saw no sign of rock cocaine spreading to the rest of the country, but I've got to believe that if it isn't there yet, it probably will be in the future. The story ended somewhat strangely by comparing crack to the clove cigarette fad of middle-class white teenagers. It would be another year before other East Coast papers would begin reporting on crack. This timing coincided with the drug's belated arrival in New York City. Crack first came to the attention of the New York Field Office Division of the Drug Enforcement Administration in the fall of 1985. The New York Joint Drug Enforcement Task Force made the first significant seizure of crack on October 25, 1985, said Robert Stutman, the head of the DEA's New York office, in 1986 congressional testimony. A form of cocaine similar to crack but known as rock has been available in Los Angeles for the last 5 years. According to then NYPD Commissioner Benjamin Ward, in January of 1985, of all cocaine arrests made by the Narcotics Division, there were fewer than 15 arrests for crack. Furlow's story also prompted the first scientific look at the early LA crack market. done by USC sociologists Malcolm Klein and Cheryl Maxon in early 1985. Their preliminary findings, published in a small social research journal, noted that throughout the black residential areas of Los Angeles County, there has been a recent, dramatic increase in cocaine dealing. In large part from the proliferation of cocaine rocks and fortified rock houses which, with certain refinements, constitute a new technology and organization for cocaine distribution. An increasing trend in the distribution system is the use of street gang members in various dealing roles. The study said that estimates on the number of rock houses in South Los Angeles, a black area where the phenomenon is concentrated, range from 1 to 200 at a time to as many as 1,000. Some rock houses were even being franchised, they found, and said gang involvement is a connected part of a very rapid process by which the system has been institutionalized. The distribution system yields ready access to inexpensive cocaine in a very large black community in Los Angeles. One thing they were unable to explain was why crack was found only in L.A.'s black neighborhoods. The drug, the sociologists wrote, at least currently seems to be ethnically specific. Cocaine is found widely in the black community in Los Angeles, but is almost totally absent from the Hispanic areas. The explanation for that seems obvious once the Danilo Blandon-Rick Ross partnership is factored into the equation. There was no market until we created it, Ross said matter-of-factly. We started in our neighborhood and we stayed in our neighborhood. We almost never went outside it. If people wanted dope, they came to us. The USC sociologists' predictions for the future were frightening and, as history has shown, dead-on accurate. The distribution system seems custom-made for other black gang centers, Philadelphia, New York, Washington, Chicago, etc., they wrote. There is absolutely nothing inherent in this distribution technology, nor in the Los Angeles context of its development, that would prevent its exportation to many other urban areas. Indeed, exportability seems very high. All this makes for an intelligent, well-organized system that is maximally effective. In short, it works efficiently, is very impressive and could easily explode across the nation. And that is essentially what happened. While the Washington Post story made no mention of the LA street gangs, Andy Furlow's story tagged them as the prime beneficiaries of the new crack trade. He presciently predicted that crack would dramatically alter the power structure on the city's streets, by providing the gangs with the one thing they had previously lacked, money. Tom Garrison, director of field operations for the Community Youth Gang Services Project, said the utilization of the gang structure by drug dealers represents a whole new challenge for us, Furlow wrote. They've always had the numbers and the firepower, but now they've got the economic power too. Klein and Maxon later came to believe that the police were exaggerating the role of gang involvement in the crack trade, but two later studies by the California Department of Justice refuted that idea and said the gangs were an even bigger force behind its spread from LA than previously thought. We think that law enforcement perceptions of gang involvement in the drug trade are sharper than the Klein and Maxon statistical study suggest, UC Berkeley sociologist Jerome Skolnick wrote in 1988. In fact, it appears difficult to overstate the penetration of Blood and Crip members into other states. The U.S. General Accounting Office, GAO, in a 1989 report, echoed Skolnick's conclusions. In the early 1980s the gangs began selling crack cocaine. Within a matter of years, the lucrative crack market changed the black gangs from traditional neighborhood street gangs to extremely violent criminal groups operating from coast to coast. The lure of profits coupled with increased pressure from local police have prompted the Los Angeles gangs to extend their territories far beyond their neighborhoods. Within the past 3 to 4 years, members of the Crips and the Bloods have been identified selling or distributing crack in Washington, Oregon, Kansas, Oklahoma, Colorado, Missouri, North Carolina, Arizona, Virginia, Maryland, and elsewhere. The GAO report noted that a Washington, D.C., crack ring in 1989 was distributing 440 pounds of cocaine there every week, which illustrates the nationwide impact of the Los Angeles street gangs. Much of the cocaine distributed by the gang was allegedly purchased from the Crips and the Bloods, who had purchased their cocaine from the Colombians. The report included a map of the United States showing ominous black arrows emanating from LA and streaking northward and eastward across the country. The map was pockmarked with black dots, all the cities where crack had been found. Miami for some reason wasn't among them, although by 1985 the Jamaican posses from Liberty City had reportedly started their trek westward. They also began bringing crack to some African American neighborhoods, but their primary markets were in areas populated by Caribbean immigrants. One drug researcher, Nick Kozel of the National Institute on Drug Abuse, NIDA, went to Miami specifically looking for crack after reading Furelow's article and, according to one account, came up empty-handed. Ross said that while he did not sell exclusively to Crips gang members, they initially formed a large part of his customer base simply because he and Ollie were from a Crip neighborhood. But that only mattered in the beginning, he said. By 1984 and 1985, they were so far removed from that level of dealing that gang colors or the hoods their buyers hailed from were trivialities. Freeway Rick was the dealer's dealer. What his customers did with their cocaine, who they sold it to, and what they fought about afterward made no difference to him. One customer was just as good as another, as long as they paid. All that other stuff just got in the way of making money. By the time the market exploded in 1984, Ross already was dealing directly with the Colombian cartels, who supplied him with 50 to 100 kilos a day, the Los Angeles Times stated in 1994. With that, Ross was able to operate dozens of rock houses, catering to thousands of addicts across Los Angeles. He had another 3-ounce houses, servicing 100 to 200 mid-level dealers. Finally, he had his own private list of VIP customers, maybe 30 to 50 big-time dealers, who dropped tens of thousands of dollars at a time. As the South Central crack market became saturated, Ross's gang customers started traveling to other cities in California to make their fortunes, setting up new crack markets and using their connections with Ross to supply them. It was the start of an unprecedented cross-country migration by the Crips, and later the Bloods, which would spread crack from South Central to other black neighborhoods across the United States. And it was the start of Ross's expansion from a large regional drug trafficking network to what the L.A. Times would later call a coast-to-coast conglomerate that sold more than 500,000 nuggets of the drug every day. One L.A. narcotics detective would describe it as a cartel. South Central ground zero of the crack explosion would never be the same again. Like night follows day, crack brought a host of attendant plagues, a flood of automatic weapons, rock houses, motorized police battering rams, drive-by shootings, and pitched gun battles. At the same time, the Reagan administration began snipping away at the fragile social support services that had made life in the inner cities livable, if not luxurious. A commission examining the causes of the 1992 riots in South Central named crack as one of the contributing factors. The drug was the beginning of the end for many struggling inner-city neighborhoods in the 1980s. They changed from places where generations had raised families in relative safety to free fire zones where children could be mown down as easily as if they were walking the streets of Beirut. With rocks hitting the streets hard, and the money that was generated. About 84 or 85, guns hit the streets hard. Around 86, 87, it was on. You name it, you could get it. Libo, an East Side Crip, told authors Yusufia and sister Shakia. You didn't hear that much about 9mm, M16s, M14s, and ACs unless you were hooked up and was high on the echelon, but after 1986 they were available to anybody. Here again, Danilo Blandin was a trendsetter. Blandin began selling high-powered weapons to Ross and his friends in 1984, courtesy of his spooky associate, Ronald J. Lister, the ex-cop. We started handling more and more money, and then the first gun that I ever had, Danilo gave it to me for free, Ross said. He just came by the house and said, "I've got a present for you." It was a .22 pistol. I think it was a 15-shot, with a silencer on it. He started selling us guns after that. Everybody that worked with me, everybody bought a gun from him. Blandon had access to every imaginable firearm, he said. I mean, he sold what is called a street sweeper, the Thompsons, he sold those. I think he sold those for like $3,000 a piece. It's a fully automatic that you see like in the movies, you know, in the old gangster movies, Ross said. He sold Uzis, he sold pistols, brand new pistols, .38, .357, any kind of pistol that you wanted. Any kind of gun that you wanted, he got it for you. Ross, who bought a silver-plated Uzi submachine gun, said his partner, Ollie Newell, became one of Blandon's biggest arms customers and soon had enough firepower to equip a platoon. One of his prized possessions was a tripod-mounted .50 caliber machine gun, which can down small planes. Like, I started buying houses, right? Well, Ollie started buying guns. He'd buy anything Danilo would walk through the door with. We had our own little arsenal. One time, he tells me Danilo was gonna get him a grenade launcher. I said, man, what the fuck do we need with a grenade launcher? He and his fellow dealers, Ross said, bought more than 100 guns from Blandon. He sold so many to other dealers and friends that, by 1987, the LA police would list weapons sales as among Ross's various enterprises. Blandon denies selling Ross that many weapons, but he did admit selling him a .22 pistol, an Uzi machine pistol, and an Armalite AR-15 assault rifle, the civilian version of the military's M16. The AR-15 was a weapon the Contras bought by the thousands. Blandon owned one himself. Blandon described his weapon sales as nothing more than a convenience for Ross and insisted he was no arms dealer. I don't sell guns, okay. I sold that gun because he ordered them from me because I knew the people who sell the guns. He said he never used weapons in his business and tried to pass that practice along to Ross. So how was it that Danilo Blandon, a drug dealer, knew arms merchants? Because I was in the Contra Revolution, he replied. The guns sold to the crack dealers, Blandon explained, came from Ron Lister and his associate William Lee Downing, through their security business in high-class Laguna Beach. Lister admitted to the CIA that he began acquiring weapons for Blandon between 1982 and 1983, some of which Blandon claimed were going to my friends down south. Lister said he sold Blandon 1 or 2 guns a week, assorted handguns, semi-automatic Uzi machine pistols, KG-99 Tech 9 machine pistols, and possibly semi-automatic AK-47s. He also admitted purchasing a small number of commercially available, off-the-shelf night vision devices for Blandon. Lister says he does not know what Blandon did with the devices. Blandon told CIA inspectors that Lister had access to such a wide variety of weapons that, in 1983 or 1984, he arranged for him to give a sales presentation to the leadership of the Contras. Blandon recalls that, in addition to the usual attendees, several top Contra leaders were also in attendance, including Eden Pastora, Adolfo Chamorro, and Mariano Montielgra. Blandon also says Ivan Torres was present, the CIA report stated. Mariano Montielgra, a CIA-trained Contra pilot, was implicated in a scheme to haul drugs for the Contras but never charged. Ivan Torres was a drug-dealing subordinate of Blandon, identified in DIA records as having political connections to the FDN. Blandon said the attendees showed no interest in Lister's offer and Blandon received the impression that the military arms of the Contras was already being supplied by CIA or another U.S. government agency, the CIA reported. During a 1996 court case, Blandon was asked if he went to Lister's security company and bought weapons off the rack. No, he brought them to me. Brought them to you? Uh-huh. Where? To my house. What did you do, call him up and order some? No sir. He'd shown me that, and he told me that. And I offered them like a salesman, you know? Ross ordered and I sold it? So you were doing another one of your brokerage things? Yes. Sir, this business that you were in is not like selling paper to offices, is it? Excuse me, Blandon huffed. In those times you can buy a gun from the gun shop and you can sell it to anybody, okay. But you sold Uzis. Those guns, Blandon said calmly, they weren't stolen. The security business that provided Blandon the weapons was Mundy Security Group Incorporated, which Lister incorporated in Laguna Beach in mid-1983. Lister, an attorney named Maurice Green, another attorney named Gary Shapiro, and his reserve police officer buddy, Christopher W. Moore, were named as directors and officers. A business card found in a drug raid 3 years later identified Blandon as a vice president of that company. Moore said the goings-on at Mundy Security Group's offices were enough to scare anyone. Director Maurice Green, he said, was a self-proclaimed legal genius with a severe drug and alcohol problem. He had a special wall constructed behind his desk that was hollow, Moore said, so he could kick through the paneling and run out of the building in case he needed to beat a hasty retreat. I walked by his office one day and he was sitting at his desk looking down the barrel of a gun, Moore recalled. I went into Ron's office and said, "Hey Ron, you know Maurice is sitting in there playing with a gun." He just laughed about it. Once, Director Gary Shapiro said, the office was besieged by a mob of angry doctors who were screaming and yelling about how Maurice had screwed up with their money. Lister was so wary of Green that he secretly videotaped him, Shapiro said. Green was prosecuted and disbarred in 1987 for forging prescriptions to obtain narcotics. In 1992 he was sentenced to 2 years in prison for grand theft and practicing law without a license. Aside from a few burglar alarm installations, Moore said, the only other business that he knew Mundy Security Group was involved in was an attempt to market a laser sighting device for AR-15 assault rifles. Lister's partner, Bill Downing, was designing that gizmo, which used a tiny laser beam to put a small red dot on the target perfect for killing people at night. According to a 1996 report from the U.S. Customs Service, Mundy Security Group was licensed with the U.S. State Department in 1983 to export U.S. munitions list items to other countries. This firm received 3 DSP-73S temporary export licenses to export laser components and spare parts to various countries, the Customs report stated. Unfortunately, the database here at the Department of State does not contain abundant information on registration/licenses that old, so I am unable to provide. More specifics on the types of equipment and countries exported to. Blandon also did a brisk business selling electronics equipment to other cocaine dealers, he said. He sold walkie-talkies to Ross and his crew, who used them to keep in touch during cocaine and money pickups. He sold pagers, police scanners, voice scramblers, cellular phones, and anti-eavesdropping equipment to the dopers. I could sell to all the people that was in the coke business, he said. Again, Ronald Lister procured that equipment for him. Blandon said Ross used to live in an apartment beside the freeway, you see, in San Pedro Freeway in LA. It was an apartment by Florence, if I remember, by the freeway. So I get him Ross a scanner, telephone security, you know, when you put the thing in the telephone and you can get on another phone and talk to him and nobody will listen. Ross said his crew carried the police scanners in their cars while out on drug deliveries, eavesdropping on the conversations between the patrol cars in the neighborhood. They also used one in the counting house when there were large sums of money on hand. During one 1987 raid, some of their equipment fell into the hands of the LA County Sheriff's Office, and the cops were suitably impressed. They've got electronic police detection systems, sophisticated weapons, better equipment than we have, Sergeant Robert Sobel complained to a reporter. Sobel and his team had raided Ross's Big Palace of Wheels, a well-stocked but curiously customer-free auto parts store that was one of his many front corporations, and they also hit an apartment belonging to one of Ross's dealers. At the store, Sobel said, we found handheld, programmable 800 MHz radios which are better than our radios, which they use in their counter-surveillance thing, when they communicated with one another when they transported cocaine. The apartment coughed up several sophisticated firearms, including an Israeli .357 automatic pistol with a laser-type sighting device, which facilitates its use during darkness, according to the affidavit of one of Sobel's partners. The search also found Teflon-coated bullets, commonly known as cop killers because they can easily pierce an officer's bulletproof vest. In an L.A. Police Department summary of searches at locations associated with Ross, Deputy Chief Glenn Levant wrote that numerous 9mm Uzis were seized, along with an AK-47 assault rifle, a fully automatic MAC-11 machine gun, a fully automatic machine gun complete with silencer, and state-of-the-art handguns, rifles, and shotguns. Eventually Ronald Lister's skills in procuring such high-tech marvels brought him to the attention of the FBI. On April 3, 1985, two FBI agents, Richard Smith and David Cook, came knocking on the door of Lister's well-tended home in Mission Viejo. They had a grand jury subpoena to deliver and a statement to take. They hammered on who I might know in East Bloc countries. "Sees a spy situation," Lister wrote after they left. He confirmed to police in 1996 that he had been the subject of a grand jury investigation on my relationship with Soviet agents. Crazy, huh? Lister went on to say that he had sold an FBI scrambler system to somebody overseas and the FBI had investigated only to find out that the equipment was declassified and available on the open market. But FBI agent Smith, now retired, remembered things a little differently. He told the police that he had received information that Lister was attempting to sell classified electronic equipment to Soviet KGB agents. They conducted an investigation, which included a sting operation in which FBI agents posed as KGB agents. He said Lister was attempting activities which were completely illegal and clearly in violation of United States national security. Lister's former chief, Neil Purcell, confirmed that the FBI had Lister under investigation but recalled that the gear involved high-tech camera equipment. "They came down to see me. They were absolutely convinced he was selling this stuff to the Russians and tried to get background on the guy, and after I listened to them, I said, pardon me for laughing, but he's taking you guys for a ride, believe me. And they said, we've got photographs, and they showed me photographs of him meeting in San Francisco and New York with the Russians and at the embassy in Washington on and on." Purcell said the FBI discovered that Lister was bullshitting the Russians, charging them 4 and 5 times what he paid for it. "The kind of thing that's really laughable about this is the Russians think they've really got something and they could have gone to the camera store themselves and bought it." Former agent Smith claimed that Lister was never prosecuted because he turned out to be full of hot air and was determined to be incapable of producing the equipment which he was attempting to sell to the KGB. Lister's lack of present capability to commit the crime made prosecution impractical. But Smith acknowledged that the assistant U.S. attorney who handled the case felt, however, that Lister's activities were serious enough to warrant a grand jury hearing. Lister admitted to LA police that he had been called before the grand jury and questioned about his activities. When the police asked him about the nature of the equipment involved, he said, "I can't get into that stuff with you guys." Lister was never indicted and told police he was unclear as to the outcome of the grand jury investigation. "That's all classified," incidentally, Lister told them. When the detectives asked him why the information would be classified, Lister said, "I can't answer that for you." If the LA detectives were as skeptical of Lister's cloak and dagger work as ex-FBI agent Smith and former Chief Purcell seemed to be, they must have gotten quite a jolt when they called the FBI to ask for a copy of their old files on the Lister investigation. Special Agent Tim Bazik stated that the FBI reports and the transcripts of Lister's grand jury testimony were protected by the National Security Act, Detective Axel Anderson wrote on November 20, 1996. At Bazik's suggestion I called Joel Levin, chief of the criminal division of the San Francisco office of the United States Attorney. Mr. Levin researched the issue and confirmed the necessity of a court order. They got similar reactions when they checked on Lister's background with the Maywood Police Department and the Laguna Beach Police Department, his old employers. The personnel jacket for Ronald J. Lister has been sealed by the city of Maywood, they reported in November 1996. In Laguna Beach they learned that the actual personnel files related to Ronald Lister no longer existed. All the information and documents in the Lister file had been purged, with the exception of the original employment application. The FBI never turned over the documents, and the LA detectives were unable to determine why the files of a decade-old investigation of a dope-dealing arms merchant with an allegedly overactive imagination would still be a matter of national security. A significant clue, however, can be found in some documents seized during a 1986 narcotics raid on Lister's house. One of the many curious items the police carted away that day was a 10-page, handwritten document that details weapons and equipment deals by Lister. Lister admitted to the police that he had written the document in preparation for his 1985 grand jury appearance. The notes chronicled a series of meetings with a customer named Yvonne at the Fairmont Hotel in San Jose, California. Yvonne was uninterested in Lister's scramblers, the notes said, but asked Lister to procure some Vero night vision equipment. The notes also told of Lister visiting the Russian embassy in Washington, D.C. After jotting down a description of the April 1985 visit from FBI agents Smith and Cook, Lister wrote down a list of 7 names. Lister said he gave the above names to the FBI agents Rich Smith and Dave Cook, the police detectives wrote in their 1996 report. He said the names came up in his business for some reason and he wanted to have the names in writing when he went before the grand jury. Lister said the people listed were only business people. The last 2 names on the list were Roberto D'Aubuisson, the right-wing Salvadoran death squad leader whom the CIA later acknowledged to be a drug and weapons trafficker, and Ray Pranz, the former head of the Salvadoran Christian Democratic Party, which received substantial CIA financial assistance during the 1980s. The detectives didn't ask why Lister would be having business dealings with CIA-linked Salvadoran politicians, or what the nature of that business was. But the most intriguing name on Lister's list was at the very top of it, Bill Nelson. Lister said that Bill Nelson was an ASIS member, which he said stands for the American Society of Industrial Security. Lister said that Nelson was the security director for the Fleur-Sic Corporation, the detective's report said. William Earl Nelson was far more than that, but Lister didn't elaborate, and the detectives didn't push him. Had they done so, they might have gotten a better idea about why the FBI's files on Lister would still be classified 11 years later. Before becoming Fluor Corporation's vice president for security and administration, Bill Nelson had been the CIA's deputy director of operations, the head spook, the man in charge of all CIA-covered operations around the world from 1973 to 1976. A Fluor spokeswoman initially denied to journalist Nick Sko that Nelson had been affiliated with Fluor until Sko confronted her with documentary evidence of his employment there. Only then did she admit it, saying Nelson had worked at Fluor from 1977 to 1985. A former CIA officer, John Vandwerker, confirmed to Sko that Nelson and Lister knew each other. Apparently, when Lister was running out to Fluor's headquarters in 1982 and 1983, it was Bill Nelson with whom he was meeting Ron's big CIA contact, as Lister's former office director, Chris Moore, described him. They didn't get much bigger than Nelson, a protege of former CIA Director William Colby. A native of New York, Nelson had been a CIA officer since 1948, serving under a variety of military and State Department covers, mostly in the Far East. Japanese newspapers exposed him as CIA after they learned he was asking travelers to the Soviet Union to literally dig up dirt around Russian missile bases. As head of covert operations, Nelson oversaw the CIA's controversial destabilization program in Chile, which resulted in the overthrow and murder of Chile's elected president, Socialist Salvador Allende. Later, Nelson commanded Operation Feature, a covert plan to place a friendly group in power in Angola after the former African colony was granted independence from Portugal in 1975. He was named as a defendant in a civil suit filed by the widow of an American mercenary the CIA recruited to fight in Angola in 1976. The widow claimed the CIA misled her husband about the hopelessness of his mission and then engaged in a smear campaign to distance itself from him when he turned up dead. The suit was eventually dismissed. Nelson's operation feature bore many similarities to the Contra project, particularly in terms of how the CIA's proxy army received its weapons. That could explain why Lister, who has admitted dealing arms in Latin America, was meeting with Nelson. In both operations, arms and equipment for the CIA's secret armies were laundered through the armies of neighboring countries friendly to the United States in order to disguise their origins and preserve deniability for the CIA. In the Angolan conflict, the countries of Zaire and South Africa were used. Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador fronted arms shipments for the Contras. In both cases, the CIA turned to the People's Republic of China to supply additional weaponry and missiles to its chosen fighters. Evidence of Lister's involvement in sophisticated international arms transactions was found in the notes Lister made, naming Nelson and the Salvadoran politicians. Lister had drawn a flow chart containing boxes labeled Swiss Bank, U.S. State Department, H.K., X country, and Factory USA. Strange acronyms and abbreviations were jotted alongside each box. When the L.A. County Sheriff's Office sent Lister's flowchart to the U.S. Customs Service for analysis in 1996, Customs said it appeared to diagram a scheme to illegally divert American-made weapons to a third party, using fraudulent end-user certifications, EUCs, from another country to conceal the true identity of the weapons recipients. EUCs are sworn declarations in which the government buying the weapons certifies that it really did order them. It is supposed to provide the U.S. government with some assurance that American-made weapons aren't ending up in the hands of terrorists or communist guerrillas. When Oliver North began supplying arms for the Contras after the CIA funding cut off, he frequently used phony EUCs from the Guatemalan and Honduran governments to divert weapons to the Contras, records show. The Contras can't buy weapons on the international arms market. Only countries can buy weapons, and certain countries can't buy weapons if they're embargoed or if they're embroiled in a political confrontation, explained former CIA official Alan Fears, who ran the Contra program for several years. So what happens is an arms broker will get an intermediary country to issue false end-user certificates. There is generally some consideration involved and the end-user certificate is issued, but the arms are either not shipped to the country that issued the certificate or are transshipped through that country onto a disguised end-user, in this case, the Contras. That was precisely what the flowchart seized from Lister's house illustrated, according to the U.S. Customs Service arms expert who analyzed the document. Were this transaction taking place today, Senior Special Agent James P. McShane wrote, I would assume that there was to be a weapons diversion to either Iran or the People's Republic of China, neither of which can get licenses for exported munitions. Just what the CIA's former boss of covert operations, who by most accounts was an upright individual, could possibly have had to discuss with an admitted cocaine trafficker, drug addict, and gun runner like Ronald Lister is hard to fathom, and the exact nature of their relationship is likely never to be known. In April 1995, racked with pneumonia, Nelson died of respiratory failure in an Orange County convalescent hospital at the age of 74. But it is conceivable that their connection had something to do with the Contras and weapons. At the same time that he was reportedly meeting with Nelson, Lister was also advising the Contras on security matters and peddling arms. Other documents seized from Lister in the 1986 raid lend support to this idea. According to the Justice Department, Lister's monthly calendars for 1985 contained frequent references to the Contras, notations reading SF Contras, LA Contras, D Contra, and at least one reference to the Defense Intelligence Agency, which was known to be involved in supplying military hardware to the Nicaraguan rebels. Agents seized two long lists of weapons with the names of pastries next to them, which Lister explained were code sheets he and Blandon used when they discussed weaponry over the phone. They also found a handwritten note bearing the names of several CIA operatives working with Eden Pastora's Arte Contra group in Costa Rica. The documents seized from Lister in 1986 largely corroborate his account of his relationship with Blandin and the Contras, the Justice Department concluded in 1997. 11. They were looking in the other direction and Orwin Menezes was in a suspicious mood. He sat stiffly on a wooden bench and parried with two journalists who had come to question him about his relationship with the Contras some 15 years earlier. It was January 1996. Menezes had been locked up in the primitive Tipitapa prison outside Managua for 5 years, but he had none of the fluorescent tube pallor that men in American prisons have after such long periods of confinement. The drug lord was tanned, comfortably dressed. He had adapted well to his surroundings. Or, perhaps more accurately, the old Guardia prison where FDN founder Ricardo Lau once held court as warden and chief torturer had adapted itself to him. Menezes strolled freely through the grounds, and the guards looked respectfully at their shoes and murmured "Señor" when Menezes and his entourage passed by. His cell door was closed only when he wanted it that way. His sandals slapping loudly through the high-ceilinged halls, he had led the reporters to a breezy and secluded corridor that looked out on the prison's bright courtyard. A young dark-skinned inmate who seemed to take directions from Menezes stood by a tree outside, observing intently. Just getting this far had been a chore for Menezes's visitors, a process as protocol-driven as arranging an audience with a potentate. They had been run through a screening process of Menezes's own devising, one that had nothing to do with the Nicaraguan penal system or its security concerns. The prison warden admitted that he had no say. He simply signed the passes and opened the gates when Menezes told him to. First, Norwin's wives, Maritza and Blanca Margarita, had to approve. Then their attorneys needed to be personally satisfied. Then Norwin's attorneys, all three of them, had to sign off. And he wanted letters from them proving it. The DIA and the CIA also got involved. "I'll be right up front with you," said DIA Public Affairs Chief James McGivensey, after reviewing Menezes's intelligence files in Washington, D.C. "I've already talked to the CIA people, because obviously there's some implications in some of the things I've seen that he may have been, or at least he represented himself to be, and frankly, the CIA says, hey, you know, that's fine. If he wants to talk to the reporter, he can tell them whatever he wants." Their thinking on it was, "We've been through this before," and they didn't think they had anything to hide on it. Nor did the DIA, McGivney assured the reporter, though no one had suggested otherwise about either agency. The DIA was even willing to set up the interview, McGivney said. "I think I could probably represent to you that we might be able to facilitate any meeting you have with Menezes, in arranging it," he said carefully. "I can represent that I can go out and try to facilitate an interview with Menezes. And what he ends up saying, who knows? I'm willing to let the chips fall where they may. That's the kind of confidence I've got that." That the DIA back in the 1980s had no problems in those areas. But the D's help came with a price, a quid pro quo, as McGivney put it. In exchange, the DIA wanted the reporters to leave something out of their story, Danilo Blandin's relationship with the DIA. The reporters arranged the interview themselves. Even after they jumped through all of his hoops, though, Menezes gave nothing away for free. Every suggestion of criminal conduct was protested as a calamitous slur by a foolish detective or communist. But when he was confronted by hard evidence such as a photograph or his own words, he would shrug, smile, and admit it. As the minutes stretched into hours, Menezes became relaxed and expansive but never let his guard down. Every so often, he would tell an obvious lie, just to see if his audience was paying attention. He denied having any connection to the Contras, a falsehood he immediately retracted when confronted with a photograph of himself standing with FDN Commander Adolfo Calero. Or he would casually drop a bombshell like mentioning Ronald Lister's name unbidden to see how it resonated, doing his own soundings to test which paths the journalists had taken before arriving in his presence. He laughed heartily only once during the afternoon, when he was reading an interview U.S. authorities had done with his old associates, Jacinto and Edgar Torres, who later became informants for a variety of police agencies. In May of 1992 the FBI, the DEA, the IRS, and the LAPD sat the trees down in the U.S. Attorney's office in Los Angeles and grilled them about Menezes and Danilo Blandin. Menezes was asked to read the Torres' statement and point out areas where he disagreed. He rested a forefinger on his lips, and his eyes darted across the 4-page FBI report. He nodded occasionally, pursed his lips angrily once, and then let out what could best be described as a guffaw. Holding the document open to the second page, he pointed to the second paragraph. Torres estimated that between 1980 and 1991 Blandin moved over 5,000 kilograms of cocaine. It would be more accurate if you multiplied that by 10, Blandin's longtime supplier smiled. 50,000 kilos. 55 tons of cocaine? Easily, he said. And not without a little pride. Menezes's figures are impossible to verify, but as he was Blandin's supplier for many years, no one is in a better position to know. The DEA estimated Blandin imported between 18,000 and 27,000 kilos between 1982 and 1990, amassing millions of dollars, and the Torres brothers later boosted their own estimates dramatically. According to a 1996 L.A. County Sheriff's Office report, the brothers told police they heard that Blandin sold 10,000 kilos of cocaine, mostly in south-central Los Angeles and the San Francisco Bay Area during a 2-year span in the mid-1980s. At Ricky Ross's conversion rate, that's enough cocaine to make 30 million doses of crack. Danilo Blandin was the biggest dealer in the Los Angeles area for about 2 years, the Torres brothers concluded. U.S. government officials were even more generous in their appraisals. Mr. Blandin was considered to be probably the largest Nicaraguan cocaine dealer in the United States, is that correct? Assistant U.S. Attorney L.J. Onkel asked Blandin's DEA case agent, Charles Jones, during a 1995 federal grand jury hearing in San Diego. I believe so, sir, Jones testified. Both men had reason to know. O'Neill had been monitoring the activities of Blandin and his associates since the 1980s. Jones had been watching him since at least the early 1990s, and would describe Blandin in a sworn statement in 1992 as a multi-ton dealer. Becoming the biggest dealer in the biggest cocaine market in the United States in less than 4 years is no small testament to Blandin's sales and marketing skills. But what makes his rise to the top even more remarkable is the fact that his friend, mentor, and cocaine supplier, Norwin Menezes, was working for the DEA toward the end of Blandin's ascendancy. After the arrests of his nephew Jairo and Renato Pina in late 1984, the drug lord quickly wound up his affairs in San Francisco, selling his gray Jag, his used car lot, and his Mission District office building, and moving his base of operations to his beachfront ranch in Costa Rica. I went to Costa Rica to see him right after he moved and I spent about 6 months on his ranch down there, said John Lacombe, a Bay Area friend of Menezes and his nephews. He would take us into town, take us to the clubs, get us some girls. I got a great picture of him while I was there. He's standing next to one of his cows and he's wearing this black baseball hat with a picture of a clock on it that says, "It's party time." Menezes was no stranger to Costa Rica, a picturesque and normally placid little democracy on Nicaragua's southern border. Like Somoza, Blandin, and other wealthy Nicaraguans, Menezes had had a home there since before the Sandinista takeover. Menezes owned not one house but several, and large ranches in northern Costa Rica, near the war zone. The L.A. Times, citing an unnamed source, reported that beginning in November 1982 Menezes was spending much of his time in Costa Rica and commuting back to San Francisco. He also had important friends in Costa Rica. Norwin receives political protection from Jose Marti Figueres, the son of former Costa Rican President Jose Pepe Figueres, an informant told DEA agents in 1984. Jose Marti Figueres, the older brother of Costa Rica's current president, was accused in 1995 of swindling the Costa Rican state lottery of $6 million. He was also implicated in the 1970s with fugitive financier Robert Vesco in a scheme to profit from the nationalization of Costa Rica's gasoline distributors. Who Norwin Menezes was and what he did for a living was no mystery to Costa Rican police officials, or the American DEA agents assigned there. The DEA was first informed of Menezes' Costa Rican drug operations in February 1984, when a confidential informant was debriefed at the U.S. Embassy in San Jose and reported that Menezes was in charge of a major cocaine trafficking ring. 6 months later, the DEA learned that a small cocaine shipment destined for Menezes had been seized at the international airport in San Jose by the Costa Rican police. Costa Rican authorities knew him as one of the most important traffickers of drugs, as much in the Nicaragua of Somoza, as at the moment in Costa Rica. That 1985 report from an OIJ investigation stated, he was one of the first economic supports of the FDN in Costa Rica. There are rumors that he works as an informant for the DEA. It was more than rumor, it was true. And the DEA may not have been the only U.S. government agency in Costa Rica to have availed itself of the drug kingpin's services. To hear the DEA tell it, Menezes simply walked into the U.S. Embassy in Costa Rica one day in July 1986, unsolicited, and announced to the assembled agents that he had come to enlist in the Reagan administration's war on drugs. DEA agent Sandalio Gonzalez was on hand to faithfully record the official reasons behind the kingpin's life-altering decision: a. His desire to clear up a minor problem he has with the IRS, b. His decision to totally terminate his involvement in drug trafficking activities, and c. His desire to help the present U.S. administration's fight against drugs, in view of President Reagan's total commitment to free his native land, Nicaragua. If Menezes wanted to help the Reagan administration, he'd come to the right place. The U.S. Embassy in San Jose, Costa Rica, was the nerve center for all of the administration's covert operations on the so-called Southern Front of the Contra War, and these included a number of illegal CIA ventures that would later be exposed during the Iran-Contra scandal. The American ambassador, Louis Tams, was taking orders directly from Oliver North, and the CIA's Costa Rican station chief, Joseph Fernandez, was so heavily involved with illegal Contra operations that he would be fired and indicted for his participation. But there are several reasons to doubt Agent Gonzalez's stirring account of Menezes' redemption. First, it is likely that the drug lord was already working for the DEA before that report was written, snooping around in a murder case tinged with CIA overtones. In an interview, Menezes said he had helped the DEA gather intelligence on the February 1985 torture murder of DEA agent Enrique Kiki Camarena in Mexico, whose demise at the hands of Mexican traffickers made him a hero to many narcotics agents. Menezes claims he provided information that helped U.S. authorities capture one of the Mexican drug lords involved, Rafael Caro Quincro, at a mansion outside San Jose, Costa Rica, in April 1985. That claim could not be corroborated, but Gonzalez's report does note that Menezes had helped the DEA in the past. Menezes said he also met with the DEA's Costa Rican attaché, Robert J. Nieves, in late 1985, again concerning the Camarena case. Menezes described Nieves as desperate for information Norwin supposedly had on the crime. Nieves refused to discuss Menezes, or anything else. Not coincidentally, the issue of the Contras and drugs flared up during some of the 1991-92 criminal trials of Camarena's alleged killers. A longtime CIA operative in Mexico, Lawrence Victor Harrison, testified that the CIA was then collaborating with the Mexican intelligence service and cartel bosses who were providing money, arms, and training facilities for the Contras in exchange for the CIA's protection of their drug enterprises. Both Harrison and his DEA overseer, Elector Barrales, who headed an investigation into Camarena's murder, believe the agent was killed because his investigations into some protected marijuana plantations threatened to disrupt or expose this marriage of convenience. Based on his investigation, which discovered the audio tapes his killers made during their torture sessions, Barrales recommended that a federal grand jury be convened to examine the CIA's knowledge of Camarena's murder. Soon afterwards, Barrales, one of the D's most decorated agents, was transferred to Washington and given a do-nothing desk job until his retirement. Exactly what services Norwin Menezes was performing for the DEA during those years in Costa Rica is hard to know because few records were kept of his activities. When the Justice Department's Inspector General checked the files in 1997, he found vague and sometimes wildly misleading accusations Menezes had made against other traffickers, such as the ridiculous claim that Danilo Blandon, who'd helped Norwin start the FDN offices in California, was a Sandinista sympathizer. Even more suspicious is the fact that the DEA made no official record for at least a year that Menezes was one of its informants. The drug kingpin's name didn't show up in the DEA's database of informers until 1987. Costa Rican DEA agent Gonzalez explained this oddity to Justice Department investigators by saying that the trafficker initially refused to sign DEA's informant registration. Gonzalez admitted this was unusual but said he allowed it because of Menezes' background and potential to make cases. In truth, it was because Menezes was wanted by the FBI in San Francisco for trafficking and, as we shall see, the DEA was protecting him. Another result of this unusual arrangement, the Inspector General observed, was that other DEA offices could not get information on MCNCSC's use by the DEA through this database. In other words, one of the biggest and richest cocaine traffickers in all of Latin America became an exclusive, off-the-books, protected informant for a tiny DEA office in Costa Rica, a country with few known drug problems then during the time the Reagan administration was desperately seeking to replace the CIA money the Costa Rican Contras had lost. Within the administration there was no doubt that the resistance would continue to be supported, Oliver North wrote of those times in his memoirs. The only question was how. One idea North had in 1984, records show, was to use drug money. At a top-level meeting with DEA officials in Washington, North shocked the room into silence by suggesting that $1.5 million in cocaine cash the DEA planned to seize from the Medellin cartel should be turned over to the Contras. The DEA says it declined North's suggestion. Subsequently, a White House leak blew the operation, and several DEA officials believed North was responsible, something he has denied. With the assistance of former securities lawyer and then CIA Director William Casey, Oliver North created an elaborate network of offshore bank accounts to conceal the source of the money that was to sustain the Contras through the congressional funding cutoff. North wrote that Casey didn't want the Contras' unofficial funds coming into U.S. banks because of fears that Treasury agents on the lookout for drug money would grow suspicious of the large sums of cash that would soon be arriving in those accounts. Roger Mayorga, the former chief of criminal investigations for the Nicaraguan National Police, believes Menezes was actually working for the CIA in Costa Rica, using his role as a DEA informant as a cover for his real tasks. They used Menezes in Costa Rica basically for money laundering operations, said Mayorga, a former Sandinista intelligence officer who monitored Menezes for years. He was really in the background. There is some circumstantial evidence to buttress this claim. At the time, Norwin's brother, Jamie Sr., owned a large money-changing business in San Jose. Norwin also had a couple of legitimate business fronts that were also useful for laundering cash, including a restaurant across the street from the U.S. Embassy, a gambling club, and a bean processing factory. His partner in the latter concern was FDN Director Aristides Sanchez's playboy brother, Troilo, a former CIA pilot fingered in 1982 as a supplier to Menezes' operations in San Francisco. The idea of the DEA and CIA swapping agents and providing cover for each other is not hard to believe. The agencies had adjoining offices in the U.S. Embassy in San Jose. DKA agents assigned to Costa Rica in the 1980s told the Justice Department of having an amicable relationship with the CIA Costa Rica station personnel, and DEA agent Gonzalez, in fact, kept the CIA supplied with intelligence on arms smuggling by leftist guerrillas in El Salvador. Despite the amicability of their working relationship with the CIA, the DEA agents told of taking great pains to hide it from the Costa Rican police, but didn't say why that was necessary. Whatever it was the DEA and CIA were collaborating so happily upon, one thing is crystal clear: it couldn't have had a thing to do with preventing Contra drug trafficking. The information the CIA gave the DIA was often too vague or general to be of use, DKA agents complained to the Justice Department's Inspector General. Indeed, neither of the two DIA country attaches in Costa Rica from 1980 to 1985 could recall any specific information about drug trafficking that the CIA station ever gave them. Not a single DIA agent could recall the CIA providing any information about Contras who might have been involved in narcotics trafficking, the report continued. There's no mystery to that. CIA personnel from the Costa Rica station do not recall giving any information about narcotics trafficking by Contras to the DIA. Despite all the official rhetoric from the Reagan administration about just saying no and cracking down on crack, CIA officers who served in Central America in the 1980s said they never felt a need to actually do anything about the drug trafficking that was swirling all around them. Narcotics was just not on the radar screen at the time, one CIA officer told the Inspector General's office. A former Central American CIA station chief agreed, saying that drugs were not something my agents were looking for in the 1980s. Unless, of course, the wrong people were selling them. One CIA officer and several other agency analysts note that, with respect to Nicaragua, the U.S. policy focus was on the Sandinista government's involvement in narcotics trafficking, not on that of the Contras, CIA Inspector General Fred Hitz wrote in 1998. The policymakers, one analyst asserts, really wanted to stick it to the Sandinistas on this subject. All of the Central American stations were seeking information that would link the Sandinistas to drug trafficking, a top CIA official told the Inspector General. The goal was to diminish the image of the Sandinistas. One Central American station chief remembered watching Langley's odd non-reaction to the first wave of Contra drug trafficking reports, which he said came fairly early into his assignment. He quickly realized which side of the drug war the CIA was on in Central America. What the CIA did or didn't do about drugs has to be considered in the context of DCI William Casey's overriding political objective, the station chief insisted. The CIA contingent running the Contra project had one overriding priority, to oust the Sandinista government. Consequently, the CIA assigned a low priority to collecting intelligence concerning the Contras' alleged involvement in narcotics trafficking. Agency analysts had only a small number of reports on which to base their analysis. Even then, Hitz found, only a privileged few inside the agency were allowed to SEC them, because they were classified as sensitive memorandums and few had a clearance mighty enough to know such secrets. CIA's unspoken policy about Contra drug dealers, the station chief concluded, was that we were going to play with these guys. That was made clear by Casey and Dewey Claridge. A good example of this policy in action was the arrangement Norwin Menxes reached with the DIA to help the Reagan administration win the war against drugs and communism. Menxes' partner, Troilo Sanchez, told CIA inspectors that while Menezes was living in Costa Rica he was dealing cocaine for the Contras, an activity that seems starkly at odds with the usual functions of a DIA informant. Even Menezes' handler, DIA agent Sandy Gonzalez, suspected he was moving cocaine while turning in other dealers. According to Rafael Cornejo, one of Menezes' Bay Area distributors, Gonzalez's hunch was correct. Norwin's business expanded terrifically while he was spying for the DIA. Those were very big years in terms of well, the contraband, Cornejo said hesitantly. That's why I have a hard time believing Norwin was working with the feds. The FBI, however, had no problems believing it, and their thinking tracked with Roger Mayorgas, the former Sandinista intelligence officer. Menezes was being protected because he working for the CIA. In a remarkable 1988 cable to FBI headquarters in Washington, San Francisco FBI agent Donald Hale wrote, "It became apparent to the FBI that Norwin Menezes was, and may still be, an informant of the DIA. It is also believed by the FBI, SF, that Norwin Menezes was, and may still be, an informant for the Central Intelligence Agency." The CIA, of course, denies it, and Hale, who pursued Menezes for years, is now dead. The Justice Department says the agent based his belief on the fact that Menezes told friends his CIA work made him immune from prosecution. Whatever its source, Menezes obviously had some kind of protection while operating in Costa Rica. By 1984 his drug dealing there was well known to the CIA, the DEA, and the Costa Rican OIJ. Yet in all the years he lived there, he was neither arrested nor expelled. There were some stories in the Costa Rican papers about me, planted by the communists, which said I was involved in drug trafficking, but nothing ever came of it, Menezes said dismissively. Perhaps the strongest indicator of MCNCSC's true function is the fact that soon after he waltzed into the DFA's office in San Jose, he was paired up with a veteran CIA operative who had freshly arrived from Europe. Like Norwin, the CIA man was in Costa Rica posing as an informant for the DEA. Agent Gonzalez told Justice Department inspectors in 1997 that Menezes' CIA sidekick, whom the drug lord introduced to others as Roberto, claimed to have worked for the CIA for many years before in Europe and the Soviet Union, and the CIA had then turned him over to the DEA. Why a CIA agent with a long background in Soviet affairs would suddenly surface in Costa Rica and be teamed up with a Latin American drug smuggler is not addressed in the declassified versions of the Justice Department Inspector General's report. The declassified CIA Inspector General's report never even mentions the mysterious agent, even though he would play a significant role in helping to keep Menezes out of the FBI's clutches. Later events would suggest that Menezes and Roberto weren't investigating drug trafficking at all, they were monitoring it. And the best evidence of that is the fact that the first drug ring Menezes and his spooky associate were assigned to investigate was Danilo Blandon's roaring crack enterprise in south-central Los Angeles. DEA agent Gonzalez told Justice Department inspectors that he planned to use Menezes only to introduce other informants into the Blandon organization, reportedly because he thought Menezes would be difficult to control. But how reuniting Norwin Menezes with Danilo Blandon, his old friend and former employee, and inserting a CIA agent into the mix, would help keep the drug kingpin under control is a question that, so far, has eluded explanation. Much of the information the DEA and CIA picked up about Menezes and Contra drug dealing in Costa Rica centered around Guanacaste province, an isolated northern area infested with Contra camps, rural landing strips, and easily bribed government and police officials. According to a special Costa Rican legislative commission, during 1984 and 1985 the area served as the headquarters for an organization made up of Panamanians, Colombians, Costa Ricans, and citizens of other nationalities who dedicated themselves to international cocaine trafficking, using Costa Rica as a bridge for the refueling of planes that came from Colombia. That drug ring, which was being run with the help of Panamanian dictator Manuel Noriega, worked closely with the Contras, the Legislative Commission found. Specifically, use was made of the same landing strips and the collaboration of the same Costa Rican authorities that had aided the Contras, the Commission's report stated, adding that Contra pilots provided the gasoline that was used for refueling the planes of the organization. Evidence produced during the DEA investigation of Manuel Noriega revealed that his drug trafficking ring loaded up planes with cocaine in Colombia, the planes refueled at Contra airstrips in northern Costa Rica before continuing to the United States and dumping their loads in Louisiana and Texas. Former Costa Rican government pilot Werner Lotz Octavio confirmed to a U.S. Senate subcommittee in 1988 that Noriega's pilots would fly up weapons for the Contras along with the drugs, leaving the guns behind in Costa Rica, before hitting two routes north, one through Mexico for the West Coast market, and the other through the Bahamas for the East Coast's coke buyers. The people who were flying in the weapons used and made contacts with certain people in Costa Rica to be able to use their airfields as a jump point to carry drugs for them, for refueling stops, Lotz testified. There was a charge, the allowing of the aircrafts to land, to drop the weapons, and to proceed with the drugs. Or to better explain, the landing fees, to put it this way, were paid with weapons. How was it possible for these drug planes to go in and out of the airstrips without being detected and without creating problems in Costa Rica? A Senate investigator asked Lotz. Very simple, sir. Costa Rica has got a very poor radar. So there was no radar to detect them. Wasn't there danger that they would be arrested on the ground? None, because it was previously arranged. All the landings were arranged. They were supported by the revolutionaries themselves, answered Lotz, who admitted to flying weapons and drugs for several years. Were there many police or rural guard people in that region? The investigator pressed. To be very clear with you, sir, our guard down there is barefooted, and you're talking 50 men to cover 400 kilometers maybe, Lotz explained. The head of the Costa Rican Rural Guard in Guanacaste province, Colonel Edwin Viales Rodriguez, was convicted in 1988 of providing security for those drug and weapons flights. He allegedly told a friend that he was doing it for the CIA and was paid between $20,000 and $30,000 a flight. While the barefoot Costa Rican Rural Guard may not have been able to keep up with such a well-oiled drug operation, the CIA and DIA couldn't use the same excuse. The number of American agents stationed in Costa Rica exploded during the Contra War years, and U.S. reconnaissance aircraft and spy satellites made routine overflights, photographing miles of northern Costa Rica for the Contra War effort and monitoring Sandinista troop movements and the rural airfields the Contras used for their supply flights. Yet in spite of all this cutting-edge technology, plus first-hand human intelligence from Norwin Menezes, the Americans proved surprisingly inept at catching drug dealers. Despite obvious and widespread trafficking through the war zones of northern Costa Rica, the subcommittee was unable to find a single case against a drug trafficker operating in those zones which was made on the basis of a tip or report by an official of a U.S. intelligence agency, a U.S. Senate subcommittee reported in 1988. This is despite an executive order requiring intelligence agencies to report trafficking to law enforcement officials and despite direct testimony that trafficking on the southern front was reported to CIA officials. Costa Rican law enforcement officials said in interviews that the contingent of DIA agents working from the U.S. Embassy in San Jose showed little interest in helping them probe reports of Contra drug trafficking. Jorge Chavarria, a former prosecutor who investigated several such cases in the 1980s for the Costa Rican OIJ, said he was convinced the DIA knew about the Contras and drugs. All these flights and pilots that were flying in and out with drugs could not have been ignored by the DIA. They were looking in the other direction. There is some evidence to substantiate that accusation. During a 1987 Senate subcommittee hearing, Senator John Kerry of Massachusetts told DIA Director Jack Lawn that the head of the DIA office in Costa Rica was interviewed by this committee and he told us that the infrastructure that was used to supply the Contras was used to smuggle drugs. This is your DIA officer in Costa Rica. Are you familiar with that report? No, sir, I am not, Lawn said. The DIA's position, said Lawn and aide David Westrate, was that there was no credible evidence to support such allegations. The DIA officer in Costa Rica who was questioned by Kerry's committee, Robert J. Nieves, was in a perfect position to know, however. According to Norwin Menezes, Nieves was his control agent, and would be throughout the remainder of the 1980s. Menezes' appearance in Costa Rica also coincides with a time when his drug network there had been suddenly rendered leaderless, accidentally disrupted by a Costa Rican police investigation. In May 1984 the OIJ raided the San Jose home of Menezes' business partners Troilo and Isanaquai Sanchez, whom they suspected of moving thousands of dollars worth of cocaine every month. According to newspaper reports, Sanchez's wife ran to the bedroom and tossed a package out the window containing nearly a pound of cocaine. One former Costa Rican Contra official, Leonardo Zaletin Rodriguez, told UPI in 1986 that Sanchez was caught in Costa Rica with pillows full of cocaine. Troilo is a brother-in-law of Adolfo Calero. Both Sanchez and his wife were arrested on trafficking charges, but the charges against his wife were dismissed. Troilo was acquitted after convincing the jury that he was an addict and the cocaine was for his own use. Nonetheless, the raid provided the Costa Rican authorities with the break they needed to land an even bigger fish in the Menezes organization. While searching Sanchez's house, the agents were interrupted by a banging on the front door. Opening it, they came face to face with a very surprised Horacio Pereira Lanuzalaba, the Menezes lieutenant who had been supplying cocaine to Carlos Cabezas and Julio Zavala in San Francisco and funneling the profits to the UDN-FARN Contra army of Fernando El Negro Chamorro. In August or September 1984, a recently declassified CIA cable shows, Menezes had approached Negro Chamorro and asked the Contra leader to help move drugs to the U.S. Neither Chamorro's nor the CIA's response to Menezes's overture was disclosed. Though Horacio Pereira's drug trafficking activities had been known to both the FBI and the U.S. Customs Service since 1982, those agencies apparently never bothered to inform the Costa Ricans that they had a major dealer in their midst. According to the Costa Rican paper La Nación, the OIJ agents had no idea who Pereira was the day he put in his unexpected guest appearance at Troilo Sanchez's house. Once they made his acquaintance, however, they were loath to let it end. In November 1984 they placed wiretaps on his phones and those of 2 associates. They quickly learned that Pereira was one of the biggest narco-traffickers to have operated from this country. La Nación reported the man behind nearly every major drug trafficking case in Costa Rica since 1981, with connections in Honduras, Colombia, San Andres, and the United States. As the OIJ agents listened in on Pereira's phone calls, they were stunned to find themselves eavesdropping on Costa Rican Contra commanders, who were discussing cocaine shipments, drug labs, weapons deliveries, and international politics with the cocaine dealer. Among those captured on the wiretaps were UDN-FARN Subcommander Edmundo Chamorro, Ernest Hidalgo Abuenza, UDN-FARN's logistics chief and the personal assistant to UDN-FARN Commander El Negro Chamorro, Guillermo Bolt, a CIA-trained Contra pilot who flew for Eden Pastora's Arde Contra group, and Sebastian Guachin Gonzalez, the man in charge of the Panamanian logistics for Arde and UDN-FARN. During one conversation, a caller mentioned that Gonzalez was building a cocaine processing lab in Panama, and hinted that he was kicking back $20 million a month to Panamanian authorities for the privilege of doing business there. The Pereira wiretaps were an intelligence bonanza for the Costa Rican police. Guachin Gonzalez was a wanted man at the time of his calls, having recently fled Costa Rica after he and UDN-FARN's logistics chief were caught with 600 grams of cocaine in a house in Guanacaste province. Gonzalez was overheard calling Pereira from his hideout in Panama, where he was living under the protection of Manuel Noriega, then head of the Panamanian military. A charismatic and intelligent smuggler, Gonzalez had worked for the CIA since 1983 as the Panamanian quartermaster for all the Costa Rican Contra armies, arranging supplies and deliveries from Noriega's armed forces. He was a personal friend of Manuel Noriega since high school years. His job was to manage the arms flights from Panama to the Arde forces in Costa Rica, Arde Commander Eden Pastora said. According to a 1998 CIA report, Norwin Menezes was known to be involved in the drug trafficking activities of Sebastian Gonzalez. A 1984 cable from the Costa Rican CIA station to CIA headquarters in Langley said Menezes and another trafficker, Tuto Munkel, were involved in drug trafficking with Sebastian Gonzalez Mendieta in Costa Rica. It was reported that Menezes owned a restaurant in which Gonzalez might have had a financial interest. According to the cable, Menezes, Gonzalez, and Munkel were well known as the Nicaraguan Mafia, dealing in drugs, weapons smuggling and laundering of counterfeit money. The Tuto Munkel mentioned in the CIA cable may be Augusto Munkel, a Contra supporter who was detained in Miami with Horacio Pereira for currency violations during the FBI's investigation of the Frogman case in 1982. In a 1990 interview with journalist Douglas Vaughn, Gonzalez said Horacio Pereira had offered him money to help finance a new Contra movement he started when he broke with Pastora in 1983, the M3. Horacio Pereira earlier had loaned money to Eden Pastora and he offered to help M3, but we rejected this because Norwin Menezes and Troilo Sanchez were involved in drugs, Gonzalez said. They were close to FDN founder Aristides Sanchez. Largely on the strength of the wiretaps, Horacio Pereira was convicted of drug trafficking in 1986 and sentenced to 12 years in jail, one of the harshest sentences a Costa Rican court had ever handed down for a drug crime. The verdict was significant enough to attract the attention of the CBS Evening News, which aired a brief report in June 1986 on Pereira's trial and the undercover tapes. The wiretapped phone calls show the drug dealers have ties to the highest level of Contra leadership in Costa Rica, CBS correspondent Mike O'Connor reported. Costa Rican narcotics officers say much more dope has been flowing through their country to the United States since the Contras began operating from here, and they don't believe it's a coincidence. Pereira never served a day of his sentence. He was released on bail and immediately disappeared. Menezes said his friend was chopped into tiny bits in Guatemala a few years later, when he became embroiled in a dispute over a drug debt. The Costa Rican government's indictments of Pereira, Joaquin Gonzalez, and Troilo Sanchez might have been expected to put a crimp in cocaine trafficking in that small nation. After all, Costa Rica's biggest dealer, Pereira, was out of business, Gonzalez was on the run, and their supplier, Norwin Menezes, was now working as an undercover informant for the DEA. But that wasn't the case. It was precisely in that period when the transshipment of weapons and drugs in our country grew, a Costa Rican legislative commission reported. Again, this growth can trace to a drug ring involving the Contras and the CIA. CIA records and the declassified testimony of former CIA officials who oversaw the Contra program in Costa Rica confirm that the intelligence agency began receiving reports of drug trafficking by Eden Pastora's Arte faction in late 1984. In a secret congressional hearing in April 1987, former CIA Costa Rican Station Chief Joseph Fernandez testified that there were certainly substantiated cases, and we can name names if you wish, of people in Pastora's coterie, of supporters and his lieutenants that did have connections with drug traffickers, and, in fact, he himself received funds from a person who was known to be affiliated with drug traffickers. Pastora admits all that, but says it was due entirely to the CIA. In an interview, the former Contra commander claimed he was the target of an elaborate CIA scheme to force him out of the war, a plot that involved the use of drug dealers working for the intelligence agency. This occurred, he said, after he refused CIA orders to unite his forces with the former National Guardsmen in the CIA's Northern Contra Army, the FDN, which was being run by Norwin Menezes' friends. The problem for the agency, Pastora said, was that many of his fighters refused U.S. government entreaties to desert him for the new Costa Rican Contra army the CIA was putting together, and they decided to fight on without the agency's assistance. The CIA had to get Pastora out of the way because it needed his veteran commanders and his men to run its new army. While it is tempting to dismiss Pastora's theory as the paranoid grumblings of an embittered and abandoned asset, a considerable amount of documentary evidence suggests he may be right. At one time, the CIA admits, the agency's relationship with Pastora was one of its most significant with the Contra leader. But after enduring years of anti-FDN rhetoric and unpredictable behavior, Langley began distancing itself from him in 1984 and ordered its agents to have no contact with him under any circumstances unless it is cloned for the purpose of manipulating him towards some objective clearly consistent with the policy in the region. One CIA policy objective became to replace the uncontrollable Pastora with someone the CIA could more readily rely on, the crowd of drug dealers and Bay of Pigs veterans working with Fernando El Negro Chamorro and UDN Farn. To get rid of him, Pastora claimed, Nicaraguan CIA assets approached him with offers of financial assistance, which he desperately needed after his CIA funding was cut off in May 1984. Pastora said he accepted their money and their supplies, not knowing that the men were drug traffickers. When it came time to dispose of him, Pastora said, the CIA leaked the information that he was getting help from drug dealers, both to drain his support in the United States and to make him the fall guy for the cocaine trafficking being done by the CIA's approved Contra armies, the FDN and UDN Farn, which was about to be exposed by the American press. Former CIA Station Chief Fernandez disputed Pastora's claims. We attempted to diminish his influence by showing other political leaders that he was an irresponsible person and so forth, but never did we ever use narcotics or even the rumor of narcotics trafficking or anything like that as a means of bringing about this diminishment, Fernandez testified. But recently released CIA files show his testimony was at best misleading. The CIA told everyone and his brother about it. The reporting tying Pastora and senior members of his group to drug smuggling operations in the United States was disseminated by CIA to a broad range of senior U.S. government intelligence and law enforcement officials, the CIA's Inspector General wrote. That move stands in vibrant contrast to the agency's modesty about the Legion of September 15's and UDN Farn's drug dealing. Predictably, the information dealt a death blow to Pastora's already shaky relationship with Washington. Further evidence of the CIA's role can be found in the backgrounds of the men who set up the drug deals that eventually ruined Pastora. They had long-standing ties to the CIA or Norwin Menezes, sometimes both. Two of them have since publicly admitted the CIA was aware of their drug dealing on behalf of Pastora's army and had, in fact, okayed it. Pastora's first offer of assistance came from Octaviano Caesar, the former social director of Menezes' VIP nightclub in Managua. The CIA now admits that he was one of its snoops. Agency officers met occasionally with Caesar, usually in the United States, to gather information and to promote unity among the Southern Front groups, the CIA Inspector General found. In March 1984, Caesar and two other Contra officials close to the CIA, Arde Logistics Chief Adolfo Popo Chamorro and Arde Air Force Commander Marcos Aguado, met with a major Colombian drug trafficker named George Morales at his offices in Fort Lauderdale and asked him to contribute to Pastora's army. During our conversation they told me they were CIA agents. Two of them said they were, Octaviano Caesar and Marcos Aguado, Morales said in 1986 congressional testimony. I knew that they belonged to the Central Intelligence Agency, and I also knew this through several pilots, who at the time worked for me and who had also been directly involved in operations with the Contras flying airplanes. Like Octaviano Caesar, Marcos Aguado was another old friend of Norwin Menezes. He was also a close associate of the CIA's man in northern Costa Rica, John Hull, who served as the agency's unofficial liaison to the Contras. Morales, the Colombian trafficker, had supplied a few shipments of guns to the rebels in 1983, and he was surprised that the Contras still wanted his help in early 1984, since he had just been indicted by a federal grand jury on conspiracy and cocaine trafficking charges. But Morales said Caesar and Aguado made it clear that if he assisted them again, they could make his legal problems disappear. Caesar told me he had plenty of friends, being him, the CIA, can advise the superiors about my financial support and airplane and training, and therefore they will eventually, will take care of my problem, which they did, Morales testified. During the entire time he was working with the two Contras on drug deals, no action was taken on his pending cocaine indictment. It was one postponement after another, Morales said. When he started talking to U.S. Senate investigators about his Contra dealings 2 years later, however, the case moved quickly to trial and conviction. Morales later passed a DEA-administered lie detector test about his drug dealings with the Contras. In addition, two of the pilots who flew the Contra drug missions for him confirmed Morales' story under oath as U.S. government witnesses. Morales and the pilots, Fabio Escobedo Carrasco and Gary Wayne Betzner, said plane loads of weapons were flown to a ranch in northern Costa Rica owned by CIA operative John Hull, whose cover was that of an Shucks Midwestern farmer managing some plantations for rich gringos. In reality, Hull's ranch was a training area and hiding place for Contra soldiers. It was where the Legion of September 15 gathered before its bumbling raid on the Argentine radio station in 1980. After they dropped off arms, Morales and the pilots said, large green duffel bags full of cocaine belonging to the Contras were loaded aboard and flown back into the United States, usually to the public airport at Opa-locka, Florida. Every one of the flights I make to Costa Rica, the cocaine was the Contras, not mine, Morales testified. I have my suppliers in Colombia. I don't need to go to Costa Rica. While Hull has vehemently denied accusations that drug trafficking was occurring at his ranch, one secret FBI report shows that the CIA official who was overseeing the Contras from Washington during that time, Alan Fears Jr., was convinced that Hull's ranch was being used for Contra drug flights. There is no doubt in Fears's mind that Pastora's men transshipped drugs out of the airstrip on Hull's ranch, investigators for Iran-Contra prosecutor Lawrence Walsh reported in 1991. Fears realized this around 1986 when he heard all the evidence from Senator John Kerry's hearings and from the newspapers. Fears is adamant that he has no knowledge of CIA complicity with drug activity in Central America. Hull, when told of Fears' statement, was astonished. "Hell, here I thought that all this time the people spreading rumors like that were the Sandinistas and the Communists. Now I find out it's my own government." One of the Morales pilots who flew in and out of Hull's ranch, Tito Carrasco, testified that one of Pastora's commanders assured him he had nothing to worry about because the CIA was protecting the flights from Costa Rica all the way into Florida. Octaviano and Popo tell George Morales, "Listen, these people supposed to work for the CIA, those people are supposed to have, everything under control, so the people tell George, do it at Opa Laca. Nothing will happen if the plane arrives at Opa Laca," Carrasco testified. "And you flew into Opa Laca?" he was asked. "Yes." "Did anyone stop you?" "Nobody," Carrasco said. Carrasco's opinion was that the entire operation was being protected from police interference all the way from Panama, where his drug flights originated. "Every week I flew to Panama, between Panama and Costa Rica, with different passports and different names, and they never asked me why," Carrasco testified. "So if that is not protection, I don't know what is protection." The Contra officials gave Carrasco and Morales good passports from Nicaragua during a party at Morales's house in Miami. The passports were complete with entry and exit stamps from a variety of countries, Carrasco said. They lacked only a name and a photograph. Carrasco's co-pilot, Gary "Hippie" Betzner, also testified that their flights were protected by the CIA. "And did these CIA people permit you to fly airplanes into foreign countries carrying weapons?" a defense lawyer asked him during a federal trial in Oklahoma. "Why, sure," Betzner said. "And bring drugs back?" "Yes." "And did these CIA people know what you were doing with the drugs?" "Certainly," Betzner insisted. Like Carrasco, when Betzner gave that testimony, he was on the stand as witness for the Justice Department, not as a defendant. Asked if he was surprised that his boss Morales was helping the Contras, Betzner, who'd pleaded guilty to federal drug charges, said, "No, actually, I wasn't surprised by it because I knew that George was anti-communist, as are most Colombians. So the cartel and people like that are definitely anti-communist I don't suppose their world would function too well in a communist world. It's strictly a capitalist movement, this drug business." When money from the drug sales was collected, Carrasco said, he would deliver it to CIA operatives Chamorro and Caesar, sometimes in the United States, sometimes in Costa Rica. He said he delivered bags of money sometimes 2-3 times a day. "I paid a lot of money, maybe millions." In 1996 interviews with the Washington Post, Caesar and Chamorro both said the CIA was fully aware of their involvement with the Colombian drug trafficker and had approved of it beforehand. Caesar informed a CIA officer stationed at Ilopango Air Base in El Salvador. Chamorro went higher than that to Langley. "I called our contact at the CIA, of course I did," Chamorro told the Post. "The truth is we were still getting some CIA money under the table. They said Morales was fine." While the Post thoughtfully omitted the name of the CIA official who okayed the arrangement, in an interview Chamorro identified him as the head of the CIA's Central American Task Force, Alan Fears. In congressional testimony, former Costa Rican CIA station chief Joe Fernandez said Fears once ordered him to use 2 suspected drug traffickers in a still-secret CIA operation involving the Contras. For political considerations, there were two individuals who were associated with Pastore who had allegations against them for drug involvement, and the chief of the Central American Task Force wanted censored, the declassified hearing transcript states. I objected to it in cable traffic, in person, and it was deemed necessary censored, at least since these were only allegations and not proof, and so I was overruled and we proceeded to do it and we did it. But in your mind it went beyond allegation, didn't it? Senator Daniel Inouye of Hawaii asked. Yes, sir, Fernandez replied. Censored, there were indications that our suspicions might be more well-founded than. The rest of Fernandez's exchange with Inouye was censored for national security reasons. After his first meeting with the Contras, Morales testified, he agreed to give the men an aged C-47 cargo plane that he had stored in Haiti, and $10,000 with which to fly the lumbering transport to Ilopango. Pastore's planes had been hangared there since 1983 under an arrangement worked out between CIA pilot Aguado and the Salvadoran Air Force. The C-47 was the first of many aircraft the Colombian trafficker would give to the Contras. According to a Senate subcommittee investigation, the airplane was officially transferred from Morales to Marcos Aguado for $1 on October 1, 1984, and saw considerable service on the Southern Front. In 1987, investigative reporter Jonathan Quitney obtained the refueling receipts for the C-47 and reported that the plane was repeatedly piloted into and out of Ilopango Air Force Base in El Salvador by Marcos Aguado. Another one of the C-47's pilots, Quitney found, was Gerardo Duran, a Costa Rican drug pilot who also served as chief pilot instructor for the Southern Front Contras. Duran was convicted of narcotics trafficking in Costa Rica in 1987 and jailed. Morales contends that his C-47 would continue on from Ilopango to Colombia, where it was reloaded with drugs before flying back to Florida, Quitney reported. This assertion is entirely plausible, and is even somewhat corroborated by Justice Department charges that Morales was importing cocaine at the time for the largest Colombian cartel. Morales told Congress that his old C-47 remained part of the Contras Air Force for years, which both Aguado and congressional investigators confirmed. Chamorro gave the subcommittee a list of flights made by that C-47 to ferry arms from Ilopango to Costa Rica, a Senate subcommittee report stated. Between October 18, 1984 and February 12, 1986, some 156,000 pounds of material were moved from Ilopango to airfields in Costa Rica. When he quit the war in May 1986, Aguado said he sold the airplane for $30,000. The buyer? Norwin Menezes. In 1997, Aguado said, the C-47 was still being used by Menezes in Venezuela. Soon after Morales began supplying him with money, Pastora said, Danilo Blandon popped up waving cash. Pastora knew Blandon from before the Sandinista Revolution, when Blandon headed a pro-Somoza student group in college. We knew of him as a man who always had money, Pastora said. In fact, he was regarded in Nicaragua as a millionaire. He was a member of the Blandon family, a family that had always been well-to-do. Pastora said he met with Blandon during a trip to Los Angeles in late 1984. Marcos Aguado confirmed that and said he accompanied Pastora to the meeting. Both men agreed that Blandon provided cash according to Pastora, $6,000, according to Aguado, $20,002 pickup trucks, and the keys to Blandon's vacation home in San Jose, Costa Rica, where Pastora lived rent-free for several years. Blandon told the CIA he could have charged Pastora $1,000 a month for rent if he'd wanted. The only time Danilo came down to Costa Rica was for the parties, shrugged Menezes' partner, Troilo Sanchez. It was around this time, according to former CIA official flyers, that the CIA learned Pastora was getting drug money. We knew that everybody around Pastora was involved in cocaine, he testified in 1987. We knew it from November of 1984 forward. We reported it. Pastora assumed Blandon was a successful car dealer, not a dope peddler, and he said he thought nothing of the donations at the time. It seemed to me totally natural that a friend of mine who was in very comfortable financial straits, as are the Blandon family in Nicaragua, it just seemed very natural to me that a person like that would give to me 2 pickup trucks. Another Blandon associate who came to Pastora's aid after the CIA cut off was a Nicaraguan pediatrician named Dr. Felix Saborayo who, Pastora said, volunteered to become his representative to the anti-communist Cuban community in southern Florida, his liaison with the U.S. news media, and an ARDE fundraiser. Saborayo was frequently quoted in the Miami Herald and other papers as Pastora's spokesman during 1984 and 1985. Felix Saborayo was a close friend of Blandon from childhood, said Pastora's former aide, Carol Prado. I also knew them from childhood. They were very rich people. I went to a party in Miami at Felix's house with Eden and that's where I saw Blandon. Saborayo was also acquainted with Blandon's spooky associate Ronald Lister. Lister told the CIA that he had traveled to Hialeah, Florida sometime in 1982 or 1983 and met with a Contra member named Dr. Saborayo in an effort to sell military supplies to the Contras. The CIA report stated that the military supplies were commercially available equipment such as non-reflective paint for equipment and surveillance detection gear of the type that can be purchased at electronic shops and spy stores. In 1992, court records show, Saborayo posted part of Keepita Blandon's bond after she was arrested on drug trafficking charges in San Diego. The doctor did not return phone calls inquiring about his relationship with the trafficker or his wife. No evidence has surfaced implicating Saborayo in drug dealing. Blandon and Saborayo both vanished from my ranks when it became clear that I was not willing to march to the tune of the CIA, Pastora said. Blandon's interest in helping ARDE always mystified him, because I knew he had been with the FDN from the very first. I thought he gave me a little bit of money just so he could tell people that he had helped Comandante Zero. Pastora's involvement with the Colombian trafficker Morales remained a secret until late 1985, when 2 Associated Press reporters looking into allegations of Contra drug dealing discovered some of the donations. The source of their information was a leaked CIA analysis of the narcotics trade that alleged that one of ARDE's top commanders, loyal to ARDE leader Eden Pastora, used cocaine profits this year to buy a $250,000 arms shipment and a helicopter. The AP story also mentioned that Joaquin Gonzalez's M3 group and the FDN were suspected of being involved in drugs as well, but offered no details. Robert Perry, one of the AP reporters who wrote the groundbreaking story, said his editors sat on the piece for weeks and edited it heavily, only to spike it at the last minute. When it was accidentally transmitted over the AP's Spanish-language wire, his editors rewrote the story once again, and all references to the alleged involvement of CIA operatives were deleted before it was released to the American public. Perry later discovered that the AP's Washington bureau chief was having regular meetings with Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, who was running the Contra program at the time. Though emasculated by its editors and ignored by most of the American media, the AP story kicked up a heated controversy in Washington and prompted Senator John Kerry's staff to begin an investigation. As the evidence of Contra drug trafficking piled up and suspicions mounted, CIA and State Department spokesmen immediately pointed to Pastora as the only drug-dealing Contra they knew, citing him as an example of how ridiculous were accusations that the CIA would condone drug dealing. Pastora's CIA funding was cut off, they said, at the first whiff of impropriety. To this day, Eden Pastora remains the only Contra commander the U.S. government has ever officially admitted was involved with drug money. A few months after the AP story appeared, Pastora quit the Contra war and became a fisherman. The CIA-linked ARDE commanders who got him involved with the Colombian trafficker Morales Octaviano Caesar and Popo Chamorro quickly joined forces with the CIA's new Contra army. Pastora's claim of a CIA plot becomes even more believable when one considers who the agency selected to replace him as the Southern Front's military commander, none other than Fernando El Negro Chamorro, the drunken leader of UDN FARN, which had been getting cocaine money from the Menezes organization since the early 1980s. Former Costa Rican station chief Fernandez confirmed to Congress in 1987 that the CIA decided to diminish Pastora's influence and raise up the stature of the Negro Chamorro people. What we needed to do was put Pastora aside and at the same time enhance the organization that we were supporting. Why the CIA was so eager to promote such a drug-tainted organization as UDN-FARN is one of the enduring mysteries of the Contra War. Independent counsel Lawrence Walsh, in his memoirs of the Iran-Contra scandal, wrote that Chamorro was picked because he had been acceptable to Contra leader Adolfo Calero and responsive to the CIA. The agency's choice demonstrates just how contrived the official shock was over Pastora's involvement with drug dealers. Chamorro's Contras had far more links to drug traffickers than Pastora's organization ever did, and those ties could be traced all the way back to the beginnings of the Contra War. The leadership of UDN-FARN had been directly implicated in the Frogman case in 1983, a fact the CIA had strived mightily to conceal from the American public. Moreover, El Negro was just as erratic and unstable a military commander as Eden Pastora had been, perhaps more so, and far less effective in recruiting volunteer fighters. Most of Chamorro's band were Cuban mercenaries and terrorists he and the CIA had scoured from the Miami underworld. But even when reports of UDN-FARN drug dealing reached the highest levels in Washington, the U.S. government's financial and material support for the organization never wavered. The money and the CIA assistance kept right on coming. The concern about Chamorro is that he drinks a fair amount and may surround himself with people who are in the war not only to fight but to make money, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North's Costa Rican emissary, Robert Owen, nervously wrote North in April 1985. Owen, one of the CIA's top informants in Costa Rica, listed 8 of Chamorro's associates as having past indiscretions. The list included UDN-FARN's Air Force Chief, Jose Shepin Robelo, whom Owen described as having potential involvement with drug running, and Menezes's partner, Sebastian Guachin Gonzalez, whom Owen said was now involved in drug running out of Panama. That Menezes and Gonzalez were dealing cocaine together had been known to the CIA since late 1984, records show. One of the men closely involved in the Contra operation around that time, retired Air Force General Richard Secord, told writer Leslie Coburn in 1987 that he heard the same allegations about the UDN-FARN commanders, and that most of them were true. "I didn't pick them. The agency picked them." As a fighting force, UDN-FARN was an unmitigated disaster, probably the most inept Contra group there was. Never numbering more than a couple hundred fighters, UDN-FARN caused more grief for the U.S. government than it ever caused the Sandinistas. Chamorro's boys were creating such a difficult situation that CIA Station Chief Joe Fernandez, who'd been instrumental in throwing the CIA's support behind UDN-FARN, was catching flack from both the Costa Rican government and the U.S. ambassador to get those people under control. "They just do this and that, and I mean it was just one headache after another," Fernandez testified. If he elaborated on the this and that, it was deleted from the heavily censored transcript of his testimony. According to Fernandez, Chamorro and his men couldn't be driven into battle with a cattle prod. They certainly had to get their act together and their guts in place and say, "No more Costa Rican sanctuary, let's go in and fight the Sandinistas," Fernandez told Congress in April 1987. They were extremely, and that is not an overstatement, they were extremely reluctant to do so. Negro Chamorro to this day that I know of has yet to get inside Nicaragua. CIA informant Rob Owen confirmed that the Costa Ricans wanted the people. They were up near the Costa Rican/Nicaraguan border, they were in several camps. They wanted them moved out. They wanted them moved at least 40 kilometers inside Nicaragua, Owen testified. There was a hesitancy on the part of Negro Chamorro and his people. Their hesitancy was based on going deep inside Nicaragua. They would not have Costa Rica to be able to run back into should something happen. Blandon's drug-dealing friends, the Torres brothers, told L.A. County Sheriff's Office investigators that during the height of the Contra War, they would continually run into supposed Contra commandants in swank casinos throughout Costa Rica. These commandants would laugh and say they were just spending the CIA's payroll money of about $7,000 a month, A 1996 report stated. Why two LA cocaine traffickers were cavorting through Costa Rica at the height of the Contra War was not a question the Torreses were asked. CIA officer Fernandez testified that the last time I remember Negro Chamorro being inside Nicaragua was in 1983 when he crossed the border censored and attacked, if you can imagine, a guard post, a guard house 30 meters or 30 yards inside Nicaragua. And then when he started to get when the Sandinistas counterattacked, he ran to a telephone on the censored side and dialed me in Washington, D.C., at Langley headquarters, asking for mortars. So help me God. And I asked him, where in the hell are you calling from, and he said, from the guard post at censored. He said, we are under attack, you need to send me arms, and I said, you've got to be out of your mind. This is no joke, Fernandez assured the laughing congressman. He called our outside line. The lawmakers were apparently so amused by Fernandez's stories that none of them thought to ask why the CIA continued to train and finance such a clownish crew. But El Negro and company weren't the CIA's headache for long. Shortly after UDN-FARN became the agency's anointed force in Costa Rica, the CIA was forced to give up its active role in the Contra project, and it left the mess it had created for someone else to clean up. When the Boland Amendment went into effect in October 1984, day-to-day control of the Contra project passed to the Reagan White House and Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North at the National Security Council. As the summer of 1984 came to an end, I felt like I was straddling a canyon, North wrote. On one side was the resistance, always expanding, always needing more. On the other side was the CIA, which was steadily withdrawing its support. If the CIA's blindness to Contra drug trafficking was bad, it was nothing compared to what happened after North and his network of spooks and mercenaries took the wheel. Perhaps for the first time in history, the U.S. government became business partners with cocaine traffickers. And Norwin Menezes's cocaine began arriving in the United States aboard military transport planes. 12. This Guy Talks to God. When they found Dr. Hugo Spatafora in September 1985, they found everything but his head. The rest of him had been tied up in a U.S. mail sack and dumped under a bridge on the border of Costa Rica and Panama. His body bore evidence of unimaginable tortures. The thigh muscles had been neatly sliced so he could not close his legs, and then something had been jammed up his rectum, tearing it apart. His testicles were swollen horribly, the result of prolonged garroting, his ribs were broken, and then, while he was still alive, his head had been sawed off with a butcher's knife. The horrors of Hugo Spatafora's death brought thousands of people into the streets of Panama City, where they formed a miles-long human chain of outrage and lament. The dashing young doctor had been a hero to many Panamanians, an unusual mix of revolutionary warrior and middle-class professional. When he was murdered, Spatafora had been fighting for the Contras in Costa Rica, at the side of his old friend Eden Pastora. They had fought together in the 1970s against the Somoza dictatorship, with Spatafora leading an international brigade of jungle fighters, the Brigada Internacional Simon Bolivar, in support of Pastora's southern forces. After the Sandinistas became too oppressive for Pastora's liking, he joined the CIA and took over command of a Contra army in Costa Rica. Hugo Spatafora gave up his medical practice in Panama and, with his wife Winnie, moved to Costa Rica to take up arms with Pastora once again, this time against their old Marxist comrades. The Reagan administration's Contra PR machine couldn't have dreamed up a better freedom fighter than Hugo Spatafora. The DIA called him reportedly the best-known guerrilla fighter in Central America. He was so popular in Panama that the country's civilian president, Nicolas Barletta, announced an immediate investigation into his shocking murder. It was to be one of Barletta's last official acts. A few weeks later he was forced to resign by Manuel Noriega, the commander of the country's military, and the promised investigation never occurred. Charged with masterminding Spatafora's murder, Noriega was convicted in absentia by a Panamanian court in 1993. The New York Times, in a June 1986 story that first exposed Noriega as a drug dealer and money launderer, cited Spatafora's murder as an example of why U.S. government officials were growing tired of the tyrant. Officials in the Reagan administration and past administrations said in interviews that they had overlooked General Noriega's illegal activities because of his cooperation with American intelligence, the story said. They said, for example, that General Noriega had been a valuable asset to Washington in countering insurgencies in Central America and was now cooperating with the Central Intelligence Agency in providing sensitive information from Nicaragua. But the Times story left unaddressed a rather obvious question: why would a cunning political strategist like Noriega take the risky step of having the popular Spatafora, Panama's former Vice Minister of Public Health, kidnapped by government security men in full view of dozens of witnesses, and decapitated? The answer, which may be the reason the Times sidestepped the issue, involved drugs and the CIA. When Noriega's goons hauled Spatafora off a bus at the Panamanian border, he was on his way to Panama City, where he intended to publicly release evidence of Noriega's cocaine smuggling activities that also involved the Contras in Costa Rica. Before leaving for Panama, Spatafora had excitedly told friends that he now had the proof he needed to document the dictator's participation in cocaine trafficking, and he was convinced that the revelations would sink the tyrant. In the months before his murder, the doctor had befriended a drug and arms smuggler who once ran Noriega's drug operation, Floyd Carlton Caceres. Carlton, who also served as Noriega's personal pilot, began confiding in Spatafora, sharing intimate details of Noriega's drug trade. Dr. Spatafora was a very honest man, Carlton said. He was an idealist and he tried to get the best for anyone needing justice. If anyone needed justice right then, it was Floyd Carlton. The smuggler was lying low, trying to avoid a hitman Colombian dealers had sent after him. Carlton had lost $1.8 million in cash the Colombians had entrusted to him to fly from Los Angeles to their banks in Panama City. Since he was too busy to do it himself, he delegated the task to an underling, who later turned up in Miami, sans cash. I had to pay that money, Carlton said, which he agreed to do by flying a drug load north for free. But again, he'd sent someone else to fly the mission, one of his partners, Teofilo Watson. Watson had never returned, disappearing with 530 kilos of cocaine. Now the Colombians were really angry. They thought I had agreed or made a plan with Mr. Watson to steal the drug, Carlton said. Carlton suspected that Costa Rican Contra leader Sebastian Guachin Gonzalez and his strange M3 Contra group had done Watson in, leading him into an ambush at an airstrip owned by the local CIA man, John Hull. They killed him and then took the airplane and the drugs to Mr. Hull's ranch, Carlton testified. The plane was cut up and thrown into a river that ran through Hull's property, and the cocaine was spirited to the United States, where it may have been traded for weapons. The Colombians sent a hired killer named Alberto Aldemar out to find Carlton and the cocaine. Aldemar started by kidnapping Carlton's friends and employees and slapping them around. One of his relatives, Carlton said, was brutally beaten. Then the power shovels arrived and began digging up Carlton's ranch. They spent weeks there looking for some type of metal and found nothing, he said. Next the Colombians kidnapped the daughter of the Contra CIA liaison, John Hull, on whose ranch the theft supposedly had taken place. Hull ransomed the girl back unharmed and blamed it on the communists. After that, Carlton bolted Central America altogether and took refuge in Miami, the U.S. headquarters of his cocaine transportation network. That's where Spatafora found him, in hiding. He was trying to unmask Noriega and he was successful in obtaining truth that could imperil Noriega, Carlton later testified. That in large part was due to Carlton, who would later astonish DIA officials with his photographic recall of Noriega's drug deals. Carlton eventually became the U.S. government's star witness against the Panamanian dictator at his trial on drug charges. The pilot gave Spatafora the names of other pilots involved and the dates of specific drug flights through Costa Rica. He also implicated Noriega's high school buddy, Guachin Gonzalez, who was then hiding out in Panama from a Costa Rican cocaine indictment. When he was finished, Carlton said, "Spadafora announced, I am going to have a bomb explode in Panama. I am going to set it off with all this information which I have." Hurrying back to Costa Rica, Spadafora began sharing his discoveries with law enforcement and intelligence officials, which may have been his worst mistake. News of Spadafora's visit to the DIA's offices in San Jose was quickly relayed back to CIA headquarters in Langley, which was informed that Hugo Spadafora had made vague allegations to DIA. That Joaquin Gonzalez, Manuel Noriega, and another Contra leader were engaged in drug trafficking. The chief of the local DIA office, Robert Nieves, met Spadafora twice and Spadafora had promised that he would provide evidence of drug trafficking by Gonzalez. If Nieves needed a way to confirm the doctor's explosive claims, he had just the man for the job: his deep cover informant Norwin Menezes. In addition to Menezes's connections within the Contras, the trafficker was a close friend and trafficking partner of the Contra official Spadafora was trying to unmask, Joaquin Gonzalez. Somehow Menezes's lieutenants got wind of what Spadafora was planning, and they began devising a counterattack. During their investigation of Menezes' aide Horacio Pereira, the Costa Rican police taped Gonzalez and Pereira discussing Spadafora's probe and plotting ways to silence him. The Costa Rican newspaper La Nación obtained copies of the tapes and printed partial transcripts. One ploy Gonzalez and Pereira batted around was paying a witness in Guanacaste province between $200,000 and $300,000 falsely accuse Spadafora of drug trafficking and exonerate Gonzalez of his pending Costa Rican drug charges. "Now he's surrounded because if he comes over here, he's finished," Gonzalez confidently told Pereira in a phone call from Panama. "Yes," Pereira replied. "If he shows up over there, you'll get him." The district attorney in the Panamanian province where Spadafora was murdered ordered Gonzalez arrested in 1990 for allegedly offering to pay someone to kill the doctor, but no charges were filed, and Gonzalez was quickly released. He has strenuously denied any involvement in Spadafora's death, but Spadafora's family remains convinced Gonzalez played a major role. Though Noriega apparently felt the information Spadafora possessed was important enough to kill him over, DIA official Robert Nieves had a very different reaction. He told La Nación that his discussions with Spadafora were not important and said he did nothing with the information the doctor had risked his life to bring him. Since Noriega's drug dealing was the official reason the United States invaded Panama 4 years later, Nieves's professed inaction is astounding. But it would not be out of character for the DIA at that time. Floyd Carlton testified that he got the same cold shoulder from the DIA office in Panama City when he tried telling them about Noriega's drug dealing in January 1986. "I did actually make contact with intelligence agents in the United States Embassy in Panama," Carlton related. "And I asked, 'Have you not heard my name?' And they said, 'Yes, we have.' And so I said, 'On different occasions I have sent people to speak to you so that you interview me. But you have always told them that you have nothing to talk to me about. And the fact is that I believe that I can go before the American judicial system and speak of a lot of things that are happening in this country, and I can even prove them.' So they asked, 'Such as what?' So, I said, 'Money laundering, drugs, weapons, corruption, assassinations.' When I mentioned the name of General Noriega, they immediately became upset." Carlton said the DIA agents did not try to contact me again. "And the only thing that I asked for was protection for myself and my family. And at that time I had no problems with the American justice system." Judging from the DIA's response to a Freedom of Information Act request, Nieves took a similarly incurious stance when his informant turned up with his head missing. Apparently, none of the DIA's Costa Rican agents ever looked into the doctor's gruesome death. All the agency had on Spadafora, it claimed, was a couple of paragraphs culled from Panamanian newspaper stories written a year after the murder. The CIA's reaction was even more bizarre. Its Costa Rican station chief, Joe Fernandez, helped Noriega plant false media reports about who really killed Hugo Spadafora. Jose Blandon, then Noriega's consul general in New York, told Congress that he and Noriega discussed Spatafora's murder a few weeks after the body was found, during a long flight home from New York aboard the dictator's private Learjet. Noriega, who'd been in France when Spatafora was killed, wanted an update on how the public was reacting to the killing, the diplomat said. Especially, he was interested in the developments regarding a witness whose name is Hoffman, a witness of German origin who appeared on Panamanian television saying that he knew who had killed Spatafora and publicly said that Spatafora had been killed by the FMLN leftist guerrillas of El Salvador, Blandon testified. The German, Manfred Hoffman, was a witness who was created by Noriega, and he was obtained through the CIA operating in Costa Rica, Blandon testified. He is a specialist in electronics and he worked for the CIA in some cases. Blandon, describing the episode as an absurd farce, said he told Noriega nobody believed that story. A month after Spatafora's killing, Noriega's men contacted the CIA and asked for help in defusing an effort by family members of slain rebel Hugo Spatafora to implicate Manuel Antonio Noriega in drug trafficking. The CIA cable discussed putting Gonzalez on a popular morning radio talk show to discredit Spatafora's brother, who was trying to obtain Costa Rican documents implicating the Contra commander as a drug dealer. According to a handwritten note on the CIA cable, Brother Winston was barking up the right tree. If the truth be told, someone had written, we had reason to believe that Gonzalez has been involved in drugs about a year, 1.5 years ago. Actually, it was longer than that. A CIA contract agent had first reported on Gonzalez's drug dealings in October 1983, after Spatafora had informed him that Noriega was smuggling drugs with the Contras and that Gonzalez was involved. The agent said his CIA supervisor simply replied that CIA had heard some rumors of drug trafficking involving the Contras. Unfortunately for Spatafora's wife and family, the good doctor had the bad luck of being murdered at a politically inconvenient time. It was in no one's interests right then Noriega's or the US government's to delve too deeply into the crime for fear of what would be exposed, the apparent complicity of two CIA assets Noriega and Gonzalez in the murder of someone trying to expose government drug trafficking. At that point the Reagan administration was nuzzling up to Noriega as it had never done before, frantically searching for ways around the 1984 congressional ban on CIA support to the Contras. For months, a steady stream of high-ranking visitors from Washington had been paying courtesy calls to the despot, reminding him of how much Uncle Sam liked and needed him. In June 1985, aboard a luxurious yacht anchored in the Pacific port of Balboa, North, and Noriega struck a very important bargain, said Jose Blandon, who attended the meeting. Colonel North was interested in gaining Panama's support for the Contras and he particularly requested training assistance in bases located in Panama, Blandon told Congress in 1988. General Noriega promised to provide training in specific locations to members of the Contras, training to be provided at bases located in Panama. He was also willing to allow Contra leaders free access to the country, and made it clear to North that he was willing to do much more. According to government documents filed during North's trial, Noriega offered to have the entire Sandinista leadership assassinated in exchange for a promise from the U.S. government to help clean up Noriega's image. North raised the proposal at a top-level meeting in Washington and made it clear that Noriega had the capabilities that he had proffered. North was instructed to tell Noriega that the administration wasn't keen on murdering Nicaraguan government officials, but that Panamanian assistance with sabotage would be another story. A month after Spatafora's body was found under the bridge, North went back to Panama for another visit, this time to assure the dictator that the U.S. government would be boosting Noriega's foreign aid payments. Within a year an additional $200 million in U.S. taxpayer funds and bank loans was sent his way. Meanwhile, a former staffer on the National Security Council, Dr. Norman A. Bailey, was frantically trying to alert various high-ranking government officials to the fact that Noriega was in bed with drug traffickers and other criminals. Bailey, the NSC's former director of planning, had discovered that Panamanian banks were taking in billions of dollars in $50 and $100 bills, money that Bailey concluded could only have come from criminal activities. Bailey set off on a quixotic quest to persuade the Reagan administration to distance itself from Noriega, pressing his reports into the hands of Reagan's top advisors, including National Security Advisor Admiral John Poindexter. "I took the initiative myself after the murder of Dr. Spatafora," Bailey testified. "As far as I know, the only thing that actually took place was that Admiral Poindexter added Panama to a trip he was making to Central America in December of 1985. But Poindexter's meeting with Noriega was hardly what Norman Bailey had envisioned." According to Jose Blandon, who was in attendance, Poindexter did bring up the Spatafora murder, but only to give Noriega some friendly advice on how to handle it. Poindexter spoke of the need to have a group of officers be sent abroad, outside of Panama, while the situation changed and the attitudes changed regarding Spatafora's assassination. Noriega met CIA Director William Casey after that, again to discuss his help for the Contras. According to a Senate subcommittee report, Casey decided not to raise the allegations of Noriega's cocaine trafficking with him on the ground that Noriega was providing valuable support for our policies in Central America. While all of this official ring-kissing was going on, Oliver North and the CIA were quietly knitting parts of Noriega's drug transportation system into the Contras' lines of supply and hiring drug smugglers to make Contra supply flights for them. At the time of his visits with Noriega, North was firmly in control of the Contra project, having been handed the ball personally by CIA Director Casey. Far from being the dopey, gap-toothed zealot portrayed by the Reagan administration and the press, North was one of the most powerful men in Washington. The spring of 1985, he was the top gun, testified Alan Fears, the CIA's Central American Task Force chief and North's liaison at Langley. He was the top player in the NSC as well. And there was no doubt that he was driving the process, driving the policy. Former Iran-Contra Special Prosecutor Lawrence Walsh, who indicted and convicted North on a variety of felonies, suspects the Marine officer was a cutout for the CIA, a human lightning rod to keep the agency from becoming directly involved in illegal activities. The CIA had continued as the agency overseeing U.S. undercover activities in support of the Contras after the Boland Amendments were enacted, Walsh wrote in his memoirs. The CIA's strategy determined what North would do. In a city where information is power, North had access to the nation's deepest secrets, subjects so highly classified even top CIA officials didn't know about them. He told me in 1985 that there was 2 squadrons of stealth bombers operational in Arizona and I just thought he was crazy, Fears testified. It was one of the greatest secrets the government had, and then all of a sudden we, in fact, ended up with 2 squadrons of stealth bombers operational. And there were many other instances when he told me things, and I thought they were totally fanciful and, in fact, turned out to be absolute truth. One of the many surprises North had for Fears was the fact that he had received specialized training usually reserved for CIA officers. During one late-night conversation about the Contra supply operation in Costa Rica, Fears testified, North blurted out that he had put together a whole cascade of cover companies, just like they taught us at the CIA clandestine training site. And I thought that was pretty interesting because I went there and I didn't learn how to put together a whole cascade of companies. And one also didn't know that Ollie North had gone down to the training site. Savvy bureaucrats in Washington knew North was not someone to be taken lightly. Fears called him a power figure in the government. A force to be reckoned with. When he asked for something, people jumped. When he gave orders, they were followed. Ollie North had the ability to work down in my chain of command and to cause it to override me if and when I didn't do something, Fears testified. And, I would like to add, subsequently I saw that happen in other ways, other places, and other agencies. Fears's boss at the CIA, Claire E. George, echoed that. I suffer from the bureaucrat's disease, that when people call me and say, I am calling from the White House for the National Security Council on behalf of the National Security Advisor, I am inclined to snap to. CIA Costa Rican Station Chief Joe Fernandez was more blunt. To a GS-15, this guy talks to God, right? Fernandez said of North during a secret congressional hearing in 1987. Obviously, I knew where he worked in the executive office building. He has got tremendous access. I mean, North is not some ordinary American citizen that is suddenly in this position. This is a man who had dealings with, obviously, the director of the CIA. You know, he deals with my division chief. North was even telling U.S. ambassadors what to do. In July 1985, before taking his new job as ambassador to Costa Rica, Louis Tams said North sat him down and gave him his marching orders. Colonel North asked me to go down and open up the Southern Front, Tams told the Iran-Contra committees. We would encourage the freedom fighters to fight. And the war was in Nicaragua. The war was not in Costa Rica, and so that is what I understood my instructions were. But with the CIA's billions officially banned from the scene, North had a big problem if he was going to get the Contras out of their Costa Rican border sanctuaries and into Nicaragua to do some actual fighting. He had no way to supply them, the CIA had been doing all that. It takes tons of material to sustain an army in the field, particularly one that is going to be warring deep inside enemy territory, separated by days from its supply depots. The CIA had plenty of experience handling such complicated logistical problems, but North didn't. It was a problem he took up with his friends at Langley, who, according to CIA official fears, spent major time, major effort trying to come up with a solution. Air resupply of the Contras was the key, Fears testified. We had a 15,000-man army of guerrillas operating in Nicaragua and had to supply them. All of the supply went by air. They carried in what their boots and their clothes, and then their new ammunition and such had to be dropped in by air. So the success or failure turned on air resupply operations. One of the vehicles North selected to handle that chore was a new unit set up inside the U.S. State Department called the Nicaraguan Humanitarian Assistance Office, NHAO. The office was officially created in mid-1985 to oversee the delivery of $27 million in humanitarian aid Congress agreed to give the Contras, under considerable pressure from the White House. North and the CIA first tried to get the operation placed inside the National Security Council, where it would be free from public scrutiny and North could control it directly, but that move failed. Instead, Fears said, North simply hijacked it from the State Department. In November 1985 he pressured the NHAO to hire one of his aides as a consultant, a tall, blonde former LA prep school counselor named Robert W. Owen. A Stanford University grad and one-time advertising executive, Owen idolized North. Since 1984 he had been, in his own words, North's trusted courier in Central America, zigzagging through the war zones for Ali, listening to the concerns of Contra officials, setting up arms deals, and solving problems. Owen's work had drawn rave reviews from his CIA contacts. That man has all of the attributes that we want in our officers, Costa Rican Station Chief Fernandez told Congress during a 1987 hearing. I met with him on a number of occasions. Introduced him to one of my officers who regularly met with him when he was in town. Fernandez said his superiors were so impressed with Mr. Owen that he was being considered as a possible applicant for the clandestine service. Owen, in 1989 court testimony, admitted that there was a possibility that I might have gone with the CIA on contract. But because Owen was a private citizen, Fernandez said, he couldn't legally send him out on intelligence gathering missions. He could listen when Owen reported back but couldn't, in CIA jargon, task him. But that all changed once Owen began working for the NHAO, which probably explains North's insistence that Owen be hired. When he did that, then we did have a much more operational relationship, Fernandez confirmed. Because then he was a government employee, I did ask him to find out things. NHAO Director Robert Dimling and his aides couldn't figure out why they needed to have Rob Owen around, and initially they rebuffed North's suggestions. I certainly didn't see the necessity for a middleman, Dumling testified in a once-secret deposition to the Iran-Contra committees. But North kept pushing. Dumling said North had Contra leaders write letters demanding Owen's hiring, and he lobbied Dumling's superior at the State Department, Assistant Secretary of State Elliot Abrams, a fervent Contra supporter. After one stormy meeting with North and Abrams, Dumling said, Elliot Abrams turned to me and said, "Well, Bob, I suppose you probably ought to hire Owen." Well, in bureaucratic terms the jig was up, since I was the only person who was speaking out against this. Owen was given a $50,000 contract as a facilitator, a job that mystified Dumling's aide, Chris Arcos. Arcos testified that no one was sure what, in fact, Rob Owen could do or bring or offer to the office that we couldn't do. He didn't have much Spanish, he didn't have an expertise in medical or anything like that. The minutes of that November 1985 meeting show that for some reason, Abrams and North were extremely concerned about the fallout if someone discovered Owen's involvement with the NIAO, and they began working on a cover story to explain his presence there in case it leaked. Abrams and North agreed that Owen will be expendable if he becomes a political or diplomatic liability, the minutes state. If that happened, Congress would be told that he was an experiment that hadn't worked out. It was an experiment right out of Dr. Aaron Kenson's lab. Rob Owen's mission was to serve as the CIA's unofficial liaison to the drug traffickers and other undesirables who were helping the Contras in Costa Rica, people who were too dirty for the CIA to deal with directly. Like North, he was another cutout. He probably had the most extensive network of contacts among the resistance leaders, CIA Station Chief Fernandez testified in 1987, including people with whom we did not want to have contact with and who, however, were involved with the Nicaraguan resistance. The untouchables Fernandez was referring to were the Cuban anti-communists in Costa Rica, the rough mix of mercenaries, bombers, assassins, and drug dealers recruited in Miami by UDN Foreign Commander Fernando El Negro Chamorro and CIA agent Escobedo Cruz. The agency, Fernandez testified, was very leery of these people. Rob Owen had an entree to them. And now, thanks to his NHAO job, he had an official entree as an operational CIA asset. Owen's specific assignment, in fact, put him directly over the drug traffickers Fernandez and the CIA didn't want to be seen with. He was assigned to monitor an NHAO contract with a Costa Rican shrimp company called Frigorificos de Punta Arenas, S.A. This consisted of a small fleet of fishing boats based in the humid Pacific coast village of Punta Arenas, and an import company in Miami called Ocean Hunter, which brought Frigorificos catch into the United States. In reality, however, it was a firm owned and operated by Cuban-American drug traffickers, according to a 1988 Senate subcommittee report. That conclusion was based partly on the congressional testimony of former Medellin cartel accountant Ramon Millian Rodriguez, a suave Cuban-American who was the cartel's money laundering wizard until his arrest in Miami in 1983, when he and $5 million in cash were taken off a Learjet bound for Panama. Frigorificos, he testified, was one of an interlocking chain of companies he'd created to launder the torrents of cash that were pouring into the cartel's coffers from its worldwide cocaine sales. Drug money would go into one company and come out of another through a series of intercompany transactions, clean and ready to be banked or invested. In 1982, Frigorificos was taken over by a group of major Miami-based drug traffickers, who began using it to help the Contras. Were payments or arrangements made by which the Contras could receive money through Frigorificos? Senator John Kerry asked Millian during a Senate subcommittee hearing in 1987. "Yes, sir," the accountant answered. "You arranged that?" "I, through my intermediaries, made it possible." "Was any of the money that you provided Frigorificos traceable to drugs or to drug-related transactions?" Kerry asked. "No, sir." "Why was that?" "Because," said Millian, "we were experts at what we do. El Rey de la Droga, the king of drugs, Norwin Menezes Cantero, during an interview with the author and George Hodel at Tipitapa prison outside Managua in 1996. Photo by Gary Webb. FDN supporter Don Cinico snapped this picture in his kitchen in San Francisco during a cocktail party he was hosting for CIA agent Adolfo Calero, Center. Drug lord Norwin Menezes is on the far right. The other men are local Contra supporters. At the time this photo was taken, June 1984, Menezes was engaged in a cocaine smuggling conspiracy, according to federal prosecutors. Photo courtesy of Don Cinico Danilo Blandon, circa 1995. ABC Park and Fly, near the Miami International Airport. Blandon established his car rental company in this building during his brief retirement from the cocaine business in 1987. The day this picture was taken, Anastasio Somoza's former counterinsurgency expert, Maj. Gen. Gustavo El Tigre Medina, was working behind the counter. Photo by Gary Webb. Enrique Miranda Jamie, shortly after the FBI kidnapped him in Miami and sent him back to Nicaragua to face escape charges in late 1996. Miranda, a former double agent for the CIA and the Sandinistas, was Menezes' top aide after the war and would later help send his boss to prison. Photo by Gary Webb. Former Contra cocaine courier Carlos Cabezas, at his law office in Managua. Photo by Gary Webb. The Oval Office, August 5, 1987. A gathering of Nicaraguan resistance leaders to mark yet another CIA-inspired merger of the Contra armies from the FDN to the United Nicaraguan Opposition, UNO. Second from left is Aristides Sanchez. Adolfo Calero is on the far right. Courtesy of the Ronald Reagan Library. The Oval Office, April 4, 1985. From left, CIA agent Adolfo Calero, political boss of the FDN, LT. COL. Oliver North and President Ronald Reagan, after the CIA handed off the day-to-day management of the Contra project to North and the National Security Council. Courtesy of the Ronald Reagan Library. LA crack kingpin Freeway Ricky Ross was all smiles as he was released from a Texas prison in 1994 after serving a short stint for cocaine trafficking. Though he had vowed to go straight, a few months later he would be lured back into the drug business by his old friend and cocaine supplier, Danilo Blandon. Robert Gauthier / Los Angeles Times. Ricky Ross was captured March 2, 1995 in National City after his truck careened into a hedgerow. Photo by Gary Webb. Part of the $160,000 seized by the DEA from crack dealer Leroy Chico Brown during the 1995 sting that snared Freeway Ricky Ross. DEA photo. Ricky Donald Ross, shortly before he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in October 1996. Robert Gauthier / Los Angeles Times. Millian, a graduate of Santa Clara University in Silicon Valley, told Kerry's committee that he used the firm to launder a $10 million donation from the Medellin cartel to the Contras, a donation he said was arranged by and paid to a former CIA agent, Cuban Felix Rodriguez. Kerry's committee didn't believe that tale, especially after Millian flunked a lie detector test on the question. But during the drug trafficking trial of Manuel Noriega several years later, one of the government's star witnesses, former Medellin and cartel transportation boss Carlos Leder, confirmed under oath that the cartel had given the Contras $10 million, just as Millian had testified. Leder said he arranged for the donation himself. Contra leader Adolfo Calero has always denied the Contras received such a sum, but Calero is hardly a credible source when it comes to Contra fundraising. ILE denied for many years that the Contras ever got money from the CIA, or assistance from Oliver North. The FBI first picked up word of Frigorifico's involvement with drugs in September 1984, while the CIA was still running the Contra program. An investigation of a 1983 bombing of a Miami bank had led police and FBI agents into the murky underworld of Miami's Cuban anti-communist groups, who were suspected of blowing up the bank. Miami police questioned the president of the Cuban Legion, Jose Cutan, who told them what he knew of the bombing and then unloaded some unexpected information about the Contras and drugs, naming a host of Cuban CIA operatives and Bay of Pigs veterans he said were working for the Contras in Costa Rica. One drug dealer Catan named was Francisco Chans, whom Catan said was giving financial support to anti-Castro groups and the Nicaraguan Contra guerrillas. The monies come from narcotic transactions. Lai identified Chans as one of the owners of Ocean Hunter, the sister company of Frigorificos. The Miami cops quickly turned the information over to the FBI, records show. Catan's statements were corroborated years later by former drug pilot Fabio Escobedo Carrasco, who admitted flying cocaine and weapons loads for the Contras in 1984 and 1985. As a U.S. government witness, Carrasco testified that Frigorificos was being used by the Contras during the war as a front to bring cocaine into the United States to finance the war effort. To make sure I understand, is this company Frigorificos de Punta Arenas in any way involved in drug trafficking? Defense attorney Richard Racehorse Haynes asked Carrasco during a 1990 drug trial in Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's correct. In what way was it involved? As I have said, they would load cocaine inside the containers which were being shipped loaded with vegetables and fruit to the United States, Carrasco said. Did this company have a role in your drug operations dealing with the Contras and the weapons that you believe to be involved with the CIA? It did, in my opinion, the pilot testified. So how could a company started by the Medellin cartel and used as a front to run drugs into America ever wind up with a contract from the U.S. State Department's Nicaraguan Humanitarian Assistance Office? Through Rob Owen and the CIA, court records show. The people that were involved in Ocean Hunter in Costa Rica were ones that had been helpful to the cause, Owen testified in a 1988 civil deposition. He identified those helpful souls as Frank Chans, the Miami Cuban who was reported to the FBI as a drug trafficker in 1984, and Moises Núñez, another Bay of Pigs veteran who was suspected by Interpol of being a drug trafficker as well as an intelligence operative. Another man involved with Frigorificos was the exiled Nicaraguan lawyer Francisco Aviles Sainz, the CIA asset who claimed the $36,000 police had seized during the investigation of the Frogman case in San Francisco in 1983 belonged to the Contras. On several occasions Aviles, the brother-in-law of Menezes' Lieutenant Horacio Persira, notarized affidavits submitted by the shrimp company to obtain payment from the State Department, records show. Owen claimed the shrimp company was used mainly for its international bank accounts, serving as one of several Central American brokers for the humanitarian aid money going to the Contras on the Southern Front. In all, more than $260,000 in U.S. taxpayer funds flowed through Frigorificos' bank accounts during 1986. We needed an account in Miami that the State Department money could be deposited to. There were constant financial transactions between Miami and Costa Rica, between Frank Chans and Moises Núñez. They had been helpful and supportive of the cause. They were willing to do it, Owen testified. I felt that they were honest and that the money would go where it was supposed to go. Where it ended up is anybody's guess. Some of the money paid for Frigorificos, bank records show, was wired out in never-explained transfers to banks in Israel and South Korea. When the U.S. General Accounting Office audited the NHAO's broker accounts, it was unable to trace most of the money. Of $4.4 million that went into the accounts, less than $1 million could be accounted for, and much of that was in payoffs to Honduran military officials. The rest was traced to offshore banks and then disappeared. Owen insisted that the traffickers at Frigorificos had been cleared by the CIA and presumably the FBI. U.S. intelligence sources were involved in Costa Rica to provide a check and a balance on this. They would be knowledgeable, they knew the lay of the ground. I thought it important and appropriate to talk with them, Owen testified. To the best of my knowledge, I talked to U.S. intelligence officials regarding Moises Núñez. I believe I would have asked about Frank Chans as well. In addition, Owen said, their names were given to NHAO and it was my understanding that any account that NHAO provided funds to was checked through the FBI. The FBI was informed who was being used as a banker. Now, whether they did any check on it or not, I'm not sure. I guess I assume that they did. The director of the NHAO testified that the FBI never answered his letters of inquiry. So, is it fair to say, then, that you were the one that suggested these gentlemen be utilized? Owen was asked during a deposition. It is fair to say. In consultation with U.S. intelligence officials, Owen replied. Owen refused to identify them further, other than to say that it was someone who works for the CIA. One reason the CIA gave Frigorificos a clean bill of health may have been because its Costa Rican manager, Moises Núñez, was a CIA agent. John Hull, the CIA's Costa Rican liaison with the Contras, confirmed in an interview that Núñez was working with the agency as an intelligence source, and a 1988 UPI story said Núñez was identified as an agency officer by two senior Costa Rican government officials, a U.S. intelligence source, and American law enforcement authorities. In addition to distributing State Department money to the Costa Rican Contras, Núñez was also permitting Frigorificos to be used by North and CIA Station Chief Fernandez as a cover for a secret maritime operation they were running against the Sandinistas, records show. In February 1986, one of the Cubans working with North in Costa Rica, a longtime CIA contract agent named Felipe Vidal, devised a plan for a small, professionally managed rebel naval force that would serve as a supply line for the Contras, an intelligence gathering operation, and a transportation unit to infiltrate into the Nicaraguan mainland rebel cadres for specific missions. Vidal recommended using a Costa Rican shrimp company as a front and getting two shrimp boats to act as motherships and to gather intelligence. These boats could be acquired from U.S. government auctions, Vidal wrote, noting that existing connections with a high-ranking official in the DIA would facilitate the purchase of said boats. The cost of these boats, with cooperation from the DIA, could come to as low as $10,000 per boat. CIA records show that Vidal was employed by Frigorificos at the time he proposed this scheme. Vidal's existing connections with a top DIA official are fascinating, considering the Cubans' shady background. Vidal's criminal history reflects an assortment of assault, robbery, narcotics, and firearms violations, the CIA Inspector General wrote, and included a 1971 drug conviction and a 1977 arrest for conspiracy to sell marijuana. Former CIA official Alan Fears admits being aware of Vidal's record of misbehavior and general thuggery but claims he didn't know the Cuban was a convicted drug trafficker. The following month, Owen informed North that the first hard intelligence mission inside by boat has taken place and the people are now out. He said 5 small boats were being constructed and a safe house in Costa Rica has been rented on a river, which flows into the ocean. Moises Núñez, a Cuban who has a shrimping business in Punta Arenas, is fronting the operation, Owen wrote North. He is willing to have an American come work for him undercover to advise the operation. If we can get 2 shrimp boats, Núñez is willing to front a shrimping operation on the Atlantic coast. These boats can be used as motherships. I brought this up a while ago and you agreed and gave me the name of a DIA person who might help with the boats. In other words, in early 1986 the DIA was being asked to provide cheap ocean-going vessels to a company started by the Medellin cartel, run by drug traffickers, for espionage missions planned and fronted by drug traffickers. The identity of Vidal's high-ranking DIA contact was not divulged, nor is it known whether the agency ever provided the boats, but records show the maritime operation was going strong in April 1986 and would soon be running several trips a week, according to a memo Owen sent to North. Curiously, the Iran-Contra investigations barely looked at this clandestine operation, which was a clear violation of the Boland Amendment since, according to Owen, it directly involved CIA Station Chief Joe Fernandez. Despite his background, Moises Núñez also maintained a chummy relationship with anti-drug agencies, both American and Costa Rican. Núñez got to be known by our authorities as a collaborator of the DIA and of other police bodies, said a 1989 Costa Rican prosecutor's report, adding that the Cuban carried credentials from the Costa Rican Ministry of Public Safety's Department of Narcotics, provided funds and vehicles for an anti-drug unit, and went out on raids with them, though his effectiveness was somewhat questionable. The report said he blew a 4-month investigation of a Colombian drug ring by making a premature arrest. Most of this strange activity was occurring with the knowledge and apparent approval of CIA Station Chief Fernandez and other CIA agents in Costa Rica, records indicate. Fernandez admitted to the Iran-Contra committees that he knew Núñez and knew he was meeting with Owen to discuss Contra operations. Fernandez was asked if he knew that Núñez claimed to have met North, but his answer was classified for reasons of national security. Núñez, however, shed light on that question when the CIA interrogated him in March 1987 about allegations that he'd been dealing drugs in Costa Rica through his shrimp company, Frigorificos. Thanks to a DIA seizure, the CIA already knew that Núñez's partners in that firm were behind a 414-pound cocaine load shipped to Miami in January 1986 amidst crates of yucca. Núñez revealed that since 1985, he had engaged in a clandestine relationship with the National Security Council (NSC), the CIA Inspector General reported. Núñez refused to elaborate on the nature of these actions but indicated it was difficult to answer questions relating to his involvement in narcotics trafficking because of the specific tasks he had performed at the direction of the NSC. Instead of following up on this eyebrow-raising answer, CIA headquarters ordered an immediate halt to Núñez's questioning. The agency position was not to get involved in this matter and to turn it over to others because it had nothing to do with the agency, but with the National Security Council, former CIA officer Louis Dupart reasoned in an interview with the CIA Inspector General. That's all we had to do. It was someone else's problem. That someone was harried Iran-Contra prosecutor Lawrence Walsh, upon whom every potential allegation of drug trafficking by the Contras was dumped by the CIA and the Reagan administration. Of course, Walsh had neither the time nor the authority to look into most of those leads, and the CIA refused to cooperate on the few occasions when he did ask some questions. Therefore he made an excellent scapegoat in case anyone wondered why tips about drug dealing by the NSC and the Contras were never investigated. "We turned it over to Lawrence Walsh," became the agency's standard reply. Former CIA official Alan Fears, who ran the Contra project at the time, confirmed that Núñez's questioning was stopped because of the NSC connection and the possibility that this could be somehow connected to North's private benefactor program, otherwise known as the Iran-Contra affair. The CIA made the same decision when a security check on the CIA's logistics advisor to the Costa Rican Contras, Cuban mercenary Felipe Vidal, discovered evidence of drug running. Narcotics trafficking relative to Contra-related activities is exactly the sort of thing that the U.S. Attorney's Office will be investigating, CIA Attorney Gary Chase worried in an August 1987 memo. Chase expressed concern over the possibility that the security process could be exposed during any future litigation. Vidal's security check was shut down. But the agency's conduct was far worse than simply burying its head in the sand. For years afterward, it shielded both Diego Núñez and Felipe Vidal from criminal investigations into drug trafficking and money laundering. At various times, the CIA told U.S. Customs and the DIA that it had no information about Núñez's trafficking activities. The CIA's Directorate of Operations, which runs covert operations, lied even to the agency's own lawyers, denying knowledge of Núñez's shrimp company, though there was plenty of information in its files. Fears also confirmed that the CIA played a critical role in the humanitarian aid operation involving Frigorificos. Without the agency, Fears said, the NHAO was simply a shell entity. We were to be the eyes and ears of the NHAO office. The only way that they could monitor alignments, verify shipments, and receipts was by having CIA capabilities in the region perform that function for them. And so that's what we did. But since at least 3 other drug-dealing companies ended up working for the NHAO during its brief lifespan, either the CIA's oversight was woefully incompetent or it was seeking a special kind of contractor. One such company was Diaxa, the Miami aircraft company that Floyd Carlton had used for years as the U.S. headquarters for his Panamanian drug smuggling venture with Noriega. It was in Diaxa's offices, Carlton admitted, that he and his partners plotted their drug flights and arranged the laundering of their cocaine profits. DIA records confirm that. Just like Frigorificos, Diaxa was run by a Cuban drug dealer who had been part of the CIA's Bay of Pigs operation, Alfredo Caballero. Carlton testified that Caballero was involved with drug trafficking and to a certain extent he helped the Contras. But to be more specific, he was helpful to Mr. Pastora's organization Arde. According to a Senate subcommittee report, the Contras were dealing with Diaxa even before it was hired by the State Department. During 1984 and 1985, the principal Contra organization, the FDN, chose Diaxa for intra-account transfers. The laundering of the money through Diaxa concealed the fact that some funds of the Contras were deposits arranged by Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, the report stated. The State Department's selection of Diaxa as a humanitarian aid contractor is perhaps even more egregious than its choice of Frigorificos. At the time Diaxa got its government contract, the company had been penetrated by an undercover DIA agent, Danny Moritz, who was churning out eyewitness reports of Caballero's drug dealing and money laundering rackets. Moreover, both Caballero and Carlton were under indictment in the United States for conspiring to import 900 pounds of cocaine and laundering $2.6 million in drug profits. Both were convicted, and both became U.S. government informants. How the CIA missed those clues has never been explained. It is highly likely the agency knew exactly what Diaxa was, since its owner was said to be working for the CIA. Alfredo Caballero was CIA and still is, insisted Carol Prado, Eden Pastora's top aide in Arde. I say that because I knew him very well. A lot of times I went to Diaxa in Miami. Prado has reason to know. A 1985 CIA cable described Diaxa as the cover company used by the Costa Rican Contras to secretly buy aircraft. During Noriega's trial in 1991, Floyd Carlton testified that his smuggling operation was flying weapons to the Contras at the same time he was flying dope to the United States, and he said some of the arms flights were organized by Caballero. When Noriega's lawyers asked Carlton about Oliver North's knowledge of those flights, federal prosecutors vehemently objected, and U.S. Judge William Hovler became angry. "Just stay away from it," the judge snapped, refusing to allow any more questions on the topic. Another Miami company the NHAO hired to ferry supplies was Vortex Aviation, which was being operated by a Detroit drug dealer named Michael Palmer. Palmer, a former airline pilot, had worked since 1977 for the largest marijuana business cartel in the history of the country, according to a federal prosecutor in Detroit. Yet in 1985 Palmer became a freedom fighter and volunteered for the Contra war effort, transporting humanitarian aid for the State Department. In a recently declassified interview with FBI agents in 1991, CIA official Fears admitted that the CIA had information that Palmer was dealing drugs during that time. Fears heard that Sonic of Palmer's people got caught taking a plane of drugs into the US, and this is what caused a lot of problems for Palmer, the FBI reported. CIA thought the Northern Contras were clean, but Palmer was an exception. One DC-4 Palmer was using to deliver Contra aid was shot up in February 1986 as it attempted an airdrop over Nicaragua, and it made an emergency landing on San Andres Island off the coast of Nicaragua, a notorious haven for cocaine traffickers. 4 days later Owen wrote to North, saying, "No doubt you know that the DC-4 Foley got was used at one time to run drugs and part of the crew had criminal records. Nice group the boys chose." Pat Foley was the owner of a Delaware-based company, Summit Aviation, a longtime CIA and U.S. military contractor, often for clandestine air operations. Foley was reportedly overseeing Palmer's operations at Vortex. Francis McNeil, at the time one of the State Department's top narcotics intelligence officers, confirmed to Congress that the DC-4's appearance at San Andres caused red flags to go up in Washington. A stop at San Andres Island for a Contra resupply plane is a bit suspicious since San Andres is known to be a transshipment point for drugs, McNeil testified. The pilot of that unlucky DC-4, former CIA contract pilot Ronald Lippert, said in an interview that neither his trip nor his crew were involved with drugs, though the plane had been involved with drug flights long before I acquired it. He said the landing at San Andres was for repairs only. But he acknowledged that his plane was probably used for drug flights while Vortex was hauling humanitarian aid for the Contras. Those flights were piloted by Vortex's own crews, Lippert said. He knew one of the flights wound up in Colombia, because he got a call from the FAA in Miami asking what my plane was doing, taking off from a dirt strip on the northeast coast of Colombia during its 2-day mysterious absence on the Nicaraguan Contra flight. Lippert, a Canadian who flew for the CIA in the early 1960s until his imprisonment by Cuban intelligence agents in 1963 for espionage, said that the most I was able to find out from a friend in the intelligence community was the name Operation Stolen Mercedes, and that aside from Costa Rica, its itinerary may have included a stop in Panama and Mexico after it left Colombia. On another Contra flight, Lippert's plane came back with an unexplained 12.5 hours of excess flying time on it. Palmer told him the pilots had to make an emergency detour to Costa Rica. In his testimony to the Iran-Contra committees, Rob Owen confirmed that the airplane was involved in an unexplained embarrassing situation in Costa Rica. "That's when one decided some real strange shit was happening," Lippert said. "It came back all messed up with bullet holes in the tail and the engine burned out, and, after that, I told them that was it. Unless I'm flying the plane, it was no dice." So Palmer says, "Fine, I'll buy the damned thing from you." Palmer, whom the CIA admits was working as an agency subcontractor at this point, arranged to buy Lippert's DC-4 through some associates of his, a Cuban lawyer from Miami named Jose Insua and an aircraft company executive, Richard Kelly, both of whom intimated to Lippert that they were working with the CIA. After the sale, Lippert said, the DC-4 was used to airdrop explosives off the coast of Cuba. Then, a month after he signed the installment sale papers, it was seized in Mexico with 2,500 pounds of marijuana on board. A story in the Mexican newspaper La Opinion quoted the Attorney General of Mexico as saying that the plane was being used by a powerful gang of drug smugglers. Known to have been operating for a long time using large aircraft to transport arms southbound and bring back marijuana through here. Lippert never got the plane back, nor was he ever paid for it. The company that issued the letters of credit that guaranteed the purchase of his plane was later shut down by the state of Florida, which announced that its owners were drug traffickers and fugitive stock swindlers. Can't we close a bank or even a supposed bank anymore without finding some sort of tie to the Contras? Bank examiner Barry Clatton wondered to a Miami Herald reporter in 1987. What's the world coming to? One of the DC-4's buyers, Jose Insua, was later exposed as a drug trafficker and DMA informant himself, and was used by the agency in an unsuccessful attempt to snare the former chairman of the Florida Democratic Party in a bribery sting. During the trial, the government admitted that Insua was involved in the brokering of aircraft for narcotics smugglers on approximately 12 occasions. As Lippert aptly observed in 1997, Jose Insua is a drug dealer and he's hanging around a company Vortex with a State Department contract. Michael Zaptis is a drug dealer and he issues 2 letters of credit for planes that are used by the CIA. Mike Palmer is a drug dealer and he's running an airline for the CIA. You tell me what's going on. Actually, the litany of drug dealers working for Vortex was even longer than that, according to the CIA's Inspector General. Michael Palmer, Joseph Haas, Alberto Prado Herreros, Mauricio Letona, Martin Gomez, Donaldo Frixone, and 2 pilots for the prime contractor, all of whom were affiliated with the CIA Contra support program, may have been involved in narcotics trafficking prior to their relationship with the agency, the Inspector General found. Records show top CIA officials were fully aware that Vortex was dabbling in drugs even before they recommended the company for the NHAO's humanitarian aid project and, later, for a CIA subcontract. At least 2 agency officers, Alan Fears and an unnamed CIA contractor, knew about Palmer's drug dealing before the agency agreed to buy an aircraft from Vortex and approved the subcontracting to Vortex of the servicing of aircraft flying resupply flights for the Contras, a May 1988 CIA memo states. The NHAO also hired a Honduran air freight company, Setco, which happened to be owned by the Londoner-run drug kingpin Juan Mata Ballesteros, a fact that the U.S. Customs Service had known since 1983. Setco was the principal company used by the Contras in Honduras to transport supplies and personnel for the FDN, the CIA's Inspector General reported. Oliver North also used Setco for airdrops of military supplies to Contra forces inside Nicaragua. In fact, that appears to have been the reason behind all of the State Department contracts that were awarded to cocaine smugglers. They were the same people the CIA had hired to do that work when the agency was running the show. I believe we guided them toward the carriers they ultimately used, former CIA official Alan Fears confirmed in 1998. Fears told CIA interviewers in 1987 that he and NHAO Director Robert Dumling had frequent meetings regarding possible contract cargo carriers. Fears said he had checked out some of these carriers for Dumling. Dumling told Iran-Contra investigators that he was given very specific instructions regarding the cargo carriers when he took over the humanitarian aid program. One of the policy guidelines was do not disrupt the existing arrangements of the resistance movement unless there is a terribly good reason, Dumling testified. Who told you that, by the way, going back to the beginning of this? Ollie North, Dumling said. He said North instructed him not to dislodge or replace their existing arrangements, which seemed to be working perfectly well. They certainly were, in one sense. According to Danilo Blandon's lawyer, Brad Brunon, the Contras cocaine was arriving in the United States literally by the plane load. The transportation channel got established and got filled up with cocaine rather quickly, Brunon said in an interview. As I understood it, these large transports were coming back from delivering food and guns and humanitarian aid and things like that, and they were just loading them up with cocaine and bringing them back. I think 1,000 kilo shipments were not unheard of. That scale. Because all of a sudden they seemed to have unlimited sources of supply. According to former Menezes aide Enrique Miranda, Menezes's drug-laden planes were flying out of a military air base in El Salvador called Ilopango. Like the CIA before him, North had selected that base as the hub for his Contra Air Force. His operatives worked there practically unfettered, according to the report of Iran-Contra prosecutor Lawrence Walsh. And it was at Ilopango where the whole sordid mess first started to unravel. 13. The wrong kind of friends. It didn't take DIA agent SEAL Reno Castillo very long to discover that something very strange was going on at Ilopango Air Force Base in El Salvador. 2 days into his new job at the DIA's regional office in Guatemala City in October 1985, Castillo said the agent in charge, Robert Stia, took him aside and told him that the U.S. government was running a covert operation at the air base. Castillo should be careful not to interfere with it. It struck the former Texas policeman as odd advice. Why would a DIA field agent need to be warned about interfering with a legitimate government operation? Castillo was there to fight drug dealers. Whatever they were doing at the military airfield outside San Salvador couldn't possibly concern him. At any rate, it wasn't as if he was going to be spending a lot of time in El Salvador. Though he was the country's only DIA agent, Castillo lived and worked in neighboring Guatemala and had duties there also. Besides, El Salvador in late 1985 had all the makings of a very sorry posting. The war-torn country produced no drugs, and as far as anyone knew there were no major drug rings operating there. It was of such little concern to the American government that the DIA never opened an office in the country. If El Salvador was anything, it was a resting place for cocaine mules on their way north. Flipping through the reports of his predecessors, Castillo could see that the DIA's role in the country had been limited to intelligence gathering, collecting information about drug shipments passing through and filing them away, making few seizures. We were playing traffic cop, taking down the license numbers of speeders but never writing any tickets, Castillo would later observe. Castillo put his boss's warning about Ilopango down to bureaucratic caution and got on with his job, which was to train and recruit Guatemalan and Salvadoran policemen to become soldiers in America's worldwide war on drugs. Since the DIA couldn't legally make any arrests in Central America, his assignment was to put together local anti-narcotics squads the DIA could trust enough to work with, and develop informants who could provide real-time intelligence. But no matter where he went, it seemed, Ilopango kept coming up. Castillo was out one day with a DIA informant in Guatemala, a Cuban named Socrates Sophie Perez, who proudly informed Castillo that he was a Bay of Pigs veteran and a Contra supporter. After learning that his new control agent had been decorated for fighting communists in Vietnam, Sophie Perez confided that he was helping the Contras fight Marxism in Nicaragua and laid out a scheme that was remarkably similar to the operation Frigorifias was then conducting in Costa Rica. A shrimp company he owned was being used as a front to launder money for the Contras. The Contras were also dealing in cocaine, he told Castillo, using a small air force based at Ilopango that was ferrying war materials for the cause. He justified the trafficking by blaming the U.S. Congress for ill-advisedly cutting off Contra aid. Castillo wasn't sure if his informant was trying to impress him, pull his leg, or waste his time. The idea of a U.S. government-sponsored operation dabbling in drugs struck the 6-year DIA veteran as absurd. But there was one way to find out. The next time he was in El Salvador, Castillo said, he bounced the Cuban story off one of the few informants the DIA had there, Ramiro Guerra, who owned a coffee shop in San Salvador. Guerra was working for the DIA as the result of a pending cocaine trafficking indictment in San Francisco, where he had lived for many years. While hiding out in El Salvador, Guerra picked up pocket money by acting as an informant for the very agency that wanted him in jail back in the United States. He had also insinuated himself into Roberto D'Aubuison's right-wing Arena Party, and had risen to a high level inside the party structure. To Castillo's surprise, Guerra told him that the information about drugs at Ilopango was probably true. He'd heard the same rumors himself. And he confirmed that there was indeed a small Air Force base there that was illegally flying supplies to the Contras, but it really wasn't very secretive. While headquartered on the restricted military side of the Ilopango airport, the Contra air supply operation was being run quite openly, and a lot of his friends in the Salvadoran Air Force knew about it, Guerra told Castillo. The woman selling tortillas at the gate of Ilopango could tell you what was going on, the assistant regional security officer for the U.S. Embassy in San Salvador told Iran-Contra investigators in 1991. Anyone who ever flew into or over Ilopango Air Base could see something like that was going on. When looking down at Ilopango from the air, one could see one side of the airfield having a ragtag operation of inferior planes, dilapidated buildings, and the like. On the other side of the airport were nice facilities, lift trucks unloading supplies from more sophisticated and bigger aircraft, and gringos running around. The modern facilities all belonged to the American operation, the officer said, adding that he didn't know if it was a CIA operation or what, but he knew there was Contra resupply activity at Ilopango. While CIA officials denied they were running the show, they admitted they were keeping a very close eye on it. We had a capability and indeed a responsibility for reporting what had been happening at Ilopango, said Alan Fears Jr., the former CIA official who headed the Contra program from 1984 to 1988. Guerra told Castillo that a Cuban named Max Gomez was doing the actual day-to-day management of the operation for the U.S. government. Gomez was the name then being used by CIA agent Felix Rodriguez, a Bay of Pigs veteran who'd had a remarkable career with the agency as a paramilitary specialist. Among other operations, he'd been in on the capture and execution of Che Guevara. In early 1985, Rodriguez appeared in El Salvador as an advisor to the Salvadoran Air Force, working on a helicopter-based counterinsurgency operation against the FMLN guerrillas. While Rodriguez has always claimed, sometimes under oath, that he was retired from the CIA and in El Salvador merely as a volunteer and private citizen, former CIA officer Fears suggested otherwise. He testified that Rodriguez was sent there in early 1985 as part of a CIA reorganization that began after Fears took over the Central American Task Force. As a result of the change in management of the task force, We undertook a complete review of our efforts in San Salvador. And made adjustments in that undertaking that left certain operations, certain activities that we had left to void, Fears testified in 1992. Felix Rodriguez was sent to El Salvador to work in the areas where we had left a void and was going to take over those responsibilities, or at least in part take over those responsibilities. Rodriguez's journey from retirement to Ilopango began with a very strange step. Shortly before he left for Washington, D.C., to get final approval for his mission to El Salvador, he received a call from a friendly private eye in Miami who wanted him to meet a client who could compromise the Nicaraguan Sandinista government for drug money laundering, Rodriguez wrote in his memoirs. The client turned out to be former Medellin cartel accountant Ramon Millian Rodriguez, the man who had set up the Costa Rican shrimp company Oliver North would later use to funnel money to the Contras. Rodriguez said Millian was trying to broker information to obtain help in the money laundering case pending against him. Not only did he tell Rodriguez of Manuel Noriega's drug activities, but he claimed he could provide proof of Sandinista drug dealing. Rodriguez said he passed the info along to the CIA and FBI and heard nothing back. Millian tells a very different story. He met with Rodriguez to offer $10 million to the Contras in exchange for the U.S. government dropping the money laundering charges against him. He says, Rodriguez accepted the offer, and money was delivered to him on 5 separate occasions. Millian later failed a lie detector test when asked about making payments to Rodriguez, but the examiner reached no conclusions about his claim that he'd given money to the Contras. In congressional testimony, Noriega's former political advisor described Felix Rodriguez as a very close friend of Millian. Both were Cubans who had been active in Miami's anti-Castro movement. Most accounts date the Contras' use of Ilopango to September 1985, when North wrote to Rodriguez, asking him to use his influence with Salvadoran Air Force Commander Juan Rafael Bustillo to secure hangar space for Contra supply flights. Rodriguez claimed he greased the skids with Bustillo and eventually became the overseer of North's Contra resupply operation at the air base. In actuality, the Contras had been using Ilopango with General Bustillo's blessings since 1983, when Norwin Menezes' friend, CIA pilot Marcos Aguado, made arrangements to base Eden Pastora's Arde Air Force there. Since he could not devote all of his time to North's secret air force, Rodriguez wrote, I found someone to manage the Salvadoran-based resupply operation on a day-to-day basis. At Ilopango they knew that person as Ramon Medina. I knew him by his real name, Luis Posada Carriles. With men like Luis Posada and Marcos Aguado running things at Ilopango, it's little wonder DEA agent Castillo was hearing rumors about Contra drug trafficking. Luis Posada was a veteran CIA agent with a history of involvement with drug traffickers, mobsters, and terrorists. He was recruited by the CIA in the 1960s after years of working with anti-Castro Cubans in Miami and was implicated in a number of terrorist incidents conducted by various Cuban extremist groups. In 1967, CIA records show, Posada was investigated by the Justice Department for supplying explosives, silencers, and hand grenades to Miami mobsters Lefty Rosenthal and Norman Roughhouse Rothman. Rothman was a close associate of South Florida's mafia chieftain, Santos Traficante. A memo in Posada's CIA file said, Posada may have been moonlighting for Rosenthal, but in late 1968 he was transferred by the agency for unreported association with gangster elements, thefts from CIA, plus other items. Posada was sent to Venezuela and began working as an official of the Venezuelan intelligence service. In 1973 the DEA received a report that Posada was in contact with 2 Cubans in Miami who were reportedly smuggling narcotics into the United States for Luis Posada. According to the informant, Posada was to be the main contact in a major cocaine smuggling operation involving members of the Venezuelan government. The DEA placed Posada under surveillance and he was observed by agents in Miami to meet with numerous identified upper echelon traffickers in Miami during March 1973. Records show the CIA was fully aware of its agents' reported involvement with drug traffickers. It received word in February 1973 that Posada may be involved in smuggling cocaine from Colombia through Venezuela to Miami, also counterfeit U.S. money in Venezuela. But the agency decided not to directly confront Posada with allegations so as not to compromise ongoing investigation. According to the notes of a congressional investigator who reviewed Posada's voluminous CIA files in the late 1970s, cables in the file indicate concern that Posada was a serious potential liability. Anxious to terminate association promptly if allegations prove true. By April 1973, it seems sure that Posada involved in narcotics, drug trafficking scene with known big-time drug trafficker. But after questioning the Cuban about his contacts, the agency found him guilty only of having the wrong kind of friends and continued his employment. His choice of friends continued to plague Posada, however. In January 1974 he asked the CIA to provide a Venezuelan passport for a Dominican military official, which the agency refused to do on the grounds that it cannot permit controlled agents to become directly involved with illicit drug trafficking. A few months later the DEA received a report that Posada was trading weapons for cocaine with a man the DEA believed is involved in political assassinations. According to records at the National Archives, the CIA formally terminated Posada in February 1976. 8 months later he was arrested in Venezuela and accused of participating in the midair bombing of a Cuban DC-8 airliner, which killed 78 people. Though never convicted of the crime, he spent nearly 10 years in Venezuelan prisons before escaping in the summer of 1985 and going underground. He resurfaced at Ilopango in early 1986 as Felix Rodriguez's right-hand man, telling investigators that Rodriguez and other Cuban friends helped him get out of Venezuela and relocate in El Salvador. Upon arriving in El Salvador, Posada stayed with Rodriguez for 2 or 3 days. Rodriguez then helped Posada get a house in San Salvador, where Posada lived for the next year or so. Though allegations of Contra drug trafficking were swirling around Ilopango, DEA agent Castillo was having difficulty getting first-hand evidence of it. For one thing, the air base was in a very protected position, high atop a plateau, surrounded by imposing cliffs. The area where the trafficking was supposedly going on was off-limits to the public, tightly guarded by the Salvadoran military. If he was ever going to find out the truth, Castillo figured, he needed to get onto that side of the base. He went to Salvadoran Air Force Commander Bustillo, Lord and Master of Ilopango, for permission, but got the cold shoulder. An agent from the DEA's branch office in Guatemala City came to San Salvador seeking access to Ilopango, the New Republic reported in 1990, adding that Bustillo stalled the requests. There was never a good reason why the DEA couldn't get on Ilopango, the magazine quoted an unnamed U.S. official as saying. They just kept putting off meetings, stuff like that. So Castillo improvised. He recruited a Salvadoran named Murga, who wrote the flight plans for the private planes on the civilian portion of the base. Murga had excellent contacts on the military side and could come and go at will. He became Castillo's eyes and ears inside Ilopango. Murga knew all about the Contras drug running, Castillo said, because he was filling out their flight plans and inspecting their aircraft. The pilots were so brazen that they told him they were flying dope to the United States and money to Panama. Sometimes they left with the kilos in plain view, or arrived with boxloads of money, Castillo said. In a one-secret 1992 interview with the FBI, ex-CIA agent Posada recounted that the resupply project was always looking for people to carry cash from the United States into El Salvador for Posada to dispense. They were always worried about the restriction on only taking $10,000 out of the United States at one time. Anytime any of the resupply people went up to the United States for any reason, whether it was a personal visit or whatever, they would be asked to bring money back. Posada was told the money came from Washington, but never got a better explanation than that. The drugs often arrived in private planes flown by Contra pilots from Costa Rica, Murga told Castillo. On other occasions they came in military aircraft from Panama. When Castillo typed the names of the Contra pilots Murga had given him into the D's computers, nearly all of them came back as documented narcotics traffickers. Among the busiest of the pilots was Francisco Girola Beach, the scion of one of El Salvador's most influential families. How Chico Girola wound up at Ilopango flying F or the Contras is an illuminating tale. He should have been sitting in a federal prison cell in the United States. On the morning of February 6, 1985, a white T-39 Sabre liner jet took off from John Wayne Airport in Orange County, California, with Girola and 3 other men Cuban Americans aboard. It stopped briefly at the Clubber County Airport in Kingsville, Texas, to refuel, and was met by a posse of U.S. Customs Service agents wielding search warrants. The agents had been tracking the men since the month before, when they were spotted in the same plane leaving Orange County for Florida. In mid-flight, they had suspiciously diverted to Panama, where they landed with $1.2 million in cash. Girola and his crew were all listed in customs databases as suspected drug traffickers, and their airplane was on a watch list as a suspected smuggling craft for good reason, it turned out. In the Sabre liner's cargo hold were 14 suitcases, which Girola claimed as his. He pulled out a Costa Rican diplomatic passport and advised the agents not to search the suitcases, or it would cause trouble. He was right. They were bulging with cash, a total of $5.9 million in small bills, the largest cash seizure in Texas history. When the agents announced they were arresting the men for trying to smuggle the cash out of the country, Girola claimed diplomatic immunity because his mother was the Costa Rican vice consul in New Mexico. In court records, federal agents charged that the cash was drug money destined for El Salvador. They cited DIA records that said Girola had been reportedly involved in cocaine and arms smuggling in El Salvador and Guatemala and noted that he was a top aide to Salvadoran death squad leader Roberto Dogwison. The latter claim was confirmed by the Los Angeles Times, which reported that Girola had accompanied Dogwison to a very sensitive meeting with former CIA Deputy Director Vernon Walters in May 1984. According to the story, Walters had been dispatched in a frantic attempt to talk Dogwison out of assassinating Thomas Pickering, the U.S. ambassador to El Salvador. Girola, who attended college in California with one of Anastasio Somoza's nephews, had allowed Dogwison to use his house as a campaign headquarters when he ran for Salvadoran president in 1984. Girola's passport, which was signed by Dogwison, identified him as a special advisor to the Salvadoran Assembly. He was also carrying credentials from the Salvadoran Attorney General's office. Since Girola was using an Orange County airport as his departure point, it is possible that the millions he was hauling out of the country came from Los Angeles area drug sales. But the source of the funds was never made public. The investigation came to a sudden, abrupt halt with a lot of questions unanswered, U.S. Customs Agent Ernest Allison complained. That was because the Justice Department had made a quick deal with Girola. If he let the U.S. government keep the money, he'd be let off with probation. Girola and one of his companions pleaded guilty to a minor currency violation charge and walked. Charges against another passenger and the pilot were dropped, and the plane was given back. "I have a hard time swallowing it," Federal Judge Ilayton Ilete Jr. told Girola after the Justice Department announced its plea bargain with the smuggler. "The punishment doesn't fit the crime. I don't know what you were up to, but this conduct cannot be tolerated." Less than a year later, DIA agent Castillo and his informants were watching Girola zoom in and out of Ilopango, hauling drugs in, carrying cash to the Bahamas, and flashing credentials from the Salvadoran Air Force and the Salvadoran President's office. When I ran Girola's name in the computer, it popped up in 11 DIA files, detailing his South America to United States cocaine, arms, and money laundering, Castillo wrote in his memoirs. In response to a Freedom of Information Act request filed in 1997, the Customs Service claimed it could not locate any records relating to the Girola case. Castillo said that in January 1986 he began firing off a string of reports to DIA headquarters in Washington about the suspicious activities of the Contra pilots, listing their names, destinations, tail numbers, and criminal records. He got no replies, and no offers of assistance. It was, he wrote later, as if his reports were falling into some faceless, bureaucratic black hole. But in late March 1986 Castillo got his first official confirmation that he was on the right track. A cable arrived from the Costa Rican DIA office reporting that a pilot named Carlos Amador was intending to fly into Ilopango, pick up cocaine at hangar number 4, and take it to Miami. Amador would be carrying Salvadoran government identification, which got him through customs and any inspections. Castillo was asked to investigate Amador and any persons or companies associated with Hangar No. 4. As Castillo would soon realize, that was easier said than done. He was about to plunge headlong into the darkness of one of the Reagan administration's most secret operations, a clandestine activity that Reagan privately predicted would result in him and his cabinet being strung up by their thumbs on the White House lawn if word ever leaked out to the public. CIA records show that Hangar No. 4 had been used by the agency for covert Contra operations until it was turned over in 1985 to the National Security Council and Oliver North's illegal arms network, the Enterprise. CIA agent Felix Rodriguez also used the hangar for his helicopter-based counterinsurgency program. The adjoining hangar, No. 5, was still being used by the CIA in support of the Contra project. Moreover, the suspected drug pilot, Carlos Amador, had been working with the CIA for years, flying missions for the Costa Rican Contras. The CIA had been collecting information for at least a year indicating Amador was also flying drug planes between Costa Rica, Panama, Belize, and Miami for a pair of major cocaine traffickers, the Sarkovic brothers. At the same time he was flying for the White House. Excited that his investigation was finally starting to bear fruit, Castillo drove to El Salvador to tell his informants and the Salvadoran narcotics police the good news. He now had independent confirmation that their stories of Contra drug flights at Ilopango were true. Someone would finally start listening to them, Castillo exulted. But the CIA had other ideas. Within weeks, cables were shooting off in a dozen directions as the agency quickly tried to get a handle on the DIA agents' investigation. In April 1986 the CIA station in El Salvador sent a desperate message to the Costa Rican CIA office, asking if the DIA office there could be persuaded to back off. Hangar No. 4 at Ilopango was the location of Contra operations and the El Salvador station could assure that the only thing Amador and the other pilot had transported during their flights there was military supplies, the cable stated. Based on that information, El Salvador station would appreciate Costa Rica station advising DIA not to make any inquiries into anyone Hangar No. 4 at Ilopango since only legitimate CIA-supported operations were conducted from this facility. FYI, station air operations moved from Hangar No. 4 into Hangar No. 5, which station still occupies. The CIA official who wrote that cable told the agency's Inspector General that his statement was not intended to thwart an investigation of activities in Hangar No. 4. He concedes, however, that the language in the cable could be read to suggest a meaning he did not intend. Plus, that was the effect it had. The official alarm was easily understood. Not only was someone like Carlos Amador strolling freely in and out of CIA-run hangars, but there was a host of other Contra traffickers milling about Ilopango, including Norwin Menezes and friends. Enrique Miranda Jamie, who became Menezes' emissary to the cartels of Colombia in the late 1980s, testified in a 1992 trial in Nicaragua that Norwin was selling drugs and tunneled the benefits to the Contras with help of high-ranking military officials of the Salvadoran army, especially with the help of the head of the Salvadoran Air Force and a Nicaraguan pilot named Marcos Aguado. Aguado, the chief pilot for the ARDE Contra forces in Costa Rica, was identified in 1987 congressional testimony as a CIA agent. Soon after North set up his resupply operation at the air base, Aguado moved to Ilopango permanently, working as an aide to a high-ranking Salvadoran Air Force commander. The pilot, who had been instrumental in arranging the Contras' 1984 arms and drugs deals with Colombian trafficker George Morales, was no longer welcome in Costa Rica, having been formally accused of cocaine trafficking. Aguado became a colonel in the Salvadoran Air Force, sharing all the privileges of a high-ranking military officer in El Salvador, and was accepted by subordinate ranks as deputy commander of the Salvadoran Air Force, Miranda testified. The flights he directed went as far as Colombia, where they were loaded with cocaine and then redirected to the United States, to a U.S. Air Force base located in the state of Texas. In interviews, Miranda and former Nicaraguan anti-drug czar Roger Mayorga, who arrested Miranda, said the U.S. Air Base was near Fort Worth, but neither knew the name of it. The only Air Force base near Fort Worth at the time of the alleged drug flights from Ilopango was the now-closed Carswell Air Force Base, the home of a Strategic Air Command bomber squadron. In response to a Freedom of Information Act request filed in 1997, the U.S. Air Force said all flight records that may have shown arrivals and departures of Salvadoran military aircraft during the mid-1980s were destroyed years ago. Miranda, a former Sandinista intelligence officer who became a double agent for the CIA during the Contra War and has worked as a DIA informant in recent years, said the cocaine brought from Colombia by Medellin cartel pilots arrived in Costa Rica in square 25-kilo packages. It was unloaded at various airstrips there, including one located on CIA operative John Hull's farm in northern Costa Rica, where it was placed aboard Contra planes and flown into Ilopango. Once it had arrived at the Salvadoran base, Miranda said, Aguado and Menezes supervised the loading of the cocaine onto U.S.-bound aircraft owned by the Salvadoran Air Force and, on occasion, a Miami-based CIA contractor, Southern Air Transport. Though Southern Air officials have vehemently denied involvement with drug smuggling, once suing a Florida